Welcome to another one of my videos. This audiobook includes several of my previous audiobooks, including Monster of Monster Part 1, Mortem's Opening, and Part 2, Mortem's Contestant. It also includes some bonus content as a twist of the screw, which is also part of the Monster of Monsters universe, and one other audiobook. Here are the audiobooks as they were originally released. Enjoy. Welcome to another one of my videos. You can help support this channel by subscribing and liking, and you can also grab a free ebook of this audiobook by following this link. Today's video is an audio of an ebook, the first one in my Monster of Monsters series. The title of this ebook is Monster of Monsters number 1, Part 1, Mortem's Opening, and the story centers around Kine. So grab the free ebook and listen along. Now for the audiobook.
Monster of Monsters, Number 1, Part 1, Mortem's Opening, by Christy Lynn Higgins, 2017. Chapter 1, The Trials and Joys of Life. A young girl wearing a school uniform sat by herself under the shelter and shield of a great oak tree. The sounds of other children could be heard in the distance, but they nor she could see one another behind her woody fort. She ignored their laughter that bid her to join them on the playground. And she also ignored their conversations that talked of worlds she could never belong to. The girl had found a peace that was very rare to her, and she was enjoying the few minutes she had left before she would have to join the other children and learn. She sat alone on a small blanket next to a spiderweb that she could easily touch if she stretched out her hand, and she watched as the wind gently rocked the web. The morning dew that clung to its glistening threads fell off as sparkling droplets to the grass with each soft gust that blew their way. A brown spider the size of a quarter made its home there, and it didn't seem bothered by the wind or her presence. "Would you like some cheese?" she offered the spider after she broke off a small piece of her breakfast. It stared at her for a few seconds as if curious about her as much as the young girl was curious about it, and then it shook its head. "What about a cracker?" the young girl questioned as she broke off a piece, and the spider shook its head again. "What would you like to eat?" "I'm not sure I know what you eat. We haven't learned about you and your kind yet." The young girl spent as much time as she could alone. The other children could be cruel, and she found that she was happier alone. The young girl also found that if she looked hard enough she could find little wonders of the created world. They were hidden but all around her. The young girl held the cracker out as if expecting the spider to answer her, and then she pulled back the piece of cracker and cheese and ate them herself. She started to ask the spider another question when the spider turned its attention to 4 older girls as they walked by on a path that had a clear view of her shelter and shield. The young girl noticed them and leaned up against the tree so not to be noticed by the older girls. "I heard Karen will be devoured next," one of them said. "Karen? Which clan is claiming her?" The oldest girl, who was 8, questioned. "The White Crane clan wishes to devour her and claim her as one of their own," the first girl replied. "Her birth clan will most likely allow the White Crane to claim her, and Karen will be adopted." "The White Crane is a strong clan," the oldest girl stated. "Karen is blessed." "Yes, she is blessed," the other 3 girls repeated. The first girl noticed the girl sitting under the oak, who was trying to hide from them. So she motioned from the path and asked, "Who is that?" "Never mind her," the oldest girl replied. "Who is she?" the first girl repeated. "I would really like to know." The oldest girl became angry and replied, "I will not speak her name." The second oldest girl sighed, and then she said, "Her name is Kane." The 4th member of their group inquired, "What's the big deal?" "Just who is Kane?" she asked the oldest girl. "Is she a rival of yours?" "That toddler," the oldest girl yelled. "She's worse than a rival. She's a nobody at our school. She is ruining the purity of our people." The oldest girl turned and motioned for the others as she said, "Come on. I don't want to waste any more time talking about her." The second oldest girl glanced at Kane once more before joining the other 3 girls who had started back across the path, and Kane breathed a sigh of relief as she turned to the spider and said, "It's okay. They're gone. We can go back to our picnic." Kane picked up a small round fruit and offered it to the creature. "MS, spider, would you like a grape?" She looked at Cain with her 8 eyes and then shook her head. I wish I knew what you ate, Cain spoke, but before she could say anything else, a voice above her called out, What are you doing down there? Cain looked up into the oak tree and saw a boy, who was 6 and slightly older than her, hanging upside down from a branch. He smiled at her, then released the branch with his legs, flipped, and landed on his feet. I am of the Brown Bear clan, and I am Bruno, he introduced himself, and then he said, I heard you talking. The boy questioned, Who were you talking to? She looked around as if she couldn't believe the boy, who was a year older than herself, was talking to her. Did you hear me? The boy questioned. I'm only playing, Cain replied, not sure what else to say. Is that how you are supposed to speak to someone who is older than you? A second boy, who was 8, questioned her as he walked up to them. Cain blushed, then turned to the first boy, and repeated, I am playing, Senior Bruno. And they say you couldn't learn anything, but I see that they were mistaken. The second boy spoke, then cleared his throat, and said, I am of the Grey Wolf clan. And I am Friedrich? She nodded her head to him in greeting. What is your name? Bruno asked her. My name is, Cain started. You are supposed to start out by telling me your clan's name, Bruno interrupted. You must have heard the headmistress tell us she is from the Firebird clan. It is the first lesson we learn when we come to this school. She can't do that, Friedrich told him. No clan or house wants her. They say that she's cursed, he stated, and then he explained, they say that a monster killed her sire and dame, and they also say that same monster cursed her, and left her alive to curse any clan or house that would claim her so none have. Is that why you are over here playing by yourself? Bruno questioned her. He walked around the blanket she sat on, and then he noticed the web and said, I see who you were talking to, or more like what? You were playing with this spider. Isn't she pretty? Cain stated. I find that I really like their kind. Nasty thing, Friedrich spoke up. We should get rid of it. Don't hurt her, Cain begged. He ignored her and told Bruno, Doesn't it remind you of a Cumuvan? It does, Friedrich answered. We should kill it. No, please don't hurt her, Cain begged. Bruno picked up a stick as he said, I'll smash it. Cain quickly got to her feet, cupped her hands around the spider, and gently took her off the web. She's touching it. She's touching the nasty thing. Friedrich yelled. Make her put it down. Let go of it. Bruno yelled. Let go of it. No, Cain said. You're not hurting her. She tried to run away, but the 8-year-old tackled her to the ground. Cain held onto the spider and didn't let go of her, and she hit the ground hard, knocking the wind from her. Get the spider. Friedrich yelled. Let me have the spider, Bruno demanded. Cain managed to say, No, let me have the spider or you'll get hurt. No. Bruno glanced at the stick he held, dropped it, then went over to the girl, and stomped on her hands as he yelled, Let go of it or I'll smash your hands. She didn't say anything but held onto the spider. Bruno kept stomping on her hands until he grew tired. He was about to start on her again when the other boy moved. Friedrich stood up as he heard the school clock chiming and said, Come on, we'll be late for class, and you know what happens if we're late. Bruno stomped on her hand one last time and then ran after Friedrich, who hurried for his class. Don't worry, Cain spoke a few seconds later as she sat up. She peered at her cupped hands that were starting to show the abuse Bruno inflicted on them, and she said, You're safe now. They're gone. You can go back to your web and... She opened her hands and found that the spider was dead. She had been unable to save her, and the spider's blood was all over her hands. Cain wanted to cry, but she held it in. Crying never did her any good. I'm sorry, Miss Spider, she spoke in a whisper. I'm sorry I sat next to your web. I'm sorry I was talking to you. I'm sorry that no one likes me. Cain took her hand and dug a hole for her, and then she gently set the spider in her grave. She piled the dirt on top of her friend, picked a nearby flower, and placed it on top, and then Cain grabbed her lunchbox, stood, and ran into the woods that surrounded the school. She ran and ran as the school bell's chime fell silent in the distance. Cain kept running until she couldn't run anymore, and then she slowed down and walked. The woods were dense, and little light filtered through the leaves of the oaks and maples. She continued walking until she came upon a very old structure that had long ago fallen into pieces, and she climbed on top of one of its marble pillars that laid stretched out like a log. Cain balanced herself, walked across it, then dropped down to the ground, and took a step to return to the school. But the ground beneath her gave way. She fell a few feet and rolled down a hill into a sandy cave. The area was dark, but she was still able to see in the area very well. Cain stood, brushed the sand off her skirt and shirt of her school uniform, and noticed she had tumbled down into some sort of structure. She glanced behind herself and saw that she could climb back up the hill if she wanted to get out. But Cain decided to explore. She walked around the area and then entered the tiny structure. Spiderwebs small and great covered the walls, and Cain was about to leave when one of the larger webs parted as if by magic. revealing a small tunnel. She entered the tunnel and followed it until it emptied into a large cavern where she found a huge platform the size of a football arena. Cain walked up to it and started to explore the area when she noticed movement in its center. Someone was there with her, and whoever they were lying among some rubble as if they were hurt. Cain's heart pounded in her chest, and she thought about leaving, but she felt as if that person needed her help, so instead of running away, she took a couple of steps towards the rubble that was about 15 feet from her. "So a little morsel has stumbled upon my lair," a lady said as if she was very weak. Cain paused when she was spoken to, and then she took 2 more steps towards the lady. "That is it, little morsel. Come closer," the lady spoke. Cain paused when a large spider the size of her hand ran across her shoe, and then she looked all around and saw that the cavern was full of spiders. The rest of them were still, and they all seemed to be looking at her. The lady in the darkness moved and grunted as if she was in pain, and then she said, "Come here so I can. Are you hurt?" Cain questioned as she took 3 more steps toward the lady. "That is a good little morsel. Now stay right there and do not run." The lady spoke as she tried to stand up. "You are hurt," Cain said. "Is there a way that I can help you?" The lady laughed and said, I think not." Cain continued toward her as the lady in the shadow again tried to rise to her legs. The lady breathed heavily as she spoke. "You are either a brave little morsel or a foolish one, or maybe a blind and deaf little morsel." "I can hear and see fine," Cain stated. "I just can't see you yet. You're still hidden by all that rubble. Did it fall on you?" "No, I was injured in another way. I am here because I find it more comfortable to lie on these large rocks than the floor," the lady replied, and then she asked, "Is anyone with you?" "No," Cain replied. "I am alone. I am very alone." "Good, come closer." The lady started as she waved her on. "I am too weak to come to you." "Are you really hurt?" Cain questioned again. "I am badly hurt," the lady answered. "How did you get hurt?" "You could say there was someone who wanted to punish me, so they banished me here, but not before making sure I was unable to leave," the lady answered, then looked her over and said, "I believe you are big enough." "Big enough for what?" "I believe you are large enough to fulfill my requirements so that I can finally leave this place," the lady replied, and then she said, "Now come to me, little morsel." Cain continued less afraid until she stood before the lady, and then the lady managed to stand on her legs, and Cain looked up at her, and her expression turned to one of petrified wonder as she started. I know," the lady interrupted with a small grin on her face as she looked down at her, and she nearly fell down because of her weakened condition, but she managed to stay standing. "You should be terrified by my mere presence." Cain repeated as her heart pounded in her chest again, and her mouth widened in what appeared to be the preview of a shrill-filled scream. The lady said, "You must be very surprised to see one as me here. You must also be very frightened." Cain didn't know what to do first. She wanted to run, but she also wanted to express the awe and shock of the unexpected enchantment she discovered in the darkness, and uttered again, I know," the lady stated as she placed a hand on her own chest as if the girl had given her a compliment. "This must be your first time seeing one such as me, so you must want to scream. No one will hear you down here, so go ahead." The lady slightly bent and urged her on by waving to her as if patting her head, and said, "Scream. It will make you feel better." The lady straightened and then added, "There is nothing that I hate more than a stiff morsel." You're so pretty," Cain finally managed to exclaim with a smile on her face in which no scream followed except for a small one that was more of a shriek of pure happiness. The shrill-filled preview the lady had witnessed before on the child's face was only one of delight and amazement. Cain immediately moved, unable to stand still any longer, and ran around the injured lady as if seeing a majestic beast for the first time up close. She wanted to reach out and touch her, but Cain knew the lady was no animal. The lady was more like a great queen. Cain slowed her running to a concerned walk as she got a better view of the lady's form, and then she said, "I see now. Your legs hurt. Are you right in the head?" The lady questioned her. "Do you know what I am?" "I don't, but you are pretty," Cain replied, and then she said, "You remind me of—" "I do not care," the lady interrupted. "You see what I am. Are you not going to run away?" "Why would I run? Even if you say I can't do anything for you," Cain insisted. "I might be small, but I can help you." She remembered her lunchbox, so she moved a few feet away, placed it on a rock, and opened it as she said, "You must be hungry. Do you want the rest of my breakfast?" Cain removed the purple fruit and stated, "I still have grapes." She walked back to the lady, lifted the grapes, and said, "They're good. Do you not know that I'm going to devour you?" Cain's expression changed to one of confusion as she said, "I don't think I understand." "I will cause you pain," the lady said. "Do you understand that?" Cain frowned as she lowered the grapes and said, "Oh, I thought we could be friends. Are you not afraid of me? The lady questioned. No, Cain replied. I just thought we could be friends and that we could help each other. The lady started to seize the little girl when the large spider returned and crawled up the little girl's leg. The lady waited for the little girl to shriek, but instead, she bent and picked up the spider. Is he your friend? Cain asked. He seems to like you a lot. And yet he crawled up your leg. The lady spoke and then glanced around the area at the rest of the spiders that made their home there. And then the lady said, the spiders do seem to have an unusual reaction to you. I have never seen them this still before. I like spiders, Cain spoke, but they don't seem to like cheese or crackers. The lady looked her over, and then she said, you are not as big as I thought you were. Here, give me those things you call grapes. She lifted them up, and the lady took them from her, and then she tried one of the grapes. Not what I am used to eating, but I guess I could eat these instead of you. I'll bring more food the next time I come, Cain stated. Why would you return? I might not devour you now, but you will get bigger. Sure what the lady was talking about, but then this idea entered her young mind, and she nodded, agreeing with the lady. I will get bigger, and I'll keep coming till I am bigger, and then you can devour me. She thought about it some more and then added, maybe I can bring you other things to eat. There is something wrong with you, the lady spoke, and then she asked, if you bring me food, what do you want from me? Someone to talk to, Cain replied. I've had friends before like this little one, she said as she lifted the spider, but they don't speak to me. I want someone who can talk to me. I can come once a day, and you can talk to me. I know of the school that is beyond these woods. Will you not be missed? My teachers don't like me, and I don't think the ones that I have before lunch will care if I show up or not. So I can come of a morning? What about school? You will miss out on learning. I might devour you later, but you will taste better if you are a little smarter. Maybe you can teach me, Cain said. I can bring you other things that you need besides food, and you can teach me. It will take me some time to heal, and I cannot leave this cavern until I am healed, so I guess I can endure having to talk with my food before I devour you, the lady stated, and then she added, but you cannot tell anyone that I am here. I know they won't like that you're here, so I promise never to tell anyone. I guess I can only trust you on this. Come then. Come tomorrow with more grapes, and we will begin your lessons. What's your name? She questioned. My name's Cain. That is German, but it is not a name, the lady told her. It's what they call me, she said. It has to be my name. Can you please tell me your name? I do not think I will ever tell you my name, the lady replied. Why is that? This will be your very first lesson, the lady stated. My people only reveal their names to friends and family, and right now you are neither. Remember, you are a little morsel, and that is what I will call you. I don't think I understand. The lady explained. My people see our names as a part of us, like an arm or a leg, but it goes even deeper than that. Our names are our very being, so we just do not tell anyone our given name. You have to be someone important to us or someone cherished. And little morsel, you are neither of those things to me, so if I should give you my name now, I would be breaking a sacred tradition, and I would be insulting my own pride. Cain thought about it, and then she said, I think I understand. I'll learn your name once we're friends. She clapped her hands together and peered up at the lady's face as she said, I can't wait. I bet it won't be that long, and I bet it's a very pretty name, like something that has to do with your beautiful eyes. You can tell me your name, and then you can devour me. She started to run back the way she came, then set the spider down, and started running again for the exit as she shouted to all the small 8-legged creatures. Goodbye. I believe there is something not right with that one, the lady told the spiders around her. I have never seen food so excited to be devoured that they would promise to return. Cain paused once she was some great distance away and yelled, Goodbye. Lady, see you tomorrow. The lady said nothing to her, only shook her head as she watched the young girl run out of her prison. And then the lady spoke to all the spiders around her. She is too small right now, so I will have to be patient. It will be enough for me to heal myself and leave this dreadful prison. The spiders started moving around at their normal pace as the lady said, My kind lives a very long time, so I can wait, and then I can enjoy my sweet, sweet morsel. The lady frowned as she added, I will only have to put up with her until then. The lady lifted her voice and ordered, None of you are to hurt her. She is mine. She is mine alone. The next day, the school had a special morning assembly, and it was mandatory that everyone attend. So Cain went with all her fellow students and sat with the other children in her grade. They all gathered in the gym where a huge red carpet had been rolled out over the basketball court, and chairs were set up for all the children, facing a stage, and a microphone on a podium was set up on the stage. The faculty sat in their chairs behind the podium and awaited the arrival of the headmistress. She arrived and walked out on stage as the children and faculty quieted without being told. "What is that on the headmistress' head?" A girl to Kane's left asked the girl to her left. "It's a veil. I heard the headmistress wears it everywhere she goes. She even wears it while she's in her office. Why is she wearing it?" "I heard it said that her husband died long ago and that she's still in mourning over him. I heard it said that she'll never remove the veil until she either finds a suitable husband or she feels she has mourned her dead husband long enough." The headmistress took her place at the podium and began to speak. "For the few transfer students that just arrived today, my name is Headmistress Blindheart. You may call me Headmistress or you may call me Headmistress Blindheart. Both are acceptable. I want to welcome you one and all to another semester and to remind all of you to work hard. Many of you will be our future leaders, so sharpen your minds and hone your bodies and always strive to better yourselves. The world we live in wants to devour us and destroy what we stand for, but do not fear such a death. Hold solace that your clans or houses have already devoured you. Your clans or houses have eaten you from the inside out, and they own all of you. They are your family." Then glanced over the crowd and seemed to look right at Kane as she added, "And for those few of you who have yet to be devoured, do not give up hope. A clan or house may come along and see the potential that is in you and devour you, inducting you into their family. So work hard for your future family. I was not born into the Firebird clan. I was devoured into it, and I take pride that such a clan wanted me. Be it the clan or house you are born into or one that devours you, always put them before yourself. There is no self, there is only family." Headmistress Blindheart paused, and then she said, "Remember, children, it is all about purity of the race. The strong or smart succeed. The frail and mediocre fail, and their line will not be carried on. Entice a clan or house to devour you. Show them you can bring strength and prestige to their name. We are only as strong as our weakest member." The morning assembly went on for another 30 minutes, and then the students were dismissed to their classes, and Kane hurried into the woods. She brought the lady grapes as promised, and she also brought her crackers and cheese. The lady found that she didn't care for either the crackers or the cheese, but she did eat the grapes, and she ate all of them. "What shall I teach you today?" "There is something I would like to learn about," Kane replied. "What is important about a clan or house?" "Clan or house. Are they not what you call your families?" "They are," Kane replied. "What is their purpose?" "These are questions your mother or father would be better suited to answer," the lady stated. "You should not bother me with such things. You should ask them." "My mom and dad died long ago," Kane stated. "I'm not even sure what their purpose is supposed to be." "What do you mean you do not understand their purpose?" the lady inquired of her. The spiders of the cavern moved closer, but they kept their distance of the unusual girl except for the large brown spider Kane had picked up the day before. He crawled into Kane's outstretched hand when she offered to pick him up. She petted his fuzzy body. "A mother or a father raise you," the lady said. "They take care of you." "The school takes care of me, so would the school be this family you speak of?" Kane asked. The lady answered, "I guess they could be. They just need to love you and help you grow up strong." "No one at the school loves me. No one at the school even likes me," Kane stated. And then she bowed her head as she said, "They say that I'm cursed." "Why do they say you are cursed?" "I'm not really sure, but they say that someone killed my parents and put some sort of mark on me." The lady had been lying down, so she stood to her legs, walked around, and noticed her injured leg didn't hurt as much. And then she asked, "Do you know where this mark is?" "I think I saw it once," Kane replied. And then she motioned and said, "It's on the back of my neck." "Let me see." Kane walked over to her, lifted her long hair, and turned so she could see the nape of her neck. The lady looked closely and saw what appeared to be a small tattoo in the shape of a circle with markings inside. "Curious," the lady said. "It does appear you have been marked, but I am not sure of the purpose of this particular mark." The lady put a hand on the young girl's shoulder and thought about sinking her fangs into the little morsel's neck, but if she did that, she would ruin any chance she had of escaping her prison in the future. The lady was very tired and weak, and she would have given up long ago on ever leaving except for the revenge that fueled her desire to find her retribution. The lady needed to get back into play. "Let us talk a little more about the school that is taking care of you." The lady spoke as she removed her hand from her shoulder. "You said that they do not like you but that they do take care of you." "That's right," Kane answered as she turned and faced the lady. "Teachers say they wanted to use me for something when I get older. So they must bear the burden of taking care of me until some other school takes over my care or a clan or house does decide to take me." Kane paused, and then she asked, "Can you tell me the purpose of a family in greater detail?" "I will try," the lady replied. "A family consists of a mother, father, and siblings." "What are siblings?" "Siblings are a brother or sister. They are people somewhat like you who must grow up and learn. From the mother and the father, Kane questioned. That is correct. A family is two or more of those members living in a unit. It is how one learns so that they know how to survive through life, the lady replied, chuckled to herself, and muttered, you would have been better off if someone had been guiding you. Little morsel. Then you would not be here with me. I like being here with you, but I do need a family, Kane said. I need to find me a family. She then muttered to herself, two or more. I do not think you can just go out and find you a family, the lady said as she lay back down on the pile of rubble. I would really like to have a family, Kane said. They sound important. I know you would, little morsel, but it is just not in your thread. Oh, I guess I will have to make friends then. You can be my friend one day. You can tell me your name, and then we can be friends or better than that. You can devour me. You are the most peculiar girl I have ever come across, the lady told her, and then she said, as for your statement, one day might just happen. Now, what else should I teach you today? 1 week later, the lady was lying down as Kane came into the cavern housing the arena-sized platform, and all the spiders seemed to let out a joyous squeal as she entered. Kane spread out her blanket, and she sat on it as she enjoyed her breakfast. She also started bringing her lunch and sharing it. I learned about your people today, Kane told the lady as she gave the lady her grapes and had her try liver. What did they teach you? The lady inquired. They didn't actually teach me. I overheard. Your people come from a place that is a giant island, and they say the sun sees it first. Yes, that is where my people are from. Do you miss your family? Kane asked her. I do. It has been many, many years since I have seen them. I hear on that island you have your own language that's different than ours. We do, the lady replied. Maybe one day I will teach you my language. The lady tried the liver and found that she did enjoy eating it almost as much as the grapes. She looked down at the girl and said, You are looking thinner. You need to eat more if you are to fatten up for me. I don't know if I can, Kane told her. I've been sharing my meals with you. I see, the lady said. And we cannot have that anymore. You will have to start taking more food for yourself so that you can share with me without taking away from what you need to grow up big. I will try, Kane told her. You said earlier that you brought something new with you, the lady stated. I did, Kane said. I brought a comb. Kids are making fun of me because they say my hair's all messed up. Can you teach me how to comb my hair? The lady sighed, having to do something so tedious. And then she held out her hand, and Kane gave her the comb. She took the plain blue plastic comb. Turn around and hold still, the lady spoke, and then she took the comb and ran it through the girl's tangles, trying to force the teeth through the knots. Kane's head jerked back as the lady continued to assault her strands. The lady said, Your hair is a real mess. It would be better if we shaved it off and let your hair grow back in. Turn and face me. Good. Now, listen to me. I need you to go retrieve a pair of scissors and... The lady paused as she noticed something out of the ordinary, and then she inquired, What are those running down your face? Are you crying? You are. Why are you crying? Is it because I told you I would have to cut your hair? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cry, Kane told her. It's just that it hurts when you run the comb through my hair, so I couldn't help but cry. Why did you not say something? You should have told me I was hurting you. I don't know why I didn't say anything, Kane replied, and then she added, I guess I thought it was supposed to hurt. The lady sighed again, but this time, the lady was aggravated with herself, not the child. She said, No, I did not mean to hurt you, little morsel. I was careless and in a hurry, but I promise I will be gentler and take my time this time. Turn around. I will comb your hair again and do so as I should. Kane turned and as promised, the lady took her time and removed the knots from her hair. And Kane didn't cry anymore. She actually enjoyed having the lady comb her hair. A few days later, Kane sat on a rock as she flipped through a magazine she found in the trash. Look, she said as she lifted it so the lady could see. These people have families, and don't they look happy? The lady ate her grapes as she glanced at the picture, not interested at all in what the little morsel was saying to her. Kane pulled the magazine back down and continued looking at the images as she said, I think I should find me a family. A family is not something you can find, the lady told her. We talked about this already, but if you want to waste your time looking for one, who am I to say you cannot? I need to know more, Kane told her. Please tell me more about a mother and a father. A father is someone who... A father is a male who teaches you things like what is right and what is wrong. He teaches you how to take care of yourself. He gives you wisdom. And you said something about love, Kane interrupted. Yes, a father is supposed to love you, the lady explained. He is supposed to care more about you than he cares about himself, and that is what a father is. A mother is a female who basically does the same thing. They sound like they would be nice to have, if you say so. The lady spoke, and then she said, Hand me your comb. It is time to comb your hair. A few weeks later, What are you doing? The lady asked as she looked over Kane's shoulder. I'm trying to write my name. I saw that the others can write words down on paper and can talk to people that way, but I have yet to learn to spell my name. You cannot write. Your teachers must be very frustrated with you if you have not learned to write from them. Kane bowed her head and stated, They do say that I'm slow and that it would be a waste of their time to instruct me more than once, so I haven't learned yet. They also said something about me not needing to learn. They also said that the new school they'll be sending me to, I'll have no need of knowledge there. You cannot go through life not knowing how to read, the lady scolded her. I guess I will have to teach you. How else will you be able to get me some of the things that I need if you cannot read? Write out your IBCs. We will start with that. 1 month later. The lady was able to walk the length of the platform twice before her legs started to hurt. Many of the spiders gathered on the platform when Kane came, but they never approached her as instructed. Everyone had a routine. Kane would arrive. She would play with the one large brown spider as the other spiders watched and made excited noises. Kane and the lady would eat breakfast. The lady would instruct Kane on some daily lesson, and then they would work on her spelling and writing. They would then have lunch. Kane would play with the large spider again. There would be a second daily lesson, and then the lady would comb Kane's hair before she left for the day. I brought you something, Kane yelled as she ran up to the lady. What is it? The lady inquired as she walked over to where the little morsel stood. Kane handed her a piece of paper that had been folded up twice. What is this? Read it, Kane urged her. The lady looked over the crude writing and saw that Kane still needed to work on a few of her letters. Can you? Kane asked her. Can I what? Read it out loud. I asked you a question. The lady spoke. You are invited to Kane's birthday party. Can you come? Kane repeated. You want me to go out there to some party? No, silly, Kane replied. We can have the party here. I can bring us a cupcake apiece, and we can sing songs and maybe play a game. Why would I want to go to some stupid party? I am not a child. Oh, Kane said as her joyous expression left her face to be replaced by a deep disappointment. I thought you might want to celebrate with me as I turn 6. No, thank you. Celebrate with your friends. The lady noticed there was also a drawing on the invitation. It was of herself and Kane smiling as they wore birthday hats. The lady let out one of her long sighs, and then she mumbled, I guess it is true what they say. Starve a child, and they will eat anywhere. What does that mean? Kane asked. Maybe one day I will tell you, the lady replied. Will there be grapes at this party? Lots of grapes, Kane replied. I guess I can come, the lady stated as if agreeing to be tortured. A week later, Kane's birthday. I made you something special, Kane spoke as she spread out her blanket. She had made each of them a birthday hat, and the lady reluctantly wore hers. Kane even made a hat for the large brown spider, and he wore it by spraying his webbing all over it and putting it on his head. Are you not the one who is supposed to receive gifts? The lady questioned. I am, but I wanted to make you something special. So I made the cupcakes, and I made them with lots of raisins. What are raisins? Dried grapes. So I think you'll really like your cupcake, Kane replied. Before we eat, I just need to light my candle. I'm supposed to have one for each year that I am, but I was only able to get one. She removed a candy cane striped candle and placed it in one of the cupcakes. And then she removed a box of matches with a leaping tiger on it with the name Tiger Strike. Kane handed the matchbook to her and asked, Could you light the candle? I'm not supposed to play with matches. The lady took the matchbox, struck a match, and lit the candy cane striped candle. Kane closed her eyes, then opened them a few seconds later, and blew out the candle. Why did you do that? The lady questioned her as she handed back the matchbox. I made a wish, Kane told her as she took the Tiger Strike and placed it back in her school bag. One I hope comes true very soon. The two of them started to eat their cupcakes and drink the juice boxes Kane brought with her. The lady saw what little morsel referred to as raisins and wasn't sure she wanted to try them. But she went ahead and did try the cupcake and said, This is good. I thought you'd like it, Kane told her as a giant smile beamed from her face. Raisins are just cute wrinkly grapes. The lady smiled at her remark, and then she asked, Would you like to have the gift I made you? Yes, please, Kane replied. Turn around. Kane did, and the lady placed a necklace over her head. You made this. Kane asked as she looked down at the necklace and turned back around. The lady nodded. Kane touched the silk-like necklace of braided material. And then she said, I thought it would be sticky, but it's very smooth. Thank you. It's very pretty. Does it have any meaning? I do not think I understand your question, the lady spoke. Your people's culture holds value and meaning with many of the things that you do or say. Does this necklace have any meaning? You want some sort of meaning with the necklace. It is made with threads of white, so it means I am very excited about devouring you, the lady explained. Threads of white are spider webs. They are, the lady told her. Someday, I will tell you a little more about the threads of white, but for now, We should enjoy your celebration. I'll show my friend what you gave me, Cain told the lady, then ran over to where the large brown spider hung on the web and showed him her precious gift. To think she would believe something that one such as I so easily made up, the lady whispered to the spiders around her. And she does seem to enjoy the gift I made her. Look how happy my little morsel is. I only made the gift a few hours ago and did not put much thought into it, but it is like she sees it as bottled sunshine because I made it for her. I guess it is true about what they say. When those around you turn their hearts from you, even the darkness is inviting. The lady watched Cain as she considered something, and then she questioned, but if I made it up, why did I mention the threads of white? Cain returned, holding the large brown spider as she said, we should celebrate your birthday when it comes. My people do not celebrate our birth. Our way of life is different than yours. We believe every day should be a celebration. If that is the case, we will celebrate your birthday today. Happy birthday. Cain then shouted with a childlike glee. Happy every day should be a celebration day. Several months later, Cain leaned against one of the lady's uninjured legs as she read to the lady from a book. That is enough reading for today, the lady told her. There is something special I would like for you to get me. What is that? Cain asked. Tea, the lady replied. I have not had green tea in ages, but I would settle for black if you cannot find green. It might be hard for me to get, Cain replied. They don't serve it in the cafeteria, and I'm not permitted to go to town. See what you can do, the lady said. I know you will try your best. 3 weeks later, can you teach me some of your language and about the tea ceremony you spoke of last week? Cain asked as she leaned her head against the lady. I guess I can, the lady replied. Today, I will teach you about the tea ceremony. It would have been better if you were able to acquire some tea for me, but I guess we will have to pretend. The lady drew pictures in the sand with her finger as she spoke. This particular tea ceremony is to bring about peace and understanding between two individuals. It is done by each participant sharing a written secret with the other. A secret? Why a secret? Cain asked. If done properly, the secret will create a bond between the two which is intended to bring a deeper understanding. The lady explained. Oh, Cain said. Tell me some more. A few months later, can you tell me your name? Cain asked. Do you think we are friends now? The lady inquired. She nodded her head. We are not yet, the lady spoke. We are far from being friends, little morsel. Should we perform the tea ceremony? Cain questioned. We can tell each other a secret. I do not think you have a secret strong enough to bring to such an occasion, the lady told her. When will we be friends? Cain questioned her. I thought we would have been friends a long time ago, or I thought you would have devoured me by now. I cannot get around how peculiar a child you are, the lady stated, and then she replied, and I cannot give you an answer to those 2 questions yet. I need to call you something, Cain said. You call me, little morsel. So can I pick out a name for you? I do not see why you cannot, the lady replied with a smile. Do you have one in mind? Not yet, Cain answered. I want to pick something from your language. I want it to be special, so I'll take my time and pick out something. My people select names that have great meaning. The lady spoke. Tell me more, Cain said. When we name our children, we select a name that tells of the relationship they will have with us, or others of our kind, or with the world around them. I think I understand, Cain said. I will pick a name that talks about the relationship you have with me. I look forward to hearing just what that name will be, the lady told her. A week later, Cain spread her blanket over a raised section of the platform so that the lady could peer down and see what she was looking at. I think I know what name I want to call you, Cain said with excitement. What would that be? I need to go translate it first, Cain said. I want it to be in your language, and I want it to be a surprise, so I will find the translation on my own. I'll tell you tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a special day. After their time was over for the day, Cain ran out, and the lady watched as she left. Tomorrow will be a special day, the lady told all the spiders around her. I am strong enough now that I can leave this dreadful place. We can go, and I can finally have my revenge on the ones who put me here. All I need is a little morsel to give me the energy I need to journey home. The large brown spider whimpered at hearing what his mistress had in mind. The next day, Cain came running in, yelling, I've found the name. I've found the perfect name. The large brown spider ran out to her, and Cain picked him up as she asked him, What's the matter? You seem upset. Do not worry about him, the lady told her. He is just very excited about today. You would not believe how long I have been waiting for this day, the lady told her with a devious grin. So you're also excited about the name I picked out for you. I hope you like it. I hope you really like it. It's perfect. What name did you pick out for me? Before I tell you, Cain began. It wasn't that easy figuring it out. I translated it wrong the first time, but I believe I have it correct now. I'm so proud of you, my little morsel, the lady said as she moved up behind Cain, who had turned her back to her. Cain put the large brown spider down on a rock, and then she set down her school bag beside him. The lady had plenty of time to plan how she would kill the child, and she even picked out the perfect way to do so. The perfect instrument. She readied the instrument of her death as she asked, "What name did you select for me?" "Aucassin," Cain answered as she turned around with this big beaming smile on her face and asked, "Do you like it?" A wave of emotions flooded over the lady, and the ones that were the strongest were outrage and anger. "What name did you call me?" The lady questioned her as she forgot about the instrument of her death. "Aucassin," Cain answered again as she asked, "Isn't it pretty? I really like it, and I think it suits you." "Do not call me that," the lady spoke angrily. "Do not ever call me that." "You don't like it?" Cain inquired as her joy fled. "I thought it was pretty, and it suits who you are to me. Do not call me that," the lady screamed. I didn't mean to upset you," Cain spoke, and for the first time, she was a little afraid of the lady. "I thought, do not ever call me that." The lady yelled as she grabbed her shoulders and shook Cain. "Do you understand?" The girl nodded near tears. "Now leave," the lady ordered her as she pointed to the exit. "You're mad. I didn't mean to make you mad. I'm sorry. The lady screamed all the more. "Leave now. I do not want to see you. Leave and never come back." The lady started to pace the room as she ranted. This was a mistake. This was all a mistake. She turned to Cain as rage saturated her face, and she screamed all the more at her. "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to me? You are a little morsel. You are something to devour. I do not care about you. Leave. Leave and never come back. You are a curse. You are a curse to anyone you come across. I'm a curse," Cain repeated as the world around her collapsed like a spiderweb that a rock had been thrown through. Tears streamed down her face as she questioned, "You see me as a curse? I thought you wanted to devour me. I thought you—" The lady screamed with all her might as if she was this great monster, and Cain jumped back out of fright, then turned and ran out as fear found a place in her heart. The next day, "I'm back," Cain called out before she could be seen. "I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad with me anymore." She hadn't seen one spider the whole way through the tunnel. "I'm sorry," Cain spoke as she slowly walked in, carrying a tray that rattled with china and seemed a little too heavy for her. "I didn't mean to upset you. I promise I won't ever call you by that name again." She paused before the great platform and asked, "Are you there? Please come out. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad with me." The lady didn't answer her as if she had already left the cave and Cain behind. "I found you some tea," Cain spoke, hopeful it would coax the lady out. The headmistress had some in her office along with this tea set. "I looked up how to make it, and it tastes good." She paused, waiting for a voice who usually greeted her by then, and when the quiet was the only thing that replied. Cain pleaded, "Please come out. Please come out and tell me you're not mad at me anymore." She walked up to the platform and saw that there were no signs of the lady or any of the spiders. Not even a fresh web. "Please come out. I'm sorry. I don't understand why you're mad at me, but I'm sorry." The cavern seemed to fill with silence like a giant beast breathing in sorrow. Cain set the tray down on a boulder and looked all around for the one who had packed brightness into her darkness. She searched for the lady who had brought joy to her hurting. Cain peered into the blackness of the cavern, and for the first time since entering the lair over 7 months ago, she felt alone, and it frightened her, not with fear but with despair. Alone was a very familiar term to her, and it was the kind of alone she had been used to. But she never realized the loneliness of it until she had something to compare it to. Companionship, friendship, love. She thought she had all of these with the lady, and Cain had ruined it with one simple word. The cavern seemed to enlarge as if she was inside a giant beast who had taken another deep breath, filling itself with more sorrow. The silence had given Cain her answer, and her little heart ached over something she had lost. The lady had given her something beyond the terms she understood, something Cain didn't have a name for. The lady had brought her something she had been lacking in her life, and now with the lady, and that something gone, her soul trembled as devastation laid waste to her happiness. Her mind couldn't understand what sort of crime she committed to drive away the one person who had been there every day to nurture and care for her. Cain had no way to express the sheer solitude and loneliness brought on by the vacuum created in the wake of the lady's absence, so the only recourse she had was to lift her hands to her face and weep. Cain had always forced herself not to cry. It did her no good. And it still did her no good, but there was nothing else she could do. She had lost so much with one simple word, a word she thought would bring a joyous smile to the lady's face, but instead, it only brought her the lady's anger and rage. Cain understood she had done something wrong. She just didn't understand what that something was. Something lost and something wrong were all she was left with. "Please don't leave me," she sobbed as she lifted her voice and cried out. I'm sorry. Don't leave me alone. I want you to devour me. I want you to devour me so much that..." It hurts. She motioned to her chest and said, "It hurts right here. It hurts in this centermost part of me. I don't want it to hurt right here. Please come back. Please. Don't leave me." Kane cried for a while, and then she finished and said, "Please come out. I don't want you to be mad with me. Tell me what I should do so that you're not mad with me." No one answered her please. "I went back and picked out a different name for you. Please come out. Please don't leave me." She started crying again. "I picked out Sensei. Is that better? Do you like that name better?" She listened again, but no one answered her. Kane waited a few hours, then poured the now warm tea into one of the teacups, set it on the platform, and then left. She walked out of the cavern and through the tunnel, bawling the whole way. The lady appeared from the shadows a few minutes later, walked over to the teacup, and picked it up. "You should not have called me that," the lady told the image of the child in her mind. "Things would have been a lot simpler if you had not have called me that." The lady lifted her voice and spoke to the horde of spiders who crawled out of their hiding spots. "We are leaving. We are all leaving. I am through with this dreadful place. Let us return." The large brown spider crawled up her leg, and the lady picked it up and said, "You though? You cannot come. You have been infected by that child. She does carry a curse with her, and she does curse anyone she comes across." She set the large brown spider down, and it crawled after the child. The lady peered down at the teacup she held, and then she took a sip of the green tea. "This is good. I should have told her this is good," the lady said, and then she screamed out in anger. "What am I doing?" The lady questioned herself. "I was supposed to kill the little morsel and devour her, but instead I let her go. She should not have called me that. She should never have called me Akasen. What a terrible name to call me, Akasen." The lady yelled as if screaming at the child. "I am not your mother. I never wanted to be your mother." She held the teacup tenderly in her hands as if embracing the child. "I never intended to be your mother." Chapter 2. Let's play the metronome. 28 years later, in one of the busy cities of the US, welcome to the Necht Ruprecht Corporation. "If everyone will follow me," a woman dressed in a business suit called out to a large group of people ranging from ages 21 to 36 who stood outside on a sidewalk. "My name is Mrs. Peacock, and I and the others inside will be guiding you through the steps you need to complete to join our contest, the metronome. Everyone, please move into the building. We need to make room for all the contestants and backup contestants who are standing out on the street." The group of 40-plus people followed her into the large corporate building and into a large lobby. She had them form 5 lines with 8 people in each, and there was also a 6th line with 4 people standing in it. 3 men and 1 other woman were also there, and they also had the same Necht Ruprecht Corporation ID badge. They helped arrange the 40-plus people into smaller groups. I'll tell you a little history of our great corporation. Mrs. Peacock began as a few people were still coming in. The Necht Ruprecht were companions to St. Nicholas, who assisted in his work. The charity they helped bring about is one of the goals of the Necht Ruprecht Corporation, and is also one of the reasons we hold this contest a few times a year. She paused as she received a text message, and then Mrs. Peacock said, "Stay in your lines and please follow us into the next room." The 40 people were led to a reception area where student desks had been set up with paper and pens. The 40 people were instructed to sit and look through the papers. After you have filled out your paperwork, you will be assigned a locker in the men's or women's area, Mrs. Peacock told them. "Go there and store any personal items that you have on you, for none will be permitted in the contest area. And then you are to change into your contestant colors. These jumpsuits will mark which of the 5 color teams you will belong to." The contestants did as instructed, and soon about half the group was in their designated locker rooms changing. One of the male contestants stood up and stated, "I left my license in my car in your parking garage across the street. I'll be right back." Mrs. Peacock nodded, and the male contestant rushed to the front and out, running into a person who was not part of the group. "Watch out there, buddy," the male contestant shouted over his shoulder as he continued out. The Brown Deliveries worker paused, then continued into the building, pulling a truck cart dolly, and went into the lobby and stopped. The worker held an old-fashioned clipboard and tucked it under their arm as they removed a piece of paper, read it over, put the paper back in their pants back pocket, and then walked over to the unmanned receptionist desk. The worker wore a brown cap, jacket, gloves, and pants along with a white t-shirt. The jacket and cap bore the insignia of Brown Deliveries, which was an image of a truck cart dolly. The worker also had a brown single-strap backpack over their shoulder. They parked the dolly beside the desk and waited. Mrs. Peacock noticed the new person who had their back to her, so she walked over to them and said, "You're late. You will need to hurry and join the other contestants over. I'm actually here to make a delivery." Mrs. Peacock noticed the Brown Deliveries insignia when the person turned and faced her, And she also noticed a small dolly that had been hidden from view behind the tall receptionist's desk. The dolly had 5 boxes on it. Mrs. Peacock read their embroidered name on their jacket, held out her hand, and said, "Terry, we normally don't receive deliveries on contest day. Please let me see the delivery slip." Terry handed her the clipboard just as the male contestant returned with his license and went back over to his desk. Mrs. Peacock looked over the invoice and then arched an eyebrow as she said, "Please wait here." Terry nodded as Mrs. Peacock made her way to the security desk and made a call. "Ah, yes, I wanted to ask about." "Oh, sorry, I thought I was talking to controller. Sir, I have this person here from Brown Deliveries with 5 packages for basement level. One of the packages has to be signed for. I can have them wait and go down after the contest is over." Mrs. Peacock listened to the person on the other end, and then she said, "Understood. Goodbye." By the reception desk, Terry glanced around at all the people sitting at desks in the next area, and after a few minutes, Mrs. Peacock returned. "Wear this around your neck," Mrs. Peacock instructed. "The ID badge will allow you to work the elevator, so don't lose it. It will only allow you to go up and down once, so make sure you have everything before you go to make your deliveries. I don't need to be bothered by you again." Mrs. Peacock motioned to a single elevator as she said, "Use the one elevator that is over there. Press the B button, and the rooms you are looking for will all be on that level. Do hurry. I would like you out of the building before our contest begins." "Are you running some sort of game show?" Terry asked. "You could say that," Mrs. Peacock replied. "Is it like The Price is Right?" "No, I would say it is more like Survivor," Mrs. Peacock replied with a grin. "Remember to hurry and stick to the instructions written on the delivery slip." Terry took the lanyard, put it on, and headed for the elevator with the dolly in tow. Mrs. Peacock watched until Terry reached the elevator, and then Miss Peacock turned and went back to the 2 people, who remained of her group, that were still working on their paperwork. In another section of the building, a control center was set up and a controller prepared to start the next contest. 5 feeds on a wall in front of him showed video of 5 unknown locations, and at each location, a mysterious person was represented only by their hands, an object, and a code name. Their faces never appeared on the feeds, only their hands and the object. The first person, male, held a sword with a purple metal rose decorating its hilt. The second person, female, held a silver ink pen with a blue wolf imprinted on it. The third person, also female, had a bone china cup with a red phoenix on it. The fourth person, male, held a large clear marble with a yellow dragon on it. The fifth and final person, male, held a cane with a green serpent head, and on his hand was a ring with a family crest. Each of these people sponsored one of the color teams, and they had selected these people from all over the country and brought them together for this contest. The draft, as they called it, happened a month earlier. Controller, who was a man in his early 50s with salt and pepper hair and blue kind of icy eyes, spoke to the people on the feeds. "Make your wagers. The opening will begin in about an hour." Purple Rose spoke first, and he said, "I wager Team Purple will outlast Team Yellow in overall by 10 minutes. "I'll take that bet," Yellow Dragon spoke, and then he said, "I wager Team Yellow will have more points in the first minute than Team Red." "I will take that bet," Red Phoenix replied. "I wager Team Red will have fewer freeze-ups than any other team." "I'll take that bet," Green Serpent said. "I bet none of the teams will have a winner." He spoke and then waited, and when no one else said anything, he questioned, "No one wants to take the wager." "There has not been a contestant to win opening in the last 5 years," Purple Rose stated. "There might be if we were allowed to select a few of the elite from the Berlin Authority." Blue Wolf spoke. "It would make for better wagering." But Green Serpent said, "I for one don't wish to catch the eye of the Berlin Authority. If they catch wind of what we've been doing here, they will shut us down and the mortem would be over." Controller interrupted. There were a few moments of silence as everyone considered the consequences, and then Green Serpent asked, "Will anyone take my wager?" Red Phoenix stated, "If you sweeten the deal, I might just take the wager this time." "What are you willing to pay?" 10 to 1. "Not sweet enough," Red Phoenix said. "Make it 50 to 1, and I will take the wager that there will be a winner of opening." "Deal," Green Serpent replied. "Any wagers from you?" Blue Wolf. Controller questioned. "None besides my standard wagers," she replied. "But Red Phoenix does have a point about no one winning opening. Maybe we should consider changing some of the rules of the mortem so that more contestants make it through opening." "No, I believe that will never happen," Controller told her. "The 5 of you only need to select better contestants during the draft. Some of you have done well in the past. I believe you have just hit a run of bad luck." 5 years' worth, Green Serpent replied. "I believe it is high time that we have a winner for opening, just not this go-around. I do want to win my wager. I am confused about one thing." Yellow Dragon spoke up. "Why do you tell the contestants that the game is called the Metrom and not the Mortem?" Controller replied, "If you were them and the game was called the Mortem, wouldn't you want more information about it than the tidbits that we give them? It is best to keep them in the dark until there is no escaping the darkness." There were other video feeds within Controller's room, and they currently showed footage of the basement level. Nearly all the areas of basement level were under surveillance. Some time passed, and Controller flipped a switch on his intercom system as he looked at the video feed of the lobby. "Mrs. Peacock, are the teams ready to move out?" "They are," she replied. "We had no need to substitute any players this go around, so I already sent the 4 backups home." "Thank you, Mrs. Peacock," he told her, then turned his attention back to the coaches and said, "We are nearly ready to begin." Controller flipped a different switch so that he spoke to the contestants, and then he stated, "Purple, red, blue, green, and yellow teams prepare to move to your designated elevators. It is almost time to go to the basement level. You have 20 minutes remaining, so take that time to prepare for a game like no other." Earlier and elsewhere, the elevator Terry traveled in came to a stop on the basement level, and the cab doors opened. Terry walked out and looked around. The basement level was dark and only lit by torches that lined the walls every 30 feet. The walls and floor were made out of dark brown hardwood, and the place smelled old but not musty. The elevator opened to a hallway with only one way to go, so Terry followed it for about 300 feet until it came upon a door at the corner. There was a black arrow above the door frame, and the arrow pointed down at the door. Terry checked the delivery slip to see if the symbol matched any of the ones on the instructions and found that the symbol did not. The hallway made a left turn and there was no other direction to go, so Terry followed it. The hallway was long and had no intersecting hallways that Terry could see. This stretch of the hallway was also different than the one that led to the elevator. Terry had excellent vision and had no problem seeing in dark places, but this hallway, it was almost like an unspeakable darkness was in the distance. The darkness seemed to devour the flame of the torches so that they weren't visible until Terry was about 10 feet away from them. The fires should light up the entire hallway, but darkness prevailed in small patches between the torches. Terry walked the hallway and came to a second door, and it was on the left side. A small pyramid was above the doorframe. The pyramid was 3-dimensional, and the symbol matched one of the ones on the delivery slip. So Terry grabbed the corresponding package and set it on the floor in front of the door, knocked, and left as the instructions stated. The third door Terry came across was on the right-hand side and had a bat above the doorframe, and the instructions again stated to leave the package at the door, knock, and immediately leave. Terry did so and continued on and came to a fourth door, and it was on the left side with a fish above the doorframe. The symbol was like a stick figure fish a child would draw. Terry left a package, knocked, and continued on. Terry came to a fifth door on the right with a beaker above the doorframe, set down the corresponding package, knocked, and left. Terry came to a sixth door on the left with nothing above the doorframe and continued on to a door on the right at another corner. The hallway ended at the corner, and a connecting hallway was split and ran in 2 directions. Terry couldn't see anything in this third hallway in either direction, not even the next torch if one existed. Terry turned to the door at the corner of the second hallway, and a spider decorated the area above the doorframe. Terry smiled at seeing it. The instructions for this door were different, so Terry grabbed the last package, knocked on the door, and entered, leaving the dolly in the hallway. The area on the inside was different than the hallway. It was as if one had stepped into an old castle, or maybe the dungeon of an old castle would be a better description. Terry expected to see old dried bones chained up to the walls along with all kinds of medieval torture devices, but there were neither bones nor chains nor torture devices. Gray stones covered the walls and floor. Terry couldn't see if the gray stones also covered the ceiling, for it was so high up and covered in a white webbing that Terry couldn't see the ceiling. The dungeon castle area was huge, larger than the room should have been, considering how big the corporation building was on the outside and how far Terry had walked through the hallways. Terry imagined it was how the companions felt when they walked into the doctor's TIRDIS, which was bigger on the inside than it was on the out. The TIRDIS was bigger on the inside, but that was science fiction, and this was her reality. It was cold in the room or dungeon castle area, and a breeze swept in, blowing the white cobwebs of all different sizes. Terry carried the package a few steps in and noticed a white borderline on the floor 10 feet from the door. The line stretched across the floor from one wall to the other and stood in front of Terry like a finish line of a race. The instructions had said to call out and keep walking until the resident was found, but at seeing the white borderline, which appeared to be made out of webbing, Terry decided to stay behind it. "Hello," Terry called out. "I have a delivery for you, and I need for you to sign for it." Terry paused and listened and heard no one, so Terry called out again, but louder. "Hello, I have A thunderous sound filled the dungeon castle area as if a herd of buffalo was charging for the door. Terry thought about running for the entrance, but then a signal figure appeared in the distance, and the figure was running. Whatever the thing was, it was huge, about 20 feet tall and about 30 feet wide, and it had multiple legs, 8 in all. The creature continued running for Terry and then stopped about 5 feet shy of the white borderline. The momentum the creature created from running kicked up a gust of wind, and the windy wake filled with dust blew past and knocked Terry's brown cap to the floor. The huge creature before Terry spoke. "At first, I thought you were a man, but now I see that you are a woman." Terry said nothing to the large creature's comments. She didn't even pick up the brown cap that had been blown off her head. Terry stared at the wondrously terrifying creature before her as if she was caught in a dream. It was the kind of dream one was afraid of but didn't want to leave. A giant red spider with black markings stood before her, but this spider was different than most. A woman's torso stuck out of the back of the red spider's head. The woman's torso was of a normal size if she had been human, and she wore a black kimono with red and gold flowers. The woman part of the creature looked like a beautiful Japanese woman with long black silky hair pulled up and kept in place with a flower hairpin. The torso part of her looked human except for her beautiful 8 pitch black eyes that were arranged on her face in a complementing pattern. There was one small one on each side of her nose right on her cheekbones about the size of a pea. 4 larger ones along the line that humans' eyes normally occupied about the size of a quarter, and 2 more in the center of her forehead that were about the size of cucumber slices. These eyes had human characteristics in that they could blink and that they expressed the Spider-Woman's emotions. "You do not look like one of the contestants," the Spider-Woman spoke as she looked around the room as if searching for something. Terry started to speak as her eyes opened so wide her brown eyes could clearly be seen as thousands of thoughts filled her head. "There should be at least 7 more of you," the Spider-Woman interrupted her. "Where is the rest of your team?" Terry repeated as she tried to form a sentence from the jumbled thoughts and emotions that filled her head and heart. She was terrified by what seeing this being meant to the world as she knew it. If this wasn't a dream, her world was about to change drastically. "You do not seem as frightened by my presence as you should," the Spider-Woman interrupted again. "Are you in shock?" The Spider-Woman folded her arms as she peered angrily down at the one who intruded on her domain, and then she said, "You should be terrified by my mere presence. I believe you are in shock. I do not have the patience for such things. You need to answer my questions, and you need to answer them now." Terry repeated for a 3rd time as she shook her head from the sheer dreadfully incredible surprise of seeing a being that shouldn't exist in her world. She thought this creature would be furious with her intrusion, but the Spider-Woman almost seemed. She seemed irritated, and Terry also sensed she was somewhat disheartened over some duty she had yet to perform. "I can only imagine what is going through your mind," the Spider-Woman told her. "They never prepare you contestants for what you will meet down here. I almost feel sorry for you humans." The Spider-Woman saw that the woman only carried a box, and she said, "They also usually give you contestants a weapon. Have you hidden yours? Has your team come up with some sort of sneak attack?" "You're just like her," Terry finally uttered, but she didn't say it with panic seething out of her lips. She said it as if she was very happy to see this creature that should only exist in people's nightmares. "For the longest time, I thought I only dreamt about the lady or had made her up like an imaginary friend, but here you are. You're just like her." Her heart joyously raced as sheer unerasable enthusiasm filled her entire being, as she stated, "If you exist, the lady must exist, and if she exists, I can still find her." "I have no idea who or what you were babbling about," the Spider-Woman spoke. "Why do you not step over that line so we can begin the opening?" The Spider-Woman noticed the embroidered name on the woman's brown uniform, and she said, "Draw near. Terry, let us begin." My name's not Terry. I just borrowed this uniform. And I'm not one of these contestants you keep talking about. I'm actually a delivery girl." Woman, I have a package for you." "A package for me?" the Spider-Woman repeated. "I thought no one knew I was trapped here. Unless it is the person who put me in this prison or one of the other residents? Who is the package from?" The delivery woman glanced at the invoice and said, "It says it's from no one." "I know no one," the Spider-Woman replied. "Wait." The delivery woman spoke and then laughed. "I think I get it. The package not from no one but from no one." "I do not see how that is funny," the Spider-Woman spoke. "Give me the package." The delivery woman walked up to the white borderline, but she didn't cross it as she said, "I need for you to sign for it first." She lifted a clipboard, the old kind that had a wooden base and a metal clip that held the paper in place, and an ink pen was attached to it by a string. The Spider-Woman started to walk over to her, but she stopped, worried this was still a trick. "What is this place?" the delivery woman questioned as she continued to look around the area. You said you're trapped here and that you're a prisoner. We are on the basement level, the Spider-Woman replied. And I might have misspoken before. I am not really a prisoner, though. I do feel like one. She peered at the human curiously, and then she said, You act as if you have seen my kind before. Are you sure you are not a contestant, or perhaps a being I know nothing of? I'm human, but I'm not a contestant. I have encountered your kind before, the delivery woman replied. I met her a long, long time ago. I am surprised you survived your encounter and was not devoured, or was this other, who was like me, dead? Wasn't dead, but she was injured, the delivery woman replied, and then she thought about her past, and the sorrow she had carefully sealed away leaked out as she mumbled. The lady didn't devour me because I wasn't big enough. The painful memories remained with her a little longer, and then the delivery woman sealed them away again and questioned, What sort of contests go on here? And who are the other residents you mentioned? Controller's voice came over the intercom, and he said, Residents of basement level. A new contest will begin in 5 minutes. It would seem that you have told me the truth about not being one of the contestants, the Spider-Woman said. Contestants are not allowed on basement level until the opening has begun, and if you are not a contestant, you need to leave. Quickly draw over here to this rock so that you can climb up it and hand me the clipboard. The delivery woman started to go to her, but then she stopped before crossing the white borderline and said, Give me permission to come into your lair, and I'll come to you, otherwise, you'll have to come to me. It would seem that someone taught you about the Kumisaki. She did, the delivery woman said. We were good friends, so she taught me many things, including that a Kumisaki is a white borderline made of very sensitive webbing, and the one who created it knows when something crosses the Kumisaki even though it's not physically attached. Sakai means boundary. Your kind developed the Kumisaki because, friends, the Spider-Woman scoffed, ignoring the rest of what the human had told her. If she was your friend, tell me her name. The delivery woman frowned and bowed her head as the painful memories of her childhood that still afflicted her caused the centermost part of her to hurt again. The sorrow, she could never get rid of, ate at the emotional barrier she thought she had successfully erected. The sorrow seeped out again and stained her heart with rejection, forcing her thoughts to go back to that time when she lost everything over an ill-conceived name. I thought so, the Spider-Woman spoke, drawing the delivery woman from her thoughts. Our kind would never be friends with your kind. We only take pleasure in eating your kind, the Spider-Woman stated as she walked over to the human. Her body bowed low to the ground, and then the Spider-Woman held out her hand and said, Let me have that clipboard. The delivery woman held up the clipboard and then lifted on her tippy toes to reach as far as she could, and the Spider-Woman took the clipboard. The Spider-Woman read over the delivery slip but found no other clues as to who sent the package. The delivery woman watched the Spider-Woman, and the sadness drained from her heart and hope returned, and that hope beamed from her face once again. The Spider-Woman glanced at the human a couple times while she read, wary she might attack her while she was searching for clues. You have been smiling at me with this stupid grin since we met. I prefer when humans scream. Sorry, it's just that you remind me so much of the lady even the way you want to eat me. Now I do know that something is wrong with you, the Spider-Woman told her as she handed back the clipboard after she signed it, and the human took it. The delivery woman glanced back at the door as she questioned, What is going on here? What is this place? She faced the Spider-Woman as she continued questioning, Why are you down here? And why do you keep talking about a contest? It sounds to me like you're being forced to do something that you don't want to. I still cannot figure you out, the Spider-Woman said. Are you part of the contest? You seem all innocent, but for some reason, I get this feeling that you're... I almost laugh when I think about it, but I do believe you are dangerous. I'm only here to deliver packages, she replied. But I do find it weird that... Why are you still here? The Spider-Woman demanded as the sensation of fear intensified within her being. The other part of her, the giant spider, didn't seem to mind that this human was there, but she was becoming very wary of the human. And so she declared, You should be running away by now, but here you are speaking to me as if we are equals. I prefer when humans run, and you could also do me the favor of screaming as you do so if you are not going to cross the Kumisaki. I would like to talk to you a little longer. I'm just so excited to talk with one of your kind again. I still can't believe I found another like the lady. What are the odds? Maybe you know her. If you cannot tell me her name, I cannot help you, the Spider-Woman told her as the sensation of danger intensified. I forgot about that, the delivery woman spoke. I guess I'll never find her, she stated with a deep-seated sadness that seemed to resonate throughout her entire body. But then the despair quickly turned into joy again, as she said, At least, now I know that I didn't dream about her. If you are so keen on knowing names, why not tell me yours? The Spider-Woman said as she needed to know the reason why she felt this way towards a seemingly normal human. I have a designation. but it's not really a name. It's more of, how should I put it? It's more of what I am. Spit it out, human. There is not much time left before the opening begins. I am Cain. The Spider-Woman laughed a little bit, and then she started laughing harder as she said, You did not lie. If that is your name, I might as well call you Baka. Baka. That word means fool. Cain means more of. Cain is... No. No. The Spider-Woman interrupted as she continued to laugh. From this time forth and until the day you die, to me, you will be Baka? Cain sighed as she received another name that belittled her. And then she asked, What should I call you? And before you say anything, I'm not asking what your name is. I'm only asking what I should call you when I address you. I could call you Kimuvan, but I don't think you want me to refer to you just by your people's name. It would be like you calling me human all the time. For you can call me Shikujo, not that you will have much of an occasion to use it. If you are not a contestant, you will not be here long, Shikujo. I like it. It suits you, Cain said. Do you know what it means? Shikujo questioned. I do. It means lady of refinement. And you are definitely a lady? Cain replied. I can tell these things, and you're so pretty. You must be a Kimikazoku. You are definitely an odd human, Shikujo spoke. But I am amused that you think of me as royalty. I would like to ask you a few more questions if I might, Cain said. And then she asked, Can you leave? What are you asking me? Are you a prisoner here? You said you were and then you said you weren't. All the residents are, but most of us are volunteer prisoners, Shikujo replied, and then for the first time, she spoke with concern for the human as if a memory forced her worry to the surface from a place she had long ago buried it away. And she said, You really should be leaving now. The opening is about to begin, and I do not believe you will want to see what comes next. You appear to be a kind soul, not that I am sold on the mask you are wearing, but there is something about you that is somewhat familiar. So for the sake of that familiarity, I will tell you that you should leave before you see something that you cannot unsee. I would like to speak to you just a little longer, Cain told her, not sure what the Kimuvan was implying. I haven't talked with one of you in such a long time, and it feels nice to be able to speak with one of your race again. Before Shikujo could reply, Controller came back over the intercom and stated, Opening will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Soon groups of people could be heard shouting to one another outside in the hallway as they ran in all different directions across the wooden floor. About 10 seconds later, Cain turned as the door burst open, and 8 people rushed in. They were armed with either a sword, spear, or battle axe, and they rushed at the Kimuvan, crossing the white borderline and attacking the 20-foot creature. Cain started to go after the people to stop them from hurting her, but she paused before crossing the white borderline. She watched as the 8 people attacked the Kimuvan and then blood splattered her own face. It wasn't the Kimuvan's blood, it was the 8 people's. The humans never stood a chance against a creature such as she, and Cain stood there in shock as she watched the Kimuvan tear apart the people as if they were paper dolls. The battle was over in less than a minute. She stared up at the one who was like her teacher as the human's blood ran down Shikujo's entire body. Cain never imagined the terror and the horror she visited day after day the 7 months she knew the other Kimuvan, the one she knew as the lady. Fear awoke in her and stirred, wanting to be released. The fear started at the middle of her spine and slowly burned up her back. Don't be afraid, Cain spoke softly to herself. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. Everything will be. Shikujo turned to her and saw a different expression on the human's face than what had been there minutes earlier. They had talked as if they had known each other for years, and the experience brought back pleasant memories. But now Cain stared at her as if she didn't recognize her, as if she was terrified of her, and that sight brought back terrible, unpleasant memories. That is the look I was waiting on, Shikujo told her. I will score quite a few points for that very expression. Now draw to me. Draw to me and cross the Kumasakai. Allow me to rip you apart as I ripped apart the others of your treacherous kind. Don't be afraid, Cain spoke louder as she edged her way toward the door behind her as flight or fight kicked in. There is nothing to fear. Everything will be fine. Don't be afraid. Do you not see me standing here? Shikujo questioned her. There is a lot to be afraid of. I can deliver a wide range of deaths upon you. So do draw near and let me indulge in the pain I can deliver. Fear swelled in her and grew so rapidly that she couldn't control it. So Cain turned, bolted out of the room, and entered the hallway as she heard more people screaming. She ran to the door with the beaker on it and flung it open, hoping to find a way out, but instead, she came across a haze of purple smoke that made her a little dizzy. She saw a man in a white lab coat wearing a gas mask, and he was dragging one of his 8 victims across the floor to the back of the room. Cain realized if she stayed in that room any longer, either the gas or fear would be the end of her. So she fled the room and went to the next. She ran to the door with the fish on it, flung it open, ran in, and found she was standing at the edge of a dock. The dock was up high and looked over other docks of different levels that were mostly hidden from view by a thick white fog. Cain saw who she thought was a human man, so she climbed down a ladder to the next dock, which wasn't covered in fog, and approached him. "Are you all right?" she called out to the man with his back to her. "Stay back!" he screamed as he turned around and faced her. He was armed with a sword, and he shook it at her as if it was only a walking stick as he yelled again. "Stay back. I won't hurt you," Cain told him, "and I'll stay right in this spot. Are you all right? The others? They're all gone," he spoke. "The water," he started as he turned and faced the swamp. "The water took them, and now they're all gone." Cain glanced at the murky waters as a different type of fear afflicted her, and she edged back a few steps as she said, "Why don't we leave? Come with me, and we'll leave." They both could hear people screaming in the distance, and the man turned to her and asked, "What kind of contest is this? What kind of contest kills off its contestants?" "I don't know," Cain replied. "I think we should leave." She waved him over to her as she said, "Please, come with me." He took a step to go to her when a hand reached up out of the fog, snatched his leg, and pulled him over. The man managed to grab the edge of the dock as he screamed for her help, so Cain ran for him across the dock and dove for his outstretched hand. But she missed him, and he was dragged into the fog. She thought about climbing down to the next dock, but the sound of something large splashing into the water incited fear to return, and the burning fear residing on her back intensified. So she forsook the man and fled the room. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid," she kept repeating to herself as she ran into the hallway. "I'll find a way out. There has to be a way out." All the screams had died down by the time she reached the room with the bat. Cain opened its door, rushed in, and found a man lounging on a scarlet velvet couch in what appeared to be a parlor of an old Victorian mansion. There seemed to be a mist about the room, not like the purple smoke or the white fog of the other two rooms, but a red mist for hiding things. Cain wasn't frightened by the alluring man who had very attractive shoulder-length black wavy hair that fell over his face and over the face of a woman he was embracing. Cain slowly drew to him as if she needed to be with him, as if she needed to stay by his side forever. She noticed he was kissing the woman on the couch with him, and Cain peered at her as if seeing the woman for the first time, and she felt herself flush. Cain realized what she had walked in on and started for the door to give them some privacy at a time she should be worried about her own safety. But then the man lifted his head, and his hair fell back into place. He turned to her and saw her, but Cain was no longer embarrassed to have disturbed them. She was afraid, very afraid. His eyes, they were all red as if they were full of blood, and she realized he wasn't kissing the woman but drinking of her. The shock reset her senses. The mist of the room lifted, and Cain saw that 7 bodies laid scattered about the room and that they were all dead, drained of their blood. She turned her attention back to the vampire who once more took of the blood of his female victim. And the victim. She was still alive. The woman stretched out her hand for Cain to help her, but the burning fear that had been with her since opening warned her. It warned Cain she needed to run, so she ran. She abandoned the woman to her horrible fate, and she ran to the door with the pyramid on it, and then she opened it to find a desert land and some sort of Egyptian tomb. She didn't go in this time, but stood at the threshold to see if this door would lead to an exit or only lead to more horrors that would be seared into her memory like some brand of terror. A small sandstorm encompassed the large room, or maybe desert plain would be a better word for it, but Cain could still make out a tall mummy about 7 feet tall covered in aged linen wrappings. But he was also donned in gold and other precious stones and gems as if he was once a great Egyptian pharaoh. The mummy held a man by his throat as blue scarab beetles by the dozens came out of a hole in the mummy's other outstretched hand, and the scarab beetles attacked the man. The man screamed as the carnivorous beetles started to eat him alive, and all Cain could do because of her fear was shut the door. She couldn't save anyone. Everyone was dead or dying. She wanted so badly to help all those people, but her fear wouldn't let her. Her fear still pushed her to escape. So she started for the elevator. Cain wanted to run, but she was barely able to walk toward the elevator as all the horrible images of carnage, torture, and death bombarded her mind. She passed the last door with the black arrow symbol on it and didn't bother to open it. Cain turned the corner and walked about 10 feet from the last door, paused, and started to cry when she heard this howl. She turned and faced the way she had come, and she heard what sounded like something running on all fours towards her across the wooden floor. Her heart thundered in her chest as she turned and sprinted for the elevator that was 300 feet away as the unknown creature drew close to the corner. She sprinted as fear made her run all the faster, and then she entered the cab and quickly pressed the lobby button. But nothing happened. The creature howled again before he turned the corner and ran toward her. Cain punched the lobby button with her finger several more times. and then she hit the door close button as the hairy creature with sharp teeth neared. Fear seemed to split her back open along her spine as death on all fours approached, and Kane stepped back from the buttons to the very back of the cab. The brown hairy creature leapt just as the doors slowly closed, and the elevator shook as the creature hit. Kane collapsed to the floor as she heard the creature claw at the doors on the outside. She wrapped her arms around herself and sobbed. She was safe for now, so all she had to do was control her fear. Kane rocked back and forth, trying to console herself as she pushed back her fear. "Don't be afraid," she whispered. "Don't be afraid. Everything's fine. There's nothing to be afraid of here. Don't be afraid." Kane knew she didn't have time to cry, so she crawled forward a few feet, then leaned and put her ear to one of the doors. And she heard the creature on the outside trying to claw its way in, but eventually he gave up and walked away across the wooden floor. Kane grabbed one of the railings and managed to stand and move back to the buttons. The fear that burned down her spine lessened and seemed to seal itself back up inside her. So she stared at the elevator control panel, and with her mind at a calmer state, Kane realized why the elevator refused to obey her command to go up. She removed her ID badge and started to swipe it across the scanner when, moments earlier, in Controller's room, "I officially call the opening done," Controller spoke. "Coaches, you may now satisfy all wagers." The coaches did so, but then, actually, Red Phoenix spoke up. "I have won our bet, Green Serpent. There is a winner for opening." "Are you talking about a survivor?" Green Serpent spoke up. "And are you referring to the delivery woman?" "I am," Red Phoenix replied. "She is still alive. She isn't a contestant, and all the contestants are dead, so there is no survivor. And I win our wager. Controller, can we have a ruling on this?" Red Phoenix requested. "Who won the wager? Let me see. The rules state that anyone who is on a level when the contest begins becomes a contestant. So this delivery woman is now a contestant. Red Phoenix wins the wager. We have our first survivor in 5 years to make it past opening." Green Serpent grumbled, and then he said, "You will have your money within the hour." Controller spoke. "Now that we have someone to survive opening, we should talk about the next wagers." Yellow Dragon stated, "This was my first opening, so I'm still quite new to all of this. Can you explain the next step in the mortem? Does this contestant become a resident?" "I almost forgot," Controller said. "You took over the coaching position of Yellow Fox after his untimely demise, so I should explain things in depth." Controller cleared his throat and then said, "The contestant doesn't become a resident right away. The contestant must survive 7 days with the other residents, and then they become a resident, or they could kill one of the residents, and then they automatically become one of the residents." Controller paused, and then he said, "You see, as coaches, you each have one of the residents as your player. You inherited Yellow Fox's resident, and now it is your job to guide them through the mortem. You can even give them gifts and equipment as you see fit, all so that your resident may ascend to the next level. And by doing so, you are also taken to the next level. And each level we attain, we gain one of our wishes." Yellow Dragon spoke. "Correct," Controller replied. "One of your minor wishes will be fulfilled, but you have to win the mortem to gain your ultimate wish." Purple Rose questioned, "How was a human, not part of the opening, allowed onto the basement level to begin with?" "I am still looking into that," Controller replied. "She was delivering packages, and Mrs. Peacock called the high-ups and gained permission to send the delivery woman through." "The high-ups? Do you mean one of the Mortem Masters gave her permission to send the delivery woman through?" "Now that is interesting." Purple Rose spoke. Blue Wolf added, "If one or all the Mortem Masters allowed the delivery woman to go on through, they must be up to something. I believe I'm a little more interested in this delivery woman now." "Back to what you were telling me about the wishes," Yellow Dragon stated. "I am not allowed to divulge wishes of coaches, but I can tell you the first 3 wishes of Yellow Fox since he is no longer with us. His first wish was that he would have sole ownership of his family's company. His second wish was that we could find a way for him to marry his mistress without losing half his fortune to his current wife. His third wish was that we could find a way to create a male offspring. Yellow Fox was sterile, so I believe we were thinking of cloning him if he ever made it to the 3rd level." Blue Wolf spoke up. "I believe that was more information than any of us needed to know." "My other question is," Yellow Dragon began, "if this contestant becomes a resident without killing one of the other residents, who will be her coach? Will you bring in a 6th coach? Only 5 coaches are permitted for the basement level," Controller replied. "One of you will acquire her and have 2 residents, doubling your chances of making it to the next level. It also increases our chances of losing money." Green Serpent spoke up. "He is correct. Any failure by a resident costs their coach," Controller stated. "We can decide on a way to determine which coach she will belong to if and when this Kane, I believe she said her name was, survives. There are 7 days. I doubt she will make it past 2. And speaking of which, let us make dead pool wagers. Before we get into that, Red Phoenix interrupted. I would like to get to know our contestant since she was not part of the draft. I would like to ask her a few questions. Green Serpent spoke up. I think we all would like to ask her a few questions since she wasn't part of the draft. None of you are permitted to speak to a contestant, Controller told them. I never heard of such a rule, but I might have an idea to get around that rule. Red Phoenix said. We can all ask her questions through you. The present basement level elevator. Kane removed her ID badge and started to swipe it across the scanner when Controller spoke over the intercom. I should tell you that if you leave now, you will not be able to return. Why would I want to return? Kane questioned him. This is a horrible place. You can make a lot of money playing the Mortem. I'm not interested in money, she told him. I can't be here. I want to leave. Do you understand the position you are in? Controller questioned her. I'm not sure how you stumbled across the Mortem, but you are here now, and I can't let you leave. I should also add that you can't threaten us with people finding out that you are here. You're far below ground on a level that isn't in the building's blueprints, and all video recordings of you on the premises have already been wiped. No one will find you here. I can't be here, Kane repeated. You have to let me go. I can't be here. As I said before, I can't let you go unless... Unless what? Kane questioned. Unless you win. If you win the Mortem, I'll allow you to leave. Whoever created this contest is mad, she stated. I know, Controller replied. This place is madness, but the only way you are going to escape is if you win. How do I win? She asked, not wanting to know but buying her some time to think. It is simple, Controller began. To keep going you have to survive 7 days. But I should warn you, no one has ever won the Mortem. I understand why. It's impossible. I can't survive down here with all those creatures for 7 days. I can't unless I kill them and... Now you are getting the idea, he spoke. No. I won't kill. I won't pick up a weapon. There has to be another way. I can't stay down here 7 days. Those creatures. Fear will. She tried to calm herself, but her anxiety made all her words flow incoherently as she said, the monster will want to destroy. I'm afraid. And, so is the nature of monsters, Controller stated. They want to kill and destroy, and that is why this Mortem is so much fun. Who can predict what anyone will do? Everyone, the coaches, the residents, even myself, we all have our own agendas, and we have to survive to make them come true. I don't understand what you're saying, and I can't be here, Kane insisted. It's not safe. You have to let me go? Now I am the one who is afraid. I am afraid I can't let you go, Controller replied. Think of it as you have no other choice but to survive, and it will make everything more. What is the word I am looking for? Clearer. Kane said as she moved to the center of the cab to see if she could spot a camera, but she didn't see one. No, fun was the word I was looking for, or maybe entertaining. Now you can either survive or die, that is up to you. And the creatures, Kane mumbled. How do I stay down here and not die? Controller interrupted. You will have to use whatever skills you possess. Now, enough chit-chat. You need to run if you are going to survive. Run. Correct, run, Controller spoke. I am opening the elevator, and our guard dog is waiting outside. He hasn't been fed in a few days, and he's very upset he wasn't able to snag a contestant for himself. The cab doors opened before Kane could object, and the creature that had chased her turned at the sound. The creature was slightly smaller than her and completely covered in brown fur. He looked at her as he licked his chops. If you haven't figured it out yet, Controller said, that is a werewolf pup. He is much smaller than an adult but still strong, and he is very, very hungry. The end. Next, look for the continuation of the series in Monster of Monsters #1, Part 2, Mortem's Contestant.
Welcome to another one of my videos. You can help support this channel by subscribing and liking, and by grabbing the free ebook that goes along with this audiobook. In today's video, the horror science fiction series Monster of Monsters continues with Monster of Monsters #1, Part 2, Mortem's Contestant. If you have not heard the first part, Monster of Monsters #1, Part 1, Mortem's Opening, you can find the link up here in the upper right hand corner, or in the description. Now sit back and relax and enjoy part 2.
Monster of Monsters, Number 1, Part 2, Mortem's Contestant, by Christy Lynn Higgins, 2017-2021. Chapter 3, Stay Boy. Stay. Kane entered the Necked Ruprecht Corporation to simply deliver 5 packages to residents living on the basement level, but instead, she stumbled upon a deadly game called the Mortem in which she had become an unwilling contestant. She currently stood, trapped in an elevator with a werewolf pup on the other side ravenously waiting to sink his teeth into her. Moments earlier, the elevator cab kept her protected, but it also kept her trapped. Controller told her that she was far underground, so maybe the elevator was more of a grave or a tomb. Kane heard the werewolf pup just outside, and she realized the cab was more of a slaughterhouse, and the werewolf pup would be the slaughterer. Her fear was great and ever-growing. She had to get out of the Mortem, but there were certain things she should never do. No, I won't kill, Kane told Controller. I won't pick up a weapon. There has to be another way. I can't stay down here 7 days. Those creatures. Fear will. She worked on calming herself, but her anxiety muddled her thoughts so that her words flow incoherently as she said, "The monster will want to destroy. I'm afraid." And so is the nature of monsters, Controller stated. They want to kill and destroy, and that is why this Mortem is so much fun. Who can predict what anyone will do? Everyone, the coaches, the residents, even myself, we all have our own agendas, and we have to survive to make them come true. I don't understand what you're saying, and I can't be here, Kane insisted. It's not safe. You have to let me go? Now? I'm the one who is afraid. I am afraid I can't let you go, Controller replied. Think of it as you have no other choice but to survive, and it will make everything more. He spoke, enjoying himself way too much, then paused as if trying to come up with something witty to say, and asked, "What is the word I am looking for?" Clearer, Kane said as she moved to the center of the cab to see if she could spot a camera. But she didn't see one. No, fun was the word I was looking for, or maybe entertaining. Now you can either survive or die, that is up to you. And the creatures, Kane mumbled. How do I stay down here and not die? He interrupted. You will have to use whatever skills you possess. Now, enough chit-chat. You need to run if you are going to survive. Run? She repeated as if the word was foreign to her. Correct, run, Controller spoke. I am opening the elevator, and our guard dog is waiting outside. He hasn't been fed in a few days, and he is very upset he wasn't able to snag a contestant for himself. The cab doors opened before Kane could object, and the creature, who had chased her, turned at the sound. The creature was smaller than her and completely covered in brown fur. He looked at her as he greedily licked his drool-covered chops. He was nearly at the other end of the hallway, about 300 feet away. If you haven't figured it out yet, Controller said, that's a werewolf pup. He's much smaller than an adult but still strong, and he's very, very hungry. The werewolf pup howled, excited he could resume the hunt, and he charged after her, snarling and barking. Kane had nowhere to run but the hallway, so she backed up into the cab. I need some place to run to if you want me to survive past the next minute, Kane yelled. I can't run into one of the residents' rooms. There has to be someplace else. Let me get a consensus from the coaches. Controller spoke as if he would take his time in doing so. The werewolf pup snarled and howled as he passed the halfway mark. Hurry, Kane yelled. Make this more of a contest than a slaughter. Majority says you can use the Black Arrow room for the time being. It is the first one you passed when you first left the elevator, and if you haven't figured it out by now, it is the one with the black arrow above it. She squatted down as the werewolf pup ran the last 10 feet. Kane waited for him to leap for her, and then she jumped up and in a feat no human should be able to do. She used the wall behind herself to kick off and catapult herself over him. Kane landed on the floor, rolled to a standing position, and then took off running. The werewolf pup turned his body when he missed her, then immediately moved his arms and legs to change directions to give chase, but instead of moving after her, he slid and slammed into the wall hard with a yelp. He whined a little more as if hurt, and then he slowly pursued her. It took him a while before he was back up to his top speed. Kane bolted for the Black Arrow room as fear urged her on at a frantic pace, and she reached the door and rushed in before the werewolf pup could overtake her. She slammed the door behind her, and the werewolf pup swiped at it and barked as he clawed at the door some more. There's no way I can survive here, Kane yelled through depleted breath as she leaned against the door. Controller told her, you just have to fight to survive. I can't, she insisted as she peered into the pitch-black room she entered, and it appeared to be empty. I can't fight. It is the way things are done here, Controller told her. It is how the contestants have competed, but I guess skills are what they are, and if you don't have them, if you can't fight, well, you will be someone's food or decoration. Fighting's not everything, Kane said. I saw how that went for all of the other contestants. I can't fight. Make another way for me to compete or there won't be much of a contest. There was a long pause, and then Controller questioned, What do you propose? There has to be a quicker way to win. You could kill one of the residents to secure your position. Controller told her, Kill one of them and you will immediately become a resident? I can't. I won't, Kane spoke. And then she said, Contests have rules, so this one has to also. I would like to add some rules. Adding rules. Now that's an interesting proposition. What sort of rules would you like to add? Kane replied, First, tell me what the residents are after. Their freedom, of course, Controller replied. Each has a goal they must accomplish, and then they can move up to the next level, or as I said before, they could kill one of the other residents, and then they automatically move up. How many levels are there? Quite a few, Controller answered, and then he added, Only the residents know. What is Shukujo's goal? Who is this Shukujo? The Kumavan, Kane replied. Did she tell you her name? No, Kane answered. I just call her that. I will use that name also, Controller stated. As to your question, that information is Shukujo's, and it is hers to give or withhold. Now, tell me your conditions, or should I say rules you would like to add to remain as a contestant. It's simple. Kane began, and then she stated, The other residents can't kill me. Other residents. You sound like you are very confident that you will become one. I can be if you make the contest a little less dangerous. Exactly. This place is a death trap. Any room that I walk into could kill me the instant I enter. It's not much of a contest. Controller laughed for a few moments, and then he said, I imagine everyone would like to have that rule for themselves. But you must know that I can't do that. They can kill one another at any time they want, whether they are contestant or resident. That won't do, Kane mumbled to herself. I'm afraid the monster. You should be afraid of the monsters, Controller told her. I believe the contestants would be more afraid of them if they didn't think this was some televised reality game show. My fault, I am sure. I am inclined to tell people half-truths when it suits me. She asked, How about they have to answer 3 of my questions before they can kill me for that day? It would give me some breathing room. Questions would force the residents to interact with you, and this level's resident interplay with one another has become stagnate. So I think I like that rule. Let me see if the coaches will agree, Controller said. Coaches? Who are these coaches you keep referring to? Kane asked, and when he didn't answer, she said, Hello, you still there? Elsewhere, Controller's room. I like the delivery woman's idea, Blue Wolf spoke first. But to give her such leeway, Purple Rose stated, Is it fair to the residents? I do not believe it is fair, Red Phoenix said, and then she added, But what rules are? I would like to see a change come to basement level, and maybe these questions are the key to one of us moving up. Yellow Dragon, what about you? Controller questioned. I'm undecided. Do we need a 6th resident? I would prefer to move on without her in play. You would, Green Serpent told him. You haven't been here that long, but as for one who is ready to move up at any cost, I'm for the questions. I have been here the longest of the coaches present, and I believe the Morton could use some new flavor. A show of hands then, Controller said. If at least 3 of you raise your hands, I will allow this new rule. Green Serpent, Red Phoenix, and Blue Wolf all raised their hands. I will let the contestant know, Controller spoke. Basement level, Black Arrow room. I have the coach's answer, Controller called out over the intercom. The majority have agreed. Most of them think it will make things more interesting. But what about your wager? What do you mean? Kane asked. What thing of value do you have to bet with? You wanted to add a rule, so now you have to pay for it by making a wager. I don't know if it has any value, but it should be obvious what my wager is. You already forced me to bet it. What is that? Controller questioned. I'll be betting my life. I guess you have already wagered it, so for you to accomplish your goal, you must survive 7 days. Now, besides the questions you agree to ask each resident each day, the coaches have a question for you. You will need to answer each one before we proceed, and the answer will only be given to the coach who submitted the question. Who are these coaches? They are the ones you don't see. They are the ones who are either for or against you. Kind of a cryptic answer, Kane said. What are their questions? First question. Who do you work for? I work for Brown Deliveries. I already looked into Brown Deliveries, Controller told her, and then he informed her. The company doesn't exist. Sure it does, Kane said. I was just there before I came here. I suppose you are going to tell me you just started working there today. Kane muttered as she put a hand to her pants back pocket that held an invitation of sorts that she had read earlier. Why do I feel like I've been set up for something? I guess you answered that question as best as you could unless you are lying to us. I don't lie, Kane spoke and then added. I try not to lie. Moving on, Controller said. The second question. Who are you? Terry isn't your real name. No, Terry was just on the uniform they had me borrow. I am known as Cain. Third question. What is your taste in men? Excuse me. Sorry, but one of the coaches wanted to know what kind of man you like. Tall, short, fat, thin, handsome, rugged, filthy rich, etc. Can I pass? Sorry, no. No one can pass unless the one who is asking the question allows them when a bargain has been struck. Controller answered. I guess kind, Cain replied. I like a kind man. What sort of question was that? I am not sure myself, Controller replied. Fourth question. What sort of skills do you have? Do you know a martial art, or maybe you are an experienced marksman? I don't think I have any skills, Cain answered. I haven't found anything I'm good at yet that is worth mentioning. Final question, and this one is a little odd. Controller started. She inquired, odder than the third one. Afraid so, but what can I do but ask it? Controller answered, cleared his throat, and questioned, of all the monsters that are on the basement level, who is the most terrifying and dangerous monster? You can take your time. You must need to think about it. There are so many to pick from, and I don't need any time, Cain stated, and then she replied, and the answer's easy. The most terrifying and dangerous monster is elsewhere, Controller's room. I never imagined she would answer the way she did, Controller muttered to himself, and then he questioned the coaches. Is everyone satisfied with her answers? Speak up now if you aren't. Good. Well, you can always pay for one of the other coaches' question and answer if you are curious as to any, but for now, let us begin. We will proceed to normal play now that opening is finished. Does anyone at this time wish to put up their resident for trade? I actually would like to revisit something we already talked about. Yellow Dragon spoke up. I think it would be interesting to have a sixth coach join us. I like the wild card idea. I think we should bring in another coach, Green Serpent voiced. It will add more money to possible wagers. I am sorry, but 5 coaches is part of the rules, and this rule can't be changed or amended, Controller stated. Blue Wolf questioned, how will we determine who will possess the 6th resident if she should survive the next 7 days or kill one of the other residents? The answer is easy. If she should kill one of the other residents, Controller replied. She will belong to the coach whose resident was just killed. And what if she survives the 7 days? Red Phoenix asked. Blue Wolf spoke up. We could make it a contest. Controller asked, what sort of contest should we have to determine her coach? I know, Purple Rose stated. Why don't we see who can earn the most off of her while wagering? We can all start with 1,000 contestant points, and whoever has the most at the end. If she should survive the probation period, we'll acquire her as an additional resident? I don't like that idea, Green Serpent stated. If she should die before the end of the probation period, we would have wasted a lot of wagering with no monetary gain. How about this then? Controller said. All of you place a predetermined amount in the pot, and if the contestant should die, whoever has the most contestant points at her death, not after, will gain the pot. I like that idea, Green Serpent replied. If no one objects, we will move forward with the probation period. Controller said, let us determine the pot amount, and then we can take wagers on the contestant. Chapter 4, and let the probation period begin. Basement level. Cain slowly opened the Black Arrow room's door and cautiously peered into the hallway after Controller told her the probation period had begun and that she needed to go to one of the residents' room to begin. He also told her that the Black Arrow room would no longer be available to her. Cain looked around the empty hallways and didn't hear the werewolf pup, so she quietly made her way to the door with the pyramid above the doorframe. Cain stretched out her brown gloved hand to turn the knob when she thought she heard a ghostly wind. It wasn't coming from the basement level, it was more like it was coming from the pyramid symbol itself. Cain lifted her gaze, and the moaning wind became louder, drawing her into an ancient time across the desert sands when men worshipped other men as gods. She saw a great Egyptian kingdom that was rich and prosperous. A wise king ruled over them, and the people seemed to love him. The king had a daughter, and he loved her dearly. He loved her more than his own life. But something terrible happened, and Cain slightly pulled from the vision and spoke out loud. A father is. She saw more images of this Egyptian king and his daughter. They were very close, and she got this sensation that tragedy and deception had separated them. A lot of pain came from the symbol of the pyramid, and as she was caught up in this world that wasn't her own, there was one emotion that was stronger than anything else. A father loves his children more than himself. Cain spoke softly. The emotions from that time wanted to pull her farther in, but fear kept her grounded, and Cain shook her head, ridding herself of some of the images and sensations in her head. She had heard the sound of the werewolf pup clawing at something, so she needed to move. Cain closed her eyes and opened them again, and the last of the images and sensations were gone, and she was mentally back at the basement level. She turned the knob and proceeded in. The sandstorm which had ravaged the decrepit tomb was gone, and so were all the dead people, and there was no sign of the mummy. The outside of the tomb, which she had seen in one of her visions, had once been a magnificent golden pyramid rising high into the sky, and was now nothing more than a few worn giant blocks forming an entrance into an underground tomb. The rest of the pyramid which had been on the surface had been at one point destroyed, and its foundation buried by the sands of time. Ritualistic sensations of death and rebirth that seemed to threaten her own life emanated from everything around her. It made her dizzy with sympathy mixed with trepidation. So Kane turned around and headed back for the door, but realized if she wanted to leave this place that kept her like a prisoner, she needed to complete her probation period to become a resident. She was a little afraid, but the burning fear wasn't present, so she managed to lift her voice and call out, "Hello? I'm Kane. I'm a contestant. I'd like to ask you a few questions." "I'm trying to." The horrific moan she had heard from the pyramid symbol outside wailed from the corridors of the Egyptian tomb like some specter of her own doom as something came her way through the darkness of time itself. An upright sarcophagus appeared, floating a few inches off the ground, and landed in the sand just outside of the tomb as if the sarcophagus was alive and standing on its own. Kane quickly backed up from it as sand and dust kicked up into the air. She covered her mouth and nose with her jacket to keep from breathing in the particles. The sarcophagus was laden with gold and other precious stones and gems symbolizing the prosperity of the land of Egypt, and it also bore the image of a man. The sarcophagus expelled a gasp and stale hot air escaped, and then it creaked open as if it hadn't been unsealed in a millennium, and Kane gulped as the mummy reached out his hand and pulled himself free of his eternal crypt. She saw his head next, or maybe skull would be a better description. The dingy and once white line drooped around his neck as if the wrapping had once covered his skull. The mummy wore a royal headdress called a nemes, and it had blue and white stripes with a rising gold cobra in its center. A fake beard was on his bony chin, and she couldn't tell if he was laughing or screaming in silence as his mouth lay partially opened. The rest of his body, except for his bony hands and feet, was covered in the aged white linen wrappings. The mummy lifted his bony left hand, the one the carnivorous scarab beetles had earlier crawled out of and devoured the poor male contestant, and the mummy reached for her as he started her way in a shuffle. Kane slowly backed up as she said, "I'm competing in the mortem now, and I'm here to ask you a few questions so that I can. I'm not sure what I'm trying to do but survive. So," she continued, backing up as she spoke, or more like blubbered on, "I have questions for you. I'd like to know." The mummy stopped, and then he stretched out his right hand and lowered his left as if he changed his mind about what sort of death he would rain upon her. The linen wrappings around the right arm shot out like a three-headed snake and seized her left wrist. Kane let out a scream and tried to break free of the dusty strips of cloth as images of a lush Nile world quickly flashed through her mind. The wrappings lifted as if they were tentacles, and they hauled her off the ground and pulled her toward the mummy. The burning sensation of fear returned, and all Kane wanted to do was escape the room before it was too late. She closed her eyes for a long time, but then the mummy grabbed her by her other wrist, and she reopened her eyes. He pulled her close so that they were face to face. Kane trembled in his clutches as she dangled in the air. Fear wanted to act, but she resisted its urgent need to fight back or run. Her heart raced, and she found it hard to breathe in the dry air as the mummy seemed to study her. "Don't be afraid," Kane softly spoke to herself. "Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. I still need to ask my questions." The mummy opened its mouth and screamed at her, and it was as if a hot desert wind blew over her, and the burning fear started to crawl up her spine again. She knew she couldn't be afraid, and she had to move forward, so the only thing Kane could think of to do was to ask her questions. When Kane thought she had enough control over her fear, she forced herself to ask. Question 1. "What is your name?" The mummy again opened his mouth and screamed, and Kane closed her eyes until he finished his horrid hot vocalization. "Your name, please," she repeated once he was done as she trembled in his clutches. The mummy screamed again, but this time when Kane opened her eyes, his mouth was still opened, and she noticed something. "No tongue," she uttered. "You can't speak because you have no tongue." The mummy nodded his head. "Oh, how are you going to answer my questions?" The mummy released her one wrist and lifted his right hand, and a glowing light illuminated the tip of his bony pointer finger. He touched the center of her forehead with the light, and then she could hear him in her mind. "I will answer your second question like this," the mummy replied, and then he stated, "And to answer your first question, my name is King Ammon. Second question," she repeated, then remembered her earlier outburst, and she sighed before saying, "Oh, right. I never expected to waste a question right from the start. Are you the one who survived the opening?" He questioned her. "I am? Who did you kill or betray to accomplish such a feat?" Kane started as she wanted to reply that she killed and betrayed no one. But then she thought about the man and woman she abandoned who she might have been able to save. I was a coward, Kane finally replied. I ran and helped no one. I let people die, and I thought only about surviving. I made it through opening only because I was selfish and afraid. A surprisingly honest answer, but you are no less deserving of death for abandoning your friends and comrades. You're right about what I deserve. I should have helped those people. I shouldn't have run away even if I didn't know them. What sort of death will I give you? He questioned her. I'm supposed to ask you questions before you kill or eat me, she replied, and then she added a little bolder. Actually, you have to answer all 3 of my questions before you can kill or eat me. What is your final question then? King Ammon inquired. Kane didn't like the way he phrased it, but she said nothing about it and stated, I don't know if you heard me before, but I'm Kane, and I'm a delivery woman, and I bring things to people. You received a package earlier. I brought that. King Ammon turned his gaze to the tomb as he spoke in her mind. I did receive a package. I was not too happy to receive it. Oh, sorry to hear that. Ask me your final question so that I may answer it and kill you. I would prefer that you not kill me. He glared at her with his empty eye sockets that flashed yellow with anger, and then they flashed red with rage as he demanded, ask your question. Fear awoke once more than it had done in nearly her entire life, and Kane took a deep breath, betting her life on her next words, and asked, if there was one thing that I could bring to you or one wish I could help you fulfill, what would it be? King Ammon peered at her for a long time as if he was actually considering her question, and then he muttered, one wish. He raised his left hand close to her head near her temple to probe deep into her mind, but it wasn't necessary for him to seize her thoughts. Images common to his own homeland freely flowed between the 2 of them, and they were of a striking cobra and a stinging scorpion. One of those images was very strong with the human, and the other image was very strong with the one he loved more than his own life. King Ammon glanced behind himself into the tomb as if seeing someone who wasn't there, and then he turned his attention back to Kane. Yes, one wish, she replied as fear burned up her spine once again to the point of almost splitting apart her back as if fear would tear itself from her body. Kane knew the mummy's next answer would determine what the monster would do as she repeated her question. Do you have one? I would have you. King Ammon spoke as he looked her over. The mummy started again as he lowered her to the ground. And then he answered, I would have you bring me the waters of life. Waters of life? What is that? You are out of questions, daughter of fear, King Ammon told her and started for his sarcophagus. So you're not going to kill me. You are out of questions, King Ammon repeated. Wait, how can I hear you? I thought you couldn't speak and that light thingy isn't touching my head anymore. He didn't say anything. Right? Kane mumbled to herself. No more questions. She started for the door, then turned, and yelled over her shoulder. I'll see if I can find this waters of life for you, and if I do, I'll bring it to you. She left and carefully and quietly entered the hallway, looking for the werewolf pup. He was nowhere in sight, so she made her way to the door with the bat above its frame. Kane looked up at the symbol, and she thought she heard a woman laughing in a sinister way as a red mist of deceit clouded the vision. Kane entered and found the male vampire waiting for her. The area was clear of victims and almost seemed warm and inviting if she didn't know any better. The handsome vampire had hair dark as night and eyes pale blue as the moon, and he lounged on a red velvet couch in what appeared to be a parlor in a Victorian-style mansion. Oil lamps lit up the area, and Victorian wallpaper and a lavish coffee table finished off the room. The vampire wore a red Lombard silk vest, white Excelsior dress shirt with an unbuttoned high collar, Livingston black brushed cotton trousers, and an undone black paisley ascot. A Victorian black top hat rested on the coffee table, and a black Donovan frock coat was laid over the couch. Ma cheer, I've been expecting you, he spoke with a Cajun accent. Come closer, so that I can see your eyes. Kane took a step back and reached out her hand, searching for the door behind her. I've been told that you will have 3 questions for me. I look forward to them. I'll tell you anything you want to know, Ma cheer. Just come closer. We can become good friends. The red mist filled with pain and misery she had seen in her mind before entering vanished from her thoughts as a seductive sensation flowed in, embracing her as if with loving masculine arms. This new sensation entered her lungs and seemed to caress her skin. The sensation didn't make her afraid, it actually caused the opposite. Kane felt very relaxed, and she was tempted to go and sit beside him, but fear screeched out a warning and coaxed cowardice into her being, and she knew she had to get out of that room or she would never leave. Kane frantically searched behind herself, found the doorknob, turned it, and ran out without saying a word to him. She was so bombarded with desires, she didn't understand and flustered over the fact that she had these desires, that Kane forgot to check the hallway before she entered, and the werewolf pup was at the door with the black arrow, sniffing around it. "Where are you?" the werewolf pup angrily called out. "Where did you go?" He hadn't seen her yet, so she crept up the hallway towards the door with the fish on it. The werewolf pup caught wind of her and turned and raced for her, but Kane ran and managed to reach the door and enter it before he came snapping near her. Kane made sure the werewolf pup didn't follow her and as she stepped back from the door and stared at it. This door also talked to her, not in words but images. She saw a beach and the waves crashing against it, and then the imagery pulled her into the ocean and into its gorgeous depths. She saw a great city beneath the water and the images faded in blood and fire, and she saw no more. A sibling is. A brother is. She spoke softly, then turned and faced the room. The white fog from earlier was all gone, and Kane could clearly see her surroundings. She had stepped into what looked like a giant swamp that went on before her as far as she could see, and there were wooden docks stretched out over the murky water in no apparent pattern. She was actually standing on one of the docks, but it was up in the air about 20 feet from the water. Cypress trees with Spanish moss hanging down from them filled the swampland along with patches of tiny islands of floating vegetation. Insects, reptiles, amphibians, and other swamp creatures could be heard croaking, slithering, and splashing as they went about their daily lives. The air was thick and muggy, and the humidity made her sweat. Kane walked to the end of the raised dock and looked at a ladder that proceeded down to a dock that was about 10 feet above the water. Another dock proceeded from that one, and it was about 5 feet above the water. The rest of the docks, as far as she could see, were sitting right on top of the water. There were also hundreds of chests scattered around the area like one might see a pirate store his loot in. Kane decided to stay put on the dock that was 20 feet up. She felt safer there. Kane didn't like this place. There was too much water, so she hurried on with her objective. "Hello, I'm Kane. Is anyone there?" The murky water near a lower dock stirred as if something large swam just beneath its surface. A hand lifted from the waters like a drowning swimmer in need of help, but this hand was webbed in dark green. Another hand emerged and joined its brethren on the dock, and then a fish-like creature in human form lifted and came to rest on top of the dock. Water dripped from his form and landed on the wood, darkening the brown in spots and splashes. He wore tight-fitting yellow swim trunks. Old black and white movies came to mind, and Kane muttered, "Creature from the Black Lagoon." The fish-like creature peered at her for a long time, and then he questioned, "Did you say your name was Kane?" "I said that I am Kane," she replied. "Is there a difference?" He questioned her as gills on the side of his neck flapped open as if they breathed the air. "I've been told it's not really a name," she answered. "I see," he stated. "It has been a long time since a contestant survived opening. Tell me, how did you do it?" "I never actually competed," Kane replied. "I mostly cowered and ran away." "I see," he said. "I am still curious. Others have also cowered in the past and yet they did not survive. How did you manage to?" "I don't know how to answer you. I actually wasn't competing in the beginning. I was only down here to deliver packages." "So you are the one who brought me my package?" he questioned. She nodded. He told her, "I wish you had not brought me that package. I'm sorry, but I really have no say in what I do deliver or don't deliver. I am amazed by how quickly you have accepted your current situation," he told her as he peered at her with his large greenish-blue fish-like eyes. Most would have frozen up or denied this was even happening by now. "I remember a contestant who did survive over 10 years ago, and he went insane by the time he became a resident and killed himself." "A grim story," she said, and then Kane stated, "I prefer ones with happy endings." She walked to the end of the 20-foot dock, grabbed a hold of the railing that nearly surrounded it, and gripped it as if it was the only thing keeping her from falling into the water, and then she said, "I've been told that I adapt very quickly." He moved and climbed up to the dock that was 5 feet above the water, and then he stopped and said, "Do you have 3 questions for me?" She nodded and asked, "What are you?" "I am a Piscis Populus, or what you may know as an Atlantean," he replied. Piscis. Piscis Populus is a little hard for me to pronounce, so I'll call you Atlantean, or maybe I could call you Flounder. I am not sure I understand how that name would suit me. Kane thought about it, and then she said, "I was making a reference to the Little Mermaid." The Atlantean stated, "I do not remember a character with such a name in the book I read. You'd have to see the Disney version of the movie." She squatted so that she was more eye level with him and said, "Something seems off about this place, or maybe what I'm trying to say is, the two of you don't mix." "Why would you say such a thing, Uplander? Do you know a lot about my people?" "I've never heard of your people," she answered. "I just get this sense that you don't belong here." "You are correct. I do not belong to your world." "That's not true," Kane spoke. "I meant this world that's depicted in here. It's all wrong for you. There should be a shack, the Atlantean inquired. Do you believe I should have a shelter above the water? No, that's not it. There should be an ocean. Kane spoke as she remembered the earlier imagery. You're from the ocean, and yet they put you in a swamp. It is my prison, he told her, and then he moved and climbed up to the dock that was 10 feet off the water. Would you mind not coming any closer? Kane questioned from her squatted position. I really don't know you, and I'm very afraid of... Afraid of what? He asked when she didn't finish. I'm afraid of drowning. I never learned how to swim beyond flailing my hands about and screaming. No one would call that swimming, he told her, and then he asked, what do drowning and myself have in common that you do not want me to come any closer? I keep seeing this image of that guy you dragged into the water, she replied. He was up here and then in a moment, he was gone, and I heard splashing. I imagine you drowned him. I will stay right here, the Atlantean told her. What is your last question? Kane smacked her forehead as she said, I did it again. I wasted a question. Ask your question. I would like to return to the water. If there was one thing that I could bring you, what would it be? I see now, he spoke with a smirk on his face. You hope to survive by presenting yourself as a way for us to obtain things. What makes you think we cannot attain these things on our own? This place is a prison. I don't imagine prisoners have it easy getting what they want. Salt. He spoke, then turned, and headed back the way he came. Salt. That's it. You don't want the salt of life or something unusually sounding like that. You asked a fourth question, he stated, and then jumped into the water. She straightened and muttered to herself, you'd think if the residents wanted these things so badly, they'd allow me a few extra questions. Kane cautiously left the room, glanced at the bat door in the distance, then went to the door with the beaker over it. She opened the door and peered in. The purple haze was gone, and so was the pungent smell, and the man wearing the white lab coat no longer wore a gas mask. He stood before a table lined with beakers and test tubes full of a rainbow of different liquids. He appeared to be human with dark black unkempt hair, long sideburns, and a scruffy face. There was someone else in the room to her right. A tall man about 8 foot tall with stitched scars all over his body as if he had been sewn together. His eyes were closed, and he was strapped to an examining table tilted straight up at nearly a 90-degree angle. There was a 4 foot by 8 foot shelf behind the examining bed, and it was about 6 feet from the side wall. The shelf contained clear glass jars of liquid. She glanced to her left and saw 3 fire extinguishers lined up on the wall near the door. She turned back to the 8 foot man, curious as to why he was there and seemingly dead. Frankenstein's monster, Kane muttered to herself. I am a very busy person, the man in the lab coat told her. Ask me your 3 questions. What are you working on? Something that you couldn't even comprehend. Ask me your next question. Do you have salt or the waters of life? Salt I have, but technically you inquired about 2 separate items, meaning you asked a 3rd question. Do you want the waters of life to be your final question? No, my final question is, what could I trade with you for the salt? He looked up for the first time and stared at her as he said, you appear to have nothing of value on you. Maybe you want something that I can acquire for trade for the salt. There is something, but I doubt you will be able to acquire it for me. He told her, you won't know until you let me try. Answer a question for me first, he said. What is my name? I am very famous. Kane glanced back at the 8 foot man, and then she moved closer to the table and noticed that there was a curtain behind the man in the lab coat, and she noticed through the part in the curtain that a desk was back there. Before I answer, may I go look at your desk? Another question, but I will allow it, that is the question and the permission. He told her, and then he instructed her, do not touch anything. Kane went to the desk and looked over a few notes he had strung all over the top. She didn't understand anything that was written down, and then she saw several bookcases, went to them, and looked over the volumes he had there. There were many books on different subjects, mostly having to do with science, but there were 3 books that caught Kane's attention, and they were Multiple Personality Disorder, Genetically Engineered, Are Super Soldiers Possible? And Examining the Dark Side of Human Nature. I have my answer, Kane told him as she returned through the curtain and stood by the table so that she faced him. You actually have 2 names. I believe I am talking to Dr. Jekyll, but you're also known as Mr. Hyde. He set down the test tube he had been examining and peered at her curiously. He turned, went through the curtain, glanced over his desk, glanced at the bookcases she was looking at, then returned to his table, and stared at her some more in amazement. Kane asked him, why do you have Dr. Frankenstein's monster? He does not belong to me. He was only in this room when I was put in here, Dr. Jekyll replied, and then he added, I can tell you that he is incomplete. What do you mean? She questioned. Pieces of him have been removed like his heart. The monster is still alive, but he has never awoken since I have been here, Dr. Jekyll answered. and then he asked, "How did you know my name?" "I know quite a bit about Dr. Frankenstein, and he had no interest in some of the subjects that are represented in your books. Your answer tells me how you knew I wasn't him, but I want to know how you knew it was me." "I only guessed," she said. "You're the only doctor I have studied other than Dr. Frankenstein. What sort of school did you go to that you would study about us?" "I really didn't go to school," she replied. "It was more like I was taught things by different people," she answered, and then she questioned, "Do you want to trade? I was going to murder you and use your body in an experiment I'm conducting. But I can do that later. I will trade with you if you can bring me vampire saliva." Kane made a face as she stated, "I'll see what I can do. I'll need something to put it in." Dr. Jekyll handed her a small glass jar with a lid, and she pulled her single-strap brown backpack to the front of herself and placed the jar in the backpack's small zipper pocket on the front. Kane spun the backpack back around so that it rested on her back, then went to the door, peeked her head out, and saw no signs of the werewolf pup. She glanced at Shikujo's room, then decided she really needed to talk to the vampire first, so she went to his room instead. The male vampire was still lounging on his red velvet couch when she walked in. "Machir, you have returned. I thought I had scared you off. Come closer, or better yet, come and sit," the vampire told her as he patted the cushioned seat next to him on the couch. And then he said, "Come, sit beside me. We have much to talk about. Come, we will be friends." The sensation of ease swept over Kane again within the light red mist, and she took a step to go to the couch and sit beside him. But fear spoke up and blazed alarm through her body, shaking off the effects of ease. She fled the room again without talking to him and headed for Shikujo's lair. Whispers and images flowed down from the spider symbol above the door, but this time Kane forced herself not to listen as fear angrily shouted at her for doing dangerous things. She entered, made sure to stay behind the white borderline, and called out, "Shikujo, I've returned. I haven't gotten eaten yet." "I can see that," Shikujo said as she spun down on a very large spider thread and landed on the floor about 20 feet away from the human. "I thought you would be very dead by now, but I hear that you survived opening." Shikujo crawled toward the Kumasaki and stopped before crossing the boundary as she spoke. It is ironic that a delivery woman, one who was never selected in the draft, would be the one who was victorious. "I don't feel victorious," Kane told her. I do not care, human. I have even forgotten your name. Not that it is important to me, but I am still surprised. You seem so ordinary to me." "No, you seem especially ordinary, and yet," Shikujo stated as she put a hand on the back of her own neck as if it hurt, and she continued, "I still feel as though you hold something dark and sinister over me, like some long-forgotten secret." Kane hadn't stopped talking when Shikujo interrupted her but mumbled to herself, "Isolated and afraid. I don't know how I'm going to survive here." Shikujo dropped her hand from the back of her own neck as she said, "Did you hear a word that I spoke to you, or were you so rude as to speak while I was speaking?" Wasn't I talking first?" "No matter," Shikujo snapped. "You have a new job in this mortem. I suggest that you get on with it, right?" Kane spoke and then asked, "Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" "Of course, I mind. I would sooner devour you than talk to you, but Controller has told me I must answer 3 of your questions first, and then I can devour you." "Whoa!" Kane exclaimed as she stepped back and put out her arm to steady herself. "I really need to sit down and rest first. I didn't realize how tired I was," she stated as she went and sat in a corner on her side of the white borderline. "Oh, that's much better. I thought being a delivery woman would have me on my feet all day, but I didn't expect to be running and screaming in terror so much." "I would like to thank you for that," Shikujo told her. "I did earn quite a few points off of you. Must be nice. You know a lot about the mortem, and I'm playing catch-up to a speeding train." "It is nice," Shikujo replied as she spread her arms and motioned slightly with her head to her new clothing. "I was able to purchase this kimono that I am wearing." "Oh, wow," Kane uttered as she looked at the red silk garment with white flying cranes and gold highlights, and then she said, "It's very pretty and suits you. I really like the pattern on this one. It makes me want to fly among all those birds as they soar freely about." "Thank you," Shikujo said. "I just happened to pick out this pattern for the freedom it represents." Kane sighed and said, "I need to make points. There are things that I'll need. I noticed that you went to that deplorable vampire's room twice. I thought maybe you were already under his spell, but I see no puncture marks on you anywhere. Has he hidden the bite marks so that I would not see?" "I never got close enough for him to bite me," Kane replied, and then she sighed again before adding, "I still have to go back. I can't seem to ask my questions, and I have to ask all 5 of you 3 questions before my day is considered done and over." "Your face is turning an interesting shade of red," Shikujo spoke, toying with her. Is it because of the vampire? I think so, Kane answered as she put both her hands on her own cheeks. Every time I go there I get this weird sensation. I don't know how to describe it. The red mist, it's love, Shikujo told her. You have fallen in love with him. Really? Kane uttered. I can't believe someone like me has discovered love, but I thought there was more to it than being unable to talk and wanting to run away from the person in fear for one's life. Shikujo lifted her hand so that her robe covered her mouth as she softly laughed at her naivety, and then she lowered her arm and said, I actually should say that he is using his vampire lure on you. Vampires can replicate human hormones that attract the opposite sex. Vampire mojo, Kane uttered. I have heard of that, and I was warned to stay away from vampires and their wilds. Warned? Shikujo repeated, scoffing her. Most of your kind does not know that creatures like us exist, so how could someone warn you, or do you speak of movies and books that glimpse into our world? Maybe I phrased it wrong, Kane answered. I was warned that I should be wary of men who only have one thing on their minds. I wasn't exactly told what that one thing was, but I should be wary of it. Baka, Shikujo uttered in a hearty laugh. I remember your name now. Baka. She laughed again. Shikujo chuckled some more, and then she said, You can make me laugh. I do not know if you are this naive or if this is some sort of act to lower my guard. No. Kane sighed for the third time. This is me. She watched Shikujo for a while, and then Kane said, Your entire being changes when you laugh. You look very happy when you laugh. It's like you're thinking of something or someone. How did I look to you before? Angry, not with rage, but with almost sadness, and this anger consumes you, Kane replied. Is your happiness and your anger, are they over the same thing? I cannot deny what you have observed, but I still will not answer, Shikujo told her. I do warn you not to pry too far. I know, Kane replied, thinking of the lady and how little she knew about her. Your kind like their privacy so much so, you only let family and friends into your lives. Kane thought about the spider symbol above the door and how she purposely ignored the visions that came with it as she stated, I will respect your wishes. You are wise to do so, Baka, Shikujo told her. And then she said, I do not believe you were this talkative with the other residents. Kane thought about it, and then she said, I don't know what it is, but I find it so easy to talk to you. I'm also not afraid here, so I can be myself, Shikujo grinned. And then she said, I find our talks only annoying, and yet, there is something else about them that I cannot describe. Kane also smiled as she mumbled to herself, A sister is. She found some comfort sitting in the cold dungeon castle area. So she rested a few more minutes and then said, I guess I'll get to asking you some questions now. Do you know where I can find the waters of life? I do, Shikujo replied. Kane waited for her to finish telling her, and when Shikujo didn't, Kane asked, Where are the waters of life? In the middle of the swamp where that Atlantean lives. If there was one thing that I could get you, what would that be? That one is easy, but that is your sixth question. I have been generous since you made me laugh, Baka. But my generosity has limits. Seriously. I can't seem to get my head in this, Mortem, Kane scolded herself. I should have asked for 10 questions per resident, so I'd have 7 in reserve for stupid mistakes like this. I will answer the 7th question of yours, for I do want you to know the answer. Thank you, Kane replied as a warmth she hadn't felt in years filled the large empty space in her heart. Shikujo noticed the human looked at her as she did when they first met, and she wasn't sure that she liked it. So Shikujo told her, If there was one thing that you could do for me, it would be for you to cross the Kumasaki and come and stand beside me on this side. You don't mean standing beside you in a good way, do you? You don't need to answer that one, Kane told her as the small comfort she had found trickled away, leaving the large space hollow and void. And then she stated, It seems all Kumavans like to talk to their food before they devour it. Her cruelty had its intended effect, and the human's expression became one of despair as Shikujo replied, Not so much for me, but in this case, it would seem that I have to wait, so I might as well talk. Kane remembered the lady had told her something similar in the past, and every time she thought of the lady, she couldn't help but feel love and heartache all at the same time. Her treasured past filled her with so much joy, and yet it also caused her so much pain to remember how it all ended. You have that stupid grin on your face again, Shikujo told her. Sorry, I can't help it, Kane told her as she smiled even bigger, but that smile only masked her loneliness. You just remind me of her so much. Her, your Kumavan lady. She must have really wanted to devour you. I guess, Kane replied as her smile vanished. She thought about Headmistress Blindheart's words about clans and houses, and then she stated, I thought so. But I'm not sure anymore. How many days did you know her? Shikujo questioned. I will be surprised if you say past 3. Over 7 months, Kane replied. I'm not very good at math, so you'll have to figure out the days for me. What was wrong with the Cumovan? I cannot stand being in the same room with you for over 2 minutes. How did she go that long without killing you? Kane thought about it. She didn't really understand the danger she was in when she was a child, but thinking back now, she wanted to know why the lady never ate her. I will answer you if you will answer one more question for me, Kane said. A bargain has been struck, Shukujo stated. Ha, Kane replied. You must also say a bargain has been struck and then our deal has been made and neither of us can go back on it. Oh, Kane spoke, and then she said, a bargain has been struck. Kane then began her tale. The Cumovan, or the lady as I called her, was injured as if she had been in a fight. She never went into great detail as to how she got hurt, and as to why she never devoured me. She said I wasn't big enough. She said that I was a little morsel. You were a child then. You still must have been an annoying child, Shukujo stated. I probably was. I wanted her to constantly teach me new things and tell me about your people. She taught me a lot about the world and a little about herself and your people. Kane mumbled, I think I was naive back then. The lady was never going to devour me. I would say you were naive since you are very naive now, Shukujo told her, overhearing her whispers. And then she inquired, what is your final question? Tell me about your family. What sort of question is that? It can be any little thing, Kane told her. And then she asked, do you have brothers or sisters? What was your mother or father like? What do you think is going on here? Do you think by asking me such a question we will become friends somehow? I will not answer it. Our kind can only be enemies, Shukujo yelled at her. And then she hissed, the name I picked out for you does suit you. Shukujo, controller spoke over the intercom. It looks like you will be penalized for refusing to answer a question you know the answer to. It might not be of the original 3, but a bargain was struck. What do you mean? Kane asked. He means... Shukujo seethed and then screamed at controller, not in anger but more out of terror. She took a few steps back into her lair as she answered Kane. He means that a punishment is coming. Shukujo turned to run deeper into her lair, but metal chains shot out of the walls and grabbed hold of each of her 8 legs. There isn't any running from punishment, controller said. I do enjoy it when all of you try, but there isn't any running from punishment. Now, I only need to select your penalty. Let me see. I used fire last time. So, what about scorpions? I know how you really love scorpions. Small walls on each side of the dungeon castle area slid up, and scorpions the size of large dogs crawled out and started towards Shukujo as if they were an invading army, and she was the fortress they needed to storm. Keep them away. Shukujo shrieked. I hate those filthy things. I hate them. I hate how they peer into your mind and past. Do not let them touch me. She screamed at them. Stay back or I will eat you alive. Keep away from me. Keep away from me or I will eat you. Kane stood from the corner and started toward Shukujo, but she stopped right at the white borderline. She gazed at the horde of scorpions with a sense of dread she hadn't felt in a long time, a dread that had been a constant and familiar companion. And then she yelled, You can't do that to her. Why can't I? Controller questioned. Rules are rules. She didn't answer your additional question, so she must be punished. Shukujo knew this when she made the bargain. She has been a resident here for a long time. Stop, don't do this. You can't do this. You never answered my question as to why I can't, Controller said. You can't because, Kane repeated as she tried to think of a way to save the Cumovan without putting herself in jeopardy. You have to stop? She answered my additional question. That was the bargain we struck. She just had to answer another question, and she did. She told me what happens if a bargain is violated. The scorpions stopped as if they heard some sort of unspoken command, and then they returned to the walls they had crawled out of. The chains that confined Shukujo released her and returned to their holds, and Shukujo breathed heavily as if she couldn't catch her breath. She glared at the scorpions as they left in their victorious march. They might not have stormed the fortress, but they frightened the Cumovan to her very core. I hate them, she muttered. I hate them more than the Handa. Kane took a step to help her, then looked down at the white borderline, and asked, Are you okay? Shukujo started to answer that she was fine, but then she peered at the delivery woman with this horrified look like something had gone wrong, and she uttered, No, 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 this is a nightmare. This could not have happened. It's okay. The scorpions are gone now, Kane said as the last of them left the lair, and the small walls slid close. You're safe now. I do not mean them. I mean... Shukujo started as the look she was giving her turned to one of loathing, and she said, I do not owe you a thing, do you hear me? Just because you believe that you saved me somehow. I do not owe you a thing. I forgot about the Cumovan pride, Kane spoke. Relieved Shukujo was agitated she had helped her. Not that she was hurt in any way. If I had helped you, if I had saved your life, you would be indebted to me. You would have this obligation to help me in some way to repay my kindness, and that's Shukujo. would make you scream with fierce annoyance, Shukujo interrupted, glaring at the human. Kane teased her, but she saw that the Cumovan really hated the idea of owing her anything. So Kane said, "It's too bad you don't owe me a debt. In this mortem, I imagine a debt is very valuable, but too bad you owe me nothing. I only pointed out the rules to controller, and rules are rules." "What are you saying, Baka?" I'm saying I did nothing for you, so you owe me nothing back?" "As long as you are clear that I owe you nothing," Shukujo told her. "I will never owe a human anything, never again." "I understand," Kane told her, even though for the most part it was a lie. She didn't understand Shukujo's hatred toward humans. And Kane told her, "I'm sorry. My lack of knowledge of the mortem and my curiosity about your people caused you. What are you apologizing for, Baka? I was not harmed in any way, and you cannot apologize enough to ever make up for the annoyance you are to me, so there is no need for your apology." Kane was taken aback. It was almost like Shukujo had told her not to worry about it. Kane stood at the white borderline for a long time, wondering if she put too much into Shukujo's reply. A lot of time went by, and Kane didn't know what to say, but then she remembered something and spoke. "I still need to go talk to the vampire." Kane started for the door, paused, and asked, "Any pointers as to how to get around his mojo?" "I do, but as you told controller, I already answered all the questions I need to for today," Shukujo replied. Kane sighed for the fourth time, a record for her in one day, and then she left and made her way to the final room. Shukujo's face softened as she watched the human leave, and then she said, "You do remind me of someone, Baka, someone I wish to forget about." Chapter 5, End of First Day. In another room, the vampire was still lounging on the couch when Kane slowly entered, but this time, he looked bored out of his mind. "Machir, you have returned. Come, sit with me." He spoke to her for the first time as if he wasn't sure she would approach him. "I'm going to stand right here," she told him. "My first question is..." No, he interrupted, but not in an angry way. He was more frustrated that she was in a hurry, and he stated, "Stay a while. Let's get to know each other." "Okay," Kane said. "Tell me about yourself." Come, sit first," he urged. "I'll come a little closer each day, but today I'll stay here. You're a bloodsucker, and I'd like to keep mine. A cautious creature, Machir." "Fine, what do you want to know about me?" Kane thought before she answered each of his questions so that her answers were not in the form of a question. "Tell me about yourself, your family, and the place you were born." The vampire began as he gestured with his hand as if conducting an orchestra. "Let me weave a tale for your ears. My twin brother and myself were born in 1888 outside of New Orleans. Our father was a tobacco baron and royalty in his own mind. Our mother was sickly, so she passed on when we were 2. I have no other siblings. My fraternal brother and I lived the life of high society, indulging in any whim we desired. She thought he was very open compared to the other residents, and she asked, "What is your name?" "I am either Labyrinth or Lafayette. No one could ever tell us apart, not even our father or the slave woman who raised us." "I see. It's a game," Kane replied, as she loved games that didn't involve life or death situations. Her next question was aimed at herself as she spoke. "Which of the two are you?" She said to him, "I don't know enough about you yet, so I'll try out each name. I'll start with Labyrinth." He gave no hints as to whether or not she selected the correct name. So she asked, "Labyrinth, how did you end up here?" "Here as to this room. It was a reward for slaying a Wendigo. Nasty creatures who don't care who they eat. Did you know that the living and undead are fair game to them?" He questioned, and when she didn't answer, he asked, "Or do you mean how did I end up on the basement level?" "I had actually made it to level 2 but was punished and sent back here." "Did that answer your question?" He waited again, and she didn't say anything. So he asked, "Or did you mean how did I end up in the mortem?" "Treachery is why I am here." "How did you become a vampire? Were you born or turned?" "I wish not to speak of when I was sired. It is still a touchy subject for me. I withdraw the question for now, and I'll answer my question, and I'll answer more of yours," he spoke. "You have met all the residents on basement level. Tell me what you know about them so far." "It's a quiz," the vampire told her, then leaned over to the table, lifted a clear lid to a red button, and pushed it. "What's that for?" Kane asked. "You could say that it gives me about 30 minutes of privacy. I can only use it once a day." "I don't understand." "Explain this privacy. You'll learn about it later. Right now, you're taking a quiz, Machir. I just want to see how right I am about you. I usually don't do very good with quizzes, but here I go," Kane told him. "King Ammon is a mummy who belongs to Corrupshire Genesis class." "Meaning?" Labyrinth inquired of her. "Meaning his classification is among those beings who have been created by a curse. It's also known as Corrupt Genesis for short. Kane felt like she was back in school as she continued. Cumuvans and Piscis populus are both of the Naturalis Genesis class or natural born. Dr. Jekyll and Frankenstein's monster are of the Genesis Scientia class or created from science. But that classification can also include those who have been mutated by some other method. The werewolf pup and yourself are Infectiogenesis class, which are created by an infection. Some vampires are natural born, but since the vampirism virus is passed on, those vampires are still considered in the Infectiogenesis class. A bioengineered zombie would fall into that classification as well, but they could also be considered Genesis Scientia class. Is this true of all zombies, Machir? No, a zombie created from a voodoo ceremony would fall under the corrupt Genesis class, but as a lower form since they are controlled by a master. I've heard those classifications before, Labyrinth told her. They're definitely human, and they only refer to monsters, she replied. Yes, he said as he smirked. They only refer to us monsters, and by you telling me all this, I believe I know something about you. Something you might be keeping as a secret. I do have secrets, but that's not one of them, she stated, keeping up with the cryptic talk he started. Tell me about the other residents, Kane said, and then she added. It was our bargain. You have learned much about the mortem on your own, Labyrinth stated. And then he answered her question. King Ammon has been here on basement level the longest. He rarely associates with any of us, and I get this feeling that he never wants to leave the basement level, as if he's waiting for someone. Labyrinth leaned forward and grabbed a cherry from a dish of them that sat on the coffee table before him. And then he said, The Atlantean has been here almost as long as King Ammon, but he hasn't always been on basement level. I don't know much about him. He does like books and games, but I have heard he is much, much older than King Ammon. The creature you've seen roaming the hallways is our newest addition. He's been here about a year, but he isn't a resident. None of the coaches have claimed him, for he's more of a guardian than a resident. Dr. Jekyll has been here almost as long as I have. He was here when I was banished back to the basement level. Does that mean you progressed to the next level shortly after coming here? Keen ears, Machir. I broke a record for the fastest progression up to the next 2 levels, and then I broke another record for being banished back the fastest. What about the Cumuvan? Now she's interesting. He put a hand to his cheek as if remembering some slap. And then he said, I don't think she likes me. She has been here for about 5 years. The building and the mortem. Tell me more about them. The mortem has been going on for hundreds of years in this very spot, Labyrinth told her. I believe a castle was here at one point. The office building you saw on the surface was built about 30 years ago. The previous office building was destroyed in some fire. He picked up another cherry and continued. The mortem is where a bunch of wealthy people bet on. How should I put it? They bet on the outcomes of certain situations. There are many rules and everyone must abide by them. Our level is run by controller, but the mortem masters run the show. You should also know that there is at least one coach for each resident and vice versa. He ate the cherry and then told her, Our part in the mortem is to survive. She thought about his comment, and then she asked, Escape? Tell me about it. Many have tried to escape, but I don't know of any who have succeeded. Humans are rare in the mortem. They usually never make it to level 1, and they always make up the opening. It is a good thing. I was running a little dry. Kane thought about his answers. It was also overwhelming, and there was still so much she didn't know. I still don't understand. What is the point of the mortem? Labyrinth answered, I've always wondered that myself. Are we all here only for others' entertainment, or is there an underlining reason for all of this? Some dark reason or secret? She didn't expect this vampire to answer so many of her questions, so she never planned on asking more than a few. Kane decided the most important thing was that she needed to rest and find a place she could safely do so. What one thing would you ask me to bring you the next time I come? Blood, Labyrinth told her. I could always use blood, but with the last opening, I should be good for a few days. I can't think of anything else to ask you. So I'm going to be going now, Kane told him. He said, Remember your promise and come a little closer tomorrow. Kane opened the door and started to leave the room when a sound drew her attention to something in the corner she had overlooked. A large bat on a Gothic-style grandfather clock came to life and loudly screeched as it flapped its wings. It was so sudden that it startled her, and she completely turned her whole body back around to see what caused the commotion. What was that? She uttered as the clock chimed its first bong sound out of 12. Controller spoke over the intercom. It's the end of day chime. No resident is allowed to harm another resident from the witching hour to the break of 3 a.m. I thought something was attacking me, Kane stated as she put a hand to her chest. My heart's still pounding. She took a couple of deep breaths, and then she asked, Is it that late? Kane decided she'd better leave, entered the hallway, and shut the door behind her. She glanced in the hallway as she realized she had left herself open to attack and questioned, What about the werewolf pup? Is he? He has been called to his cage, Controller told her. He will not be released until 3. What now? Kane asked. Do I have a room? I'm exhausted. Only residents have rooms. You will have to make do with what you can find, and I should remind you that the Black Arrow room is no longer available to you. It's not very nice to kidnap someone and not have a room and bed for them, Kane complained, and then she glanced around the dark hallway that was darker than it should be with all the torches. Something seemed to rustle in the shadows in the areas of blackness, and she decided she couldn't stay out there. So she said, I heard that there's a point system. Did I make any points today? And if I did, what can I use them on? You did make points for the opening, and you can spend them on whatever you would like. I'd like a sleeping bag, a blanket, a pillow, and something to eat. Just how many points do you believe you made today? Controller questioned her. You don't have enough for all of those things. What can I get from the things I requested? You could get a pillow. I really should eat something, but I really need a pillow too. I'm feeling generous, Controller told her, and then he asked, how about you can purchase a pillow without a pillowcase, and I'll give you an apple. I guess it's better than nothing, Kane said, and then she asked, where do I get these items? Walk over to the door with the black arrow. Several seconds later, I'm here. When the arrow turns green, open the door, Controller instructed her. Kane looked up, and when the arrow turned green, she opened the door to find a pillow minus the pillowcase and a very small red apple. One last question, she began. Where is the truck cart dolly that I brought in with me? I had it removed before the start of opening so no one would hurt themselves tripping over it. Wouldn't want that, Kane mumbled. Nothing like a contestant dying before one of the residents had a chance to dismember them. What did you say? Nothing. Can I have my dolly back? You can, Controller replied. I will have it delivered before 3 a.m. Thank you, she said. Never know when it might come in handy. Kane wearily walked to Shukyujo's room, entered, moved over to the corner, set her pillow down, sat down, leaned against the wall, and started eating her apple. I don't think I've seen an apple this small before, she complained. I'll have it 8 in 3 bites. Shukyujo crawled in from the back of her lair, and she questioned, what are you doing here? I'm not a resident, so I don't have a room yet. You cannot stay here. Go bunk with one of the others. 1. They're all guys. 2. I'd never get any sleep in their rooms cause I'd be too afraid they'd kill me in my sleep or worse. Do you believe that I will not kill you? Shukyujo questioned her. As long as I stay on this side of the Kumasaki, I'm 95% sure I'll be fine, or is it 89%? Kane spoke, and then she mumbled. Anyway, don't you owe me for earlier? What was that? Nothing, Kane said as she finished the small apple, which only made her stomach growl all the more. Anyway, you'll enjoy having me here. You'll have someone to talk to. Why would I want to talk to you? I want to kill you and make you scream in delightful pain, but I definitely do not want to talk to you. Sure you do, Kane said, and then she yawned. Shukyujo yawned also. You like me, you just don't know it yet. You may never realize it, but you like me. You are trying to upset me and see if I will break taboo and cross the Kumasaki. No, I'm only trying to talk away my own fears. It's hard being down here alone, but I can at least pretend that I have you. Yes, we're very good friends. We're so good of friends that I have given you a name and you like it, and we are very close to you telling me your real name. Baka, you say things that do not make any sense. Kane yawned again, and then she said, I know, I'm a baka. The existence I want is all imaginary, and the existence I have is becoming unbearable. You are so unusual. Did you have any friends among the humans? Kane hugged the pillow tightly as she asked, in which of my worlds, the imaginary or the real? Shukyujo answered with, I care not of your imaginary world. No, I've no friends among the humans, but that did give me a lot of time with myself, and I've gotten to know myself very well. The giant spider part of Shukyujo's body lay on its belly as if it liked to hear Kane speak, and her voice lulled it into a calm rest while Shukyujo continued to talk to the human. You always seem to find the positive of every situation. Are you cursed with the silver lining syndrome? I know all too well that there are things that can never turn out no matter what I do, so I don't think I have this disease you speak of. Kane answered, I just make myself see something positive if at all possible. It's the only way that I've been able to. She stopped speaking. Go on, Shukyujo coaxed her as she rested her elbow on the large spider head that was in front of her torso, and leaned her head on her hand. Do not stop now. Explain to me why you have to be so cheery. It's the only way that I know how to survive the darkness. It's the only way I can keep putting my shoe in front of the other. I am not sure I understand, Shukyujo said as the spiders that lived in her lair slowly came out of their lodges and moved closer to the two as if some sort of harmony was being forged, moving forward. Not giving up. Keep on living. That's what I mean, Kane answered as she placed a hand on the pants back pocket that held the invitation. And then she said, everyone needs something to live for. I think I understand, Shukujo replied. It is like my plan for revenge. My goal in life is to make those who hurt me suffer. Kind of, Kane told her. But I was thinking of much happier thoughts. Her eyes started to grow heavy, so she repositioned her pillow, then lay her head on it, and asked Shukujo, what makes a person a monster? Person. I mean all of us beings, Shukujo laughed. You don't believe a human can be a monster? Kane questioned. I know humans can be monsters. I have just never heard a human think of any other human as a monster. There were a few moments of silence, and then Kane said, You're right. About what? Kane rubbed the middle of her back between her shoulder blades as she spoke. Humans can be monsters. They do cruel things to their own kind. Shukujo realized she was also tired and started to nod off where she lay. And then, her 8 eyes flew open in self-rage. She had spoken with a human like she used to. She spoke to a human as if their kind weren't at war with her own. Shukujo quickly stood and paced next to the Kumasakai with her 8 legs as she considered the consequences of getting too close again. And after a few moments, she said, I cannot have you here. You need to leave. It's so cold in here, Kane said as she pulled her legs up and lay in a fetal position. It must get colder at night. I can see my breath. How can you stand it? Did you hear me? Shukujo yelled at her as the memories from her own sad and dark past flashed through her mind. I want you to leave, and I want you to leave right now. There must be a draft. You should have control or do something about the draft. Are you purposely ignoring me? Shukujo questioned her. Kane sighed, and then she asked, Where do you want me to go? There's no place else. I do not care where you go as long as it is not here. No, I take that back. I can make you a nice warm bed. All you have to do is cross the Kumasakai, and I will wrap you up in something warm. Something warm, Kane repeated as if the words incited some memory she had safely tucked away, and then she spoke softly. Like threads of white, she shook off her past, not wanting to linger in sweet memories that only brought her sadness, so she focused on her present and told the Kumuvan, The offer is tempting, but I'll decline for now. Shukujo screamed an angry shout. Kane heard the outrage and misery within the scream, and she spoke, You must really hate humans. A human must have done something very terrible to you. Hate is too mild a word, Shukujo told her. I despise all your kind, especially those of you who are of the Hanta. They do not care who they kill. All of us monsters are the same. I don't know what to say to you, Kane told her. My kind can be very cruel, but they can also be compassionate. Are you talking about yourself? Shukujo asked. Me. Kane chuckled. No, I don't think of myself as compassionate. I'm more of, I don't really care, Shukujo told her. Leave before I decide to break one of my clan's taboo. And I cross that line, and don't do that, Kane snapped at her as she sat up. At the most, you'll only have to put up with me for 6 nights, and it's not like we're having a slumber party. She slowly lay back down and said, If you go deeper into your lair, I don't think you can even see me. Just turn your back on me, forsake my life, and go further into your lair. What a cruel thing to say, Shukujo spoke softly as she got this distant look. Humans are so cruel. Kane wasn't sure why the Kumuvan would say that. She didn't think there was anything cruel in her statement. Shukujo didn't like her, so how could her words be cruel? Kane did get a sense that the Kumuvan may have been speaking to someone else, someone who existed only in her thoughts. I will still know that you are here, Shukujo yelled at her, drowning her past with her rage. And do not speak to me as if we are equals. You claim to have known one of my kind, but I do not believe you ever knew her as you say. Our kind never mix. We only kill or eat the other. I'm really tired. I'm going to sleep now, Kane said as she took the pillow and turned so that she faced the stone wall. You are not going to leave no matter how much I yell at you, are you? Kane didn't reply. Shukujo threw up her hands, and then she stomped her way to the back of her lair as much as any spider could. Kane rolled over once she couldn't hear her complaining about her presence, and then Kane took her pillow and hugged it like a giant teddy bear. She thought about everything she had gone through that day, and she just wanted to cry. Shukujo stomped all the way back to her lair and moved over to a roaring fire in a large fireplace. She lowered herself to her belly and warmed her hands. It is chilly, she mumbled. I doubt Controller would ever take care of the draft in here, and it does get much colder at night. Shukujo slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. She woke sometime later. She heard sounds softly echoing through her lair, and they were coming from the front where that deplorable human was. So Shukujo headed back, but with lighter steps. She stopped when she could make out what the baka was saying, and Shukujo realized she was singing. The human's voice was terrible and slightly off-key, but Shukujo recognized the song. It was a lullaby that was known only to her clan. Cain sang, "When the shadows fall and night has come, know I will wrap you in threads of white. When beasts of darkness prowl and eat, know that I am here as I wrap you in threads of white. No one will hurt you. No one will harm you. I am here, and you are safely tucked in my threads of white. Time has come to shut your eyes as I spin my web around you." Rage filled Shikujo's heart, and she started to race out to the human to scream at her some more. But then she heard Cain start to cry. Her sobs were filled with fear and trepidation, but they also lamented of loneliness. Shikujo pulled back into the shadows and listened as the human started the song over. Cain never knew Shikujo was there, lost in her own memories and heartache. Cain unzipped her jacket and removed the braided necklace the lady had given her so long ago. She still wore it but safely tucked under her t-shirt, and she stared at its intricate braids as she played with the necklace. Cain sang softly, "My child, my child, why has sleep not touched your eyes? Do you fear the howling wind or the creatures of the night? There are many things to fear and many things that fear us, but no one thing. I am here. When the shadows fall and night has come, know I will wrap you in threads of white. When beasts of darkness prowl and eat, know that I am here as I wrap you in threads of white. No one will hurt you. No one will harm you. I am here, and you are safely tucked in my threads of white. Time has come to shut your eyes as I spin my soft web around you. Fear not, my child, as you sleep in my cocoon's warm embrace. My threads of white will hold you tight, so when shadows fall and night is here, know I love you and you are safe. When beasts of darkness howl and scream, know that I will never leave you. No one will hurt you. No one will harm you. I am here, and you are safely tucked in my threads of white. Time has come to shut your eyes as I spin my soft and warm web around you. Hush now. Close your eyes, as I spin you in my threads of white. Elsewhere, Controller's room. Nearly an hour after the end of day chime. That is it for day 1 of Cain's week. Controller spoke to the coaches. Since all of you have finished paying out your wagers and adding bets for tomorrow, we can call this day and this session at an end for us. We will meet once again in, let us say, 6 hours. And at that time, we will see if anyone would like to make any new wagers. One by one, the coaches' feeds went dark until only Blue Wolf's video remained. Was there something you wanted to ask me? Controller questioned her. No, Blue Wolf replied. It is just that. She listened as she watched the video of Cain, and then she finished. The poor thing must be very lonely to be singing in a place like this. And I also believe the lullaby must be very precious to her for her to remember after all these years. Blue Wolf paused as if to say something else. But then she just said, tragic, she cannot hold a tune. Blue Wolf's feed went black. Chapter 6. The second day. Cain didn't remember any more about that night except that she cried herself to sleep. And she woke the next morning with Shikujo glaring down at her from her spider tower. What time is it? She asked the Cumuvan. It is time that you left my lair, Shikujo replied. You also only have 2 more questions to ask me today. Ah, Cain complained half asleep. I keep falling into your trap. If you fell into my trap, I would be gorging on you by now, Shikujo told her. Get up and ask me your next 2 questions. Hold on. Cain spoke as she sat up. And then she complained, I thought it was bad sleeping on the ground out in the woods, but this floor, it's like rocks. Baka, it is rocks, right? Cain stated. I was sleeping on rocks. It might have been hard, but for some reason, I slept so soundly. I haven't slept that soundly since. She spoke and then whispered, since that time that only seems like a dream now. I doubt you slept as soundly as you claim. You are in the lair of a Cumuvan. I am? Cain stated with a smile. ... aren't I? She whispered. I slept here as if I felt safe. Cain slowly stood and stretched, but it didn't help her sore and tired muscles. Her stomach grumbled, and then she complained, I'm so hungry. Cross the Kumasaki, and you will not have to worry about your hunger and you can satisfy mine. See, I told you that you liked me. Cain teased her as she sat back down too tired to keep standing. You want me to come and visit you? Shikujo decided not to play along with her this time, crossed her arms, and demanded, ask me your questions. Hold on. I can't think just yet, Cain told her as she leaned her head against the wall and then closed her eyes. Do not go back to sleep, Shikujo yelled at her. I'm not. I'm trying to think. You do not look like you are thinking. I am, Cain insisted. I'm talking to you, aren't I? Talking in your sleep, Shikujo spoke harshly. Hurry and think. I can't when you're yelling at me, Cain told her. Shikujo started to scream. I don't care if... SHH. Cain nearly whistled out as she put a finger to her own lips. Quiet now. Why should I? Shikujo questioned. I'll tell everyone what good friends we are if you don't, Cain told her. Shikujo scoffed. They will not believe you. They will if I tell them your name. You cannot possibly know my name, Shikujo said. Cain threatened. I will tell them it's Cherry Blossom. Cherry Blossom is not my name. How do they know? Kane asked her. Are you going to tell them your name? Shikujo thought about it, and then she said, the moment I believe you are a complete baka. You say something like this that makes me believe you have been deceiving us this entire time. Kane made no comment to her statement and just said, I have no idea what I want to ask you yet, so I'm going to go see one of the other residents. She stood, removed a hair tie from a pocket, and then pulled back her hair as she mumbled, I really need to brush my teeth. You do look terrible, Shikujo stated. You really should eat something before you go. It might help you wake up. It would help, but I spent all my points last night on that pillow. I cannot see how you spent all of your points you earned for winning opening on a pillow, Shikujo told her. I don't understand how the points work, but I also thought I'd have more to spend. Kane told her as she headed for the door. I think I'm missing something about the rules of the mortem. Kane cautiously entered the hallway looking for the werewolf pup. He was nowhere in sight, so she made her way to the vampire's parlor. She paused as she looked up at the bat symbol above the door frame, and then she thought she heard voices like those at a party. And then Kane heard the laugh of a sinister woman that she had heard before. A few images came to mind of dancing and drinking. Then she entered, and the vampire was nowhere in sight, so she called out to him, Labyrinth, are you there? The couch creaked open, and Kane realized that a coffin had been built within the couch, or a couch had been built on top of a coffin. What time is it? He called out from the darkness of his bed. I have no idea. I don't have a watch, and I seem to have misplaced my phone. I believe it's still morning, he told her with grogginess thick in his voice. Come back when the sun is no longer up. How can I tell? He pointed to the Gothic-style grandfather clock in his room that Kane caught sight of the night before. The grandfather clock looked old, and detailed carvings of bats, wolves, and rats covered it. She noticed it was 7:15. Why are you up so early? He asked. Did your roommate kick you out? You better not let the Cumovan hear you say that, Kane warned. She wants nothing to do with me. We have that in common, Labyrinth told her as he pushed the lid of his coffin all the way over, and he sat up. She wants nothing to do with me either. He paused for a few seconds and then said, I don't believe I've been up this early in a long time. Kane noticed she swayed, so she went and leaned on the wall by the door, still tired. And then she asked, do you want me to come back later? No, this is fine. I can sleep anytime, he told her, and then he inquired, what questions do you have for me? Machir, I wanted to ask you about the Atlantean. It looks like you have decided on a strategy, Labyrinth spoke, then licked his tongue over his fangs as if he had morning scum, and added, beings are more inclined to talk about others than themselves. You already caught on to my strategy, and here I thought I was being sly. Kane spoke. Getting the others to talk beyond the 3 questions is impossible, but you seem more willing to speak to me than them. I have been told that I like to talk, Labyrinth stated. I am also doing it because I want to spend more time with you. Rarely do I have a chance to speak to a human. Is it because of the blood rage? She asked. How would you know of such a thing? Labyrinth inquired of her. I believe my theory from last night might just be correct, and if so, I know one of your secrets. I'm only keeping 2 things a secret, and they're not what you think. And as for the blood rage, I just guessed about it. Since you're a prisoner here, you wouldn't have access to blood all that often. And when a vampire doesn't feed, they can go into this rage that causes them to turn into a bloodthirsty animal whose only desire is to gorge themselves on blood. Younger vampires have that problem, Labyrinth told her. But I am well over 100 years old. You're also an inductus vampire, one who's not born but turned. A vampire-born, one who is a vampire in the womb, has more of an ability to deny the blood rage, but inductus vampire usually always succumb to it no matter how old they are. How do you know that I am an inductus vampire and not royal-born? I'm only guessing again since you said your mother died, she replied. I don't know if there's a difference in their outward appearance or in their essence between royal-born and those turned. But you seem... Go on, Machir. Don't stop now. He spoke a little offended when she stopped. You were going to say ordinary. I don't know what I was going to say, but it wasn't ordinary. An inductus vampire is still extraordinary. You're a careful one, backing off when you sense you might be in danger and then speaking to my sense of curiosity to encourage me to forget your insult. So I will play your game, he said, and then asked, How so? Machir, how is an inductus vampire still extraordinary? Vampires and werewolves are infected with a virus that wants to kill them, and yet they manage to live in a sort of harmony with this virus, she replied. I'm not saying I want to be a vampire, but I'm jealous of the harmony you have with your infection. He laughed at her reply, for it was so unexpected, and then Labyrinth said, Vampires might be in harmony with their virus, but with my kind, it always comes down to family. He spoke with a little bit of frustration. All I ever wanted was to live a carefree life of wine, women, and indulges of dance and fine food. He looked down at his thin, pale body and muttered, "Who wants to live forever as a corpse who has to feed on others to survive? I would prefer to be merry with others." Cain wasn't sure what to say to him, so she remained silent. "Look at what I have done," Labyrinth spoke up as his demeanor brightened. "I have cast a shadow over our joyous encounter. You wanted to know about the Atlantean." He left his coffin and shut it so that he could sit on the couch. Labyrinth sat, crossed his legs, then patted the seat next to him as he said, Come, sit with me and enjoy these cherries." She looked at the bowl of cherries, tempted to take him up on his offer as she was still hungry from the night before, and then she asked, "I see that the bowl's full again." "It was half gone the last time I was here. It was one of my rewards," Labyrinth told her. "I was told that I could have anything, and I wasted my wish on something so." He began as he stared at the cherries, then grabbed one of the dark red fruit, popped it in his mouth, and pulled the stem off the cherry. "Delicious, and they're seedless but still a waste of a wish. I receive a new bowl of them every day whether or not I eat of the previous one. I do love them, but I really should have requested blood. You should really have some. They will only go to waste if you don't." Cain thought once more of walking over to the coffee table, but she decided to remain where she stood. "I don't understand why you do not come over here," he spoke. "He's knowledgeable about many things," Labyrinth told her. "I heard he's even older than the mummy. His civilization was destroyed long ago, but a few of his people survived. I don't know why he's here. I'm guessing he's after something. Why else be here? He also has an obsession with playing games of all sorts. I thought this was a prison. Why would anyone come here to acquire something? I think you misunderstand the Mortem. Not all residents are prisoners, and not all coaches are willing participants. I really don't understand the Mortem, but I need to win it, so I can leave. I can't be here. A week may be too long." "A week? You really don't understand the Mortem," he laughed. "Who else should we talk about?" "King Ammon." "He doesn't talk much," Labyrinth laughed to himself, and then he said, "You could say that the cat has his tongue." "No, really. That is the rumor. His tongue is in a canopic stone jar with a cat's head on it." "Have you spoken to him?" Cain asked. "Have you not been listening?" he questioned. "The mummy has no tongue." She thought about her question carefully, and then she said, "So what you're saying is that you haven't talked to him, and he hasn't talked to you." "I've only heard him scream, and the one time I did go into his room, he shoved his left fist through my chest and had his insects start gnawing on me. I was a mess after that. I couldn't show my face for weeks. You see, my face had been nearly consumed, and I needed to wait until it regenerated." "Enough," Cain spoke up. "I don't need to hear any more about your injuries. Why did he attack you?" "I was having a one-sided conversation with him. I had gotten bored and wore out my welcome at Shukyujo's lair." "How do you know that name?" "I don't remember telling you," Cain spoke. "There isn't much that goes on within the basement level that the other residents don't know about." He told her as if she should already know the answer to her question, and that it was so obvious.
Labyrinth observed her confused reaction, and then he said, "Back to what I was saying. I was telling the mummy about a time when I was younger, and I do mean before I was a vampire. I was telling him of when I seduced a rival tobacco baron's daughter. I was poking around his tomb while I was telling him the tale. And I should tell you that you can get lost very easily if you go too far into the tomb on your own. I was getting to the best part of my story when he attacked me and nearly had his insects eat my face completely off." "You're like me," she told him. "In what way?" "You can be very observant but still miss the simplest things." "Explain this to me, Machir." "King Ammon is a father, and he loved his daughter very much, and he lost her in a tragic way. I also get this feeling that somehow she was taken from him long before he lost her to death," she told the vampire, then paused, remembering the feelings behind the images she saw, and then she asked, "Don't you think he would get upset at hearing how you tore a daughter from her father?" "I'm surprised you're still alive." "I never realized," he said. Cain's stomach grumbled for lack of liquid and food, and she ignored it as she said, "Tell me about Dr. Jekyll. He is very interesting, mad, but very interesting. He has some sort of large contraption hidden in the depths of his lab."
"He won't let anyone go near it, but I had one of my familiars get quite close to it," Labyrinth spoke, then paused and questioned, "Do you know what a familiar is?" "For vampires, it's usually a bat, wolf, or rat that is in service to a vampire, and they do the bidding of that vampire." "You do know more than I thought some regular human would know. Well, anyway, I had one of my familiars. That was a rat, make its way to the contraption. The rat got a pretty good look at it before dying." Cain asked, "What did the rat see?" "It was like a clear tube coffin but stood straight up. It appeared to have someone floating within. I'm guessing that the doctor or Mr. Hyde might have someone in there that they are experimenting on." Tell me about Shukyujo. She isn't speaking to me anymore. She got very upset the opening before when she walked in on me with 3 of the female contestants I had turned into sklabos. I've never heard of that term. What is a sklabos? They're like vampires and yet they are more like familiars. They will do anything I tell them. They have the urge to drink blood but have none of the strengths or abilities of a vampire. They're created when a vampire drinks their blood but does not kill them, and the vampire also does not offer them their own blood to make them one of the kindred. Labyrinth told her. You're saying you created a few dolls to play with? A few slaves? Kane spoke with anger thick in her voice. Just when I was starting to like you. I even thought about taking a few extra steps into the room today. But I think I'll retreat by one, Kane said as she did so. Vampires can be so cruel. Her anger grew the more she thought about what he did to those women. And she said, vampires are nothing but blood-sucking narcissists. And I don't think I want to talk to you anymore today. She turned and started for the door when she remembered something. Then sighed very deeply and mumbled, all I do anymore is sigh. Kane faced him and said, there is something I want from you before I leave. You insult me and then you ask me for a favor. Yes, I did insult you, and I won't take it back, she told him. And yes, I do need something from you. Will you hear my request? His eyes flashed red, but then they quickly returned to normal as he said, I should send you scurrying away, but I'm in a really good mood today. Go on. I will hear your request. I would like some of your... Kane started as she opened her mouth and pointed inside it. You want some of my teeth? She shook her head. You want to make out with me? Kane flushed as she shook her head again, and then she said, I want some of your spit. What will you give me in exchange? I should say that I'll give you nothing for the spit, she replied as the more she spoke the more Kane got upset. I should say that I'll find another way to find vampire saliva and that I don't want to see you again. But I can't. Kane thought she could hear their screams as she questioned. Did you really turn those women into slaves so you could have your way with them? Labyrinth felt a smidgen of guilt for his actions as the seemingly ordinary woman glared at him with disgust and outrage. He hadn't felt this way in a very, very long time, and it caused him to pause before answering. I did, and I would do it again. I will do it again. What happened to those women? She questioned him. Where are they now? There. He started to answer, but as he thought about it, he realized he didn't know. I discarded them when I was done playing with them. Why do you ask? Would you like to become one of my dolls? Kane didn't answer him as his parlor started to suffocate her as if she felt the veiled pain of those women trapped in their own bodies. She wanted to bolt from the room and never return, but if she ran away from the grotesque and shadowy world of the mortem, she would never win. I don't ever want to be anything of yours, she told him. I would sooner be dead than be anything of yours, she replied, then turned and started to leave. You never did answer my other question. Labyrinth spoke after her as the red button on the coffee table buzzed, signifying the end of the half hour. He glanced at it, turned his attention back to her, and asked, what will you give me in trade?
Kane paused, wanting so badly to say she didn't need him, that she'll never need him. But she did, so she reluctantly replied, I will owe you some blood later. What if I want a little something from you now? It will have to wait till later or there can be no bargain, she answered, not understanding his implications. I guess I can wait on your spit until I have what I will trade in return. Come, and I will give you some, Labyrinth told her. I will give you some of my exquisite salive. Kane walked a few steps into the room to stand where she stood the very first day she came into his parlor, and then she stopped, removed the jar from her backpack, and rolled it toward him across the carpet. I meant for you to come all the way to me, he told her. I also said I would need to take baby steps, and I've lost a little bit of the security I had gained, so this is as far as I come. Kane replied. Labyrinth stood, took a few steps to the jar, then bent and reached his hand for the jar. In the instance that it took Kane to blink, Labyrinth was standing beside her with his mouth to her ear. The force behind his run caught up to him and blew her hair she had pulled back in a ponytail. I don't know if I can wait for you to take your baby steps, he told her. Maybe we will touch lips, and I can give you some of my salive now. Labyrinth faced her as he put a gentle hand to her chin and then turned her head so that she would look at him. And he said, come, be one with me. Kane felt the magnetism Shukyujo had spoken of as they locked gazes. She peered into his eyes as he dove into hers. He dove deeper and deeper as if he could swim freely through her will and make it his own. She felt compelled to do anything he told her. No, she would do anything he told her. She would. He leaned in to give her the vampire's kiss just as the burning fear started at the middle of her back and rose all the way up her spinal column until it reached the base of her neck. His lips had nearly met hers when Kane cried out in pain as she grabbed the base of her skull in agony. She put her hand on his chest and pushed herself away from him. You resisted my first attempt, he spoke to her, not so much amazed but that a challenge had been set before him. Kane started for the door, not sure what had just happened as the burning in her neck lessened. And she told him, "If you can't abide by my fear and shyness, I won't come back here." Labyrinth grabbed her wrist, and she stopped, but she didn't turn to him. "I will abide by them for now, ma chère," Labyrinth told her. "Something tells me there's more to you than you let on, that there's more to you than one can see on the surface." He leaned in and took a deep breath, taking of her scent, and then he added, "There is more to you than even I can detect beneath your skin." Kane pulled her hand from his grasp and started for the door again. "Wait," Labyrinth called after her. Then he turned once she paused again, moved over to the jar where it sat in its original spot, picked it up, and put some of his salive in the jar. "Here, as you requested." Kane refused to look at him and focused her gaze on the door. He approached her and noticed a fresh burn on the back of her neck where she still rubbed it. He also noticed some sort of mark or tattoo in the shape of a circle. He repeated to himself, "There is so much more to you." She glared at him real quick, took the jar from him, looked away, and then asked him a question. "Have you ever had someone force something onto you that you didn't want? You did that to me. You just did that to me, and I don't know if I can ever forgive you for that. Why did you think I wanted that? Or is it you don't care what others want?" "I'm more of a leaper than a thinker," he told her. "But you're correct. I have been an improper host. I will make it up to you. I will tell you something I don't normally talk about. If you survive the others' questionings today, I will tell you a little about myself when I was still a human. Return, and I will tell you a bedtime story." She started to say no when he held up a folded paper and told her, "I'll only give this back to you if you agree." Kane put a hand to her pants back pocket as she realized he had taken the invitation from her, and then she told him, "I won't be blackmailed into returning." "I'll just have to read this then," he said, unfolded it, and read out loud, "You are cordially invited to attend a gathering of the quick and the dead to participate in a get-together like no other. Wealth, power, glory, prestige, revenge, and a few other incentives entice many to come. I will entice you with your own heart's desire. You already know that a father is strong and wise and will sacrifice himself for his children. A mother is caring and nurturing and denies herself for her children. A brother is knowledgeable about many things and is playful. A sister can be a sibling who is both reliable and trying. A friend is an ear who listens and a mouth in need of listening to. A lover is..." Labyrinth paused, looked at her, and said, "The sentence ends right there. No matter. I can teach you what a lover is. I do find this invitation very interesting, but there is still more. I do find it odd that what I just read was typed out, but this next part is handwritten. And it reads, 6 complete the mold. 5 you will immediately behold. 1 will defy the grave, for 1 is strong and wise and will sacrifice for their children. And 1 will deny love for revenge, for 1 throws away care, and nurture and denies their children for themselves. 2 will be the one who follows madness and rage to attain what love could never let go. 3 will quickly turn their backs when everything is bleak and dire help is needed. 4 seek revenge, and 3 it is their only purpose. 2 were together and now are apart and ultimately will be together again. And last and most important, 1 is not as they appear." Labyrinth turned the paper over and noticed an address and said, "This location isn't the Necht Ruprecht Corporation. No, it's the location of Brown Deliveries. I went there yesterday and wounded up getting a job as a delivery woman, and the Necht Ruprecht Corporation was my first stop." Kane let out a frustrated yell. "Ah, I bet my delivery truck got towed. I was parked in an unloading lane. I'm going to get fired." He questioned her, "After everything you've gone through, do you believe you had a real job?" "I guess not, but I was really looking forward to working for them. It sounded like I'd really like it. I would be able to go to different places and meet different people. You will definitely see different places down here and meet all kinds of different people for as long as you survive." Labyrinth spoke, read the invitation to himself one more time, and then asked, "Are you looking for your family?" "I have no family," she told him. "I have no one that wants me. And yet you came, my poor Machir." "I'll be your family," Labyrinth told her as he took her hand and placed the invitation in it. "I can be the only one you need." Kane wanted to tell him no, but instead, she said nothing, took the invitation, and headed into the empty hallway. She replaced the invitation in her pants back pocket and walked to the door with the beaker on it, and then she glanced up at the image and felt heartache caused by separation. Kane entered to find Dr. Jekyll at work, writing in a black leather journal of some sort. She remained silent as she glanced at Frankenstein's monster. Dr. Jekyll didn't notice her, so she took the opportunity to take in everything that had happened in the vampire's parlor. She thought she had found an ally in Labyrinth, but he was too self-centered. Kane let about 10 minutes go by before she walked over to the table, and she stopped a few feet away from it, waiting to be acknowledged. Dr. Jekyll peered up from the black leather journal and stated, Has a day gone by already? I didn't think I would see you again. I have the saliva you requested to trade for the salt, Kane told him as she lifted the jar and shook the jelly-like substance within. Set it on the table. I will retrieve your salt once I finish here. She did as instructed and then waited for him to finish, and once Dr. Jekyll completed his current task, he grabbed the jar and examined the substance within. Would you lie to me about what this substance is? He questioned her. I could answer your question, but do you know enough about my character to know whether or not I'd lie to you? Kane inquired. Dr. Jekyll opened the jar, removed a small sample, placed it on a petri dish, and then exposed it to an ultraviolet light, and the substance turned to ash. Wait here while I collect your salt, he told her. I was wondering if there's another substance that you might carry, she called after him as he went behind the curtain. What is that? He inquired as he moved to a cabinet similar to the one in the first room of his lab, which also had dozens of drawers, and he opened a drawer, pulling out a small bag of salt. Do you have access to colloidal silver? Kane asked. Liquid silver. I do. What do you want it for? The silver content in the liquid is more for medicinal uses than as a weapon against anything living within the basement level, Dr. Jekyll told her. I need it for a personal matter, she replied, and then she asked, how do you deal with the werewolf pup in the hallway? I give him some scrap of meat or a bone. A bone works longer, he replied. Here is your salt. Leave. I answered your questions for today. Kane grabbed the bag of salt and said, True, you answered my questions, but I would like to know one more thing. What would you like in trade for the colloidal silver? I need nothing right now, Dr. Jekyll told her as he returned to what looked like a drawing in his journal. Return later today and ask me again. Thank you, she spoke before she left. Dr. Jekyll lifted his gaze as she thanked him, and then, as if someone had scolded him, he spoke after her. I should thank people when thanking is due, and I should receive thanks when I have earned it. So, you are welcomed? Kane smiled at his appreciation, and then she entered the hallway and found that the werewolf pup was absent again. So she hurried to her next destination, glanced up at the image of the fish, and felt a sense of longing for someone greatly loved and missed. She entered and found the Atlantean sitting on the 10-foot dock reading. Is the book any good? She called out to him from the railing of the 20-foot dock. I am not sure, he replied. It is the first book I have read on VR technology, and I had actually been daydreaming and not reading. What were you daydreaming about? The Atlantean turned and looked at her like he wasn't going to answer, but then he replied, I was dreaming of a time long ago when I was still a child and I was playing with the youngest of my family, my little sister. Kane leaned on her elbow that rested on the railing as she said, It must be nice to have such memories. I envy you. Do you? He questioned her, then lifted his webbed hand towards her as if to pull the truth of her words from the air, and said, You do not lie. The Atlantean lowered his hand, then set the book he was holding on the dock, and stood as he asked, Are you any good at games? I don't know. I haven't played many. He asked, Would you like to play one now? Kane peered at the soft cover book and noticed its title was VR Technology for Dummies, and then she answered, I think I would like to. Oh, and by the way, I have your salt. He looked at the bag she held out towards him, and then he said, I am surprised you were able to get it. I am amazingly surprised. The task didn't seem all that impossible to me, she told him. I am surprised because you are still alive. Would you come and sit beside me while we play the game? I don't think I can, Kane answered as she glanced around at all the water. Your fear of drowning. How about I make a bargain with you? I can never hurt you while we are playing a game. She countered with, How about you can't hurt me from the moment you say you want to play a game to the point I leave your swamp whether or not I accept? Interesting, the Atlantean spoke. Let me counter with one more point then. You cannot deny playing a game with me 3 times in a row. Kane smiled, and then she said, A bargain has been struck. A bargain has been struck, the Atlantean repeated. What sort of games do you know? Very, very few. But I do seem to pick up on games quickly, she told him. Would you like to teach me one of your favorite games? I have no favorites, so I will teach you checkers. She placed the bag of salt in her pocket, then climbed down the ladder to the 10-foot dock, and waited for him there. The Atlantean left and came back sometime later, carrying the checkerboard along with the checkers. He set up the board between them while they sat on the 10-foot dock. The Atlantean explained the game, and then they played as they talked. You have been an interesting addition to the Mortem. The Atlantean spoke as he double-jumped and took 2 of her pieces. How so? Kane asked as she examined the move he played against her. You were never part of the draft, and yet you arrived on opening day and came down to the basement level shortly before the start and somehow wound up in the thick of things. You abandoned contestant after contestant, fearing for your life as if you were so overwhelmed by fear you could not think. But you still managed to strike a deal with controller and the coaches. There are monsters all around you, and yet you refuse to pick up a weapon or arm yourself in any way beyond your wits. You talk to the Cumovan as if you are long-lost sisters, and you became angry with the vampire for being a vampire. You made a deal with King Ammon on the verge of him killing you, and you actually made the doctor come out of his shell long enough to tell you that you were welcomed. These tiny little things on their own are nothing, but when you start to add them up, you have been out playing the mortem. So many small details, so many pieces falling into place when they need to. Look at you now. You are sitting here with me actually enjoying a game you have never played before, and all because someone sent you here. But they sent you here without your knowledge. I think you're right about that, Kane told him as she managed to take one of his pieces and ended up having him crown her one piece. And you're right about everything else you've said so far. I am a coward. He said nothing to her comment but continued making ones of his own as he said, I was contemplating leaving. I was becoming so bored here, but maybe I will stay a little longer just to see what you will do. How are you going to leave? I will keep that small secret to myself for a while. He spoke as he made several more moves and cleared the board of her pieces. I have won this round. Would you like to play again? I would, she replied. The Atlantean set up the board while she watched. You don't have a favorite game, so what about a favorite type of game? She questioned him. I especially enjoy games like chess where one can manipulate the pieces to attack and sacrifice in an attempt to win the match. But my most favorite games are long drawn-out ones like the game of Risk where you have to strategize many moves ahead, which is also like chess. Is that why you're here in the Mortem? It has something to do with your love of games. All who are in the Mortem are here to fulfill their ultimate wish, and many of them are complex. But maybe my wish is simple. Maybe I just want to play the best Risk game of my life, so I need to find a worthy opponent, the Atlantean stated, and then he got this cherished look in his eyes as he spoke. I had a worthy opponent once, but that was a very long time ago. I bet it was your little sister, she stated. The Atlantean inquired, why would you guess that? You love her so much, but I also sense a rivalry between you. But a healthy rivalry like one would have if one enjoyed competing against the other. You seem to have extraordinary intuition, he stated, and once he finished setting up the board, he said, tell me something about yourself. Kane, I don't like to be called Kane, she replied. Why is that? You remember me telling you it's not a name but more of what they believe I am. The meaning of the name. It's cruel, so I don't like to be called by it. Allow me to call you, my Cha, he spoke. It sounds nice. What does it mean? In a way, I am calling you little sister, but it is more like I am your senior. I think I understand, Kane said. The first school I went to also had ways to address the other students around me. I like my Cha. My Cha, it is, the Atlantean stated as he started the second game. They played longer this time around, but the Atlantean still easily beat her. I better go, she said. I still need to talk to King Ammon and Shukyujo. Kane stood, climbed up to the 20-foot dock, took a step to go to the door, then turned and said, I almost forgot. I need to give you your salt. I wondered if you would remember. You are just like my real little sister, the Atlantean stated as he stood and walked toward her on his webbed feet. He walked all the way to the dock just below where she was standing and held out his hand. Kane tossed the bag to him, and he caught it. He opened it, stuck a finger within, and then licked the tip of the salty goodness. Does it remind you of home? She asked. No, he said. The salt origin is nowhere near my homeland, but it is still salt. What do you want in exchange? The salt is yours whether or not you help me. But I was wondering if you have seen the waters of life within this world. I am not sure. What does it look like? I don't know myself, she replied. I will see if I can get a little more information on it. Kane turned and started to leave when her stomach growled loudly. You must be hungry, he said. My points don't amount to much. I've only had an apple since breakfast yesterday. I need to figure out a way to earn more points. You should have enough points from winning opening to feast for weeks. It sounds to me like someone may be bending the rules a little too much. Do not worry. If they continue to do so, they will be punished by the Mortem, he stated, and before she could ask him about it, he changed the subject by saying, there are side quests that Controller will allow you to do if you request it. They range in all sorts of difficulties and point ranges. If you are to attempt one, I would suggest you do so early before you are too weak to survive. Thanks, I'll remember that. Kane went into the hallway and still saw no signs of the werewolf pup. Controller, she called out. I am here, he replied. I am always here. I need food and water, and I heard that I can earn points by taking on quests. Residents can. You aren't a resident? I'll be dead of dehydration or starvation before I become a resident? There has to be some way I can earn points. Rules are rules, Controller told her. You could always steal food from one of the residents or beg for them to have mercy on you. Begging for myself isn't really who I am, she replied. How can I make points as a contestant? Surviving, he replied. So what you're saying is, if I make it through today, I'll make as many points as I made yesterday. No, you won opening yesterday. Your points will be different today. The mummy's tomb. Kane quickly went into the room, so she wouldn't have any distracting visions from the pyramid symbol above the door. She called out to him when she found the area just inside empty. King Ammon's sarcophagus came screaming out of the tomb as it did the other time, but when he emerged from it, he didn't seize her with his wrappings. I need more information if I'm to locate the waters of life. I need to know what they look like if I'm to retrieve them for you. Waters of life is a spring, King Ammon told her using his mind. They flow as light, and they can restore almost anything. Do the waters of life need to be stored or contained in anything special? She questioned. Clay or glass, he told her. No metal. Please give me the container that's the appropriate size for the amount you need. He eyed her as if deciding something about her, but it appeared that he didn't make up his mind about her. She was about to say something when a clay vessel floated to her that had originated from the tomb. It had a lid. I need it completely full and no less, he told her. Kane took the vessel and started to leave, but then she turned back around and said, I don't know what your story is or why you have entered the mortem, but I wanted to say, never mind. It's stupid. He called after her as she turned to leave. Tell me, daughter of fear. I don't know if it'll upset you to say it. Speak, and I promise to hold my wrath back if you should incur it. Your daughter, I believe I sense her here, or I should say, I sense the love you have for her here. It's so strong. It's stronger than all your rage and hatred. King Ammon's wrath didn't burn within him, but a few fleeting moments of joy did spring forth from his memories. I would like to get a better sense of you, daughter of fear. Tell me about your father. I never knew my father. I don't even know his name. Tell me about the one who instructed you. Tell me about the one who was like a father to you. There was a teacher, the man I considered my second teacher, but I don't consider him a father. I don't think he liked me. Daughter of fear and fatherless one, I will reward you if you are able to bring me the waters of life. I will reward you by showing you something no one else has seen. The way he told her. Kane got this sense that it would be something wondrous to see. I think I would like that, she told him and then hurried out. Fail. He spoke after she left. And you will incur my wrath. The Atlantean swamp. It did not take you that long to return, the Atlantean stated as she walked out to the end of the 20-foot dock. I know what the waters of life are, she said as she held the jar that was half as big as her. I was told that they are a spring of light. She started to ask a question, but caught herself, and said instead, I need this container filled with the waters of life. You only need to tell me what I need to give to you in exchange. The Atlantean said, I have seen the place in my watery domain where the waters of light enter the darkness of my world. I will retrieve this water in an exchange. I want a book. What sort of book? Kane questioned. Tell me the title of the book. I do not care. I only want something that I have not read, and in my lifetime, I have read many books. The waters of life need to be placed in this clay vessel, she said as she set it on the dock. I'll be back when I find you a book. If you find me a book, he said. No, when? She repeated. I have to win this mortem. Kane started out when the Atlantean shouted to her. My cha, obtaining the waters of life will not be easy for me, so if you should fail to bring me a book I have not read, I will kill you as a reward for my effort. Reward? She muttered. What sort of reward is that? She said nothing more to him, left, and went to Shikujo's lair. Chapter 7. Tormenting and Teaching. The Cumavan's lair. Kane was exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, so she went straightway and sat in her corner where her pillow was and lay down on her back. She noticed as promised that the truck cart dolly was there near the corner. She removed her backpack, set it beside her, and closed her eyes, and then she heard a lot of movement in the dungeon castle area, but never opened her eyes. What do you think you are doing? Shikujo questioned her. Can't you tell? Kane spoke through a sleepy voice. I'm thinking. Shikujo peered at her closed eyes and commented, You have a peculiar way of thinking. You have a peculiar way of doing many things. People keep saying that. Kane spoke as she grew ever tired. I didn't think I was that weird. Baka, you are the most unusual person I have ever met. You are even more unusual than my dearest friend. I didn't know you had a weird friend. Kane spoke as she smiled, thinking of Shikujo's imageless friend. I bet she's a Cumavan just like you and probably just as pretty. She was very pretty, Shikujo told her. She was very beautiful. It must be nice having a friend, Kane spoke. Tell me some of the things you would do together. We would climb the highest mountain on a cloudless night and peer up at the ocean of stars. She taught me her constellations, and I taught her mine. She liked to talk about the love of her life, the one she would marry and have many children with. I would tell her how I had no interest in marriage and children, but I was secretly jealous that she had already found her mate. She enjoyed singing, but much to the regret of my ears, she had no ability in such things. Kane imagined everything the Cumovan spoke of as she teetered between the waking world and the one of dreams, and she asked, "What other things would you do together?" "We would," Shukujo began, then realized she had dropped all of her carefully placed guards, opened up to this human, and thought about a past she wanted to forget, so she immediately dropped the conversation and said, "I would not sleep if I was you." They had come so close to having a normal conversation, and Kane was saddened that she was back to being considered an enemy. She said nothing to Shukujo's comments. She didn't know what to say, and she was very tired. Shukujo stated, "I have banished a few of my children from my lair." "You shouldn't have done that," Kane said as she opened her eyes, hearing of the tragedy, and she saw that Shukujo was in her usual spot near the white borderline. "They're your family. They are my precious family," Shukujo told her, "and I cherish each and every one of them. Don't banish them if that's the case. Forgive whatever they've done and bring them back to your arms. Nearly anything can be forgiven." "They have done nothing wrong," Shukujo told her. "I only sent them on an important mission that they must complete before I allow them to return." "Oh, that's different then. I thought your banishment was a permanent thing," Kane muttered as she fought closing her eyes that were growing heavier by the heartbeat. "You actually should be asking me where I banished them to," Shukujo told her. "No questions right now," Kane said. "I'm too tired to ask any." She fell asleep just as a baker's dozen of small dog-sized spiders descended on their webs down to where Kane slept. "Baka," Shukujo spoke softly, "sleep then, and let all your hard work be for nothing." The Kumiusagi were not normal spiders as one might find in the human world. These spiders had a hive mind with whatever Kumovan they associated with. Shukujo ruled them as a queen, and she directed them to make their way to the human and arrange themselves so that they could bite her all at once. The Kumiusagi were very light for their size, and Kane was such a heavy sleeper that she never woke when they moved across her. 8 Kumiusagi maneuvered themselves and took up position 2 on each pant leg and sleeve-covered arm. 4 Kumiusagi took a position on her jacket-protected chest, and 1 spider made its way to her face. They were all in position but the one moving for her face. It crawled up her neck and stepped across her cheek. Then Kane's eyes popped open, and she quickly put a hand to her cheek. She noticed the other spiders on her and stood, shaking them off as she pulled the one off of her face. She looked down at the 12 as she clasped her gloved hands close to her chest as if protecting the one spider. "Stop!" she yelled, and the Kumiusagi did so. "What are you doing?" Shukujo questioned her children. "After her? You cannot return until you have sunk your fangs into her." The 12 Kumiusagi started after her once more. "Stop!" Kane ordered them again, and then she looked at Shukujo and told her, "Make them stop before it's too late." "You cannot simply step on these spiders and kill them," Shukujo told her. "They are hardier than they look." "I know. Just don't let them touch me," Kane said as she pulled her gloved hands away from her chest and looked at the 13th Kumiusagi. She looked at it as if she had accidentally crushed it. "I'm afraid it's too late for this one." "What do you mean? You could not have killed it." "You'll probably think I did something worse," Kane told her as she showed her the Kumiusagi in her hands. Shukujo looked at what had been a bloodthirsty Kumiusagi bent on doing his Kumovan's will. But now, Shukujo noticed a different aura about him. It was as if she was looking at a fluffy kitten instead of a deadly creature. Shukujo shrieked, "What did you do?" "I'm sorry," Kane sincerely spoke as she held the 13th Kumiusagi tenderly in her hands. "I was so tired. I didn't mean for him to crawl on me and touch my cheek." Kane turned her gaze to the Kumovan and told her with a heavy heart, "I'm sorry, Shukujo. I should have been more careful." "Return to me," Shukujo ordered her children, and the 12 Kumiusagi immediately obeyed. "Return before you are also infected by," she started, and then she questioned the human. "What did you do to my child?" Shukujo sensed she still had a connection with the Kumiusagi, but his affection and allegiances were split, and she knew of nothing that could do that. So she questioned, "Is it some sort of spell or curse?" "It's just me," Kane told her. "Spiders like me. If I make contact with any, they seem to like me even more. Kumiusagi are not spiders. They are of the Kumovan, and they only hate humans." Kane set the 13th Kumiusagi on the ground near the white borderline and said, "Go on. Go back." The 13th Kumiusagi looked up at her with his 8 large puppy dog-like eyes, then crawled back to Kane, and rubbed up against her leg like a cat. "No. Go back. Please go back," she said, and then she directed her next words to Shukujo. "Please take him back. I can't keep him. He needs to stay with his family. I will not have him back. He has been infected or you have cursed him. Please don't. Kumovans love their Kumovan children as if they were family. Please, call him back. I can't be responsible for him." "You need to take responsibility," Shukujo yelled at her. "You are the one who did something to him. Please, I'll do anything you ask of me, just take him back." Shikujo thought about it, and then she said, "Bring him to me. Bring him to me over the Kumasaki, and I'll accept him." Kane knew that would mean her death, so she asked, "Why is it so important that I cross the white borderline?" "I merely want to kill you," Shikujo replied. "I hate all humans. Why is it so important that you kill me? You don't seem to be after any of the others down here. Why do you hate humans so much? The only importance that you have is that you are human, and all humans must die." Kane bent and picked up the Kumasaki as she told him. "Come on, 13. I'll take responsibility for you." She walked over and lay down back in her spot, keeping the Kumasaki close to her chest as she stated with a little anger, "Keep your children away from me unless you want something like this to happen again. A child should never be abandoned by their family. You should have taken him back no matter what, but I promise." Kane spoke with compassion in her voice, "I will love him in your place." She turned 13 and set him on her chest so that he faced her. Kane had never seen this type of creature before. When she was a child, all the spiders around the lady were actual spiders, not Kumavan children. Kumavan children made it sound like these creatures were Kumavan offspring, but they were more like pets, cherished pets. Kumusagi would appear to any human like some sinister demonic rabbit with 8 large eyes, but Kane saw them differently. The Kumusagi did look like rabbits, but more like fluffy gray bunnies the size of a small dog with 8 dark black eyes, and 8 legs instead of paws. What made the Kumusagi look like bunnies were these large furry antennas that came out of the top of their heads that normal spiders didn't have. The antennas looked like fluffy bunny ears, and the Kumusagi used these ear antennas as an additional way to hear. Kumusagi, like other Kumavan children, could understand speech. Kane gently stroked these ear antennas, which calmed her in 13, and she forgot about the trauma she just experienced and hoped he had found the same simple peace. She continued to stroke his ear antennas, and as she held him, the large spider-like creature reminded her of the joyous times she spent with the lady. Shikujo paced along the Kumasaki for a few minutes, and then she asked, "Where did you get this curse? Did you trade something with the mummy? Of all the residents, I fear him the most, him and his curses and scarab beetles." "I'm not talking to you," Kane told her. "You tried to kill me while I was sleeping, but more importantly, you abandoned 13. You have named my Kumavan child already. I guess he cannot keep the name I had given him since he is no longer mine, and you have no right to criticize me about the care of my children," Shikujo told her. "You are in the mortem. You should expect any one of the residents to try to kill you at any time. So do not chastise me for seeing an opportunity and snatching it. Now tell me where you acquired such a thing to sever the link that is between me and my child." "I didn't sever your link. It's still there. I've learned to always be on my guard so that I don't cut any threads between those of family, and anyway, I'm not talking to you," Kane told her as she pouted. "Go away. I have to think. What is there to think about? You are going to die here, and most likely by my hands and fangs. I need to find the Atlantean, a book he has never read," Kane told her. "The problem is that I heard he is very old, older than King Ammon, so he has read a lot of books. I could find him a very rare book, but there's still no guarantee that he hasn't read it." She glanced at her backpack as she added, "I do have one very rare book, but I don't want to ever part with it. I'm still learning from it. Why not tell him the story of your soon-to-be short, boring life?" Shikujo said, mocking her. "Tell him my story," Kane said as she sat up. "That's not a bad idea. Thank you." "Thank you, Shikujo." "Why are you thanking me? Your idea is good," Kane told her, "and I don't think I would have ever thought of it on my own. Do not thank me. I did not intend to be helpful. Never thank me. Actually, I take my idea back. You cannot use it? Too late." Kane spoke excitedly as a little light trickled into the hopelessness she had. "The idea has been planted, and I'm going to run with it. Thanks again." "Do not thank me. Never thank me, Baka." Kane set 13 on the floor and quickly left, heading to Dr. Jekyll's room. Sometime later, Kane left Dr. Jekyll's lab and went to the Atlantean swamp, and then she called out, "I'm back." He soon appeared out of the water and moved to the dock below the 20-foot one. "Mai-cha, do you remember my warning?" he questioned her. "I do," she replied. "That's why I brought you a one-of-a-kind story that has never been published." Kane tossed some papers that had been stapled together, and he caught them and flipped through them. "Did you make this?" "I did. I also wrote it. Dr. Jekyll said I could use some of his office supplies." "I see that you have all of your appendages," the Atlantean started. "What did you have to trade to acquire these?" "Nothing. I just waited till he was really busy and asked him if I could have some of his supplies. He waved me away, so I took it as I could of them. I'm not sure he even knew I was in the lab." "He can get that way when he is working," the Atlantean told her, and then he looked at her crude book and read its title, "The Kumavan and the Little Girl." He peered up from the book and said, "Is it a fairy tale?" "No, a true story." I was never one to make up things, so all I could write about was what happened to me. Does it meet your requirements? Allow me to read it, and then I will tell you if your life is yours for a few minutes more." The Atlantean sat where he stood, and Kane waited while he read through the book, and after some time, he closed the book and stood. "What did you think?" she asked. "It meets the requirements of a book I have never read, so I will acquire the waters of life that you requested." "What did you think of the story?" The book's binding was put together in haste. The drawings within it were crude, but they were drawn with care and love. "I also thought, you can tell that just by reading it," Kane interrupted. "No, I can get a sense of things when I touch objects. I can tell if someone is telling the truth through the air, but I have to make physical contact with a person or object to get a sense of things," he answered. And then he said, "The story style is as if a child wrote it. Was that intentional?" "No, I don't think so. My writing is still. I need more practice. I do like the story. It is. What is the word I am looking for? It is endearing, and you say it is all true." "Yes," Kane replied. "Why did the Cumavan not devour you?" "I upset her," Kane replied. "I did something very wrong, so she didn't devour me." "I do not think you understand my question," the Atlantean stated. "At any time, the Cumavan could have eaten you and left the cavern. Human flesh is very nourishing, so no matter how small you were, she could have eaten you, healed any injury she might have had, and left at any time." "Eat, devour," Kane spoke softly. "I thought they had different meanings. I didn't realize back then that they meant the same thing. I think I took her wanting to devour me as..." She paused and then said, "Clans and houses devour those who they want to bring into their family, and so as a lonely child, I thought she wanted me as her own." "The book you wrote actually gave me my answer," he told her. "I just wanted to know if you had accepted the truth yet. You must have been a very lonely and desperate child if you wanted a Cumavan to devour you." Kane thought fondly of those 7 months with the lady as she said, "I was lonely, but..." She placed her right palm on her chest over her heart, and then she made a fist as if grasping her heart and said, "I also really cared about her, and at the time, I thought she cared about me." Kane dropped her hand to her side as she continued, "I now doubt the feelings I thought she had towards me. I believed with all my being that when she was better she would take me with her. But the lady abandoned me. She left without saying goodbye." The Atlantean spoke, "I still do not believe you realize the extreme danger you were in. The Cumavan wanted to slice you open and eat your intestines, and yet you treated her as a dear teacher. No, more than that. You treated the Cumavan lady as if she was your birth mother. You are not Cumavan, but you were a very confused little girl." The words he spoke had a power to them, almost as if he touched her very soul with them and brought the memories dear and tragic to life in a way that rampaged through her defenses. And it allowed uncontrollable tears to stream down her face as she said, "I know. The more I'm here, the more I realize that." She wiped the tears away as she said, "Why would she want me to be part of her family? I was just something to pass the time. I was just food to her. I was a way to escape her prison. I was just..." "I see I have touched on something sensitive," the Atlantean spoke. And then he said, "I am sorry. My intentions were not to make you cry. It is fine. I have already stopped crying," Kane told him. "You have fulfilled your part of the bargain, so I will go now and acquire the waters of life in the vessel you left. It will take me some time. Return after the witching hour, and I should have it by then." The Atlantean went and stored the book Kane had written in one of many wooden chests that lined the docks, and then he went, grabbed the vessel, and returned to the swamp water. Kane watched as he went, and then she went and sat on the end of the dock, and since she was alone, Kane wept bitterly into her palms. Elsewhere. Controller's room. "The Atlantean has made the human cry," Blue Wolf spoke up. "My resident has earned quite a bit of points for himself. He has also earned you a lot of money from the emotional fund," Controller told her. "What is this emotional fund?" Yellow Dragon questioned. "It is an endless pool of money that pays out to coaches in money and to residents in points when certain criteria are fulfilled." "I understand," Yellow Dragon said. "One of the criteria must be to make a participant cry. What other criteria are part of this emotional fund?" "There are many," Controller told him. "Examples are laughing for joy. It is rare and one of the highest payouts. And there is also screaming in rage or anger, but it is one of the lowest payouts. This particular fund has blind criteria, so only after they have been met and paid are they known." "I understand," Yellow Dragon stated. "Would any of the coaches like to strike a bargain with me? I will pay to know what other criteria are known by them for the emotional fund." "I will take you up on your deal," Blue Wolf spoke up. "You are nearly as new as me," Yellow Dragon said. "I would prefer to see if one of the other coaches will take my offer." Green Serpent said, "I will if the reward is worth my time. Here is what I will pay for each blind criterion that is known to you," Yellow Dragon stated as he sent the amount to Green Serpent. Green Serpent looked over the amount and said, "A bargain has been struck." "A bargain has been struck," Yellow Dragon replied, even though he had already said it. The two coaches switched to a restricted feed that only the two of them could communicate on. Yellow Dragon said, "Tell me what you know." "I know of 3 blind criteria for the emotional fund," Green Serpent began. "Someone reveals a secret to another, and both the one telling the secret and the one hearing the secret earn points and their coaches earn money. The second is a reunion takes place in the mortem. The more joyous, the more reward. The third thing is a wrong is revealed between 2 participants. Either someone informs the others through the Inquisition seat or a confession is made. Those are the blind criteria that I..." Yellow Dragon interrupted. "I know what the Inquisition seat within the Judicium is, but I thought it was against the rules of the mortem too. How should I put it? It is against the rules of the mortem to reveal anything about a participant that is not revealed in the mortem." "You're correct about that," Green Serpent stated. "But there are also exceptions to that rule." He paused and said, "We should return so not to miss too much." They disengaged their restricted feed. "Good, the 2 of you are back," Controller spoke. "Let us go around and see if anyone would like to make any new wagers. I would like to wager that my resident the Cumuvan will kill the human by the end of this day." Green Serpent spoke. "I will take that wager," Red Phoenix stated. "I wager this human will last at least 4 days among the residents." "I will take that wager," Purple Rose said. "I believe the human is too kind-hearted to survive within the mortem, so I would like to add something to our wager." Red Phoenix said, "I will hear you out. I not only believe this human will perish, but I wager she will perish in a very painful way that will last several hours." "What a terrible thing to say." Blue Wolf spoke up. "Are you wishing this poor human ill will?" "I have no feelings either way towards this human," Purple Rose replied. "I am merely forecasting her inevitable end." "I would like in on this wager," Green Serpent spoke. "I would like to wager on the side of Purple Rose." "I accept your joint wager," Purple Rose said. "Would anyone else like to join in?" "I'm still very new at this," Yellow Dragon stated. "I think I'll step back and watch the outcome of this." "What about you, Blue Wolf?" Purple Rose questioned. "I guess I can make it ladies versus gentlemen." "So I am in," she replied. "I do like to root for the underdog. I also see this kindness of hers. I think it is a useful tool for her and has many ways that it can be used." Controller spoke up. "Are there any other wagers at this time?" He waited a few moments, and then he said, "There is not, so I call the wagering at an end for now." Basement level. Kane finished her cry, dried her eyes, and moved on to King Ammon's room. She wanted to update him on her progress and wanted to ask him her other question for the day. She was in better spirits since crying. Kane usually never let herself get to the point of breaking down, but for some reason, she felt better after doing so. She called out to King Ammon, but he never answered her, so after about 20 minutes, she started through the tomb, calling out to him. The Egyptian tomb passages were dark and in ruins, and Kane expected some creature or thing to spring out of the darkness at her and try to take a bite out of her. But none did. She noticed light ahead, then the passage ended, and a large valley with a river flowing through it was on the other side of the tomb. The place was gorgeous and full of life and light, and she stood there in awe of the sight and never heard King Ammon approach her from behind. "It is a wondrous sight," he said in her mind. Kane jumped with the intrusion to her thoughts, and then she spoke. "You startled me. I did not expect for you to venture through the tomb, or that luck would allow you to find this place. You are braver than I thought. I never expected to see a place like this," she told him. "I thought your domain would be all creepy and full of darkness," she spoke, then turned to him and asked, "Was that rude of me to say?" "It was," he replied. "And you have used your final question, but I will allow you one more for today." "Oh," Kane complained. "I keep wasting them." She noticed that he peered at her differently than he had when they stood before his tomb near the hallway's door. He didn't seem as angry, so she asked, "If you were me and you wanted to survive a week among a group of monsters, what question would you ask you?" King Ammon seemed to smile at her, not that she could tell a difference with his skeleton expression, but his essence seemed amused by her as he said, "Follow me. There is something I want to show you before I answer your final question of the day." She followed him to the edge of the large river, and the valley was like she imagined ancient Egypt would be. He led her to a small dock, then they boarded a large Egyptian boat about 150 feet long, and King Ammon used his power, and the oars magically rowed them down the river. Kane walked towards the front of the barge and looked out at all the wonders before them. "What do you see?" he asked her. There were so many things to see, like how the native animals interacted with the environment, how the water flowed along the banks, how the afternoon sun moved along the sky. But what caught her eye was a single white flower growing along the banks. "I see," Kane began. "I see beauty in many things. Tell me about one of them," he spoke in her mind. "That flower," she started as she pointed. Some might say it is ordinary, but look at it. It simmers almost silver when the sunlight catches it just right, and I believe I can already smell its sweet honey-like fragrance even from here. It is called the Amici rose. A rose. It looks more like a multi-layered daisy, but all white. It folds up at night and appears more like a rose. He told her. I named my daughter after this flower. Her name was Princess Amici Azenith. Azenith. Doesn't that mean she belongs to her father? Cain asked. It does, he replied. Princess Amici Azenith was my whole existence after her mother died. I cherished her more than my own life, but in the end, that was not enough to keep her safe. Did her life end in some tragic way? He replied, she was taken away from me by someone I trusted, by someone I should never have trusted. I'm sorry, Cain told him. When Princess Amici Azenith was young and I was still the most important man in her life, this boat and this place along the Nile was one of her cherished spots. You seem very like her, so I thought you might also appreciate seeing it. I do, thank you. There is something I would like to share with you, King Ammon told her. What is that? Come, and you will see, he said as he walked to the very front of the barge and motioned to the horizon in front of them. This is what I wanted to share with you. The sun quickly and unnaturally moved forward in time and then slowed as it set over the horizon in front of them, throwing out a brilliant rainbow of light Cain thought couldn't exist in her world. She was filled with wonder and awe and gazed at the sight unblinking until the last ray vanished into the twilight. Torches on the barge immediately flickered on as she continued to stare at a now dark horizon. It was so beautiful, Cain replied, then turned to King Ammon and told him, if something like this can happen within the basement level, within a mortem that only wants to claim lives, just think of what can be accomplished if light can outshine darkness. She paused, and then she asked, are sunrises as beautiful? Judge for yourself, King Ammon said as he turned and walked to the back of the barge, and she followed. The sun peeked over the eastern horizon and threw out a blazing orange color that burned across the sky. The sunrise was just as magical as the sunset, and Cain felt all warm inside, knowing this scene of endings and beginnings was what King Ammon wanted to share with her. Is it ever dark here? Only if I allow it, he replied. Darkness is here for only a few minutes each day. She turned to him and saw him more as a caring father than a rage-filled mummy, and she said, Princess Amici Azenith must have cherished these times with you. I believe she did, King Ammon replied, and then after a few seconds, he questioned, Daughter of Fear, did you also have someone close to you that you lost? I did, Cain answered as she thought about the lady. King Ammon questioned, Does it hurt when you think about this person? It does, she replied as happy and sad memories of her past took turns occupying her mind. King Ammon sensed the anguish of a child within her, a child still trapped within the body of this woman. I experienced so much joy with her, but it hurts to think about the lady. She spoke and then asked, How can so much happiness also bring pain? One of life's great mysteries, he told her. Look at the river and see how it flows. Life is the water, and the rocks and banks are circumstances we encounter. The water continues to flow but is changed in different degrees, depending on what it encounters, and so is life. Joy, hatred, happiness, envy, and all our other emotions are the ripples caused by these encounters, and we as the water can only move forward, bringing the ripples with us. I think I understand, she told him. You believe we are the water and we're forced along the banks. Yes, he replied. Sadness and joy are a part of life and cannot be avoided. He headed back to the front of the barge as she followed. And then he said, Look, and take care to observe. Look at the flow of the river, he spoke in a soothing way in her mind. See how calm it is. See the smoothness of the current. Do you feel a part of this water? Do you feel a part of the current? See the joy. King Ammon spoke and said as if a command. Relive the sorrow. She watched the flow of the river as his voice became more and more distant, and then she blinked, and they appeared to be someplace else along the Nile, and King Ammon was standing on her other side. Did something happen? She asked. What do you mean? It's just that. It looks like we're at a different spot along the river, and I thought you were standing. Time does flow differently here, he interrupted her. I should have warned you beforehand. Time here can move forward and backward at my whim. Oh, Cain replied, but she wasn't sure that was the peculiar sensation she had felt. What were we talking about? She asked as if pulling out of a haze. I remember how you were telling me life is like the river, but what were we talking about after that? Family, he replied. Fathers and daughters. Mothers and daughters. I don't remember, Cain said as she sniffed and realized her nose was runny and her eyes were watering. You might have gotten too much sun, he told her. Allow me to end the day." He lifted his right hand, and the sun that was high above them immediately set, and for the first time in a long time, night lingered over the river valley. The torches on the barge flickered on again. "Do you have total control of your domain?" she asked him. "Nearly," he replied. "This is the mortem." She blinked a couple of times as more of her senses came back to her, and then Kane remembered why she had come in the first place. "I forgot to tell you that I have the Atlantean going after the waters of life, and if all goes well, I'll have it sometime late tonight. I would be careful if I was you when dealing with the Atlantean," King Ammon warned her. "He is a peculiar sort and should not be trusted." Kane didn't know what to say to his comment, so she remained silent. "I will now answer your final question for the day, even though I did allow you other questions. The question I would ask myself if I was you would be what I would ask all of the residents. You should ask, what is it that we want from you? What all of you want from me?" Kane repeated as she thought about his reply. "I'll take that to heart as I interact with all of you. I would like to leave now. I am surprised that you have not asked me the question. Do you not wish to know what I want from you? I've already used up all my questions for you today, and I don't think I want to know the answer yet. I mean, I hope to change the answer, so I shouldn't waste a question on something that will hopefully change." "You are very peculiar," he told her. "I'll take that as your way of telling me that you're starting to like me and maybe you don't want to feed me to your beetles." "They are not hungry today," he replied. They said no more on the subject and quietly rowed on the barge until the dock magically appeared. Then she disembarked, and he followed her onto the small dock. "I would like for you to meet me here from now on," he told her. "It is my way of showing you trust, a trust I wish to build upon. I believe you will have no problems transversing my tomb to come to this river valley since you have already done so." "It could have been just blind luck," she told him. "I doubt that," he stated. "There is something about you that is special." "You'll make me blush if you keep saying things like that," Kane told him. "I'll meet you here the next time I come for our daily questions. I will bid you farewell until next we meet, daughter of fear." "Why do you call me daughter of fear? Are you not she?" he questioned. "I'm no one's daughter," she replied. "You are wrong," he told her. "Many will vie for your love, and many will use your love against you." Kane didn't know how to take his warning, so she merely ignored it and said, "I think you're mistaken about the daughter part. I am Kane after all. I am no one's daughter." She turned and headed through the tomb. "You are wrong about one thing, daughter of fear," King Ammon spoke softly to himself. "I can already see my Amici Azenith within you." The Cumavin's lair. Kane returned to the dungeon castle area, still sniffing and wiping her runny eyes. She headed directly for her pillow, and 13 spun down on a web from the corner above her and landed on her arm as he chirped happily. Kane picked up the Kimusagi and snuggled with him, so glad to see a friendly face. Shukujo seemed to know immediately when she arrived and came out to give the red-nosed and red-eyed woman a greeting. "Welcome back, one I will soon kill." "Hey," Kane replied as she petted 13. "I'm glad to be back. Ask me your question and be done with it," Shukujo told her. "I grow tired of waiting on you. You make it sound like you've been thinking of me all day," Kane spoke in a toying manner as she looked at Shukujo. "It just warms my heart knowing you care. I'm so glad you're looking out for me." "I am not looking out for you, and I do not care." Shukujo yelled louder than she planned to and lowered her voice before saying, "I care nothing about you. You and I have no other connection than you are a nuisance to me, and I want to make you scream. Making you cry is too easy, so now I want to hear you shriek in agony." "I don't think you'll have to wait long," Kane told her. "So far it sounds like these mortem points are all based on how cruel and wicked someone can be. I guess there are no points for being kind or considerate down here. You are among monsters. Does a human expect such things from us? Your kind and ours only kill one another, but if you think it will make a difference, I can kill you while I smile. I would like to see your smile, but not at the expense of my life. I'll just have to find another way to." "Baka, do you believe we are playing some sort of game here? Isn't that what the mortem is?" "And that's not a question," Kane informed her, not wanting to lose a question. "I see the mortem as some sort of giant game to entertain someone." "Are you talking about the Mortem Masters?" Shukujo questioned her. "They're a group of people," Kane replied. "I get this feeling that the mortem is designed just for one person's enjoyment. Even if you are right, what does that knowledge benefit you or me?" "It has no benefit right now," Kane replied. "Shukujo, you couldn't possibly want to be here, and if you do, whatever your reasoning, it must be my reasoning." Shukujo interrupted. "Is none of your business? You would be better to utilize your energy into surviving. Your chances by the moment become slimmer." "You're right, and thank you for your advice. I'd be in real trouble in the mortem if you didn't teach me things." Shukujo started to let out a scream of frustration, but instead, she merely glared at the human and said, "You are welcome, but do not expect any future advice to be helpful. I do mean to kill you. I mean to kill all humans." "Okay," Kane replied as she continued to pet 13. Then her eyes grew heavy, and she shut them and nodded off. Kane fell asleep, and her unguarded mind was filled with images. She had made a mental vow not to intrude on Shukyujo's past, but with fatigue and sleep, Kane slipped into Shukyujo's mind as she had with all the other residents. She saw a Japanese-style mansion, and within this estate, hundreds of slashed and bloodied bodies were scattered about. She heard screams of sorrow and then of rage, and Kane felt. She felt this uncontrollable bloodlust. Kane realized she was seeing Shukyujo's past, so she forced herself to wake and sat up, breathing heavily for all the terrible sights she saw. Nightmare. Shukyujo spoke with a slight hint of pleasure. I wonder if I will be rewarded for your sleep terrors. Kane made no reply to her comment, but she did stare at her with this sad expression mixed with sympathy, as if Kane had peered into her atrocious nightmares and not her own. Humans didn't possess that ability, so Shukyujo dismissed the idea. Should you be sleeping when there is work to be done? Shukyujo questioned her. Do you not still have things to do? I do, Kane replied. I shouldn't close my eyes until it's time to sleep. You should never close your eyes, Baka, for death will be all that you will find. The advice is sound, but it's impossible for a human not to eventually fall asleep, so I should thank you again for allowing me this small space. I feel somewhat safe here, and that is why you are a Baka, Shukyujo told her. A fly should never feel somewhat safe in the spider's lair. I've always felt at home in the spider's lair, and for some reason, I feel really safe with you, like a familiar safe. You keep insulting me with your talk. You must understand that you can trust no one here. We are monsters. I heard a different tale when I spoke with Labyrin. He made it sound like you two knew each other very well and that some sort of disagreement came between you two. The vampire is a backstabber and a liar. Shukyujo spoke as a hatred that wasn't aimed at Kane seethed from her voice. He may have fooled me with his charms, but I will not fall for them again. You were close then. I wasn't sure. I can't tell when he's lying to me, Shukyujo questioned. You can tell when someone's lying? Me. Kane pointed to herself. Who else is here, Baka? Please don't count that as a question, Kane pleaded. I was just startled from sleep, and I'm a little groggy. She waited for some sort of response from the Kumuvin, and when none came, Kane stated, the vampire does like to talk. You mean he likes to hear his own voice, Shukyujo restated. You're right. I was just trying to be polite, Kane spoke as she laughed. He actually was the only one among all of you that looked like he actually wanted to talk to me when I entered his parlor. But I kept leaving. You should have seen the expression on his face each time I left. Do tell, Shukyujo spoke, and then she asked, what was it like? It was like, how do I put it? It was like he couldn't believe, or more like he was shocked that I kept leaving, Kane replied as she laughed again. It was like he was appalled that I could pry myself away from him, but most of all, I believe he was surprised that I ran. I ran the first 2 times. Kane laughed for the 3rd time, and Shukyujo slightly smiled as she imagined the bane of the vampire, when his prey fled his wilds not once but twice. Shukyujo was curious as to how the human survived 3 trips to the Crimson Parlor, but then she remembered that the vampire had just fed and that it had been a long time since he had human companionship. Shukyujo's thoughts went back to the bane of the vampire, and she was very amused by what the human had done. I could imagine that, Shukyujo stated. Kane petted 13 for a few moments, and then she asked, Shukyujo, why do you hate humans? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to, but I don't believe all Kumuvins hate humans. But you seem to really hate them. I decline to answer your question if I have an option. My hatred is my own, and you do not need to know anything about it. That's fine, like I said. You don't have to answer. It's just that it's hard for me to understand how you feel. Kane said, I don't think I ever hated anyone. I've disliked a few people, but hate, it has to be something like anger, but it never goes away. You do understand, Shukyujo told her. Hatred never goes away. It is always in the back of your mind. It is how I have survived in this place. If I did not have my hatred, I do not know if I would still be alive. This is another question you don't have to answer. Kane began. How important is family to Kumuvins? My real question is, would you leave someone you cared about behind? I mean, would you abandon them? I never would, and I cannot see one of my kind doing something like that to one of their own family. Are you thinking about that Kumuvin lady you mentioned earlier? Yes, I want to understand the relationship we had. She said she wanted to devour me. I thought that meant she wanted to bring me into her clan, but I just wasn't big enough. If this was the devour she meant, why did she leave without taking me? Baka, to us monsters, devour just means eat and nothing else. You should be thankful that she didn't devour you. I would have the moment I saw your defenseless, naive presence if I had been in her position. Right? Kane replied, feeling a little heartsick. I should be thankful she left. Kane sat up, placed 13 on the floor, then turned away from Shukyujo, and wiped her hands over her face as she said, enough talking about things like that. I have a mortem I need to win, and I need to ask you one more question. She turned back around, and Shikujo noticed her eyes were even redder than they had been when she first came into her lair. I want to survive this week, so that I can go home, Kane stated. You want to kill me because, you'll enjoy it. Both of those things can't happen, so one of us is going to end up very unhappy. More like dead, Shikujo commented. What point are you trying to make? Isn't there something you want more than to make my wish impossible to achieve? I thought if there was something else, maybe we could help each other out. Surviving alone is very hard. I will offer you this advice, Baka. We are all alone here. Understand that, and you might survive a few hours more, Shikujo told her. And then she emphasized, we are all alone here. Maybe whoever is in charge of the mortem wants you to think that way. Maybe they don't want all of you to work together because that's the only way to win the mortem. I tried once to work with one of the other residents, but he only ended up betraying me, Shikujo said. And then she insisted, I will trust no one again. The vampire, Kane muttered, and then she asked, is there a way we can work together that doesn't involve a need to trust me? There must be something you want more than to make a human dead. There is nothing I want that you can help me attain, Shikujo replied. You only wasted your questions pursuing the possibility. You are truly a Baka. At least, you didn't lie to me, and I clearly see where I stand with you, Kane replied. Do not stand with me, Shikujo told her. Do not even stand where I can see you. If that's what you want, Kane said as she started for the door. I do need to. Wait, I changed my mind, Shikujo interrupted her. First, I want you to answer some of my questions. Okay, Kane said as she walked back over to where she was standing. What are your questions? What sort of hex did you place on the one you call 13? Hex, Kane repeated as she glanced at the Kumiusagi who had started to crawl up the wall to the corner where he had made his home. 13 felt that Kane was paying attention to him again, so he paused and looked at the new addition to his family. She saw his 8 puppy dog eyes and wanted to snatch him from the wall and snuggle with him again, but she resisted the urge. Yes, see the way he peers at you, Shikujo pointed out. It is almost like he likes you. No, I would say adores you. He is my Kumivan child, so he should only look at me that way, but his fondness for you seems to be greater, unnaturally greater even though you are a human. Kane glanced at her gloved hands and then said, I'll only apologize to you one more time for taking him away from you, but I did warn you to call your children back. I do not accept your apology as I did not accept it then, Shikujo told her. I want you to answer my question. I didn't place a hex on 13, but that doesn't mean a hex isn't on me, Kane replied as she walked over and held out her hand for the Kumiusagi to crawl across it. He gleefully crawled into her palm and balled himself up so he would fit, and Kane noticed how light he was for his size as she said, It does seem he really likes me, but is it real or some curse? I wish I knew. I want to believe 13's affections are real. It would make life a little less harsh. Kumiusagi are not affectionate. They're not, so this is unnatural, Kane questioned as she petted him. It took me a long time to realize that normal spiders were acting unnaturally around me. Spiders are also not affectionate, but they were with me. I just thought Kumivan children would be different since they're more like your people than spiders. As I said, you must have placed a hex on him either intentionally or unintentionally, but I do find one thing peculiar. Kane asked, What is that? Your affection towards him. Do you not see him as grotesque? Is he not like some monstrosity from your nightmares? Do you not see him as some grossly hairy beast that wants to hurt you? Not at all, Kane replied as she felt the life essence of the creature in her palm. I see him as beautiful, not as pretty as you but wondrous in his own way. Don't you think the same? All your children are wondrous, and it's been very hard for me not to pick them up even though I really want to. She thought about what Shikujo had told her before. And then Kane asked, Are you saying that your Kumivan children aren't affectionate with you? We are not talking about me, Shikujo told her. I guess not, Kane said. And then she held 13 close to her cheek as she stated, I love how soft he is and how he cuddles up to me. Her eyes widened with delight as she added, Listen, he's purring. Kumiusagi are capable of purring, but I have never heard one do so, Shikujo said. And then she ordered, Give him to me. Are you saying that you'll take him back? Kane questioned as she moved to the white borderline. She nearly handed him over, but then she demanded, Tell me you won't hurt him. What kind of Kumivan do you think I am that you believe I will hurt one of my own Kumiusagi? I am questioning your hatred of humans. Would you hurt 13 just to make me suffer? Shikujo glanced at the fluffy Kumiusagi that Kane held with care, and then she answered, I would not. They are family. Kane set 13 down, and then she told him, Go on to Shikujo. 13 crawled across the Kumisaki, and Shikujo picked him up and took a firm grip of his bunny ear antennas as she said, I am surprised that you believed me. I tricked you so easily. Now come on this side of the Kumasaki or I will hurt 13. Cain didn't hesitate and moved across the white borderline, but then she stopped and said, No, you won't hurt 13. Sure I will. No, you won't, Cain insisted. You won't do it because I have to be right about you. What do you mean, you won't? You can't hurt one of your family. I have to be right about this. Shukujo tightened her grip on his bunny ear antennas as she said, You are wrong about Kumuvans. We devour our own. No, Cain yelled, and this was the first time Shukujo witnessed her become angry. Cain shouted, You won't. I have to be right about this. It looks like I have touched on a sensitive subject, Shukujo spoke. Why is it so important that you be right? Are you still pouting over that Kumuvan lady you claim you knew? She studied Cain's agitated reaction, and then she said, By your response, I am right. There is more to the story between you and that Kumuvan lady, is there not? You two became close. No, we do not become close to your kind, so it must be that you became close to her. My poor Baka? You are upset that you do not know if the friendship you struck with your lady was one-sided. You might be even more upset over that point than you are upset that I am going to hurt this Kumuvan child. Shukujo paused, waiting for an answer, but Cain held her tongue, so Shukujo told her, I know something. I know of the whispering specter that you have been trying to keep at bay. I know what this vengeful specter whispers in your ear each time you think of the lady. What would you know? Cain yelled. I know that your kind does not stand a chance here. I know that the mortem will eat you alive. I also know, my poor Baka. Shukujo pointed at her as she accused her. I also know that it is your fault that the lady abandoned you. You can't know that, Cain insisted. I never told anyone, so you can't know that. Shukujo vowed to herself that she wouldn't let up on antagonizing the human and spoke. In your mind, you became very close as a mother and daughter could become, but you are the only one who saw it that way. Shut up, Cain told her in nearly a murmur. Why are you upset? I only speak the truth. I know that she cared nothing for you, and the proof is when you gave her a new name. Shut up, Cain spoke louder. You can't know this. I do know this. I have seen your pain. I have seen what should have been a warm, joyous moment for a child. I saw it turn into a cold flurry of confusion and doubt. That very moment has caused you to go on a quest for the truth, but I am afraid that you already know the truth. You know nothing, Cain shouted back as panic set in and the misgivings she had snuffed out rushed back like the furious flames of a rekindled wildfire. Do you remember how your lady reacted when you blessed her with such an endearing name? Shukujo questioned her. You thought she would be delighted to be honored with such a name. You thought she would wrap her arms around you and give you the kiss a mother would give a daughter, but nothing like that happened. Shukujo's next words crawled out of her mouth as if malice had grown 8 legs. Baka, you gave her such an endearing name befitting one you thought loved you, but she only screamed at you. Cain shook her head, denying everything she heard, denying that this Kumuvan could know her deepest shame and sorrow. She denied it within her mind with fury as she backed up and repeated with anguish dripping from her lips, You can't know this. You can't know this. You called her mother and— Shut up, Cain screamed as the tears she had been holding back, tears she normally sealed away deep within her, broke through her carefully laid barriers and came gushing out. Don't say any more. Shut up. You called her mother out of great affection and she rejected your love. She rejected you and your silly thoughts and beliefs. The only thing you shared with her was time. Shukujo told her as 13 tried to wriggle from her grasp so that he could go to Cain, but Shukujo held a firm grasp on his bunny ear antennas. She told the human what agony the lady must have been in to put up with one such as you. A tiny little morsel not even worth eating. Shukujo continued her onslaught. You are a baka now, and you were a baka back then. Loneliness blinded you to reality. I still do not know why the lady stayed so long with you. It is more likely that you exaggerated the length of time you spent together. You can't know this, Cain said while she gave a number to the Kumuvan. She stumbled back a few steps and hit the wall with her back as she spoke. No one should know this. Shukujo witnessed the pain she dealt against the human, and she believed it was enough for now. So she released the hold she had on 13 and then stroked his head as she said, It seems I do not need to hurt him right at this moment. I found another way to hurt you, and I should score very high for it. You did hurt me, Cain replied as her tears continued to flow. Why would you want to hurt me in this way? I haven't cried in nearly a year, and that's all I seem to do in this mortem. Causing tears. Actually, I should say, causing tears of sorrow ranks as one of the highest non-lethal scores, Shukujo told her. How could I pass on such an opportunity? I should be set for a few days now. How did you know? You couldn't possibly know what happened that last day with the lady, Cain insisted. Look at where you are. You skip around the darkness, forgetting you are among the vilest of creatures. The cursed and the damned. You should be more cautious. Kane wiped away her tears as she said, I should be more cautious. Did you have to teach me this lesson so harshly? Teach you? Shukujo nearly laughed out. Are you substituting me for the lady just because I happen to be a Kumuvan? Maybe, Kane replied. But you're the one who showed me my error in allowing my trusting nature to have free will here. Tell me what you have learned then, my baka. Shukujo instructed her. Kane began as she controlled her, crying, The mummy? King Ammon? He did something to me, didn't he? I heard that those curse can gain power by feeding on pain. I just thought that nourishment would be pain caused by physical wounds. I never thought the pain would be emotional. Shukujo interjected as she set 13 on the floor. Humans are such weak creatures. 13 started for Kane as he desperately wanted to console her, but Kane shook her head, so 13 turned and headed for the others of his kind. You are a harsh teacher, Kane told her. Have you been this harsh on your other pupils? I have had no students, and I do not wish for any. I will gain valuable resources with the points I have made off of you, and if you happen to learn something from the experience. What is that to me? Now tell me what you have learned, my non-student. I let my guard down and the mummy fed on my pain, Kane replied as she felt like she was back in school. I was a baka, and a baka gets no gold star. Gold star? Shukujo questioned. What is this in reference to? It's a sticker given as a reward, Kane replied. Gold being the highest honor. She thought about what the Kumuvan told her, and then Kane questioned, even if King Ammon fed on the pain of my past, how would you know about it? You are way over your limit of questions, Shukujo told her. But I will tell you that those who are cursed must manifest the pain they feed on into something tangible before they devour it. She thought about her explanation, and then Kane stated, You mean you saw it? You saw my pain. You saw my memory of that terrible day. But that would mean... Kane paused as she thought about details she let stagnate, and then she said, The residents have ways of watching other residents? It has to be how you know. Labyrinth had a button that gave him 30 minutes of privacy, and I thought it was from controller and the coaches. But it was from everyone. All of you have been watching me. King Ammon manifest my pain, and you were able to view it. My deepest shame, and everyone saw it. You are not very quick, are you? Shukujo scolded her. Kane wiped away the last of her tears as she stated, The Mortem's point system it's based on pain and suffering. She closed her eyes as she envisioned a large building rising up through the darkness. And she spoke, The Mortem is a massive tower to gather all this pain and suffering. But why do something like this? What is the real purpose of the Mortem? Could it be that I was right? You are all being duped into participating in this Mortem for someone else's gain. The moment I think that you are a true baka, you go and say something that is beyond the wisdom you should have. Shukujo told her. I have had a similar assumption. For the Mortem to continue, pain and suffering must be prolonged. So the Mortem has to be very hard so no one can win. And no one has won the Mortem, Kane spoke. And then she questioned herself. How am I supposed to win the Mortem if so many others have tried and failed? She pushed herself away from the wall and approached the white borderline as she said, No wonder all of you are the way you are. You've all been down here too long. Are you suggesting we need to step out into the light? Do not forget we live in darkness. Monsters walk in the light and saints move about in the darkness, Kane told her. What is important is the light and darkness within you. She looked around the dungeon castle area, and then Kane said, I pity all of you. You pity us. Because we are forced to make others suffer. Have you forgotten what we are? I pity you, not because you are forced to make others suffer, but that you choose to. Kane replied. Then she noticed the unlucky numbered Kumiusagi that had become her responsibility. And she said, 13 was very scared when you threatened him. You made him suffer, and he's one of yours? She stepped right to the white borderline, peered up at Shukujo high above her, and asked, Did you suffer when you made him suffer, or did you feel nothing? If you felt nothing, you've been down here too long. Shukujo glanced in the direction where all the Kumiusagi gathered, considering what the human had warned her of, and then Shukujo told her, I believe you are right about that point. I have been down here too long, and for pointing this fact out to me, I will answer one of your earlier questions I refused to answer. Shukujo moved away from the Kumisaki and deeper into her lair as if she was afraid to face something. And then she turned and said, I once deeply cared about two humans. And they betrayed me. They betrayed me in a way that I couldn't forgive them, and so I made them suffer in ways that I deemed fit for their treachery, and then I killed them. Are they why you're here? Kane questioned her. Shukujo started to answer, but then she just said, Who is to say? Kane turned, but then she faced the Kumuvan and said, I was right. You didn't hurt your Kumuvan child. Did not and could not are two different things. Remember that, Baka, Shukujo told her. It would seem with the number of lessons I have given today, I do have an annoying student, she stated. And then she asked, are you going to give me a new name? Perhaps you will call me Sensei. You have seen the pain of my past, Kane spoke. Do you really want to be called by a name I intended to give to the lady to show her I meant her no disrespect? No, I do not need a name associated with pain. Shukujo went deeper into her lair, and Kane watched her leave until she couldn't see her anymore. And then she went and lay against her pillow in the corner. Kane sat there for a long time as she battled the demons Shukujo brought up with her tormenting and teaching. She also tried to ignore the grumblings of her stomach. Kane kept thinking about the bowl of cherries Labyrinth had sitting on his coffee table, and finally, she couldn't take it anymore and went to his room. The werewolf pup was still nowhere in sight, and Kane was finding it odd that he hadn't appeared. Chapter 8. If Wishes Were Fried Fishes. Controller's Room. All 5 coaches were present on the video feeds as Controller continued with another session. Green Serpent smacked the palm of his hand on his desk as he spoke. I thought there would be more of a threat to the contestant's life. She does seem to be faring well against the residents, Blue Wolf stated. Red Phoenix restated, you mean she is not dead yet? It is only her second day, Yellow Dragon said. Still, Green Serpent spoke up. I would like to increase the level of threat against her. In the past, we have agreed to such things, Purple Rose added. But that was against a resident and only with permission from their coach. Controller, since Kane is a contestant, what do the rules dictate against such a request? This has not come up before. I will need to consult the Mortem Masters, Controller answered. If you all will excuse me, I will go consult with them now. Controller's feed went dark. I also will take this opportunity to take a break, Purple Rose said. I will return shortly. His feed went dark. Sometime later, both Controller and Purple Rose feeds returned. I have spoken with the Mortem Masters, and they have said that they will allow it as long as at least 3 coaches agree. Controller stated, Green Serpent, tell the others of your plan, and as long as 2 of them agree with you, your higher threat level may be granted. My plan is very simple, Green Serpent stated. I only want to grant one of the residents their wish. Are you talking about your own resident? I like that idea, Red Phoenix spoke up. This mortem needs a little more excitement. Yes, Purple Rose agreed. We should give one of the residents one of their wishes. The vampire's parlor. Kane entered, and Labyrinth was nowhere in sight. She looked at the bowl of cherries, and the bowl was nearly full. She wasn't about to steal them, so she wasn't sure why she had come. She had nothing to trade with the vampire, nothing she was willing to part with. So Kane turned to leave when, Machir, you came back? Good. I can tell you the story I promised you. I actually didn't come for the story, Kane told him as she stared at the door, a little afraid to look him in the eyes. You have finally admitted to yourself that you can't resist me, so you have come to fling yourself at me. She turned around but kept her gaze away from his as she replied, I'm not sure why I would throw myself at you like I would a knife, but... Her stomach grumbled again as she finished. Desire has brought me here. Really? Come then, Labyrinth urged her as he walked over to the couch and sat. He patted the cushioned seat next to him and said, Come here and tell me all your desires. Kane moved to the spot she had stood in the last time she was in the parlor as she admitted, I don't know if I'm ready to go that far. Baby steps and all. I promise I'll be gentle. Come, gentle about what? She asked. He studied her seemingly bashful demeanor and couldn't tell if she was playing a part to get what she wanted or she really was unlearned to certain things of the world. So he questioned, Are you really a lamb? This wolf would love it if you are a lamb. I thought the werewolf pup was the only wolf here, she stated. Or do you refer to one of your familiars? Kane thought about it some more, and then she asked, Or could it be what I had heard during my schooling is untrue? Are there creatures that are half-born? Are you a werewolf and a vampire? Heed this warning, Machir. You should never speak of such vile and detestable creatures. Chimeras are only a legend. There are no half-borns. The mingling of certain infections, as you put it, is impossible, and the pairing of different creatures can produce no offspring. I'll take no offense in you calling me as such, for I believe no offense was intended. Others wouldn't be so understanding, and they would instantly rip your head off. He allowed a few moments to pass so that his warning sunk in. And then he said, When I referred to myself as a wolf, I was merely... No, I believe your ears are too young to hear of such things just yet. I will educate you slowly. I already have a harsh teacher, Kane told him as she instinctively wiped her eyes as if they were full of tears. I don't know if I need another. Harsh, Labyrinth repeated as if offended. I would be no such thing. When I teach you things, they will be very pleasurable. My teachings will take you to heights of ecstasy. I think we're talking about 2 different things, and I'm not sure I want to know what you're talking about, especially if it has to do with your vampire mojo. Could we get back on subject? And I mean the subject I was talking about. Yes, of course. We were talking about your desires. But first, Did you not make me a promise? A promise, Kane repeated as she finally made eye contact. Labyrinth motioned to her feet with his head, and she glanced down at them. Oh, right? I had forgotten, Kane said, and then she took a step forward. Okay, I did it. Now, you have something I want, and I'm not sure how to ask for it. We'll make it a game then. Don't speak with your mouth, Machir. Let your body do the talking, he told her. I'm really not sure what you mean, but I'll try, Kane replied, and then she lifted her arm and pointed her finger at the cherries. From his perspective, it looked like she was pointing at him. So he said, now I'm the one who really doesn't understand. Your body needs to give me another clue. I was never good at these types of games, she admitted. Couldn't I just tell you what I want? The game has just started, he told her. Don't ruin it with impatience. She pointed again at the cherries and then to her closed lips. I'm imagining many things, but I believe none of them are what you intend. Machir, I believe you need to throw your soul into expressing your desires. Her stomach growled real loud, and then she smiled and said, I don't know about throwing my soul into it, but there, my body speaks. Are you hungry? Labyrinth questioned as he realized his guessing was nowhere near her actual appetite. So your desire is for? She pointed at the bowl again and answered, I would like to trade for your cherries. Of course, you would. What else would I have that you would desire? He spoke somewhat disappointed. I have thrown out my allure at you many times, but it seems to have no effect on you. I have encountered only one other creature that is immune. Are you talking about Shukyujo? You have been paying attention. You're a very good student, Labyrinth told her. And then he asked, what are you offering for trade? I have nothing of value or anything that you would want, she answered. But you do have something that I want, he stated. You can't be that naive as to what a vampire wants. I know you crave blood, it's just, I've been taking these supplements and even when I don't take them, they stay in my bloodstream for about 3 to 4 days. I just don't think I'll taste good. I now understand. I once feasted on this woman who took garlic and well, I was sick for a week. Labyrinth questioned, is it the same thing? You could say that, she replied. Is there anything else that I could trade with you? What I was thinking of before, but I think I'll wait until you're garlic free. Even just the thought of it puts me out of the mood. Her stomach rumbled again, and she pleaded, there has to be something. Maybe you could help me with a problem, he said as he stood, excited about the idea. I notice you've been spending a lot of time with Shukyujo, you call her? I'd like you to. No, she interrupted. I won't do it, and if that's the only way I can. You haven't even heard what I want you to do, Labyrinth spoke angrily. Of what I know and understand about you two's relationship and how the Mortems played, I imagine you want me to do something Shukyujo won't like. I would have thought you would jump at a chance to get back at her after what she just said to you. Kane muttered as her face flushed slightly. Nothing's a secret here. Not unless you have one of these red buttons, Labyrinth told her as he motioned to his. I'm learning that slowly. Is there anything I can try to acquire for you that you want in trade for the cherries? How about your time? What do you mean? Kane asked. I want you to come and sit by me on the couch while I tell you the story of Labyrinth and Lafayette. I don't know. The idea sounds a little dangerous to me. Let's strike a bargain. I will never harm you in any way while I tell you a tale, and for every 2 minutes you stay with me, I'll give you 1 cherry. It is a deal if you will also include 10 minutes after your tale is over that you can't harm me. Harming me includes taking any of my blood or trying to use your mojo on me. And you give me a handful of cherries to start with. She added to explain her added conditions. I want to be able to enjoy your tale and soak in your story once it's done without fear of a vampire's bite, and I'll need my strength if I'm to give you my full attention. Labyrinth replied, a bargain has been struck. A bargain has been struck, Kane spoke. Come now. Labyrinth urged her as he once again patted the cushioned seat next to him. Come and sit. Kane went and sat so that she faced the vampire. Then he allowed her to grab a handful of cherries, and Labyrinth began as she greedily munched away. Once there were twin boys born to Baron Henry Bayard and Baroness Mary Bayard. The twins both had hair dark as the night, just like their mothers, but only one of them shared her eyes. You're not identical twins, Kane interrupted. No, we were what you call fraternal twins, and please, don't interrupt my tale. Sorry, I'll stay quiet, Kane said as she went back to eating the last of her cherries in her hand. Sit back and relax, he told her. For our story goes like this. In 1888, outside of New Orleans, Labyrinth and Lafayette were born into privilege. One might say they were born with a silver crawdad in their mouth. They grew up as close as brothers could be, closer when their loving mother passed on. Their father didn't have much to do with Labyrinth, and even less to do with Lafayette, who reminded their father of their mother. The time their father did spend with Labyrinth was to teach him the ways of the family business and the ways of wayward men. Not that Lafayette lacked experience with women. Far from it. The boys grew into older teens, and Labyrinth became curious about the occult and all things related to the night. Lafayette also enjoyed the night, but only what pleasures food, wine, and women could bring him. When they turned 21, their father passed on and left them all of his wealth. Labyrinth and Lafayette didn't squander their wealth. They invested it and hired a manager to take care of the family business so that the Bayard twins could indulge in other matters. They were well known for their parties and threw one nearly every night. I don't mean to interrupt again, but I've been dying to know since you mentioned it, Kane spoke. And then she asked, "What color were your mother's eyes?" You mentioned it and then forgot all about it. You do like details in your stories. I'll penalize you for interrupting my tale again, and I'll make you answer a riddle to discover the answer. Here's the riddle. Some believed I was made of cheese, not so. I come in 3s in a season, but if 4 should appear, I am the 3rd one in a row. What am I? She had no clue what 3 things appeared in a season, so she focused on things once believed to be made of cheese, and she knew of one right away, but instead of returning to the part in the riddle about the seasons, she took a guess by adding a color to her conclusion. A blue moon, for once in a blue moon, she replied. Your mother had blue eyes. She did, he answered. Now allow me to continue my tale. Labyrinth became intertwined with this mysterious woman that he always made excuses as to why he never introduced her to his brother. Labyrinth began to spend less and less time with his brother at their parties, and Lafayette feared that maybe his brother's bachelor ways may be coming to an end. Lafayette one night followed his brother while he went to rendezvous with his lover. Labyrinth became angry when he discovered Lafayette followed him. The mysterious woman, Miss Felicite Yvonne, became interested in both of them, and she wished to throw a dinner party for both of them. Later that night, when the brothers returned home, Labyrinth told Lafayette he didn't want him to come to the dinner party, that he wanted Felicite all to himself. Lafayette agreed that he wouldn't attend the dinner party the next night. Lafayette went to bed, but he couldn't sleep. He thought about how his brother had changed. Labyrinth was never around when it was day, and he had become very pale and ate little. Lafayette became concerned for his brother, not because of jealousy. Women could do that and had come between the brothers on occasion, but Labyrinth wasn't acting like himself. He was crazed in a way, obsessed like a madman, so Lafayette broke the promise he made his brother and went to the dinner party. Lafayette hid himself away from the two lovers, hoping to hear something that would explain why his brother had changed so. Needless to say, he overheard something that caused him to have an argument with his brother in front of Felicite. The brothers took their argument outside of her manor, and they ended up at a cliff high above the ocean. I know I'm going to be penalized again, but are there high cliffs in Louisiana? The cliff you speak of I can imagine maybe somewhere in New England, but I can't imagine a huge cliff in Louisiana. It would be like you telling me you stood on a mountain in Florida. You're right. You will be penalized again for interrupting my tale. There might not be tall cliffs in Louisiana, but there was one on the back of her manor. Now, if you don't stay quiet, I will nibble on your ear. She made the closed zipper sign across her lips and waited for him to continue his story. Labyrinth spoke. The brothers ended up in a fight, and one of them fell off the cliff to his death. The other mourned for his brother's death, but ultimately, he received his wish from Felicite. Kane sat there stuffing cherry after cherry into her red-stained lips, devouring his entire bowl as she waited for him to finish his story, and when he didn't, she asked, "What happened then?" That is the end of that tale. I have many tales. Would you like to hear another? She finished the last piece of fruit, then licked her cherry-flavored lips, and said, "It's getting late. I guess I'll be going." "Before you go," he started, "I'll let you have half of these cherries every day if you can guess which of the brothers I am." "You haven't given me much to go on so far," Kane told him. And then she realized she had less than 10 minutes to figure out the truth. And she did want the reward. It would guarantee her much-needed nutrients during the mortem, so she peered into his face, hoping some slight expression would give away the answer. And that's when she noticed, that's when it clicked in her head, and she answered, "You must be Lafayette. I should have never bargained my cherries over something you had half a chance at guessing at," the vampire stated. "Yay, I'll have cherries every day now. I don't have to worry about starving to death." He covered his face with his hand as if defeated by her, and then he started laughing as he spoke. "I can't believe you actually believe me. You think I'm Lafayette. Don't lie to me. I know you're Lafayette." "I am not," he said. "I am Labyrinth, and I have always been curious about things of the night, and here over a century later, I'm one of those things." "How can I be wrong?" Kane questioned him. "Did you tell me a lie at some point in your story?" "I did not," he said as he reached over and touched her cheek. "I would never lie to you." Kane gasped slightly as images fell from the darkness like stars plummeting to the earth. These images whispered of his past and told a tale even he didn't know. The images startled her, but his touch flustered her even more. So Kane quickly stood and headed for the door. Fear had kept her safe from such things in the past, but fear was silent because fear was a little curious. Machir, do not leave. I will tell you more of my tale. There's some place I need to be, she told him and then mumbled, I need to be in a place but here. Kane rushed into the hallway, shut the door behind her, and then leaned against it as she tried to clear her thoughts. Labyrinth had been truthful to her. He hadn't lied to her. She touched her cheek where his cold hand had touched her. Controller spoke over the intercom. I overheard you tell the vampire that you take a supplement. I do, Kane replied as she snapped out of her thoughts that were confusing and a little frightening. And then she questioned. Why do you ask? He suggested, maybe you should request this supplement as a bonus. What do you mean? I guess you don't have a coach to tell you all of these things. Controller spoke. And then he explained, a bonus is earned when you help a coach attain a certain bet. The coach doesn't have to be yours to attain it, so even though you're a contestant, you can still receive bonuses. I only need to know what the supplement's name is to place it in one of your bonus slots. How many bonus spots do I get? Controller answered, normally 3. The supplement's called Colloidal Silver, she told him. I know of it, he said. That supplement has no garlic in it. I never said it did, Kane stated. I only said it was something like garlic since silver does agitate vampires. She waited for him to say something, and when he didn't, she said, I would like the colloidal silver as soon as I earn this bonus. Controller said, you don't have a room yet, so I will send a chest in for you. Would you like it set up by your pillow? I don't think Shikujo will appreciate me moving in. But I guess it can't be helped, she replied. I'll only be here another 5 days, and then after that, I'll have won the mortem, and I can leave. There is always the possibility that you'll die. No, I'm going to win. I can't stay here. Sometime later, Kane spent the rest of her time after listening to the vampire's tale in Dr. Jekyll's lab. She had become curious about Dr. Frankenstein's monster, or more like Kane told herself that was the reason for hiding out in the lab. She was looking over the mad scientist's creation, taking notes on what pieces were missing. Dr. Jekyll had again agreed to, in his not really paying attention way, loaning her a writing pad and pen. She set the pad and pen on the shelf behind the monster when she finished, and as tiredness seeped into her eyes again, she thought about everything that had happened to her that day. Only 2 days out of the 7 had gone by, and Kane faced death so many times. She didn't know how she would survive another 5. The end-of-day chime rang on the grandfather clock in the lab that had a steampunk theme to it. It was positioned next to the cabinet in the first room. Kane pulled from her thoughts, grabbed the pad and pen, and headed for the Atlantean's room. He wasn't there, and he didn't appear when she called out, so she waited on the first dock, looking over the notes she wrote on the pad. 10 minutes later, bubbles rose from the depths of the dark water, and the Atlantean crawled out of the water with the clay vessel. Welcome back, Kane told him as she smiled. It is good to be back since it is you who greets me, he told her. Were you able to find the waters of life? I was, and it was unguarded for something as important sounding as its name. I filled the vessel full. Thank you. Was there anything else you wanted me to find for you? She asked him. I would actually like to give you something. You fulfilled my requirements on finding a book I have never read before, which in itself I would say was a very difficult assignment. And all I had to do was go for a long swim, which I do every day. You don't have to give me anything. The waters of life are enough for the bargain we made. He said, then allow me to give you something as a gift. You may take 3 books from my collection. It is very vast and extensive, so I probably own any book you could think of. Are your books underwater? No, I keep all of them in the chests you see scattered about my domain, the Atlantean replied as he pointed to a few. I thought the chests would be bigger, but they're not big at all. By the way you talked, I thought you would have thousands upon thousands of books, but those chests look like they barely hold 5. I can understand your confusion about the chests. Each is connected to a portal where I store all of my books. I would not be able to carry them where I go unless I had such a portal. There is a disc on top of each chest. Simply place your hand upon it and think about the book you would like. I have no idea what books to request, she told him. And then she asked, can I think about it and request them at a later day? You may, but I do suggest 1 book or more like a journal that you might be interested in, the Atlantean told her. I have acquired one of Dr. Jekyll's journals. It is extensive on his experiments and also includes the account of how Mr. Hyde was created. But they also... He paused, and then he said, I should not give away anything. It will ruin the read. So no spoilers then, Kane stated. Spoilers. Telling someone the ending or giving away crucial points of a book or show to someone who hasn't read it or saw it yet, and it usually ruins it for the person. I see, the Atlantean replied. Yes, no spoilers. He motioned for her as he said, "You may come down and retrieve the journal and the vessel." She climbed down the first ladder and then paused at the second ladder as she glanced at the 5-foot dock. He questioned her, "Why do you hesitate?" "My fear of drowning," Kane replied. "If I held your hand while you were down here, would that help your fear?" "I think it won't help my fear," Kane told him. "I'm still afraid that you'll drown me." The Atlantean laughed, and then he said, "You're honest, and you say the most unexpected things. Please, don't take offense. I want to trust you. I want to trust all of you, but we are within the 3 hours that follow the witching hour. I cannot harm a resident within this time." "I understand that, and I understand that I'm not a resident," the Atlantean told her. "I have a feeling if luck remains on your side, you will soon become one, but I will tell you that the 3 hours also protect you. I feel really bad asking, and I know it's rude of me to ask, but do you mind going back into the water?" A bright expression crossed his face as he told her, "My Cha, you are just like my beloved sister." She was also very afraid, but I could usually soothe her fears. The Atlantean continued to look at her as if he saw someone else standing there, and then he said, "For this one time, I will do as you request." He jumped into the water, then resurfaced, and swam backward some distance away from the dock. She slowly climbed down to the 5-foot dock. Kane made her way to the next dock, then to the vessel, and made sure its lid was secure. And then she picked up the vessel. She walked over to the chest, set the vessel nearly half her size down, and while keeping her eye on the Atlantean, she placed her palm on the disc and thought about Dr. Jekyll's journal. While she was there, another book came to mind, so she requested it, and the chest had it, so she took both books. She placed the red leather journal and the book in her backpack and picked up the vessel that was thankfully lighter than it should be with water in it, and then she headed back to the top dock. "I noticed you took 2 books, the Atlantean said as he pulled himself back on the lower dock. And then he asked, "What other book did you request?" Kane reached the dock that was 5 feet off the water, turned, and stated, "You like games? So I'll make it a guessing game. Every time we meet you get 1 question and 1 guess, or would you prefer that I just tell you?" "I will play. Have you read this book before?" "I have, but not in a long time." "It's one of my favorite books," she replied. "You give away quite a bit in your answers," he told her. "But to utilize your answers, I will need to become more acquainted with you. So you need to survive." "I know on both points, and I do plan on surviving. I plan on winning the mortem. I just need to make it through these next 5 days." "Make sure you do. There are a lot of games I wish to play with you and many, many more I wish to teach you." "Till our next game then," she said, and then added before she left, "Thank you again for the waters of life." Kane went out into the hallway and entered King Ammon's tomb, carrying the clay vessel with great care so not to drop it. "I'm here," she called out as she set the large vessel down. "I have the waters of life." King Ammon arrived, floating to her in his sarcophagus, and then he left the safety of his crypt and moved to her. "I thought we spoke on this earlier," he began. "I said we should meet by my barge and you agreed." Her voice betrayed the anger brewing inside her as she said, "We did agree to that the last time I was here, but at that time, I didn't know that you stole something from me." "I stole nothing from you. I was told that you stole some of my pain," Kane said, and then she asked, "Is this true? Did you steal from me? How did you find out?" "I will place a curse on the one who—" "Does it matter who?" she questioned. "It doesn't change the fact that you stole from me. You wanted me to trust you, but how am I supposed to trust you now? I needed to feed. I needed to regain my strength. There is something I must do that requires a lot of power. The process does not hurt you. I made sure of it." "You never asked," Kane yelled at him. "You just took. If I had taken something from you without your permission, like say I took something that held a cherished memory of your daughter, what would you have done to me?" His answer was immediate and fierce. "I would have had my scarab beetles eat you alive, right?" She shouted back. "You would have gotten angry and gone a little overboard with your retribution. But still, you would have gotten very angry with me." She pointed to herself and asked, "How's that any different than how I feel?" "There is no difference," he replied as he discerned the grievous act he perpetrated against her. "Okay, now that you have hurt me and you know that you were wrong to do so, what are you supposed to say to me?" Kane asked as she tried to read his reaction, and he seemed to be at a loss, so she questioned, "Don't know. I'll give you a hint. You're supposed to say—" She sounded it out for him as she spoke. "I am sore, right? I am sore, right?" Kane realized he wasn't getting it, so she just told him, "I'm sorry." "You're supposed to say I'm sorry." "I am sorry," he replied. Kane eyed him as if she was still upset with him, but she couldn't hold the pretense of outrage for long and gave in, letting go of her harsh feelings towards him. And she said, "Fine, I accept your apology." She took a deep breath and realized how tired she was, but the day, or she should say the night, was far from over, And so she inquired, "You said the process doesn't hurt me, so why didn't you just ask? I did not think you would consent. It is pain. Most people do not want to share their pain. I'll be honest, I don't know if I would have agreed, but now we'll never know. This does set things back between us. I sensed a kindness about you, and I wanted to believe that you would help me, that we could help one another. But now I don't know. Will you withhold the waters of life from me?" "No, I'm not that angry," she replied. "Just please, in the future, ask if you want something and just don't take it." She motioned to the clay vessel she had set in the sand and said, "The waters are yours. What do you want in return for them?" King Ammon asked. "I'm still a little angry with you, so I don't think there's anything I want or need from you," Cain replied. Then she pretended to storm out when she noticed 13 by her feet, so she picked him up and discovered a small letter tucked between his bunny ear antennas. Cain removed the letter and read it over, and then she sighed and muttered to herself, "You would pick now to finally ask something from me." She turned back around and faced the mummy, telling him, "It would seem I do have something to request of you. Anything, and I will grant it if it is within my power. Hear my request first. I don't know what I'm asking for, so I won't hold you to your promise," she said and then spoke. "I would like the blade stinger. I do have it. Why do you want it?" King Ammon questioned. "It's for Shukujo. If I give you this, will it help you in some way?" "I believe it will," she replied. "Shukujo has refused to ask anything of me before now. I would like to fulfill her first request as I have done for all of you or almost all of you." King Ammon lifted his bony hand, and a metal amulet in the shape of a scorpion with a large red gem in its center appeared in his palm. "Take it, and with this gesture, I hope one day you can forgive me." Cain took the amulet, and the metal was cold, but the red gem felt warm to the touch and also familiar. She examined the gem and saw that something was inside it. "Is that the stinger? It's so huge." "It is," he replied. "It is also only the tip of the stinger." "Thank you," she said and headed for the door, carrying the blight stinger in one hand and 13 in the other. King Ammon watched as she left and felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. He experienced regret and wished he could take back his actions. The human was so much like his daughter, even the way she got angry and quickly let it go. Cain made her way to Shukujo's lair and found the Kumovan waiting for her as she entered. "I have the blight stinger," she said. "What is it for?" Shukujo questioned her. "Do I need to tell you before you will give it to me?" "No," Cain answered and gave the amulet to 13, and then 13 took it to Shukujo. "Will you tell me what's it for?" she asked after Shukujo had it in her possession. "I have acquired a pest and haven't been able to get rid of it. The blight stinger will help me dispose of the unwanted vermin. You should have asked me sooner. I might have been able to get rid of this pest for you." "You really are a baka," Cain said. "I wish you wouldn't belittle me. I wish you were dead, but we can't always have what we wish," Shukujo told her. And then she ordered, "Now leave. I have things to do." Cain stared at her for a few seconds, then turned and headed for the door as she said over her shoulder, "You're welcome?" Shukujo called after her and asked, "Do you believe I should thank you?" She turned back around and asked her, "Was it something you could have gotten on your own?" "I suppose not. Are you thankful that I got it for you?" "I suppose so." "Don't you think you should thank me then?" Cain asked. "I suppose so," Shukujo replied, then cleared her throat and said, "Thank you, Baka. Thank you for the means to eliminate my pest." "You're welcome," Cain spoke, and then she asked, "It wasn't so hard now, was it?" "No, and I seemed to get a little wicked pleasure out of it." Cain wasn't sure what she meant by that, but she also didn't question it. So she left the room, stood in the hallway, and wondered aloud, where exactly did she want me to go? She thought about the other residents and decided on which would be the next safest room and decided on Dr. Jekyll's lab. He, for the most part, left her alone, and she could investigate Dr. Frankenstein's monster a little further, or more like curl up behind the shelf where the good doctor couldn't see her, and try and sleep. Cain had at one point looked at all the clear glass jars but couldn't figure out what the clear liquid was in each, and she had decided at that point not to remove the lid and smell the substance. She started for his door when she heard a child crying, and it was coming from the part of the hallway she had never explored. Cain thought it might be the werewolf pup. She hadn't seen him at all that day. "Hello," she called out as she headed into the darkness in the direction of the sound. An hour later, Shukujo's lair. "You can wake up now," Shukujo told Cain, whom she had through deceptive devices captured her and brought deep within her lair, where she strung her up by her wrists so that the tips of her shoes barely touched the floor. The unconscious Cain never stirred, so Shukujo moved over to her, reached down, and smacked her several times on the cheek. "Idiot henchman," Shukujo complained. "Green Serpent should have used someone a little more careful and not in such a hurry to capture the human. I believe that whatever he knocked her out with, he used too much of it on her." Shukujo snapped as the Kumiusagi listened. She'll probably be out another half hour. I guess I can try out the blight stinger and see if it will ward off her curse. But first, Shukujo lifted herself from the huge spider's head and slid down his body to the floor. Kumuvans had humanoid forms and would join themselves to a Kumuma to give themselves added strength and speed. She was a head taller than Kane and still wore the red silk kimono with white flying cranes and gold highlights that flowed down to her ankles. She also wore the blight stinger around her neck. She lifted it as she told her children. Green Serpent said this amulet had other uses. He said I could peer into her memories by just looking at her and grasping the blight stinger. He also said that these memories will be much clearer than what the mummy can manifest on his own when he uses his power to consume pain. Shukujo walked over to Kane and peered at her as she questioned her children. What do I want to see in this miserable human's past? I know. Shukujo grasped the amulet as she said, show me where and when you first learned the Kumavan lullaby. The enchantment took hold, and Shukujo was no longer standing in her lair, but she had been thrust into Kane's past as if she was a spectator. Kane's past, sometime before the lady left, playing with any spiders today. Bruno questioned her as he surprised young Kane and snuck up behind her as she sat on a bench behind the school. No, she replied to the boy. I'm only sitting here working on my writing. He looked over her work, and then he said, your handwriting is messy. No wonder none of the families want to devour you. Who would want to devour such a weak thing like you? Why do you care so much to tease me? Why do you even talk to me? I get bored, he told her. And you are easy prey. Bruno watched as she ignored him. And then he said, I learned something today. I learned that you are now the only student here who has not been devoured. There were 10, but now you are the only one who has no clan or house. The other students are saying you're truly cursed and that no one will ever devour you. The others say you will be all alone forever and that you'll never have a proper name. You will always be the one whose name means nada. He mocked her. Kane, the nothing. Kane, the pitiful. Kane, the stupid. Stop it, she yelled as she stood. I will be devoured. I will, and then no one or thing will ever want to devour you, he told her as he shoved her to the ground. You will always be a nada. Kane, not a daughter. Kane, not a sister. Kane, not a friend. Kane, the undevourable. She ran away from him into the woods, then down to the underground temple, and shouted, Lady, lady, I am here. The lady spoke as a figure of a Kumavan female riding a Kumuma appeared, but the Kumavan's face was hidden by darkness. You do not need to shout. What are you upset about? Kane held back her tears as she asked, did you say you would devour me? I did. You said you would devour me when I'm big enough. I did, the lady replied. Am I big enough yet? Nearly. Why are you in such a hurry? All the other children. Go on, the lady urged her when Kane said no more. All the other children have been devoured by a house or a clan. I want to be devoured too. I no longer want to be. What do you talk of, child? Are the other children at your school being devoured? What creature would dare enter the grounds of the school and— No, they have already been devoured, Kane said as her whole body trembled with despair. They all have a family. When will you devour me? I do not think I understand. Has some monster entered your school and consumed your fellow students? No, no monster has entered our school. I understand now, and I believe it is I who is confused. Tell me of these children who have been devoured. Had Mistress Blindart said that few children are devoured at birth, they must be very special for that. Most are devoured when they turn 3 and the family sees that they're worthy. On occasion, a child is devoured by a clan or house they're not born to, Kane explained, and then she asked, how much bigger do I need to get? I'm already 6. Little morsel, you are very confused, the lady said as she leaned her head on her elbow that rested on the large spider's head. I almost feel sorry for you, but as is your lot, I would say that you will be big enough for me to devour in another 2 to 3 weeks. You will be my final meal before I leave this place, and you will take me where you go. You'll devour me, and we will leave together. Yes, little morsel. I will devour you. You will be within me, and you will go with me. Kane ran over to her, quickly climbed up a boulder, and for the first time, she wrapped her arms around the lady's neck and said, Thank you, thank you. I thought I would be alone forever. I thought I would be Kane forever. The lady jerked back, not expecting such an attack from a small child. Kane sobbed as she hugged her very tightly. The lady wanted to grab the child and toss her away from her, but the more Kane hugged her and sobbed, the more the lady thought of her own nieces and how she missed them. In a moment of weakness, she placed her arms around Kane and returned her hug. I guess it is true what they say, the lady spoke softly as she stroked young Kane's head. When those around you turn their hearts from you, even the darkness is inviting. The lady continued to stroke her head, and then, without considering what she was doing, the lady sang in a sweet voice to help calm her. My child, why has sleep not touched your eyes? Do you fear the howling wind or the creatures of the night? There are many things to fear and many things that fear us, but know one thing. I am here. When the shadows fall and night has come, know I will wrap you in threads of white. When beasts of darkness prowl and eat, know that I am here as I wrap you in threads of white. No one will hurt you. No one will harm you. I am here, and you are safely tucked in my threads of white. Time has come to shut your eyes as I spin my soft web around you. Fear not, my child, as you sleep in my cocoon's warm embrace. My threads of white will hold you tight, so when shadows fall and night is here, know I love you and you are safe. The lady finished singing sometime later, and Cain said, "That is very pretty. Sing it again. Have you completed all of your assignments?" The lady questioned her. "I would hate for you to leave anything undone once I devour you. I completed them, but I still haven't gotten your name just right. But I will have a name for you before it's time for us to leave," Cain told her. "I promise, I will sing for you again." The lady started the song over, and Cain sang with her in her soft childlike voice that couldn't carry a tune. The lady sang it over and over until Cain fell asleep in her arms. The present, Shikujo pulled out of the memory as she released the amulet, and she stared at Cain with this glare. "There is no possible way that happened," Shikujo told her. "There is no possible way. Akasen." Cain spoke out in sleep in a desperate call still caught within the memory the amulet induced, and then a tear streaked down her cheek as she repeated, "Akasen." Shikujo took a few steps back from her as she felt wet droplets roll down her own cheeks, and then she said, "It would seem that we have both scored high off of each other today. I never thought something like this would make me cry." She picked up the blight stinger and peered at it as she said, "It must be this enchanted amulet. Green Serpent did warn me to be careful." Shikujo walked around her as she said, "I will be careful. I only need to nullify the enchantment you have over my children. I do not need to see any more of your past. I just cannot understand how you are able to manipulate your memories. There is no possible way a Cumuvan raised you and cared for you as you remember." Shikujo sobbed as she insisted. "A Cumuvan would never take a human's precious child and treat her as if she was of her own flesh and web." She regained control of her emotions and stated, "Maybe you had this curse all along." Nearly an hour went by as Shikujo patiently waited for Cain to wake. She had planned on tormenting the human until 3 a.m. came about, but with it already 15 minutes past it, Shikujo could move forward with her plans. The human finally started to stir after the official start of the 3rd day of her probation period. Shikujo had all her children take their places as she stood on her own feet in front of the human. Cain slowly opened her eyes to see Shikujo staring at her with this wickedly evil grin. Cain peered at her for a few seconds. "You shrunk," Cain spoke, still very groggy. "What do you speak of?" Shikujo questioned her, then glanced at herself and said, "Did you not know this is our true form? The large one you are referring to is called a Kumuma, and he is a separate creature from myself." "A Kumuma," Cain repeated, then looked up before Shikujo could motion, and saw her larger half hanging upside down above her on a large web. "So it's like a giant Kimusagi. You sensed where he was even in your muddled state," Shikujo spoke as she became upset. "You knew where the Kumuma was even before I motioned to it." She looked at the blight stinger as she said, "I am beginning to wonder if I am using this amulet correctly." Cain was very confused. The last she remembered, she heard a child crying and went to investigate, but she couldn't remember anything after she entered the dark area of the hallway. She guessed she had been knocked out by a drug. She felt kind of woozy. Cain regained more of her senses, and she realized where she was in that she was suspended off the floor by her wrists. Somehow she wound up in the feeding chamber of a Cumuvan. There were hundreds of other bodies within the chamber, all wrapped up in body-length cocoons. Cumuvan did this to their victims so that they could take their time and wait for the victims' insides to liquefy, and then they could feed on them. "Someone attacked me. I think he was a vampire," she muttered. "I also remember purple smoke with silvery sparkles. I feel so weird. The vampire must have used a knockout smoke laced with silver in case he also had to deal with the werewolf child," Shikujo told her. Cain looked around again as she regained more of herself. "I can't be here. Are you afraid?" Cain thought about it, and then she said, "Not yet. That's why I need to leave now." "You are very unusual," Shikujo told her. "I cannot let you leave just yet. I just started. Started what?" Cain questioned, and then a few things suddenly came to mind. And she said, "I'm in your lair. I'm in your lair beyond the white borderline. Your relocation is a gift from my coach," Shikujo explained. "Coaches, for the most part, can be helpful. Look what mine gifted for me. Let me go." Cain yelled as she wriggled to free herself. "I need to leave before." "Before what?" "Before fear sets in," Cain replied. "I believe I am losing my touch if fear has not set in yet," Shikujo told her. "I will just have to rectify that." "What are you afraid of?" "Being here when fear sets in," Cain replied. "You have such cryptic answers sometimes, or is it?" Shikujo questioned as she tapped Cain's forehead with her finger. Your brains have been scrambled. Please, you have to let me go, Kane pleaded. Now that is more along the lines of what I thought I would hear. Beg some more. I really like hearing you beg. Fear is quiet right now. The smoke has made fear sleep. I think the smoke did a little more than make you sleep. Are you high? It's hard to think, Kane told her. My head's so cloudy. It will wear off soon enough. Right now I want to test this amulet out and see its full potential. Kane peered at the amulet as her vision blurred, and then she asked, "What is that?" Kane felt something waking from within the amulet, and she gasped before questioning, "Is that the blade stinger?" "It is, and this is the first time I have seen you react out of fear of it. I am curious though. You brought me this amulet and yet you are afraid of it now." "It's awake now," Kane told her, and then she asked, "What are you going to do?" "I am going to have my Kimisagi finish what they had started. You see, this special amulet will nullify any enchantment you might be using against me to subdue my children," Shukujo replied, and then she spread her arms and commanded, "Come, my children, come. It is time to feast." The Kimisagi crawled in from all over the lair and headed for the webbing that bound her wrists. "Don't let them touch me," Kane pleaded as she tried to free her hands. "Don't let them touch me. You should be screaming," Shukujo told her. "When I devour someone, I take my time with them, and I am going to take special care of you. Please don't. I don't want the nightmare to happen. Not again," Kane shouted, and then she whispered to herself, "Don't be afraid. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you." Visions of death surrounded her, and Kane begged with her whole heart, "Please, don't do anything to Shukujo." Elsewhere in one of the coach's office, as with the residents, coaches couldn't leave the building the mortem took place in, so they each had an office above ground. One of those coaches reviewed video of the contestant right after she had survived opening. Each coach had been permitted to ask a question through controller, and each coach only had access to the video of their question and video of how the human answered it. This particular coach watched the reply to their answer for the first time. Video of earlier within the Black Arrow room. "Final question, and this one is a little odd," Controller told Kane. She inquired, "Odder than the third one?" "Afraid so, but what can I do but ask it?" Controller answered, cleared his throat, and questioned, "Of all the monsters that are on the basement level, who is the most terrifying and dangerous monster?" "You can take your time. You must need to think about it. There are so many to pick from, and I don't need any time," Kane stated, and then she replied, "And the answer's easy. The most terrifying and dangerous monster is me." The end. Next. Monster of Monsters number 1, Part 3, and let the real games begin.
Welcome to another one of my videos. You can help support this channel by subscribing and liking, and by grabbing one of my free ebooks. You can find a link in the upper right hand corner and in the description to my website to grab as many of my free ebooks as you would like. In today's video, you'll be listening to Twist of the Screw. It's based on Turn of the Screw and is part of the Monster of Monsters universe. The ebook is an Amazon exclusive, and I'll put a link in the upper right hand corner and in the description to the book. And if you have Kindle Unlimited, it is free to read. The ebook is illustrated, so you could purchase it or grab it for free and follow along and look at the images as you listen to the ebook. There will be a link at the end of the ebook to the rest of the Monster of Monsters series. If you enjoy this, you can check it out. So now sit back, relax, and enjoy the read.
Twist of the Screw. Monster of Monsters Illustrated Horror Story by Christy Lynn Higgins. Copyright 2020. Chapter 1. A spooky green path and a lion knocker. The dark foreboding woods ended just as the 11th hour also ended, and a traveler stepped onto a gravel path. She looked in both directions, determining which way to go, decided on one, and walked toward a grand country estate in the distance. The country estate was huge and spoke of a time long ago when lords and ladies ruled the land. A sense of trepidation set in as the traveler drew closer to her destination. For the most part, she was expected, but how would she be received? A green hue permeated the night and gave the surrounding woods an eerie glow. The sight also had a beauty to it, an energizing radiance of the life that surrounded her. It would soon contrast the lack of life she would encounter, and that thought sent a shiver up her spine. Several minutes later, the traveler neared the front of the country estate and walked up to its door. She raised her hand to knock and noticed a lion's head staring back at her. The traveler grabbed hold of the ring in the lion's mouth and started to rap. But then she paused. She gazed deep into its cold metal eyes, and the lion stared back at her. CZFFF, CZFFF. A low ringing in the ears. The traveler felt apprehensive. There was something about this knocker she needed to take heed to. A red glow began, a scarlet warmth, and this cautionary brilliance lit up the lion's gaze and spoke of tragedy and uncertainty within. The traveler closed her eyes, and when she opened her eyes, the lion knocker was back to its lifeless self. Chapter 2. A rapping in the night. A rapping came to the large front door, a deep booming of metal that resounded through the entirety of the large country estate. A quarter past the witching hour in the stillness of the house, as if the dead lived there. Neither stirred nor broke. It was not until the rapping persisted that the housekeeper, with a finger candlestick in hand, came and creaked open the door. Outside, surrounded by the vast of the night, a girl in her mid-teens stood with a backpack slung over her shoulder. She was wearing a yellow t-shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers, and held a well-used napkin only a few inches from her lips, as if she had just wiped her mouth with it. "Are you lost, child?" the housekeeper questioned. She was wearing a long nightgown with a house robe over top of it. Her black graying hair was pulled under a lady's nightcap. "I don't think so," the teenager replied as she glanced at the white paper napkin. "Let's see. No, this is the address." She folded up the napkin and placed it in her back pocket. "I'm supposed to be here. I've come here to help." "Help," the housekeeper repeated. "Help with what?" She tilted her head as if she was surprised the older woman didn't know. And then she answered, "I'm here for the job. You," the housekeeper uttered. "Are you not a little young for a nanny?" "A nanny?" the teenager repeated as if it was a foreign word. "So, I will be watching a child. 2 to be precise," the housekeeper stated. "A boy and a girl." She looked over the teenager and said, "A Ms. Julia Ann was supposed to have arrived earlier, but she never showed." The teenager glanced back, looking at the woods as she stated, "Something came up, and she couldn't make it." She turned back around and said, "I'm her replacement. You will not do. You are much too young, but I guess I cannot send you back tonight. We can get this all straightened out in the morning," the housekeeper said, stood to the side, and beckoned, "Come in, and I will show you to your room." The teenager followed the housekeeper through the dark country estate and up the stairs, and then the housekeeper asked, "How did you get here?" "I did not see a car or taxi heading back down the road. I walked from the train station." "Walked?" the housekeeper uttered as she paused at the top of the stairs and turned to face the young nanny. "It is 20 miles by road. I walked through the woods. It is still 8 miles through a dark woods. Why did you not call?" "Well," the young nanny started as she pulled a cell from her backpack. "I have the worst luck with phones." The young nanny looked through her backpack as she said, "This one is dead, and I don't think I brought a charger." The housekeeper spoke as she continued to walk. "And you wanted to be the nanny to 2 children. How can you be responsible for them when you cannot even be responsible for your device?" "I don't use them a lot, so I tend to forget to charge them." The housekeeper shook her head as she spoke. "We lost power. It happens a lot in this old house. The power should be restored by the morning. You can charge your phone then if you brought a charger. In the meantime, do you have a torch?" "A torch? Will we be joining some villagers with pitchforks and storming a castle?" The housekeeper had no idea what the silly thing was talking about. The housekeeper said, "It is another name for a flashlight." "Oh, I do not. I will get you a candlestick." The housekeeper left the young nanny in the hallway and returned about a minute later and said, "Here you go." The young nanny took the candelabrum with the 5 lit candles and said, "This thing is heavy. This is not a candlestick. This is a weapon. Now we only need Colonel Mustard in the conservatory and we can have ourselves a good old murder mystery game." I am not sure who this Colonel Mustard is or why you are mentioning murder as a game, but even if he is a war hero, I do not think talking about killing is appropriate for children. Make sure not to mention it when you are around them. The young nanny blinked a couple of times and then said, "Oh, Kay, you are peculiar," the housekeeper told her. "Yes," the young nanny mumbled. "I am the peculiar one. Your room is this way," the housekeeper stated as she continued through the hallway. "Follow me." Of course. The young nanny followed her as she glanced around at the old things all around them. It would take some doing to get used to a place like this. CZFFF. CZFFF. The low ringing in the ears came again. Chapter 3. The Country Estate. The country estate was very old and many antiques filled its vast spaces. The carpeted floor creaked a few times as they walked through the hallway, and then they entered a new hallway which was just as dark. The young nanny glanced all around. She was already lost if she had not her guide. The light from their candles lit up new areas in a warm glow and left the sections behind them in darkness, a blackness that seemed to grow cold with the absence of life. The huge house was almost dead from lack of use. They passed an old grandfather clock, and the young nanny paused by it to take a better look at it. The housekeeper went on for a few steps and then stopped and waited on her. The grandfather clock was very old and very well made, but those things were not what drew her to the timepiece. It was as if something beckoned to her. She moved closer to the face of the clock, got on her tippy toes, and light from the flames lit up the dark wood. Something continued to beckon to her, but it would not show itself if any light was there. She held her candlestick away from the clock's face and peered inside the upper glass door. The young nanny saw nothing as her eyes readjusted to the complete darkness within the clock. Something continued to beckon to her, and she was tempted to open the clock and draw it out. "We should really move on," the housekeeper said. "I wish to return to my own bed." The nanny lowered herself, disappointed she wouldn't find what had drawn her to the clock. She moved forward, and then the two of them continued through the hallway. Within the clock, a set of tiny green glowing eyes appeared in the left corner near the 7, and then two more sets of tiny eyes appeared all in a row. Legs two more than the orbs of green moved the creature around its home. It had sensed the arrival of the new one that didn't belong to this shadow-cast world within the country estate. It would visit the new one once she was alone, so for now, it would wait within its web-stained home. "You have a very interesting house here," the nanny said. "It is so quiet now," the housekeeper spoke. "I can remember a time when nearly all these rooms on this floor were occupied. Now it is only the children, myself, and the butler. Where are their parents? The agency did not inform you. I guess if you were a last-minute replacement, maybe they did not have the time," the housekeeper said as she paused and turned to the teenager. "About a year ago, their parents died in a tragic accident. The estate and their fortune were left to their children. So are they in the care of an uncle or an aunt?" "No," the housekeeper replied. "They have no living relatives that I know of. They are in our care until they turn of age." "Oh," the teenager replied. "It must be hard for them." She was silent for a while as she thought about her own family. When someone leaves your life, it's so hard not to miss them. The nanny was about to ask another question when a child's scream drew her attention. Chapter 4. Attentive Eyes. The nanny rushed forward, urged on by the child's screams, and ran some distance. She opened a door and ran into a dark room where the scream originated. The nanny paused at the door as her candlelight lit up some of the area, and she turned to a little girl sitting up in bed with her covers pulled up to her nose. The girl looked to be about 8 years old, and she was tightly gripping a stuffed rabbit. The toy looked worn but well-loved. The nanny felt as if the two of them were not the only ones in the room and turned to a tall window that nearly took up the entire wall. It was very dark outside even with the moon there, and it was so dark that it seemed a black sheet had been pulled over the window. The nanny slowed her breathing as something seemed off, and she needed to quickly determine what it was. She glanced at the little girl and realized what it was. The nanny had felt it when she first came in. Something else there. Something that drew the nanny's gaze to stare longer into the void of the night. The flames were too bright, so she went back into the hallway and set the candelabrum on a table, and then re-entered the bedroom. The nanny stared at the window again. It was almost as if two red beady eyes were staring back at them, eyes that had a hunger about them. The nanny froze, unsure what to do or if what she was seeing was real and not her imagination spurred on by the little girl's scream. "What is going on here?" the housekeeper inquired as she entered the bedroom. "And why are you standing here in the dark?" The nanny faced her, and when she turned her attention back to the window, the red glowing eyes were gone. "I thought I saw," the nanny began. The housekeeper went immediately to the little girl's side and sat on her bed, and then she questioned, "Flora, why did you scream? Did you have a bad dream?" The little girl glanced at the stranger in her room as if determining if the teenager also witnessed the horror that had woke her from a deep sleep. A monstrous phantom that had stared at her as if it wanted something from her. Flora replied, "I thought I saw something outside my window." "Did you see anything?" the housekeeper asked the nanny. She started to answer, but then thought of something, and asked instead, "Are we on the second story?" "We are," the housekeeper replied. "What did you see?" "I saw," she began again, but decided not to say the crazy thing she did see. What could be hovering outside but something out of a nightmare? The nanny answered, "I am not sure what I saw." She decided it would be better coming from the girl. So she asked, "What did you see?" "Flora, who is this?" the little girl questioned. "And why is she in my room?" "She is. She was to be your nanny," the housekeeper replied. "And she is in your room because..." The housekeeper realized how quickly the teenager had reacted and how fast she had run as she stated. ... She heard your scream." The housekeeper paused and then said, "She will be leaving tomorrow and a different nanny will come." Why does she have to leave? Flora asked as she felt a sense of comfort and care with the older girl. She is too young, the housekeeper replied. The little girl got out of bed and walked over to the nanny and took her hand, asking, "Do you know many games?" "A few," the nanny replied. Flora looked up at the older girl, getting another sense from her, a sense of care and that the nanny was here to protect her. She said, "I think I would like to try her out as a nanny." The others were older, but none of them stayed. "They all abandoned us." "Stayed?" the nanny repeated. "What does she mean?" "There were 3 other nanas before you," the housekeeper began. "They, well, did not last long. The one before you barely lasted 2 days. Let this one stay until the next nanny arrives," Flora spoke. "I would like to see what game she knows." The housekeeper sighed and replied, "You know I can never tell you." "No, she may stay until the replacement nanny arrives." "Now, off to bed you go? I will tuck you in." The little girl returned to her bed. The nanny glanced at the tall window and spoke, "I can tuck her in. If I am to stay until my replacement comes, I should at least do my job." "Of course," the housekeeper said as she nodded. "But before that, Flora, what did you see outside your window?" "I saw nothing," she replied. "I screamed because of a nightmare." The nanny wasn't sure if the little girl believed what she said or she actually didn't see anything. "I am heading back to bed," the housekeeper stated. "Your room is the next one down. I will see you all in the morning." The nanny went and sat on the edge of the bed, and she tucked the little girl in her covers. Flora again felt a sense of calm and comfort from the teenager. The nanny looked down at her new ward and began, "Before, you said you thought you saw something at your window. What did you see?" "I saw nothing," she insisted. "Are you sure?" "I saw," Flora began as she wanted to please the new nanny, and then she answered, "I saw myself staring back at me." "What do you mean?" the nanny asked. "I saw," she replied as if she didn't know what to say. "I saw a monster and it was me." "A monster," the nanny repeated as she glanced at the window. "Are you still afraid?" "A little," Flora admitted, "but not as much since you are here." "Fear is something we all have," the nanny stated as she glanced over her shoulder. "Will you stay with me until I fall asleep?" "I will. Will you sing to me?" The nanny began as she made a face. She picked up the stuffed rabbit that had fallen to the floor, brushed it off as if covered with dirt, and examined it more closely. It was a beige antique rabbit with a few brown spots and brown circles around its eyes. It looked almost real. She gave the rabbit to the little girl as she stated, "I really like your rabbit." "Thank you. He is my favorite toy," Flora spoke and then asked again, "Will you sing to me?" "I'm not that good of a singer," the nanny admitted. "How about I'll hold your hand and you close your eyes?" She nodded, and the nanny held her hand, and before the hour was up, Flora fell asleep. Chapter 5. The Shadow and the Gleam of Steel. The nanny yawned as she stood and went out into the hallway. She grabbed her candlestick from the table, made her way to the next room, went in, and shut the door. The nanny went straightway to the bed and flopped upon the mattress after she set the candlestick on the nightstand. "Did you see those eyes?" she questioned in a soft voice. "They were so red and—" her eyes drooped, and she stated, "I'm so tired. I better get some sleep." She closed her eyes and moments later, the floor in the hallway just outside her room creaked. The noise didn't rustle the sleeping nanny, nor did a cockroach that scurried under her door wake her. The cockroach scurried to the wall and up it as it made its way toward her headboard. A shadow cast across the wall at the head of her bed. The shadow moved slowly and took on the form of a long curved blade like that of a scythe. A gleam of steel showed for a second as the shadow moved toward the insect. It was like a cobra stalking its prey, and before the shadow and insect met, the cockroach was startled and scurried back the way it came. Chapter 6. Something is going on. The nanny put on a new red t-shirt the next morning and made her way through the maze of hallways. The electricity had been restored, for a few lights were on. Somehow, she came upon the dining room through the labyrinth of passageways. The nanny pushed open the two-way swinging door and paused just outside the dining room as she watched the housekeeper bend down to Flora and whisper something in her ear. The little girl looked startled by whatever was being told to her. She still looked afraid as she nodded her understanding. "Good morning," the nanny called out as she proceeded through the two-way swinging door. The housekeeper straightened and acted startled, as if caught doing something she shouldn't have been doing. She quickly regained her composure and replied, "Good morning." The housekeeper motioned to a chair across from the little girl and said, "Sit, I will bring you something to eat." The housekeeper was wearing her uniform, and the girl was wearing a dress that would have placed her nicely in the late 1800s England. Flora had set her stuffed rabbit on the table as if it was also enjoying breakfast. The nanny walked around the large rectangular table and took a chair that was about in the middle of the table and opposite of the little girl. She noticed there was a second two-way swivel door that most likely led to the kitchen. "How did you sleep?" the housekeeper inquired as she finished serving the little girl some oatmeal. I was out like a light, the nanny answered. I probably should have taken a break after my previous job, but I was told this case was urgent. The last nanny did leave all of a sudden, but I do not know that I would say a replacement was urgent, the housekeeper commented, then paused as she considered something, and stated, You said case. You make it sound like you are some sort of detective working an assignment. The nanny laughed and said, I am no detective. I am more of a problem solver. You needed a nanny and here I am. I did not receive any of your references from the agency. Have you been a nanny before? I have taken care of children, the nanny replied as she glanced around. And then she asked, Didn't you say there were 2 children? Where is the boy? Miles was up earlier and already ate. He is outside playing. No longer, the boy said as he entered. He looked to be about 10 years old. Miles stated, I decided to come in and have another look at our nanny. The boy was also wearing attire that would place him nicely in the late 1800 seconds. The nanny wondered why they wore such clothes. Maybe to accent the house. She wasn't sure. The nanny then thought about what the boy had said. Another look. She inquired, Have we met before? Informal greeting. No, Miles answered. I was in your room and watched you sleep. You did not stir when I entered. I have been told that I sleep like a hibernating draken. Draken, what is that? An ancient dragon who, once it is asleep, is very hard to wake. The nanny replied, Maybe I will tell you more about them later. Right now, I should finish my breakfast and learn about my duties as your nanny. You should not speak to the boy as if this draken is real, the housekeeper stated. He might believe that it is real or Flora might. They should know the difference between fairy tales and the real world. The nanny looked from the boy to the little girl and back to the boy as she said, I believe they will know the difference between fairy tales and the real world by the time I leave. Miles, Flora spoke up. Did you know that our nanny is very new? I have never had a brand new nanny before. New. He repeated with a mischievous grin on his face. I believe I would also like a brand new nanny, but will she outlive our last one? Outlive? The nanny repeated. You make it sound like your last nanny died. Did I? He questioned. Miles, do not tease the nanny. The housekeeper scolded him with a hint of anger as if he had spoken the truth. She will think that you are a wicked child. He leaned close to the nanny and whispered in her ear, I am a wicked child. A very wicked boy indeed. Chapter 7. Food. Likes and dislikes. Some time later, the dining room. The nanny considered what the boy had whispered to her. Was he toying with her or only warning her? He didn't seem like a wicked boy. She looked at the housekeeper. Could he be implying that someone else in the household was wicked? The nanny glanced at the little girl and then back to him. She actually liked Miles and his sister. The nanny had quickly developed a fondness for both of them. They both reminded her of the children she grew up with at her second school. The older children she admired from a distance. The nanny sighed as she lingered in her past a little longer, and then she pulled her thoughts back to the present. She would protect the children no matter what might come to harm them. The little girl spoke after taking a bite of her oatmeal. Brother, let us go play. Flora, you should eat something before you go, the housekeeper told her. The little girl pushed her bowl away from her as she made a face that was both mad and adorable at the same time. And then she said, I do not want this. I do not like it. It tastes bizarre. Fine, the housekeeper replied as she peered at the bowl of oatmeal that for some reason had a different taste to it. She insisted, You will need to eat something later. Flora said, I will. Brother, let us play. He held out his hand and his sister took it, and then they ran out of the dining room. The nanny watched the children until she could no longer see them, and then she turned her attention to Flora's bowl of oatmeal. Why did it taste different to the little girl? Chapter 8. More about their parents. The dining room. The housekeeper noticed the nanny eyeing the little girl's bowl of oatmeal, so she started to clear the little girl's place setting. The nanny watched her as she ate her own oatmeal. She paused halfway through her breakfast and stared at the lumps of grain sweetened by brown sugar. The nanny again considered that Flora had thought the oatmeal had tasted bizarre. She considered that the housekeeper might be poisoning the little girl and maybe poisoning her. The oatmeal tasted fine, and the likelihood that the housekeeper would poison her the first morning was very unlikely. The nanny continued with her breakfast. How did their parents die? The housekeeper dropped the spoon to the floor, startled by the question. She bent and retrieved the utensil as she answered in a somber tone. It was so tragic. They were out of the country and died in a fiery car crash. Please, do not tell the children how they died. They do not know. The nanny nodded her understanding, which included her silent vow to do so. She thought about the housekeeper's answer and then inquired, was it an accident or do they believe that foul play was at work? Why would you ask such a question? You had mentioned that the parents were wealthy. I only wanted to know if someone would have killed them for their money. I cannot believe you are asking such a question. Do not say such things in front of the children. Is that understood? It is, and I will do as you say, but you didn't answer my question. The housekeeper got all flustered, and then she said, "You should speak to the butler about that matter. You did say that there was one other staff." The nanny spoke and then took another bite of her oatmeal. She asked through a mouthful, "Where is he?" She was still slightly flustered as she answered, "The butler had business in town and should be back sometime today." The nanny took another bite of her oatmeal, thought of the grandfather clock she had examined last night, and asked, "Have you noticed any strange sounds or occurrences since the death of their parents? It is an old house. There are lots of strange sounds. Now as for occurrences, what are you getting at?" The housekeeper questioned. "Are you talking about specters?" The nanny was about to answer her but was interrupted. "Was someone just talking about me?" An older man inquired as he entered. He wore a butler's uniform, and it also looked as if it should belong to an age long gone by. "You are back earlier than expected." The housekeeper spoke as her voice had returned to a normal tone. The butler replied, "The train came in early, and I was able to collect the crate and come back." "Where should I put the crate?" "You can put it in the old stable," the housekeeper answered. "You have horses?" the nanny questioned. "Where is the stable?" "Not for a long time," the housekeeper replied. "We had to get rid of them." "The stable is about a 30-minute walk from her near the old servants' quarters." The butler added, "There was no need to keep them. The children liked the horses as much as the horses liked them." The housekeeper glared at him as if the butler had said something awful. She looked like she wanted to scold him but restrained herself since they were not alone. "I have set the crate just inside the entry for now. I will put it in the stable tomorrow." The housekeeper glanced at the nanny as if she wanted to say something to the butler but decided against coming right out with it in mixed company, and then instead, she told him, "The sooner you get it out of the way the better. We do not want anyone falling over it." Chapter 9. The crate, the dining room. The nanny quickly finished her oatmeal, stood, and said, "I better go check on the children. You should also start their lessons soon," the housekeeper told her. "Lessons." The young nanny repeated as if this word was also foreign to her. "I will be teaching the children." "Yes, teaching them is part of your duties. Did not the agency inform you?" "I was a very last-minute recruit, so they didn't tell me a lot about this assignment other than to go," the nanny replied. "I'll do my best to teach them." She left the room and went straightway to the entry. The nanny walked around the wooden crate, which was the exact size of a coffin. She removed the folded napkin from her back pocket, opened it up, read it over, and questioned, "What could be in this thing?" The nanny grabbed hold of an end with one hand and tried to lift it and then asked, "And how did he bring it in here by himself? It's like there are rocks in this thing." She walked around it some more, debating whether or not to find something to pry it open with. The nanny decided she couldn't do so. If caught, she would be fired right away. She bent down to the crate and placed an ear to it and listened. The nanny couldn't hear anything. Whatever was inside did not breathe. The nanny spent a couple more minutes with the crate, then decided she had been there too long, and went in search of the children. Chapter 10. The butler and the housekeeper. The kitchen. The butler helped clear the table, and then he went to the two-way swinging door that entered the dining room and pushed it open to make sure the nanny wasn't just outside. He went back to the kitchen and questioned the housekeeper. "Is she really our new nanny? She looks very young. Maybe we should rethink this nanny business. Maybe it would be better if we taught the children and took over all their needs." The housekeeper answered, "There are some needs that we cannot fulfill. For now, we need the nanas. It does make our jobs a little harder, but I will agree with you for now." He said. The housekeeper spoke. "We should keep an eye on this new nanny." "Why is that?" "There is something very odd about her and her arrival," the housekeeper answered. "She claimed to have walked here from the train station through the woods without a torch. At the time, the clouds covered the moon and it was pitch black. If she doesn't have a torch, how did she see to get here through the dark woods? Someone had to drop her here. But why lie about how she arrived? That is most odd. It is not the only thing. She did not know that there were 2 children and you heard it yourself. She had no clue she is to school them. Maybe she spoke true about being selected to come here last minute. Though, she called herself a recruit. Recruit is more of a military term, the butler stated. He thought about it some more and said, "You were correct before. We should keep a very watchful eye on the new nanny. Maybe there is another reason why she is here. She also has been asking a lot of questions. A lot of bizarre questions. I get this feeling from her." He asked, "What sort of feeling?" "The nanny sees the world differently than we do. It is almost as if she sees herself as a detective in a dime novel. Her questions make me believe that she thinks there is a mystery to solve here. She is young. Maybe she is only playing at detective. I see no harm in that, but what if it is something else?" The housekeeper asked. "What if she does believe? How should I put it? What if she believes there are ghosts and goblins in our house or some sort of murder conspiracy? "We will just call the police if we see that she is simply mad," the butler answered. "Frankly, I believe you are blowing this all out of proportion. She is still just a child herself. Ask her some questions and get to know her better. I believe once you know her, you will understand her. I still believe we should keep an eye on her. Once the phone is working again, I am going to call the agency and ask about her. I will ask the agency the questions I need answers to." Chapter 11. A time to play. The nanny went in search of the children through the vast country estate, and as she searched for them, she got this feeling that she was not the one hunting for them, but that she was the one they were hunting. A little fear crept up. "They are only playing," she whispered. "A game of sorts. It wouldn't hurt to play, but we should remember that they are children." The nanny realized she was still holding the napkin, folded it up, and tucked it in her back pocket. She needed to keep it safe. The nanny continued on as if she didn't notice she was being hunted. She wandered through several hallways, up and down the stairs, and even ventured beyond what she had seen last night until she found she was completely lost again. The nanny thought about calling out to the children for help, but they were still playing their game. She came to an area of the estate where the eastern sunlight shined in. The nanny entered a room that had several chairs made of wood and covered in red velvet. She believed they called it a sitting room. In the room was a fireplace with a mirror above its mantel. The electric lamps were on, but one side of the room seemed to swallow the light. It was almost as if the darkness was alive and feeding on the glow of life. The nanny sensed the children were near, but not where they were. She played the unsuspecting prey very well as Miles leapt out at her from a dark corner of the room that should not have been large enough for anything like a boy to hide in. The nanny jumped at his sudden appearance. "Did I give you a fright?" he asked. "Nearly," she admitted. The nanny truly didn't know he was hiding there. It was definitely a good scare. "I will endeavor to do better next time," the boy stated. "Do you like to be scared?" "I don't know. My heart is racing, and I do perceive my surroundings more clearly, but I think I don't like to be scared. I like to scare people," he admitted. "But I would not like others to scare me." "Where is your sister?" "I am right here," Flora spoke. "You both are very good at hide and seek," the nanny commented. "I didn't hear you behind me." "I am best at hide and seek," Miles stated. "My sister is better at other things." "Like what?" the nanny asked. Miles grinned and answered, "You will see. You will soon see." The nanny peered at him for a few moments, and then she glanced around the room and asked, "Do you notice how dark this one side of the room is?" "It is because I have conjured a ghost to come and suck the life out of you," Miles answered as he wiggled his fingers at her and made haunting sounds. "It is a raven ghost." "Make it a butterfly," Flora pleaded. "It is a butterfly ghost," Miles corrected as he spoke as if he was the specter. "Not as scary as a raven ghost, but still as life-stealing." "No, it is something else," the nanny said, trying not to laugh as the boy went on with his ghostly sounds. And then she walked to the one lamp that seemed to be engulfed by darkness and turned the knob that was on its side. The light brightened, and the nanny laughed and said, "It's a dimmer switch." Flora spoke up. "I like the ghost answer my brother made up. It was more imaginative," the nanny agreed. "What should we do now?" "Let us go outside," Flora replied as she grabbed her hand and held it as the child led the nanny back to the front door where the crate was. Some time later, the children seemed afraid of the crate and walked on the other side of the entry. The nanny thought about asking them about the crate, but she wanted to know more about what she saw last night, so she decided to direct their conversation in that direction. "Miles, did you hear or see anything unusual last night?" "Unusual? How do you mean?" he asked. The nanny questioned, "Did you hear your sister scream?" He turned to his sister and asked, "Did you scream last night?" She nodded. "I thought I had only dreamed of you screaming," Miles stated. "The dream was very horrid." The nanny urged him, "Tell me about your dream." "I remember thinking to myself, does not my sister look very frightened in her bed looking up at me?" Miles spoke with a smirk. "But I am getting ahead of myself. My dream started in the night sky nearly high enough for me to touch the stars. They were all so shiny and bright. I moved closer to them and imagined seeing the moon so big and huge. I even imagined it bigger than the other planets. I wanted to go higher, but something drew me back to the earth. My sister needed me. I was the only one who could help her, so I went to her window. Maybe I should not have appeared to her at the window, but she needed to see." "See what?" the nanny questioned when the boy didn't finish. He turned to the nanny as they paused at the front door and answered, "What we can become?" Miles went outside while the other two remained inside, and then he turned and faced them. A gentle breeze moved in, blowing his neck-length blonde hair that matched his sister's longer strands. And then he gazed at the nanny with his piercing blue eyes that his sister also owned but were more curious than probing. He studied the new nanny as if searching for weaknesses in her character or maybe weaknesses in her physique, as if she was some sort of quarry he would hunt. And then he continued, "I stood just outside my sister's window. I got a sense that I was far away from her, not only in distance. I was looking down from a great height as she dreamed her own horrid dreams. A red mist seemed to rise up on both sides of her bed as if something was coming to devour her, something that was coming from within her. The night was to my back along with the moon. It was almost as if I was existing in a fantasy world of bizarre landscapes. The moon felt so big and wonderful. I was so excited to be there, but something made me want to flee. As I looked in on my sister, a reflection stared back at me, a reflection that startled me. The nanny wasn't sure how to take his dream or nightmare, but he couldn't stop his recount just yet, so she asked, "What sort of reflection?" Eyes the color of blood were staring back at me. I was afraid at first. I had never seen this dreadful sight looking back at me before. I was about to scream in horror, but my sister screamed first. The nanny remembered how starved the red eyes looked, so she asked, "Were you hungry in your dream?" "Famished," he replied. "I cannot seem to eat enough even now in the real world." "Your dream sounds very scary, but where were you standing?" She didn't wait for him to answer and spoke. "You said the night was at your back? What was beneath your feet?" "I was still floating as I was at the start of my dream," Miles replied, and then stared at her for a long time before saying, "You are not like the others, the nanas that have come before you." "In what way?" "You take what most might see as their imagination or a waking nightmare and consider it real," he replied. "Do I?" the nanny asked, and then she spoke. "You evaded my question." "I did I not?" Miles answered. He paused as if the clever cogs of his mind were turning very rapidly, devising some new scheme, and then he asked, "Do you remember how I had said that a red mist seemed to rise up on both sides of my sister's bed as if something was coming to devour her?" "I do." "You appeared beside her not that much later," he said, as if accusing her of some evil plan. "You, the new nanny. You, the one who seems like she should not be here. You, the one who has many unusual questions. You, the one who—" He peered deeper into her with his penetrating blue eyes, and the nanny froze as she experienced a sense of dread and danger. She felt as if she was some sort of prey in Miles, the hunter. A primeval fear rose up within her and paralyzed her, and she was forced to gaze helplessly back. He grinned as she did so, as if this was the intended result of his unnatural gaze. The nanny wasn't sure what she should do, but then another fear rose up within her, one whose job was to protect her, and this fear urged her to act. The nanny closed her eyes and shook off the effects, and when she opened her eyes, the boy was no longer smiling, but looking at her with this perplexed expression. Miles continued as if shocked, "You, the one who is not as she appears. Why are you here?" She opened her mouth to answer him, and the grandfather clock the nanny had seen last night struck 10 o'clock and sounded off in the distance. Before she could answer, the boy asked the nanny, "Should we not start our lessons?" She looked past him to the outside world that was beckoning to her to venture through it, and then the nanny sighed and said, "I guess we should, now that we have played a short game." Chapter 12. The Lake. Within the second-story classroom. "What sort of things are you taught?" the nanny questioned as she stood behind the teacher's desk, looking a little lost. She was holding a book in such a way that it appeared she thought it held some sort of contagion. "Games," Flora shouted. The nanny smirked as she set the book on the desk and said, "Games? Why not? But instead of me teaching you a game, I want the two of you to teach me one." Miles said, "We will need to go outside to teach you this game." "Outside," the nanny repeated, thinking about how they had nearly gone outside. Maybe I should have asked this question while we were standing at the front door. "Oh, well, exercise never hurt me too much." Some time later, the nanny and the children first went to a small lake that was about 20 minutes from the main house. The lake was pristine, clear, and blue. The nanny had never seen a lake so blue. She stared at its unmoving surface and thought about how it had a quality of rebirth and innocence to it. She also thought how it had a purifying property to it, and she immediately wanted to wash herself clean in its refreshing-looking waters. She imagined birds in an array of species singing to the late morning, but it was quiet, eerily quiet. The nanny took a closer look and noticed this lake would not be a good lake to swim in for children. The floor of the lake looked thick with settlement and could easily grab hold of a child or an adult's foot and leave them stuck in the mud under the water. "Do you two play here often?" "I do," Miles said. "I pretend to be an adventurer here." "I do not," Flora spoke. "I am afraid of the water. Only dead things should be thrown in there. It is no place for a lady like myself to play near or in." "Listen to me, both of you," the nanny began. "I don't want either of you playing here. It is not safe. Both of you promise me you will not come to this lake and play or play anywhere near it." "We promise," they both said. Chapter 13. Lessons on Life and Death. The three of them left the lake and went to a different part of the estate. They stood by a large oak tree which was about a 15-minute walk from the main house. The nanny asked, "What will we play?" "Hunter and prey," Miles spoke. "How do you play?" she questioned as she thought they had already played a game like that in the main house. The hunter counts to 50 while the prey goes and hides. The hunter then hunts for the prey, and when the hunter catches the prey then becomes the hunter. It is like hide and seek. "I guess you could say that," Miles said. "You are the hunter first." The nanny chuckled and spoke, "I will do my best to play the role." She began to count, and the children took off in different directions. The nanny finished counting and said in a loud voice, excited to play a game, "Here I come." She looked around and spoke, "Which way should we go?" "Ah, yes. I also see the footprints." ZZFFF, ZZFFF. A low ringing in the ears came once again. She raced in the direction the footprints headed in and entered a wooded area. A clump of white caught her eye, and she walked over to a white rabbit that had been killed. Blood stained its white fluffy fur. It was killed recently, but by what? The nanny noticed footprints all around the rabbit, but they were not made by any animal. They were made by shoes. "There you are," Flora spoke. The nanny turned to the girl and noticed her lips were stained by red. "Flora, have you been eating something?" "I have," she replied. Miles found some wild raspberries. "Your brother, is he close?" A burning sensation traveled up the spine of the nanny, a sensation of warning along with a promise of swift and deadly action. She quickly turned as she shouted, "No." The boy was standing behind her, and he asked, "Why are you yelling at me? I did not do anything to you." The nanny noticed his lips were also stained by red, and then she said, "I only yelled because you frightened me. Please forgive me. I did not mean to yell at you. I guess I did sneak up on you and give you a fright, so I will call us even. What were you looking at before my sister appeared?" Miles asked as he started into the grass. "Don't go over there." The nanny spoke as she put out her hand as if to grab him, but it was too late. Miles stared at the dead rabbit as if deeply afraid of what he saw. He glanced at his sister who walked over to his side. Miles said, "Something was eating it." "Something hungry," the nanny added. "It is gruesome, but things need to eat. Sometimes something needs to die so another can eat. A dog, cat, or fox must have caught it. Is it bad that they killed it?" Flora questioned as she stared at the rabbit and licked her lips. "They were probably hungry," the nanny stated as she glanced at the boy. And then she said, "We should not kill creatures only to be cruel. If they were hungry, is it all right?" Flora asked. "For animals. It is hard for them to resist if they are hungry. Is it bad?" The girl repeated as if she really needed to know and then glanced at her brother. The nanny asked, "What do you think?" I think it is fun to kill," Miles interrupted his sister. "Did you kill the rabbit?" The nanny questioned him. He laughed and asked, "Do you also think I ate the rabbit? Why would a boy kill and eat a rabbit raw?" The nanny answered with a question. "I did not say I did," Miles replied. "Come, Flora." He held out his hand for his sister. "Time to go back. Lunch will be served soon." The brother and sister headed back to the country estate while the nanny stared at the rabbit. She thought about the red eyes she saw last night and a shiver ran up her spine. This assignment wouldn't be an easy one. The children, they were not quite normal. The nanny turned after a few minutes and followed them in. Chapter 14, Lessons Learned. The brother and sister were alone and nearly back to the main house when the girl spoke up. They were still lovingly holding one another's hand. Miles did so protectively, and Flora did so adoringly. "Thank you, brother," she said. "I do not know what I would have done if you had not found the raspberries. The nanny would have thought me very wicked. No need to thank me. I am your big brother. I will always protect you, but you must be very careful. Our new nanny is, how shall I put it? Our new nanny is somewhat clever and very suspicious. She actually hinted at that she believes one of us killed the bunny. None of our other nannies thought us bad until they were no longer around. Thank you again for the raspberries. The stain they left hid the other stain, my unwillful indulgence in an appetite I cannot control." She paused and pulled on his hand so he would also stop. And then Flora asked, "Miles, what am I going to do?" "I do not know. We should talk to the butler and housekeeper. They will help us. They will teach us about life as they have been teaching us." Chapter 15, More Games and Meals. Some time later, the dining room. The nanny arrived, pushed open the two-way swivel door, and paused just outside the eating area. She noticed the butler whispering to Miles and Miles whispering something back. Flora was holding the hand of the housekeeper and in her other arm was her stuffed rabbit. "Hello," the nanny greeted before coming in. The butler stopped talking to the boy, and lunch went on as normal except Flora didn't eat again. Some time later, the second-story classroom. The nanny held a book on math as she stood behind a large desk, facing the children. They each sat at a smaller desk with a book opened in front of them. Today's lesson is on. The nanny began as she looked over the book. Numbers? Lots of numbers that are. all in a column with plus and minus signs all around. The nanny closed the book and said, "That is enough on math." Flora asked, "What should we do then?" Miles inquired, "Are you sure we are not doing math because you do not know how to work the problems yourself?" The nanny started to answer him, but instead, she told the girl, "Why don't we get to know each other better? Let's pick a subject and talk about it. I'll go first. Let's talk about what makes us afraid." She said, "Miles, tell me what makes you afraid." He glanced at his sister and then said, "Separation. I do not like it when I am gone from my family." "Flora, tell me what makes you afraid." Let me see. I guess unexpected change. Can you give me an example?" The nanny questioned. "The death of our parents. I never thought they would die." The nanny asked, "Do you have another example?" Miles spoke up before his sister could answer and questioned, "What about your parents? What can you tell me about them?" "Nothing," the nanny replied. "I never knew my parents, though I did have someone once who took care of me and I believe loved me. She had a nickname for me, and I would go visit her every day." "What sort of nickname?" he questioned. "She called me Little Morsel." Flora asked, "What sort of name is that?" "It sounds like she wanted to eat you." "More like devour," the nanny stated with a fondness for the memory. "Flora, you talked about change. Do you feel like you are going through some sort of change right now? I know your parents have been gone a while, but you never told us what you are afraid of," Miles interrupted. "There is something that I am deathly afraid of." "What?" Flora asked, eager to hear. "I will give you a hint," the nanny began. "It crawls around and has more legs than me, but not more legs than us. Can either of you guess what it is?" "I am bored," Miles spoke up. "If we are not going to do our lesson, can we play another game?" "I do like games," the nanny said. "What should we play?" Chapter 16. What scares you? Miles and Flora took her to their playroom where they taught her how to play jacks. The nanny had never played before. It was a game played with a set of small, six-pointed, metal pieces and a small rubber ball. The object of the game was to pick up the pieces in various combinations. The player dropped 10 jacks and then tried to scoop them up. After bouncing the ball, they first tried 1 jack at a time, then 2 at a time, and so on. The idea was to scoop the jacks up and catch the ball before it hit the ground a second time after it first bounced. The nanny wasn't that good at it, but she did enjoy herself. After the game, they returned to the classroom. The nanny glanced at the math book and then picked up a different book on science. There was a handkerchief on the book, so she set it on the desk. It must have belonged to a previous nanny. She noticed Miles had not come in with her and Flora. She was about to go look for him when he came in holding a shoebox. Miles took a seat at his desk and placed the box on his desk as if it was some sort of treasure. The nanny knew he wanted her to be curious about it, so she played into his new game and asked, "What do you have in the box?" "Let us make it a guessing game," Miles suggested. He turned to his sister and said, "We can all play." Flora spoke. "I will go first. Is it something I should be afraid of?" "Not you," Miles replied. "Oh," the nanny uttered and questioned, "Is it something I should be afraid of?" "I do not know. You never told us what you are afraid of," he answered as he stood from his desk. Miles left the shoebox on his desk and walked away from it, and then he questioned, "Do you dare open it?" The nanny moved from her desk, walked past him, took the shoebox, opened it, and found it empty. "There is nothing here. Did it get out, or is it invisible things I should be afraid of?" Miles returned to his desk without answering her. The nanny went back to her desk and sat. The handkerchief moved across her desk. The nanny smirked before grabbing the handkerchief, and she found a large spider underneath. The nanny fixated on the spider as if afraid. Miles saw her reaction, and as if he regretted his practical joke, he picked up a book from his own desk and rushed over. He brought the book down to smash the spider. She quickly cupped her hands and protected the spider as the spider-ending book came down. The boy hid her hands, not noticing she had placed them there. Miles appeared troubled by what he had done. "I hit our nanny," he declared as he took a step back. Miles looked more troubled as he thought more about it. "I hit her." The nanny looked at her reddening hands. They stung, but she, for the most part, was unhurt. She tried to tell him she was fine. Flora let out a scream as if the spider had been on her desk. She wrapped her arms around the rabbit she always carried and screamed again. Flora started to cry as she yelled at her brother, "Miles hurt the nanny. Miles hurt the nanny." He looked very afraid as his sister accused him. Miles turned and fled the classroom. The nanny stood with her hands still cupped around the spider. She wanted to tell him that she was fine, but he was already too far away. Flora cried some more, and then she ran out of the classroom. "I guess maybe I'm not that good of a teacher. I've made half my students cry and all of them have fled." The nanny turned her attention to the desk and lifted her bruised hands. "Oh, good. I was able to save you." The spider was unharmed and crawled across the desk. The nanny sat in her chair as she smiled at the spider. "I guess he didn't get my hint from before. I actually love your kind and those like you." Her thoughts drifted, and she visited her past in her mind as she thought about the one who had taken care of her, the one who was a symbol of home. The nanny whispered to one who was not there, whispered as her heart ached, "I wish I could find you. Where did you go? Where in all this world did you go?" The nanny allowed the spider, who was half the size of her hand, to crawl into her palm as she questioned, "Are you the one I spotted in the grandfather clock?" "You are. It is good to meet you." She wandered the hallways until she found her bedroom, and then the nanny placed the spider on her headboard. "Guard my room well." The nanny headed out as she whispered, "We need to find the boy first. I'm not sure which of the children is in more need of us, but in this instance, I think we need to find Miles first. I believe the butler and the housekeeper know what is going on in this house, and maybe they are willing participants. In either case, the children need our help." Chapter 17. A Promise of Help. The nanny made her way outside and found Miles back up in the oak tree they had been in earlier. The nanny sat on a branch next to him. "I am sorry," Miles told her as he noticed her bruised hands. "I intended to kill the spider. I know. I'm not angry with you. Why did you protect it? I thought you were afraid of spiders. If it had been the thing I am afraid of, I would have screamed and let you kill it. But I like spiders. They are my friends," the nanny admitted. They sat there in silence for a few moments, and then she said, "Miles, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not really a nanny. I do not think that is a secret to anyone." She chuckled to herself and then spoke. "I have come here to help you and your sister. I just need to know what is going on here." Miles said nothing. So the nanny spoke. "I will make it easy. Either nod or shake your head. Is something going on in this house that has made you afraid?" He nodded. "Can you tell me what it is?" He looked at her for a while and then shook his head. "Does the housemaid and the butler know what you are afraid of?" He nodded. "Can they help you?" He shook his head. "Does the housekeeper and the butler want you to keep this thing or things a secret from me?" He nodded. "Is there anything you can tell me? My sister is going through some changes." Flora did mention that she didn't like change. The nanny spoke and then requested, "Maybe you should tell me what it is since they can't help you. I will try to help you, and if I can't help you, I will find someone who can." "Miles, what is going on here?" He turned to her and started to say something, but then, "Miles," the butler called out. They both turned and saw that the butler was standing some distance from them in a field looking up in the tree. The butler seemed upset as he said, "Miles, it is time to come in. Dinner is almost ready." The boy turned to her and looked as if he did want to tell her what was going on in the house, but his will had been overshadowed by the butler's presence. She grabbed his hand as he tried to get up, and she told him, "You can trust me. Tell me what is going on here." "I can help." "No one can help me," he said and slowly pulled his hand from hers. "No one can help us." Chapter 18. News for the nanny. Sometime later, the dining room. Everyone gathered, and Miles, Flora, and the nanny had their evening meal. The meal went on in silence until the housekeeper started to clear the dishes. "We will no longer need your services," the housekeeper informed the nanny. "I received a letter today notifying us a replacement is coming tomorrow." "Oh," the nanny replied. "Have you found my work unsatisfactory?" "You are too young to be their nanny," she replied. The butler added, "We need an older nanny who will teach the children and not just play games with them." She said nothing about his accusation. It was true, but that meant she would only have tonight to figure out what secret this household was hiding. The housekeeper said, "Children, time for you to go to bed." "It is early," Miles said. "Why do we need to go to bed now?" The housekeeper glared at him, and he said no more. Children," the housekeeper spoke. "I will tuck each of you in bed." "I'll do it," the nanny chimed up as she stood. "I am still their nanny until the new one arrives. Unless there is some reason why I can't tuck them in." The butler and housekeeper glanced at one another, and then the housekeeper nodded. The nanny took the children upstairs and had Miles show her where his room was. "Flora, go on ahead to your room and change into your pajamas. I'll be there shortly," the nanny instructed. The little girl skipped ahead with her stuffed rabbit in tow. "Miles, put on your pajamas, and I will be back shortly," the nanny instructed him, and then she went back downstairs. The nanny was at the bottom of the staircase. When, zzff, the low ringing in the ears intensified. She put a hand to the side of her face as if in great pain, waited until it passed, and then went on to her destination. Some time later, the kitchen. The nanny paused just outside and listened in at the two-way door. The butler asked as he washed the dishes, "Is there really a new nanny coming tomorrow?" "No," the housekeeper replied as she dried the dishes. "I thought it best that we take care of the children from now on. We do not need any more outside interference. We will raise the children as they need to be raised. It is for the best," the butler stated. "Miles has already been through part of his change, and I believe Flora has just started. We need to instruct them. We need to teach them about their hunger." The nanny heard enough and started back upstairs. There was much she would need to do this night. Chapter 19. One last night. Miles' bedroom. The nanny knocked on the boy's door before entering. Miles was in his pajamas, standing at the tall window of his bedroom, gazing at the setting sun. "Will you be leaving tomorrow?" he questioned. "Yes, there will be no one to help me. Help us after you leave. You understand that a new nanny's not coming." He nodded. "Miles, I only have one night to figure out what is going on here. Please, tell me. You can trust me." The boy turned to her and said, "I want to tell you. I really do, but you will not understand, and I do not think you will believe me." The nanny went and sat on the end of his bed and patted the space beside her. Miles came and joined her. She questioned him, "What do you wish more than anything?" "I wish my parents never died. I wish they were here right now. Do you believe they could help you with what is going on?" He nodded. "Miles, why haven't you told me what is going on here?" "Fear," he replied. The nanny glanced over her shoulder as she smirked and said, "I can understand fear. Sometimes what we are afraid of can become a part of us and make us stronger. I do not understand. I thought I should stand up to my fear, face it head on, and conquer it. It depends on what your fear is. Do you have fear within you?" She replied, "Fear does live within me, but you were also right. There are some fears we should face and conquer. What you are telling me is confusing." "I'm sorry," she told him. "I only meant that some things that we fear are not at all that scary. It depends on what that fear is. I think I understand what you are saying." "Good," the nanny said. "Now go to bed. I need to tuck your sister in and get as much sleep as I can. Are you planning on doing something tonight?" "I am," she replied. "It is my last night here, and I did promise to help both you and your sister." Chapter 20. Tucking Flora in. Flora's bedroom. The nanny went to her own room first and grabbed the candelabrum. She picked up a box of matches the housekeeper had given her earlier, and lit all 5 candles. She walked next door and entered the little girl's room. Flora was on the floor playing with her stuffed toy, having him hop about. "Time for bed," the nanny told her. The little girl came and got into bed. The nanny tucked her in along with her toy. "You smell nice," Flora told her. "You smell nice like the rabbit." "Which rabbit?" the nanny asked as she tapped the toy. "The one here in your arms, or you smell nice like the little white rabbit." The nanny realized she had been wrong before. She now believed that Miles had not been the one who killed the creature in the woods. "Flora, when the white rabbit in the woods smelled nice, what did you do?" I chased it." "And then what?" "I caught it." "And then what?" "I heard it and made it no more." The nanny considered what she had said and then asked, "Flora, are you afraid?" "I am." "Of what?" "Of myself. I am afraid you will get hurt tonight, or the housekeeper or the butler or even my brother. I will make sure nothing happens tonight." Flora questioned, "Do you swear it?" "I do," the nanny replied. "I will pinky swear it." She held out her little finger, and Flora wrapped her little finger around hers, and then they shook. "I will make sure nothing happens to anyone, even you, tonight," the nanny swore. She removed the napkin from her back pocket and said, "Now let me tuck you in, and you can get some sleep. I also need to go get some sleep before the clock strikes midnight." The nanny kissed her on the forehead, tucked her in a second time, and then left the room. "I know," the nanny whispered once she reached the hallway. She peered at the napkin as she said, "I should have stayed with them. I should have put both children in one room and stayed with them, but I believe whatever is going to happen will only happen if each of the children is alone. We need to get some rest. Or at least I need to get some rest. You will be in charge of watching my back as you have always done." Chapter 21. Now for some needed rest. The nanny's bedroom. The nanny went next door, set the candelabrum on the nightstand, blew out all 5 candles, and then flopped down on her bed. She was asleep nearly before her head hit the pillow. No time to mess around. She needed to sleep, and she was still exhausted from her earlier assignment. About an hour later, the same 6-legged creepy visitor from the night before crawled under her door and headed for the nanny's bed. The roach crawled up the wall, heading for the headboard. The scythe shadow reappeared, and then a gleam of steel lit up the area and a flash of retaliation even though there was no light in the room. The scythe shadow posed ready to strike like a cobra as the dreaded beast neared. The scythe shadow aimed to decimate their enemy in one swift attack, but before it could act, the spider, that the nanny had saved, pounced upon the roach. The scythe shadow relaxed and then pulled itself back into its bodily sheath. It would remain vigilant. The night was not over yet. Chapter 22. The witching hour returns. The nanny's bedroom. The nanny woke and sat up in bed, and then a few moments later, the grandfather clock started to chime midnight. "Time to put this mystery to bed," the nanny whispered. "What was that?" "Oh, yes, I should thank the spider for saving me. I do hate cockroaches. They are what I am really afraid of." The nanny closed her eyes as if stretching out some perceived sense she had and found where the spider had made his home. She went over to the corner of the room and looked up as the spider was in the middle of making his web, and she said, "Thank you. I saved you and you saved me. We will now be lifelong friends." The nanny headed through the dark bedroom and flipped on the switch. The power was out again. She glanced at the candelabrum and decided she didn't need it anymore. She went into the hallway and checked on Flora. The girl was in her bed sleeping. The nanny went to Miles' room, and he wasn't there. His window was open, and the curtains blew as a breeze swept in. The moon was out in a cloudless sky, and the quiet night seemed to speak to her. The nanny knew where she needed to be. She quickly ran back to Flora's room, but the little girl wasn't there. "I need your help." The nanny removed the napkin from her back pocket and spoke in a whisper. "I need for you to track the little girl." She paused, and then she said, "I know I can do it myself, but I am a little afraid and anxious. The children are in so much danger, so I'm unable to do it myself." The nanny paused as if listening to someone as a shadow raised behind her, and then she said, "When you're ready, lead on." Chapter 23. Searching for Flora. The nanny hurried through the maze of hallways as if led by someone, and then she raced down a set of stairs she had never been down before. She ran outside. The shadow followed her all the way. ZZFFF, ZZFFF. The low ringing in the ears intensified until it became nearly unbearable. She had to pause as she placed both hands over her ears. The nanny thought she would faint for the pain. She waited until it passed and then she hurried on. The nanny went to the lake first and searched the area as the shadow continued to loom over her. She spotted something in the water and rushed over to it, fearing it was one of the children. The nanny quickly walked across a fallen tree out across the lake. She scratched her arm on a branch as she fearfully reached for the tangled floating object. A struggle ensued as she fought to grab the object. Up and down it bobbed as if something was forcing it back under and delaying her at the lake. She finally removed it from the dark surface and stared at what she held for a few moments, and then after spending some more time around the lake shore, the nanny hurried to the large oak tree. She came upon Flora close to the tree, and the shadow retracted so that it was very hard to see. The little girl was gazing up in the oak tree just as the moon peeked through its leaves. The nanny was holding the soaking wet toy rabbit she had found, and it had been torn all apart. Water dripped from it as if it was blood and not a clear liquid. "Flora, are you all right?" The little girl kept her back to her as she answered. "No, I am very mad. What did you do to my favorite toy?" The nanny glanced at the rabbit she was holding. All its white stuffing guts were hanging all out. She ignored the little girl's question and asked, "Why are you out here?" The little girl glanced at her toy and then turned her attention back to the tree. Her toy was no more. She had to worry about herself. Flora replied, "I was thinking of running away and this is as far as I got." "Why do you want to run away?" the nanny questioned, and when she didn't answer, the nanny asked, "Are you afraid of someone here? Are you afraid someone here will hurt? What is going on here?" The housekeeper questioned as she and the butler walked into the moonlight from the dead of night. The butler was carrying a shotgun and the housekeeper a lantern. The nanny had hoped to question the girl without the staff present. The butler spoke up when no one answered. She asked, "What is going on here? Why are the two of you outside at this time of night?" Still, no one answered, so the housekeeper spoke. "I just received a late-night call from the agency in charge of hiring nanas for us. They never sent you. They would never send someone as young as you. Just who are you? What sort of nonsense have you been filling the children's heads with?" The nanny ignored her and spoke to the little girl. "Flora, I can only help you if you talk to me." She turned and said to the nanny, "I am scared of you. You are very strange in asking us all kinds of questions about what we are afraid of. I have even seen you talking to yourself. You even hurt my toy. Will you hurt me next?" The housekeeper turned to the butler and said, "I think we should call the police. Let us take Flora in and then have Miles join us until the police arrive." She held out her hand for the little girl and said, "Flora, come over here." The little girl started to move, but the nanny went and blocked her way, standing in between the staff and Flora. "Stand aside," the housekeeper commanded. "Let Flora pass you." "I can't do that." "Why not?" the nanny replied. "She's not safe." "Are you saying from us?" the housekeeper uttered. "We would never hurt the children." The butler raised the shotgun and ordered, "Stand aside. We will not let you hurt Flora." "Flora, this is it," the nanny told her as she looked down at the little girl. "If you need my help, you need to tell me. There will be no more opportunities to do so. I do not need your help. You are an insane person," the little girl said as she quickly walked over to the staff. The housekeeper put her hands protectively on the little girl's shoulders as she turned and stood in front of her. "I think you should stay outside," the housekeeper spoke. "I do not want you coming inside." She then said to the butler and Flora, "Come, let us go in. We need to call the police and find Miles." The three of them turned and started away from the nanny. She just watched them as they walked away, and then she glanced at the napkin she was holding. "What should we do?" Flora didn't ask for help. The nanny seemingly questioned the napkin. She said after a few moments, "I agree. We can't give up now. We should go back to the estate." Chapter 24. The One in Need of Help. The nanny raced back and caught up to the three of them on the gravel driveway that circled the front of the main house. "Wait," she called out. "Don't go inside just yet." The butler turned and aimed the shotgun at her as the housekeeper put herself in front of Flora while still holding onto the little girl's hand. "Stay back," he warned her. The nanny raised her hands and said, "I'll stay right here, but you need to listen to me. Flora is going through some changes." "Nonsense," the housekeeper spoke. "You are the one who needs to listen to us. Flora has told us what you have been up to. You are insane. Nothing is going on in this house. There are no ghosts or goblins or any other type of monsters." She glanced at the little girl, who peeked around the housekeeper, and then the nanny insisted, "I never said there were any monsters here. Fear is here, but only because the unknown is frightening." She turned her attention back to the little girl and saw that her eyes were starting to blow red. And the nanny urged, "Flora, come to me. Quickly, come to me and everything will be fine." The little girl shook her head as she was afraid of her. The nanny had to think quickly. Whatever was going to happen soon. She placed the napkin in her back pocket for safekeeping and decided to plead with the ones who loved the little girl. The nanny turned to both the housekeeper and butler and said, "Please, I don't think you understand. Flora needs my help. Look at her. Her eyes are glowing." The housekeeper and butler both looked at the little girl, and then the housekeeper said, "You are imagining things. Her eyes are normal." The nanny turned her attention to the little girl and said, "No, they are glowing. Can't you see them? They are all red like radioactive blood. The only one who needs help here is you," the housekeeper insisted. "You who came here pretending to be a nanny. No one has ever heard of you at the agency. You have been asking questions as if you are a detective, but you are just a confused teenager. Have you escaped from some mental ward? There are no monsters or ghosts here or anyone who plotted the death of their parents to gain their wealth. The world you see with its shadows and conspiracies, it does not exist. Have you ever considered that you are mad? I have seen you talking to a napkin, and then I have seen you react as if it had spoken back to you." The housekeeper pleaded with her as if she wanted to help the teenager. "Can you not see that it is you who needs help? Can you not see that everything that you think is going on here is only happening in your imagination? Flora and Miles are in danger, but they are in danger because of you." Chapter 25. Where is Miles? The nanny considered all that the housekeeper had said. She felt sane, and she was pretty sure everything she had witnessed had actually happened. The housekeeper was mistaken. The children were in danger from a force they didn't understand. "Can you not see that it is you who needs help?" The housekeeper repeated. "Let us help you. What you believe is happening to Flora is only happening in your mind. Look, you are holding her stuffed rabbit." "I am," the nanny said as she held it out so that they could get a better look. "It is in shreds. Flora destroyed." "Flora did no such thing," the housekeeper snapped. "I had just finished my call with the agency, and I saw you pick up the stuffed rabbit near the entry. I witnessed you tear it all apart." "I didn't do this," the nanny insisted. "You did, and that is when I went and woke the butler. There is something wrong with your mind. Flora also said that you spoke of a rabbit in the woods, one that had been eaten. She said she saw no rabbit and neither did Miles. She said that you went on and on about things being hungry and killing. Flora said you frightened her when you talked about blood and flesh being devoured." "I said no such things," the nanny insisted, then thought about it, and said, "I did talk about hunger and the necessity to kill to eat, but the children needed to know such things. I mentioned devour, but it had nothing to do with the rabbit in the woods. They are children," the housekeeper snapped at her. "They do not need to know such grisly things. Can you not see what you have been teaching them? Can you not see that you are the only danger to them? A danger to their mental well-being?" The housekeeper glanced all around as she questioned, "Where is Miles? Have you done something to him?" She looked down at the nanny's shoes and asked, "Have you been to the lake? Your shoes are all muddy." "I have," the butler pointed out. "Your arm is all scratched up as if you struggled with someone." The housekeeper gasped and questioned, "Did you do something to Miles? Did you do something to Miles at the lake?" Chapter 26. What happened at the lake, near the front entrance to the country estate? "I did nothing to Miles," the nanny insisted. "I looked for him at the lake but only found this toy." She lifted the wet stuffed rabbit and spoke. "I didn't hurt him." The butler asked, "What about those fresh scratch marks on your arm?" "The rabbit was tangled in a branch, and I scratched myself when I removed it. They look like nail marks," the butler spoke. "What did you do to Miles? Did he confront you and tell you that you are imagining things? Did he upset you and you?" The housekeeper gasped. "You drowned Miles? You drowned him in the lake?" "I did no such thing," the nanny snapped, and then she glanced at the little girl and said, "We have gotten sidetracked." She noticed Flora's eyes were glowing a deeper red. "Maybe we shouldn't talk about Miles as if he's not here anymore." "Did she kill my brother?" Flora questioned as she tugged on the housekeeper's arm to get her attention. The little girl became very upset as she screamed, "Did she murder Miles?" "Flora, you need to calm down," the nanny spoke, trying to quiet her own heated tone. "You shouldn't get upset. You need to focus and remain." The butler moved forward and aimed the shotgun right at the nanny's head as he shouted, "Shut your trap. No more words. No more lies from you. Confess, what did you do to Miles? Confess now or I will blow your head off." Chapter 27. Threats and Heated Words. "I tell you." The nanny began as a deep-seated burn ran up the middle of her back as if a hot knife was cutting her open. She knew she needed to de-escalate the situation or someone was going to get hurt. "I did nothing to Miles. As far as I know, he is fine." She slowly raised one of her arms and said, "Look again at my scratches. They're not in the pattern of fingers." He glanced at the scratches and realized they didn't look anything like fingernail scratches. The butler moved back from her and said, "Maybe we have overreacted. Maybe we should all take a step back and look at all of this with calmer minds." "I agree," the nanny spoke as she also took a step back and started to lower her arms. "Keep your hands up for now," he ordered her. "Okie dokie," the nanny replied as she quickly raised her arms back up. They had started to come a little down, but Flora became more agitated as she screamed, "You murdered my brother." Her eyes flamed up. The housekeeper released her hand and shrunk back from the little girl. She raised her hand as if to shield herself from Flora's intense gaze. The little girl lifted her head and screamed. The scream was childlike at first, but then it took on a deep, sinister tone. Her glowing eyes grew bigger and became bug-like as spiny ridges broke out along the edges of her forearms. Her legs grew until she was taller than the nanny. The little girl swiped at the housekeeper, and the housekeeper threw up both of her arms, defending herself. Flora's forearms cut across her flesh and caused the housekeeper to shriek and bleed. The butler turned, hearing the housekeeper shrieking, and the nanny took the opportunity to race forward. Flora struck again with her sharp forearms just as the nanny got between the housekeeper and her. The little girl hit the nanny near her face, and she expected to hear the nanny scream, but all she heard was the sound of stone hitting metal. Flora looked at her own forearm where her spiny ridge should have cut the nanny's face, but instead of blood and slashed flesh, she saw a gleaming blade in the shape of a scythe. The little girl was a horror to behold, but she gasped at what she saw. The gleaming blade wasn't in the hand of the nanny but on some sort of metal protrusion coming out of the center of her back. The nanny looked almost insect-like with a metal tail coming out of a dark space on her spine. Flora, now afraid, swiped at the nanny several times with her spiny ridges, and the scythe blocked each attack but never countered, only defended. "You killed Miles," Flora screamed again. "I did not," the nanny insisted. Flora decreased her accusation to a doubting inquiry as she yelled, "You hurt Miles." "I did not," the nanny told her. You, I am here to help," the nanny told her. "I am here to help both you and Miles." Flora started to cry and wrapped her arms around the shorter nanny, and then her body shrunk back to that of a child. The nanny knelt and wrapped her own arms around the little girl as the scythe retracted itself, and the nanny's back returned to normal. The little girl cried for some time, and then Flora asked, "Where is my brother?" "I am right here," Miles answered as he came floating down to the ground from the night sky. His eyes were as red and glowing as his sister's. He had also gone through a transformation similar to his sister's. He was crying. The nanny waved him over so that he would join them, and once he ran over, she hugged both of them and held onto them tightly. Chapter 28. The Mystery Revealed. Driveway in front of the main house. The housekeeper approached the teenager and said, "You act as if all of this is normal. Why are you not afraid, and what was that large knife we saw? It has completely disappeared, but it looked like it was attached to you somehow." The butler lowered his shotgun and then popped it open and removed both shells as he said, "You do act as if all of this is normal, but maybe you do so because all of this is normal for you." "You could say that," the nanny replied. "I did say I was sent here to help." The housekeeper questioned, "What exactly do you know?" "The ones who sent me were sure that members of one of the monstrum races lived here. They just didn't know which race." The nanny pulled away from the children and looked them over, and then she said, "I see now that they are Mantodians. The race is very similar to the praying mantis. Mantodians love the bygone era of late 1800 seconds England, and their style of clothing and housing usually reflect their fondness for anything Victorian." She looked at Flora and Miles like a protective big sister would and spoke. "They have the ability to hover and see in the dark, and when they are children, they look no different than humans. When they come of age, they crave fresh meat, and if they are not taught to control their new appetite, they can hurt others. That's why it is important that they understand the changes they are going through and what they need to do to master them." The nanny paused and then said, "The two of you must have known they were different." "We both did," the butler replied. "Their mother and father confided in us one day and told us about their race. All was well until their unfortunate accident. We were not sure what was going on, but we guessed that the children were going through some sort of change. All the previous nannies were frightened away. It is okay now, the nanny told them. A Mentodian's nanny will be sent to teach the children about their heritage and what they can expect as they go through their changes. The new nanny will also instruct them on what to expect with their changing appetites. I believe the children will be put on a diet that consists of raw meat now that they have come of age. Flora spoke as she wiped her eyes, and then she looked up at the teenager and asked, "Will you not be staying as our nanny?" "No, my assignment is over, but that doesn't mean I can't come and visit." The nanny hugged on the children a little longer, and then the three of them separated. "I have a few questions for you," the housekeeper stated. "I will answer all of your questions if you will answer one of mine," the nanny spoke. "What is in the crate by the front door?" "The crate?" the butler questioned. "Why do you want to know about it?" "Well, it does look like a coffin. Old saddles and tack," the butler replied as he laughed. "We have leased out the stable and brought in some of the things we had put in storage." The nanny sighed in relief as she said, "Good, I thought at first you might have had a succubus in there. I'm relieved to know it's nothing dangerous. Now, for our questions," the housekeeper began. "You have something in your back pocket. You mean this?" the nanny questioned as she removed the folded paper napkin. "Yes," the housekeeper answered. "Why do you keep looking at that napkin and talking to it?" "Talking to it?" the nanny repeated, thought about it, laughed, and then answered, "I wasn't talking to the napkin. It has this address and some words of encouragement written on it." She offered it to her and said, "See?" The housekeeper took the napkin and noticed the address, and then she read the note, "You can't come back until the assignment is done. Finish it or never return." She looked at the nanny and inquired, "You call these encouraging words?" "Well, yes, they encouraged me to finish. I do want to go home, or at least the place where I live. I am still looking for the one who is my home." The butler said, "Everyone, we should go in. No need standing out here in the dark. I will make everyone some chamomile tea," the housekeeper spoke. "We all need a soothing hot drink right now." Miles and Flora raced in, followed by the butler. The nanny came up and walked beside the housekeeper as they went in. "I do have 2 more questions for you, but I did not want to ask them in front of the children." "Go on," the nanny said as she rubbed her ear. And then she muttered, "I better have someone take a look at my ears when we get back. I keep hearing a ringing." The housekeeper wasn't sure who she was talking to and decided just to go on with her questions and said, "When Flora came at me, I could have sworn I saw a long knife, or maybe a scythe would be a better description. I could have sworn that I saw a scythe rise up from the center of your back and come to my defense." "That one is hard to explain," the nanny stated. "Do you mind if we skip that question?" "I guess it will be all right," the housekeeper replied. "I will let that question go for now." They entered the estate and the housekeeper stated, "I will get to my final question. You never did tell us your name." "I didn't. I guess you're right. I was very tired when I arrived." She paused at the threshold, held out her hand in greeting, and replied, "They call me Cain." The end. Read more about Cain and the mysterious scythe shadow in the Monster of Monsters series. Follow this link to start listening to the series.
Welcome to another one of my videos. You can help support this channel by subscribing and liking, and you can also grab the free ebook that goes along with this audiobook. You can find the link in the upper right hand corner or in the description. In today's video, we are going to be listening to Beauty of the Beast, number 1, part 1, The Flower, the Sword, and the Kiss. Beauty of the Beast is based on the classic fairy tale Beauty and the Beast, but this version has a twist. What if the woman was the one turned into a beast? Now sit back, relax, and enjoy this action-adventure fantasy.
Beauty of the Beast number 1, The Mystic Rose, Part A. The Flower, the Sword, and the Kiss, Christy Lynn Higgins. Copyright 2005, 2020. Prologue. A bit of history. On the planet Terra, when recorded history began, man coexisted with the Necroms. Necroms were intelligent cat-like humanoids. The dawn of this period was known as the First Age of Magic. In the Second Age of Magic, a war broke out between man and the Necroms, and by the middle of the Second Age, man was nearly wiped from creation. Those who survived fled Wellspring and journeyed across the sea into the unknown, finding new homes and creating fortified domains. In the third and final age of magic, man established 5 island kingdoms: Cymru, Fletching, Morgog, Sweldum, and Hort. In the first age of metal, man turned from the lost art of magic to the might of weapons as they discovered iron then steel. Large armies were created, and man fought amongst themselves, forgetting the Necroms into myth. For generations, the wars continued until an arranged marriage between the 2 strongest kingdoms of Cymru and Morgog ceased the bloodshed, and so man established the first emperor, an empress, and the tradition of amalgamation. When both the emperor and empress of the 5 kingdoms died, the 2 strongest kingdoms' heirs married and crowned a new dynasty, and so began the Age of Amalgamation. Chapter 1. The Beast, Stand Your Guard, Han shouted as he held a wooden sword, taking an attack position against a boy. The commander's red cape draped his left shoulder, and he had short black hair and a trimmed beard. He told the boy, "I shall attack first." Blue-gray hills surrounded them as a cool, crisp breeze swept through the tall grass. The multitude of knee-high blades rippled like waves across an ocean. Edward drew his wooden sword and took a defensive position. He stood by a large cobalt oak in the land of Nod. The silver-blue tree shaded them as a crimson jay chirped to the new sun's cycle. Edward said, "I am ready, High Guard." 5 more High Guards surrounded a carriage and watched the fight. They cheered on the boy prince as a carriage driver tended to 4 horses. The steeds needed water before the last stretch of their journey back to the Fletching Kingdom. The journey to anoint the prince a potential emperor was over. A little girl with an open book watched the practice duel. "Quiz me," she pleaded to one of the guards. Vaughn took the book, asking, "What is a nal?" She smiled, smoothed her hands down her plain brown dress, and then answered, "A nal is a measure of time. There are 20 in a day. It's what we call a sun cycle." "Good," Vaughn replied as he glanced up and noticed Han was ready to begin. So he hurried the next question by asking, "What is a mite?" She giggled and then answered, "A nal consists of 100 mites, and it also measures time." She beamed with pride, knowing the next fact as she said, "There are 2,000 mites in a sun cycle." "Well done," Vaughn said. "What is a zoc?" "It measures distance. A horse can run a zoc in 6 mites." "Good, good," he said as he handed the book back and turned his full attention to the prince and commander. "Let us watch the duel." Han thrust his small wooden sword, and Edward blocked. "Excellent," the commander told Edward. "Now we need to work on countering." Han repeated the attack, and Edward blocked and thrust toward the guard's belly. Han blocked and stripped the prince of his sword, and the weapon fell near the carriage. "Never believe you have the upper hand," Han told him as his face hardened for the sake of the lesson. Edward was so much like his father the king. He was so arrogant and fallibly confident. He wasn't cruel but self-centered. The commander hoped his future king would be a good ruler and one with a heart for the people. Han stated, "Let up your guard in the least and your enemy shall take advantage." The prince bowed his head, defeated. He hated losing. Edward spoke, "I do not see why I have to practice the sword." Han sighed and then said, "You must learn to defend yourself, my lord." He leveled his blade on the prince as he added, "You must be able to protect yourself." The little girl gasped, dropped her book, ran to Edward's sword, and picked it up. She ran behind Han, jumped on his back, and placed the wooden blade next to his neck. And then the girl declared, "Not as long as there are High Guards to protect him." Han laughed, and then he questioned her, "So little one, are you a High Guard?" "Yes," she answered. He grabbed the sword and rolled her off his back into his arms. Edward kicked the dirt, jealous that Han's attention was on the girl. And then he said, "Girls cannot be guards. Girls are not allowed to handle weapons." Han put the child down and looked her over, and then he told her, "You know the prince is right, little one. What is your name?" She admired the man towering over her as she answered him, "I've only been called girl. The peasant was never given a name," Edward interrupted, looking down on the girl. "Her mother died when she was born, and she has no father and so has no name. My mother the queen took pity on her and made her my playmate." Han rubbed his black beard, examining her, and then he questioned, "You are what, 8, 9, she replied, 2 seasons younger than the prince. "Why have you not picked yourself a name?" the commander questioned. She batted her big brown eyes as she replied, "I don't know what to call myself. I was also told only someone from the court can name me." Han glanced over those gathered, focused on one of his men who was an archer, and grinned. He questioned her, "How about Pluck?" "Pluck," she repeated. "Pluck is not a girl's name," Edward stated as he sneered, wondering why the commander never picked a name for him. He was the prince and was far more worthy to receive a name. Edward said, "Anyway, is that not the heart, liver, and lungs of a slaughtered animal? Why not call her entrails?" Han frowned, shaking his head as he spoke. "Never mind the prince. He can be spiteful when he loses a duel. The commander turned his gaze back to the girl. A name was very important. It identified who you were, who you could be, and once given, no one could take it away. Han told her, pluck also means resourceful courage and daring in the face of adversity. She smiled as she said, I like pluck. She delighted in how the word rolled off her tongue and that it was something that belonged to her. But pluck is not a girl's name, Edward insisted, stomping his foot. It is not proper. True. True. Han spoke as he looked at the girl. The prince was right. The name wouldn't be accepted in the Fletching court. Han suggested, perhaps I should pick another. No, I like it, she said as she pleaded with her small hands, fearing he would take it away before it was hers. Really, I like pluck. Please, let me keep it. Something that's mine. Han's face softened. The poor child, to have nothing in this world, not even a name. He raised his wooden sword, tapped her on each shoulder as if knighting her, and said, pluck it is. Edward rolled his blue eyes as he asked, how much longer until we leave? Han looked at the carriage driver. The driver replied, if we're to ride non-stop to the castle, the horses should rest a few more nows. We shall wait a few more nows, Han stated and scanned the prairie. And then he questioned, why don't you play? My lord, it isn't every sun cycle you're allowed beyond the walls of your castle. Edward's pout vanished as he started. Well, he looked over the blue-gray hills and saw a forest in the distance as a mischievous grin crossed his face. I could busy myself for an hour or two. Good then. Stay where we can see you and don't go into the forest, Han instructed him, then turned to his men and ordered, Bulwark and Vaughn, keep an eye on the children. The rest of us shall ride ahead to the village and pick up our supper. We shall be back within the now. Yes, sir, Bulwark and Vaughn replied. This way, Edward commanded the girl as he scurried through the tall blue-gray grass as if chasing something. I saw a prairie toad. Let us see if we can catch it. Where? Pluck asked as she ran after him, carrying the prince's wooden sword. I don't see a toad. There? Edward shouted as he pointed at the imaginary amphibian. He needed to get them closer to the forest and then wait until the guards were not looking. He glanced at the girl. All he had to do was convince her to follow him. He smirked. She was very devoted to him. It might not be as hard as he believed. He told her, the toad is heading into the forest. She stopped and shook her head as she insisted. We can't. Han said we're not to go in. Edward also stopped and spoke. He did, but who is the prince? He raised his chin, paused, and then said, anyway. A sly grin crossed his face before he stated, I shall need a high guard to accompany me. Pluck's face brightened as she pointed to herself and questioned, you mean me? She motioned back the way they came and asked, but what about Bulwark and Vaughn? The children looked across the prairie to the warriors. The two high guards were distracted by a traveler asking directions. We shall not be gone long. They shall not even know we are missing, so come, Edward commanded her as he headed into the forest. It shall be an adventure like those told in stories. I don't know, she said as she followed him, searching the trees. What if Necroms live here? Necroms. He laughed and then explained to her. They are only stories told to scare little children. I am a child, Pluck stated as she apprehensively scanned the forest, gripping the sword tightly. I am scared. She bit her lip, not wanting to go but did, desperate to protect the prince no matter how frightened she was. Pluck said, there are reasons children shouldn't go into dark woods. Summer green shrouded the forest as black feathered yaws sang to the new sun cycle. Their high-pitched shrills echoed across the forest as pine scented the air. Trunk beetles buzzed about the children as Edward led them down an animal trail. The canopy thickened the further they ventured. The woods darkened as the sun found little passage into the forest domain, and the air grew cool. We better go back, Pluck suggested as she searched the shadows for monsters as misshapen trees frightened her. Are you afraid? Edward questioned as his heart pounded for the excitement, knowing nothing would turn him back. Yes, she admitted. Please, let's return. A little farther than we shall. Look. He pointed to a structure hidden in the vegetation and asked, what could it be? I don't know, Pluck replied as she saw statues of a woolly tiger, fire lion, striped cheetah, and ghost panther guarding the overgrown entrance. Their cold stone eyes glared at them and warned them not to enter as she stated, I don't think we should go in. Nonsense. There is nothing to be afraid of. There is no one else out here. That's why I'm afraid, she admitted as her little hands trembled. Pluck readied the wooden sword as she said, I'm the only one here to protect you. In the distance, Bulwark and Vaughn shouted, my lord. Prince Edward. Their cries were frantic as they questioned, where are you? Pluck started to shout. No, Edward commanded, staring at the structure that beckoned him. I am not done with my adventure. They shall find us when they do. Come, I think we should let them know where we are. Edward turned to her, and his piercing blue eyes stared at her as he asked her, do you love me? What did you say? She asked. His question surprised her. Do you love me? He repeated. Yes, I have always. Then come with me, Edward interrupted, feeling nothing for her. She was an object. The girl was something to own and something to rule. He attacked her heart. It was the one muscle vulnerable to words, to lies. A simple gesture from him and then a smile, and she was his. His mother had taught him well. He told her, "If you love me, you shall do as I say." Pluck didn't answer him, only nodded. Edward rushed into the structure and followed a long pale white hallway. Brass torches lit the stone passage that looked as if it hadn't been used in a very long time. "Someone is here," she said. Everything within Pluck told her to run and flee from this place. She told him someone had to light the fires. "Let us see," Edward said as he steadied himself on a cold stone wall, determined to continue. The structure had to protect something, and he had to know what it was. Edward told the girl, "This is my kingdom and anyone here is my subject." Pluck bit her lip again, and then she said, "That doesn't mean they'll obey you." The hall opened to a large room with a round blue pool. Steam hovered above the water like a phantom mist. A bush grew from a platform in the middle of the water, and on it, a single white flower budded. Edward's eyes widened as he uttered, "A mystic rose." "A what?" Pluck inquired, and when she saw it, the flower's beauty awed her. "A mystic rose. It is written they possess great power." Edward spoke as he licked his lips greedily and deeply breathed, smelling the flower's sweet aroma. "It is said that the mystic rose was the only magical thing brought to the Fletching kingdom." He rubbed his palms as he stated, "I must have it." "Maybe you shouldn't. It belongs to someone," Pluck insisted as she noticed more statues of large cats encircling the room, just like the ones outside of the structure. Fear clung to her words as she said, "Please, let's leave. I am the prince. What I want I possess," Edward declared as he crossed stone steps to the bush. Glittering sparkles surrounded the mystic rose like fluttering pixies. He carefully grabbed the stem of the white rose, broke it from the bush, and then waited a couple of moments to see if anything would happen. Nothing did, so Edward headed back as he said, "See, no one is here. Now let us return." Pluck looked around as she held her breath, and then she sighed and studied the white bud as she asked, "May I touch the mystic rose?" He thought on her request, and then he replied, "You may, but only once." She touched the white petals of the mystic rose with her left hand and slid her index finger down its stem. "That is enough," Edward spoke as he pulled it away. "Ouch," Pluck said as she put her finger to her mouth. "The flower bit me." "Ha!" He examined the stem, and then he told her, "It did not bite you. You caught your finger on a thorn. See." Edward showed her as he said, "There is a little blood here." The thorn absorbed the blood as she peered at it. The mystic rose's petals changed from white to blue. Pluck smiled and giggled, and the bud's petals turned yellow. "How pretty," Pluck uttered as she looked at her index finger. She was surprised to see silver, blue, and green sparkles materialized over her finger as if it was a magic wand. The multicolor lights danced about like fairies, and a black dot appeared on her fingertip. Two black lines shot from the circle and split, curving around to the top. The lines joined and created 4 separate rings up to her knuckle, and then the sparkles faded. Pluck questioned, "Is this magic?" "No." Edward answered her, and then he stated, "It looks like a tattoo. Do you not know magic happens only for those with royal blood?" He examined the markings she received from his prize. No peasant would receive the power of his mystic rose. He told her, "The queen shall not like that you have a tattoo." Her face reddened with embarrassment and fear, dreading the queen's wrath, and then she said, "It's your fault I have it. You're the one who stuck me with the thorn." "My fault?" he questioned, and then he told her, "Do not blame this on me." Pluck pouted as she said, "I am, and I'm going to tell the queen." "My mother," Edward uttered as he cringed. "You cannot. I command you not to." Her face grew stern as she spoke. "You'll have to do better than that." Her disobedience outraged him as he questioned her. "What did you say?" She folded her arms and then replied, "I want something for my silence." "Give you something? Ha." He looked at the yellow bud and told her, "I shall not give you the mystic rose." Pluck laughed as she said, "I don't want it. I want something else." "What else could you want?" Edward questioned as he looked around the room as if it would be there. She blushed before whispering, "The kiss." The mystic rose's petals changed to pink. Edward's face flushed as he uttered, "My first kiss, but that is for my betrothed." He looked her over like she was rabble before he told her, "Anyway, you are not royalty. That's true, but the kiss only pledges your heart to the one," Pluck said as she giggled. "Not that you'll marry me. I know you can't marry a peasant." She fiddled with the wooden sword as she stated, "This is all I want." He thought on her proposal. The kiss was meaningless to him. "If it shall buy her silence." He answered, "Agreed. I shall give you my first kiss, and in exchange, you shall not tell my mother it is my fault you have the tattoo." He then added, "Or that I gave you the kiss." "I agree," she said as she blushed again coyly. "I'll ready myself." Pluck placed her hands behind her back and puckered her lips. Edward took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and leaned toward her, lips ready to meet them. Before they kissed, a howling wind whipped in, chilled the air, and flickered the fires lighting the room. The docile stone faces of the statues magically became angry, and the children heard large cats rage. The mystic rose's hue became purple as fear filled Pluck. "Who dares?" a woman's voice demanded like the roar of a lioness. "Who dares steal the mystic rose?" A woman fair as an angel dove soared into the room like a white apparition. She pointed a slender finger at the prince as she questioned him. "Is it ye?" Both children paled. "Speak up, child," the woman demanded. "Is it ye?" Edward looked at Pluck, and then he stepped forward and replied, "Yes, I took the mystic rose." His fear turned to anger as he declared, "This is my kingdom. I shall take what I want." "Curse ye, arrogant one," she shrieked. "Ye shall regret the sun's cycle ye transgress this building." She floated above them as she questioned them. "Do ye not know I am Farah, protector of the mystic rose? Curse ye, if ye had only asked, the mystic rose would have been ye's." Farah hovered to the ceiling as green currents of electricity surged across her body. Her long white hair stood on end as power flowed through her otherworldly form as she yelled, "Ye do not deserve the mystic rose." "My prince," a voice shouted from outside the structure. "Han, here," Edward replied, hoping his guards would save him. "I am in danger." Farah raised her hands and formed a ball of electricity in her palms as her solid white eyes glowed green. She told him, "They shall not reach ye in time." She flung the energy, and the ball hurled toward him. Pluck's heart skipped, seeing Edward in danger, and she shouted, "My lord." She rushed toward him and pushed the prince out of the way as she yelled, "Look out." Edward landed on the stone floor and rolled to face Pluck as the energy hit her, throwing her back, but she didn't fall. The power lifted her into the air like a great wind. She screamed as green electricity surged through her tiny body, whipping her brown hair about. Roars of woolly tigers, fire lions, striped cheetahs, and ghost panthers filled the room with unbearable noise. Edward covered his ears. Turquoise energy exploded from Pluck and blew the prince's black hair. The power shredded her dress, ripping it from her body, and she covered her nakedness with her arms and knees. "I'm burning," Pluck shrieked as she reached her hand toward the prince. "Save me." Paralyzed by fear, Edward shook his head as he covered his eyes with his hands and screamed, "Make it stop. Han, save me." Short beige fur sprouted from Pluck's body as a long tail formed. Tiger-like claws replaced her nails, and her canine teeth lengthened. Pluck screamed again, but she sounded like a ghost panther, and her hair changed to fiery crimson and grew longer into a full mane. Her eyes changed from brown to emerald green, and her legs grew, becoming more cheetah-like. The power lowered Pluck's small frame to the floor. She wept, wrapping her furry arms around her ill-fated form, and shivered as tears streamed down her face. Edward scurried away from the ghastly sight and made Pluck cry all the more. Han, Bulwark, Vaughn, and the rest of the high guards rushed in with their rapier swords readied. Bulwark and Vaughn hurried to the prince and carried him out of the building as Han rushed toward Pluck, and then he halted. "By Fletching, what beast is this?" He lifted his sword to strike her as he yelled, "Krell spawn, do not hurt the child," Farah commanded. "She is only cursed, she." Han lowered his sword and examined the beast more closely as he inquired, "Is that you, little one?" Pluck turned to him, furry beige face wet with tears, and quivered out in answer. "Yes." Han pointed his slender sword at the apparition and asked, "Is it a fight you want?" "Which, no," Farah replied, and then she told him, "My duty is over. Ye may leave in peace." Han turned to the men who were still with him and ordered them, "All of you out." They did as commanded. He removed his red cape and covered Pluck, and then he ordered the Phantom Woman, change her back. His request surprised Farah, and she told him, "I cannot, as I said. There is a spell on her." "Why did you do this to her?" he demanded. "Why this hideous form?" The punishment was meant for the boy, but she pushed him out of the way. "But why?" Han repeated. Farah couldn't understand why this man didn't know. "All of Fletching should know," Farah answered him. "He stole the mystic rose which I am the protector of." She motioned to the bush in the center of the pool and said, "They should have known better." "Known," Han snapped, and then he questioned, "Who are you?" Again he surprised her as she asked, "You do not know me." "I am Farah, and this last place of magic has been protected by the king's decree since the foundation of the kingdom." "My dear lady, I am Han, commander of the High Guards," he said as he swiped his sword, pointing to the room. "I have not heard that this land is protected. You must have been forgotten by the passing of time." "Forgotten?" Farah uttered as she contemplated the possibility. Then the boy knew not to take the mystic rose, or that in asking he could have had it. Han nodded. "So I punished him for only being an arrogant child." Farah looked at Pluck with compassion as she restated, "Or should I say, I condemned her." Han demanded, "Take back the hex." She explained to him, even with my powers, I cannot but... Farah floated down next to the girl as she said, there is a way. She waved her hand over the child, and once she finished, Farah lifted into the air as her spectral form started to vanish and spoke. If she can receive what was promised this sun's cycle before the mystic rose, the curse shall be broken. Where are you going? He demanded. She paused midair and told him, there is nothing more for me to guard here until another mystic rose blooms. What about the child? Han asked as he felt helpless to comfort Pluck yet alone help her through this tragedy. I cannot take her back to the castle like this. Since our birth, we are told to fear Necroms. We are to despise and kill any we might come across. Look at her. He turned Pluck to face Farah, and then he continued. She is the very embodiment of what we hate. I understand, but the others shall not. They shall throw her in the dungeon or kill her. Farah shook her head with disdain as she said, is this how they praise heroes now? She looked around the building and then replied, the child may live here. Few people venture into these woods, so she should be safe. Farah looked once more to the girl as the tragedy of what she cursed her to became clearer in her mind. And then Farah vanished without another word. No, Pluck pleaded, turning to the high guard. Don't leave me here, not alone. Han felt for the girl. Her life had been hard enough, but now with the curse. Han told her, I am sorry, but you can't return with us. They shall not understand. Too many in the court still fear the myth of the Necroms. He left and returned, placing on the floor the supplies they purchased in town. Here is some food, he stated, and then he started out. No, don't leave me. Pluck grabbed his leg as she begged him. I don't want to be alone. Han's heart broke as he placed his hand on her furry head, and then he told her, I vow as a high guard I shall return tomorrow. He beckoned to her so she would look at him. Little one, she lifted her feline eyes. You sacrificed yourself to save the prince, a duty that was ours. I shall not let you be forgotten like the protector of this building. Han told her as he helped her onto her new legs, not knowing what to say to ease her pain. He noticed the wooden sword on the floor and remembered his duel with the prince. You have proven yourself, so rules or not, I shall train you to become a high guard. You have earned that right. Now dry your eyes. Tears are not becoming of a warrior. Chapter 2. Time passes. 14 seasons later, Edward woke, gasping in his bed. He sat up as sweat glistened his slim, muscular chest, and then he looked around the dark room disoriented from his fierce dream. A woman lay beside him and rolled over at his cry, returning to her sleep. This wasn't the first time he'd screamed in the middle of the night. A high guard, who had a thick brown beard and an easygoing demeanor, opened the door to his chamber as firelight from oil lamps broke in, casting shadows, and then the high guard asked, My lord. Edward wiped his face and raked his hands through his shoulder-length raven black hair, and then told him, just another nightmare. Melee. They are becoming more frequent. Do you remember the dream this time? Only images, Edward answered as he closed his blue eyes, remembering the violent sights. I see a terrible beast in the midst of a great battle. Its war cry stabs my soul like a knife. I want to flee, but I see the mystic rose above the conflict. Many die around me because of the beast. He opened his eyes as he stated, That is all I remember. That is all I ever remember. He looked at a wooden pedestal in the middle of the room, and on it, the mystic rose magically suspended within a protective glass dome as a supernatural glow illuminated the pedestal. The illumination depended on the color the mystic rose's petals assumed, and at the moment, they were yellow. Edward got up, poured water from a pitcher into a wash basin, splashed his face, and then stated, I cannot remember a time when I did not have the dreams. Why do I have them? He stared at the water lit by fire as he asked, And why do I fear them? He grabbed a towel, dried his face, and then spoke. Court-wise men say the beast is me, while others say it's a great enemy coming to devour our kingdom. He looked at the high guard and inquired, What do you think? I don't know, my lord, Melee answered. Maybe a dream is only a dream. The high guard's answer didn't help Edward. He didn't understand why he must bear the burden of the visions. Edward knew the dreams were telling him something. He just didn't know what. The prince lay back in bed, finding no comfort with the stranger beside him as he ordered, You may leave, Melee. I have an important sun's cycle tomorrow and need to get what sleep I can. He clenched his blankets as he continued. Before the sun is high, we set sail to fetch my intended, Princess Virago of Morgog, and head for the Isle of Kismet for the amalgamation. Edward pondered the nightmare some more and wondered if the princess or the Morgog kingdom could be the beast. Their kingdoms had been rivals in the past, so this alliance would be an uneasy one. He thought about it some more, and then he considered that he should fear what was coming. Pluck like a ghost panther leapt about the trees, not straying far from the building. She loved soaring from limb to limb as if gravity had no pull on her. Freedom and peace engulfed her, erasing her curse at least for a few nows as night spread its wings over the sky and only the moons, Aura the greater and Array the lesser, penetrated its dark hold. Pluck scurried to the top of the tallest tree and studied the heavenly bodies. Even in the vastness of the night, Aura and Array were magnificent and possessed a power of their own. It was a power that affected the tides and her mood. She smiled, taking a deep breath of the pine-scented air, mesmerized by the pale blue spheres. Pluck felt a wildness take hold, and it was a surge of emotion that ignited her senses. The feral sensations triggered a memory of Farah hovering above the 4 cat statues within the building. Pluck was 9 at the time. In the memory, "Why do you cry, child?" Farah questioned the young girl. Pluck wiped her little eyes while she sat next to the pool in the center of the building as she replied, "I hate how I look." She peered at her reflection in the water as she added, "I'm ugly." "That is not true," Farah told her. She hated seeing Pluck upset. The protector searched the room, noticed the large cats below her, and then asked, "Did I ever tell you why these statues are here?" She swiped her spirit hand through the head of one as she stated, "They guard this building and each was chosen for their virtues." Pluck sniffed as she questioned, "Why tell me?" "Each of them is within ye," Farah explained to her as she floated down and sat next to Pluck. "The strength, heart, and loyalty of the fire lion, the speed, enthusiasm, and stability of the striped cheetah, the courage, stamina, and dedication of the woolly tiger, and the stealth, cunning, and dauntlessness of the ghost panther." She smiled and then added, "They not only make up what ye look like but what ye are inside. Ye's curse can be a blessing if ye can get past ye's appearance." The present, Farah is right about one thing, Pluck said to herself as she stared up at the night. "I feel them within me. They're my animal side." She stretched out on a branch, stared up at the multitude of stars, and breathed in the refreshing air as her black tip tail swayed. Pluck felt at home, at least some of her did. A small part yearned for human contact and to return to the Fletching castle as sorrow enveloped her. She scolded herself, "I'm not going to focus on it. I've been sad long enough. I'm going to enjoy the rest of the night." The moon set as dawn drew near, and with the new sun's cycle arrival, came songs as birds sang to the fresh day. Pluck climbed down a vine and rushed into the building as her long tail twitched with excitement. She had slept little but felt as bright and chipper as the infant sun's cycle. Another beautiful night. "You should have seen it, Farah." The moons were blue and full, and from the lofty pine, I could almost touch the smallest one. Pluck spoke as she twirled, dancing around the pool. At sunset, the sky became amber and burned across the horizon. Her white high-guard sleeved shirt fluttered with her movements as her clawed feet pranced about to an imagined melody. The brown leather pants she wore were baggy from the knees down. Pluck finished her dance and knelt by the water, studying her reflection by torchlight. Since the birth of her beast form, there had been few changes. She had grown 8 hands tall as an average man. Her fiery crimson mane had thickened and flowed just below her shoulders. She had grown a set of breasts, and her ears were rounded and cupped. She looked at her hand. At least she still had fingers even if they had retractable claws. Emerald feline eyes stared back at her. "The memory of my human form has faded," Pluck said as she frowned. "Ye better not let Han see ye cry," Farah told her as she appeared above her and floated down to her side. "I'm not crying," Pluck said as she wiped her eyes. "Anyway, he won't be here till tomorrow." The letter sent by courier pigeon stated he had news for me. Pluck grabbed her long beige tail and stroked its black tip as she spoke. "I wonder what he wants to tell me. Could it be about the prince, or maybe he's found another way to end my curse?" Farah sighed as she threw up her metaphysical hands. And then she said, "The commander could assist ye much better if ye would only tell him the promise that was made between ye and the prince. And then you would have no need for any other cure." Pluck frowned again as she said, "I fear he'll try to stop me from receiving the kiss, and that's why I haven't told Han all of these seasons." Pluck lay on the stones, gazing at the ceiling as she stated, "The kiss isn't something the prince gives away. It pledges his heart and soul." She paused and said with a hint of sadness, "Edward may have already given his first kiss to someone." She rolled over, looked at her reflection again, and then continued, "If this is true, I'll remain in this accursed body." Farah's spirit hand stroked her mane. The protector wished she had a corporeal form to comfort the woman she'd come to consider her child. Farah told her, "I know not what to say. There is beauty in ye's form if only you would see it." Pluck sat up and said, "Even if I did, people would consider me a necrom. I would be shunned with only an apparition and an old high guard to keep me company." She slunk to her blankets on a bed of hay, and once she reached them, she requested, "Tell me again about the creator." Farah grinned as she questioned, "Are you not a little old for bedtime stories?" "Are they just stories?" Pluck questioned as she pulled up her blanket, looking into Farah's solid white eyes. "No, child," Farah replied as she floated to her. In an explosion of life, the Creator brought Terra into existence. All was perfect. No wars, sickness, or sadness. One sun cycle, the despiser, his real name lost in time, wished to be worshipped like the Creator, so he lied to those of Terra. He told them magic could be used for more than helping others, that it could be used to help oneself, and with that, magic became corrupted. So now there is the magic of the Creator and the magic of the despiser. Not everyone believes this. No, like the Necroms, the Creator has fallen into myth. Many do not believe. I believe, Pluck stated as she turned on her side, and then she repeated, I believe. Farah lifted into the air, and she slowly vanished as she said, Good. Never forget. He shall protect ye. Peaceful night. Pluck spoke. Peaceful night, Farah said in turn as her form completely disappeared. The next sun cycle, twilight broke over the forest of Knot. Black-feathered yaws greeted the morning with their high-pitched shrills. Inside the building, Pluck's cat ears twitched as she heard two horses approaching. It must be Han, she spoke to herself, grinning mischievously, and scurried for a hiding place. Han entered the large room and cautiously searched every shadow as she softly growled at him, ready to pounce on him. He told her, There's no time for your game this morning. Pluck, we must leave. The prince's ship shall not wait for us. Leave. Ship? Pluck questioned as she emerged from behind the statue of the woolly tiger, forgetting her game. What do you mean? He didn't know she was hiding there. Her abilities had greatly improved since he started training her. Han would have had her join the ranks of the High Guards long ago if not for her curse and if not for her gender. Han answered her, Empress Candace has died. The time of the new amalgamation has come. Edward set sail to collect his betrothed. Together, they shall sail for the Isle of Kismet to claim the crowns of Emperor and Empress. All of the High Guards shall escort him. Great danger awaits all who attempt the crown. All High Guards? Pluck uttered as she pointed to herself. You mean even me? Go where I'll be seen. His statement confused her, and she questioned, But how? She looked at her hands, examining her fingers and palms that were bare, but the rest of her hands were covered in short beige fur like her body. And then she asked, Will your men accept me? Han told her, Pluck, I didn't train you so you could stay in this building forever. You are a High Guard and one of the finest I've ever schooled. Here. He lifted a long cloak, a pair of boots, and gloves he'd been carrying in one hand. As he said, These shall keep you disguised until the others and yourself become accustomed to your condition. She took the brown leather cloak, boots, and gloves. Put them on, he ordered. Pluck hooked the cloak's clasp around her neck, pulled on the gloves, and slipped into the knee-high boots. And then she asked, When will we return? Han thought about it, and then he answered, The journey shall take over a season. He showed her a pin as he said, There are two other things. A charging black elk, the fletching insignia. Pluck exclaimed as she beamed with pride as he fastened the gold and black pin to her cloak just above her heart. He lifted a long object wrapped in a red cloth. He unwrapped a rapier, a matching main gauche, and a belt with a sword frog, and then he handed them to her. She took the sword and matching dagger as she uttered, An accolade sword. Yes, the weapon of honor. It's official, Pluck. Pride beamed from his face as he stated, You're a High Guard. She grabbed the hilt of the rapier, and its silvery brass handguard twisted over her hand like a vine. Pluck unsheathed the sword and studied its long, slender blade. The finest weapon in the land, he said, and then Han folded his arms before he uttered, Now? He noticed her tail twitching under her cloak, and he questioned, What are we to do about that? Pluck looked back and said, Watch. She parted her cloak, revealing her waist, wrapped her tail around herself like a belt, and tucked the tip inside the tail opposite her sword. Her actions amused him as he commented, Interesting trick. Your tail is like a third arm. The sun rose high enough to peer into the building's eastern windows as he said, Time we go. Come. I will, she told him as she turned and looked at the room and pool which had been her home for 14 seasons. I only have to say farewell. Han turned and peered around the room as if expecting to see something or someone he hadn't seen since Pluck had been cursed. He had always wondered if the protector of the Mystic Rose had kept in contact with her, and he finally had his answer. He told her as he left the great room and headed through the hall, I shall ready the horses. Pluck waited until she heard him leave, and then she yelled, Farah, Farah, I'm leaving. Yes, I heard, child. The protector spoke as she appeared above the pool and floated down to her like a ghostly dove of splendor and light. Pluck looked at her, and for a few moments, she remembered the wrath-filled woman whose piercing white eyes crackled with magic when she first appeared to her as a child. The beautiful woman with equally white hair had terrified her as a child with her fierce rage and swift retaliation to what the protector, at the time, thought was an injustice. As Pluck grew and the sun's cycles turned into seasons, she found that Farah had a very kind side to her. She wasn't this ghastly wielder of magic, but someone she could depend on and learn from. Farah had a fondness for her as much as she had a fondness for the protector. She was her constant guardian. Farah filled a role in her life that had been vacant when she lived among the royal court. She was bound to Pluck, not as the witch who cursed her or even as the protector of the mystic rose. Farah had found a very special place in her heart. The commander is correct, Farah told her. Many dangers await all who take this journey. The prince shall many times depend on you for his safety. I understand that, but did you hear him? I won't be back for more than a season. What is this face for? Farah questioned her as she lifted her spectral hand to Pluck's chin. Shall you miss this old witch? You've been like a... She couldn't finish with the word mother and said instead, you've been here when no one else was. She sniffed, fighting back tears as she replied. So yes, I'll miss you, witch or not. Farah told her, then let me give you a parting gift. One I have been wishing to give you these many seasons but had not the power. She lifted her hands and green energy swirled around herself, and then the power ceased as she landed on the ground. Farah smiled again and placed her arms around Pluck, embracing her. Her touch startled Pluck, but then she returned her hug. Pluck couldn't remember a time when she felt more happy or sad. It had been seasons since she felt the touch of another and the love they conveyed through a hug, and now she had to depart. I don't want to leave you, but I have my duty, Pluck told her as she sniffed again, rubbing her panther nose. Hopefully, I'll return as I was when I first entered this building. Farah stroked her mane as she said, There, child. Farah leaned back to look into her face and told her, I shall be here when you return. Know that. She grabbed her furry chin and pulled Pluck's gaze to hers. Whether woman or beast, I shall be waiting. Pluck nodded, unable to say anything, and started for the exit. Farah grabbed her left gloved hand, lifted it so Pluck could see, and then told her, one last thing before you leave. The marks on Ye's finger, they are more than tattoos. They are Ye's connection to the mystic rose. It chose Ye, remember that. Now you should be on Ye's way. Hand shall be waiting. Pluck hugged her again and then ran out. A tear streamed down Farah's face as she spoke. Look at me. She wiped the wetness away before losing her corporeal form. I am the one who ended up crying. Chapter 3. Breakneck and Waterswift. The blue-gray hills of the land of Nott gave way to the flat country of the flush plains. Han nudged his horse to pick up speed through the tall blue-gray grass. The steed gnawed at the bit but obeyed as Han glanced at Pluck and questioned her. You haven't said a word since we started our journey. Is something bothering you? Many things, she answered. Will the high guards accept me? Is it too late to end my curse? She muttered under her breath so he couldn't hear. If it's not, will Edward give me the kiss or will he save it for his new wife? Han hated that she kept the cure to her curse a secret all of these seasons. And he said, if you would only tell me what pact you and the prince made, I might be able to help you. She stared at the distant shore as she told him, when I am ready, I promise, Han, I'll tell you. He nodded, not understanding but respected her decision, looked ahead, and said, time you pulled on your hood. We're nearing the port. Pluck and Han slowed their horses to a trot upon entering the large fishing village. Heron was like any in the Fletching kingdom. The village had 3 taverns, a market, many huts, and a baron's house sat on the hill. Many peasants walked the streets while a few nobles rode through in carriages. Voices filled the air along with the cries of gray gulls as a salty breeze and the smell of fish hit Han. He pointed as he told her, the ships are ahead. Han, does the prince know I'm coming? The commander halted his steed as he told her. Pluck, I never told you this, but Edward doesn't remember you were that sun cycle in the building. It was too much for him. She pulled on the reins as her heart sunk. Pluck stared at the horse's mane, not wanting Han to see her hurt expression. She had been able to endure the curse because she always hoped one sun cycle it would be lifted, but she always assumed Edward appreciated her actions. Pluck put a gloved hand to her chest as her soul ached, knowing her sacrifice was forgotten. She turned to Han and questioned, if an act is unremembered, did it ever happen? Does it mean anything? Pluck, I remember what you did and what you lost, Han told her, and then he nudged his steed forward, and she followed as he said, to answer your question, I believe an act good or evil is never forgotten. They neared the docks and dismounted. Breakneck and Waterswift, 2 of the Fletching 6-mast Royal Navy ships, were loading supplies. Most of the high guards and their horses were already aboard, awaiting their commander's arrival. We're to board the Breakneck, that is Prince Edward's ship, Han told her as he grabbed his horse's reins and led the animal toward the plank. Pluck started to follow when she heard an old woman's voice. Outside a supply store, 3 men harassed an elderly couple. Her emerald feline eyes flashed with anger within the shadow of her hood. Foul dregs, she muttered and shouted. Wait, Han, here. Pluck handed him her reins, and then she told him, I must deal with these fiendish brutes. Han noticed the couple, and he argued, there's no time for this. She faced him, surprised by the commander's words, and then she questioned him. No time. The cloak shadowed her outraged face as she considered his words. Surely this wasn't her teacher speaking. Maybe this was a test. Pluck said, I can't believe you said that. She calmed herself and then questioned him. What's the high guard vow? Han muttered to himself, so the student has become the instructor. He then answered, we do all things to glorify the Creator. We pledge loyalty to the crown. We swear to protect the Fletching people and property, and above all, we forfeit our lives for the royal family. She nodded and told him, very good. I shouldn't be too long. Pluck approached the three men like a dauntless ghost panther stalking the jungles. And then she deepened her voice as she spoke. Is there something I can do for you, gentlemen? One of the thugs, who had a missing front tooth, barked, no. He turned and faced the cloaked stranger who had a gruff voice. And then the thug said, now why don't you mind your own business and move on? Pluck parted her cloak and revealed her accolade sword as she told him, I'm afraid I can't do that. Matt, he's a high guard, another thug voiced, assuming she was a he. Krell. He'll have our fasces. The thug exclaimed as he backed away from the cloaked figure. I think not, Matt said as he placed his hand on the hilt of his bastard sword. Krell. What do we do? The third thug questioned as he and his companion readied their maces, glancing around skittishly like plains rabbits. Matt saw the shipload of high guards watching them. Even if they took down the smug one in front of them, the rest would surely kill them. Matt spat on the ground and backed up, relenting as he said, our business here is completed. He turned, cursing, and stomped down the dirt street as he barked, come on. Pluck watched the three men walk off, then turned to the elderly couple and asked, can I help you load your cart? No thank you, kind sir. We're grateful you came to our aid. Please. The man handed her a wheel of cheese as he said, take this with our gratitude. Pluck nodded, took the yellow cheese, headed for the breakneck, and boarded the ship. She found Han standing at the gangplank after he had loaded their horses into the stable of the lower deck. Didn't even draw your sword. Quite the beast, Han told her as he glanced hungrily at the cheddar. What are you going to do with the wheel? She grinned at his pun and at his apparent craving for cheese and told him, you can have it. Han waved over a cabin boy and had the lad take the cheddar to his quarters, and then Han told her, my thanks. He motioned for her to follow him to a group of men. 4 high guards stood at attention as their commander approached. Each wore a white long-sleeved shirt, brown leather pants, and a red cape with the fletching insignia of a charging black elk pinned above their heart. Each was armed with a rapier and matching main gauche. Han motioned to the tallest of the group and said, this is Arter, my second. He's the finest swordsman in the land. The long black-haired man with a muscular build was also beardless and had a small scar under his right eye, and he stepped forward as he said, so this must be Pluck, the high guard you've been training in the north. Arter looked over their newest member, wondering what Han saw in him. Over the last few seasons, Han spent most of his time in the north. There was a possibility that this high guard was better than him, and if so, he felt this newcomer would be in the running to replace the commander when the time came. He rested his hand on his hilt, thinking he would watch him closely. Yes, this is Pluck, Han replied, and then he motioned to a red-headed man with a pointed beard. This is Fracas, master of the bow and head archer. Ah, Fracas spoke as he reached out, grabbed Pluck's gloved hand, and shook it as he said, so, I've heard you've also split a few arrows. Fracas would have to test his arm, pit his skill against Pluck's, and see if Pluck was as good as Han boasted. Pluck returned the thin man's shake as she said, I'm nowhere near your skill. Modesty, a blonde-headed man spoke as he slapped her back, nearly knocking her down. And then he stated, we shall have to keep an eye on you. Han said, this forest ox of a man is Perry, and to his right is Sinew. He's the silent one and our finest tracker. Pluck looked at the large, muscular man with a blonde goatee and then to the last. Sinew was short, had a shaven head, and a long black mustache. She nodded to them. Perry leaned down to Sinew's ear and questioned, so which initiation should we use to induct this one? The bloody sheep's bag in the bed or the night prowler's raid? The latter, Sinew answered as he stroked his long mustache. Why hold back? Perry nodded as he replied. Good. The first night he isn't on duty we strike. Han turned to Arter and asked him, are we ready to set sail? Yes, all of our men and supplies are loaded, Arter answered, and then he headed for the breakneck's captain. Let us see how long until our crew's ready. The rest of the men headed for their stations as Pluck followed Han and Arter up to the bridge. Waterswift has set sail for the mouth of the bay to scout for any of Kamuri, Sweldum, or Hort ships, Arter continued. 2 nights ago a Kamuri vessel was spotted. It isn't likely they shall attack so close to the mainland, but one never knows. He walked up the steps to the bridge as he said, we await the prince's arrival. Then you wait no longer, Edward declared as he stood at the top of the gangplank with Melee, his personal guard, behind him. The prince's disdain of King Stark's orders was apparent on his face. His father forced him to leave his lovers behind. His father said it wouldn't be proper to have them along on his wedding voyage. Not only would he have no companionship on the journey, but he was to marry a woman he'd never seen. He feared that she was ghastly. Edward asked, "How long until we get this wretched voyage on its way?" Arthur nodded to the skipper, and Captain Brine stepped forward and answered, "We shall set sail now, my lord." Pluck studied her prince and her childhood friend. Edward had changed. He was a man. She looked over his royal garb consisting of a blue silk shirt, white cotton pants, and a gold silk sash girded his waist. A large gold medallion with the charging black elk decorated his neck. He was a handsome man, and this fact saddened her. What was she thinking? Why would he kiss one so monstrous as she? Even if it ended her curse, Edward doesn't know her or remember her. Why did she get her hopes up? "Very good," Edward answered. "Have someone show me my quarters and bring along my things." "At once, my lord," Brine said, and then he shouted orders to his crew, and soon they were on their way. A great wind caught breakneck sails and pushed her over the blue-green waters. Sea spray moistened the cool air as gray gulls filled the cloudless sky. Pluck stood at a railing, looked at the ocean, and held onto her hood as the salty wind whipped at her face. She had never been out to sea before. It was a completely different world. Pluck felt a hand touch her shoulder, so she turned and uttered, "Han, I have assigned you to be one of Edward's personal guards along with Melee. One of you must always be at his side. I'm afraid to approach the prince, so how can I be his bodyguard?" She questioned him as she glanced at the water. "I don't think—" "Then don't," Han interrupted. "This assignment shall give you a chance to get to know Edward. Maybe then he shall come to remember you and the pledge, and then once and for all, he shall shatter your curse." He looked across the horizon as he spoke. "Until that happens, do your job and let time deal with forgotten memories. I have confidence things shall work out." "I don't know," Pluck said. "Maybe it's better I don't get my hopes up." She changed the subject by asking, "How many sun cycles till we reach the Morgog kingdom?" "4. A lot can happen in that time," he spoke to reassure her. "Seize the opportunities when they come." Chapter 4. Port of Pass. Lookout searched the seas for enemy ships from their lofty perch in the crow's nests. The sun cycle faded, and the air grew chilly as the cabin boy lit the ship's lanterns. Night came, ever darkening the amber sky until there was no trace of the sun. The full moons crept over the ship, casting a ghostly glow on the dark ocean. In the distance and in the depths of the sea, horned whales sang their sad hypnotic song. Pluck had never heard such an enchanting melody. It made her homesick for Farah, the building that had been her home, and the night sounds of the forest. The sea was so different. Pluck held her post outside the prince's quarters as the first part of the night went by uneventful. She stood below deck, swaying with the ship with only her thoughts to keep her company. She muttered, "I don't think I'll ever get used to this. The floor's never still." She nodded to Bulwark, who passed her in the hall. Pluck remembered the old high guard from her childhood and wished she could tell him who she was. He and Vaughn had always been so kind to her. Pluck sighed, tapping her hilt as her mind drifted. 4 sun cycles until they reached Morgog. What would Princess Virago be like? Pretty, she assumed. Her mind returned to the ship and to the loneliness of her post. This was frustrating. Pluck didn't see how she and Edward would ever get to know each other if all she did was stand out while he slept. Han needed to. The prince screamed and filled her thoughts with images of that fateful sun cycle in the building. She turned in a panic and went to his aid. "Edward!" Pluck yelled as she opened the door and rushed in ready to draw her sword. She found him sitting up in bed breathing heavily, and so she asked, "Are you all right?" "I am fine. It was a mere nightmare," he replied as he looked at Pluck and noticed the person who entered, who he thought was a man, wasn't Melee. Edward said, "I do not know you." His words cut at her heart as she stuttered. She composed herself and said, "I am Pluck. I took over for Melee." Edward put a hand to his head and spoke, "That is right." Han spoke of this. Silence followed. So she broke the awkward moment with a question and asked, "What was it about?" He voiced as he examined the shadowy figure in the hall's light. What about, and why are you wearing a hooded cloak instead of the high guard cape?" "I was asking about your dream," Pluck replied as she took a few steps into the room. "As for my hood, it's no disrespect to you. It hides my appearance. It's quite startling. When I was younger, one of the old soldiers wore a hood. His face had been maimed during the last amalgamation. Is this the same with you?" She replied, "I wasn't maimed during an amalgamation, but yes, you could say I'm the way I am because I was defending the Fletching family." Now, she walked up to his bed and questioned, "Your dream?" "Nightmare," Edward answered as he wiped his clammy face. "I have it every night. I see this horrible beast that resembles a Necrom, and it is in the midst of a great battle." Horrible beast. Pluck's heart fluttered. Was he dreaming of her? Edward continued, "The beast slays hundreds, but still it unwavers. It screams like a ghost panther. Then the beast turns, and I can see its piercing green eyes. It charges after me. I am afraid and cry out, and that is when I wake. The dream is always the same. He turned to her as a glimmer of hope crossed his face, and he questioned, "What do you think?" "I have asked many, but none can give me an answer." Pluck began, "Maybe the beast's not horrible. Maybe she's trying to tell you something. Have you ever tried not to fear the beast and let her approach you? You know it's a dream, so the beast can't hurt you." He never said the beast was a he or a she. Edward cleared his dry throat and said, "No, I have never tried to do anything in the nightmares. I do not know if I can. They are so terrible. Not if you know they are made by your mind," she said, and then suggested, "Next time you have one, don't fear the beast. Let her approach you. It may be the only way to end them. I shall try. Thank you. You may leave now." Pluck. "Yes," Edward said as he lay back and grabbed his covers. "Close the door as you leave." Edward emerged from below with Pluck following. The bright sun shone through the clouded sky, and he squinted, putting his hand up to shade his eyes. Sailors were busy about their work as he walked up to the bridge, and Captain Brine had the helm. "How do we fare?" Edward asked. "Very well, my lord. We should arrive at Pass Island by late sun cycle," Brine replied as he gripped the wheel spokes. "We shall add a few more supplies along with your presents for your bride, and by tomorrow morning, we shall be sailing for the Morgog Kingdom. Have any enemy ships been spotted?" "No," Brine answered as he pointed beyond the bow to a ship in the distance. "Wind Swift sails ahead of us. She signals every now but has yet to spot a vessel. Most eerie, considering this is a trade route." Melee approached them and motioned that he would take over for Pluck. She nodded and headed below. Pluck had never been so tired. All the standing around doing nothing. She headed for Hans' quarters, which he shared with her in ardor. Pluck entered, finding both men gone, and examined the bunks. They were so small and enclosed, she didn't know if she could sleep in them. Pluck climbed into the top one and removed her boots and gloves. She unclasped her cloak, laid it to the side, and released her tail from around her waist as she exclaimed, "Ah!" Pluck sighed and muttered, "More than a season of this. I don't know if I can do it." She lay on her stomach, allowing her tail to twitch about. She missed running freely through the forest. She missed her home. And she missed Farah. Pluck tried to sleep but couldn't. There were so many new sounds and smells, and the ship swayed. Her eyelids gradually grew heavy, and soon she succumbed to exhaustion. Later that sun cycle, she heard footsteps approach her cabin and quickly pulled on her cloak. Arter opened the door, and he ordered, "Awake, Pluck. We dock and pass." Pass was smaller than Heron, but just as busy. Edward disembarked along with Melee and Pluck. She went along for extra security. They rode to the middle of the small island where a trader named Purveyor had gathered gifts for Princess Virago from the 5 Kingdoms. An old white-haired beggar shaded himself under a cobalt oak near the trader's store. His dull blue eyes stared off into the distance, and they were vacant as the shell that sat there. The beggar, who was dressed in rags, tilted his head as the 3 dismounted, and he smiled, revealing his rotten teeth. He came to life like a stringed puppet, holding out his wooden bowl for coin. He pointed a bony finger at Pluck and yelled, "You! I know you're kind. You are touched," he blared. "You are touched. Sounds like someone else is touched," Melee said as he tapped his head. Edward chuckled and went into the store, leaving Melee to watch the horses. Pluck paused and glanced at the beggar and then at her tattooed finger hidden by her glove. He had pointed right at her and said her kind, but she was alone in her curse. Pluck followed the prince into the store as she muttered, "Crazy beggar." Many oddities and rare gifts filled the shelves of Purveyor's store. Weapons old and new were exhibited in display cases and hung on walls. Stuffed creatures, some of which neither of them had seen before, stood throughout the room, and other trinkets laid about. "Ah, Prince Edward," Purveyor said as he approached them with his arms wide. He was a well-rounded man and nearly as wide as he was tall. "Good to see you again." He grabbed the prince's hand, kissed his royal ring, and then said, Come. I have the items you ordered. This way." Purveyor led them to the back as he spoke. 20 bolts of saul silk, 4 dozen blood pearls from the coast of Benin, red ivory, black diamonds, and the finest gems. He pointed to crate after crate as he told them, "Here's the cobalt silver, fire white gold, and ruby glass." Pluck watched the trader closely, searching for signs he might attack the prince. She sensed he couldn't be trusted, and the store made her uneasy. The sense of many dead animals filled the room, and she felt as if the fleshy statues watched them. They shouldn't have done that to the animals. It wasn't right. Would they want their carcasses on display? When they entered the back room, she felt a familiar presence, and it added to her unsettling sensations. She put her hand to her hilt as the low rumblings of a woolly tiger permeated the room. The prince and Purveyor didn't hear the low roar. Her heart pounded. It was like that sun cycle long ago when she and Edward first entered the building that housed the Mystic Rose. Pluck searched the room but found no large cats, not that she thought she would. In a corner, a flash of metal caught her eye. It was odd since no sunlight broke into the room. The glint came from a sword. Pluck turned to Edward for guidance, but he was busy talking with the traitor. She turned back to the weapon. Was she meant to see the sword? Pluck walked to the hand and a half-sword, grabbed the black scabbard, and examined the strange markings adorning the leather. The steel of the handle was almost white like the hottest fire. She grabbed the hilt, which had a large sphere pommel, and a power throbbed through the grip like a pulse. The energy excited her, so she unsheathed the sword and felt a force flow through it almost like it was alive. She discovered that more markings engraved the blade and that it was exquisitely crafted. Pluck lifted the weapon, testing its weight, and it was well balanced. Delight swelled in her, and she had to have the sword. She smoothed her glove over the ancient lettering of the blade and spoke its name, Lux the Lightning Sword. Pluck was surprised she could read the archaic words. She sheathed the Lux and walked to Purveyor, who was still trying to flatter the prince with his business prowess. You wouldn't believe what I traded to acquire this Saul silk. Cooking pots, Purveyor started as he put his hand to his round belly and laughed. Yes, now that was a deal. Edward said, When I imagine you shall pass on to the consumer. Yes, of course, my lord, Purveyor stated as his face paled. How much for this sword? Pluck questioned as she showed the weapon to the traitor. That sword. Purveyor started as he eyed the prince, making sure he listened. Now that is an interesting piece, though I am sad to say the blade must have rusted. No one has been able to remove it from its housing. He rubbed his hands together as he said, It would still make a nice piece to display if you're interested. She told him, I removed the blade without difficulty. You must be mistaken. I should know. I've had that sword for many seasons, Purveyor said, then turned to the prince and stated, See, I am an honest businessman. Is this so? Edward asked as he glanced at the weapon, then faced the traitor, and told him, if the sword does not function, then it should be given away. Given? Purveyor uttered as if someone stole a precious gem from him. He couldn't bear the thought of losing money on a trade. Given, you say? He questioned again as he reached out his hand and said, May I see the sword? She handed him the scabbard. Purveyor grabbed the hilt and tried to remove the hand and a half-sword, but it wouldn't budge. He shook his head, studied its finely crafted handle and scabbard, and then sighed. He lifted the sheath with both hands, returned the weapon, and gave in to pressure as he said, You're right, my lord. I give this sword as a gift to your high guard. Pluck accepted the scabbard as she said, Thank you. She strapped the sword over her shoulder so that the scabbard rested on her back at an angle. Pluck wondered if there was magic within the sword as there was magic within her. Why else could the traitor not unsheath the Lux? Edward removed several bags of gold and told the traitor, Our business is then concluded. Have the gifts brought to my ship right away. Here are 1,000 pieces. You shall receive the remaining 10,000 once the items are delivered. Yes, of course, Purveyor said as he greedily took the bags. They shall be there within the now. Pluck. Melee shouted from outside. To arms. She entered the front room, drew her rapier and main gauche, and looked at the prince as Edward drew his. They both rushed outside while the traitor glanced out his windows. Melee had his weapons drawn on 7 horsemen. You. Pluck shouted as she pointed her sword at their leader. You're the one who harassed that couple at Heron. Matt bowed while he sat upon his saddle as he said, I'm honored you remembered me. It makes it easier. And know we have some business to satisfy. Maybe, Pluck spoke as she glanced at Edward and then to Melee. Why don't we return things as they were? These two will leave and then we'll discuss our business. Matt laughed, revealing his missing front tooth as he replied, No, they'll stay. Pluck said as she stepped closer to the horseman. I don't think you followed us all this way because I prevented you from stealing a wheel of cheese. She demanded. What's your true purpose here? Yes, Edward spoke up. Who hired you? Which of the kingdoms? Camurri, Sweldom, or Hort? Matt smiled like a black-faced jackal finding a carcass as he told them, That I can't tell ya. He commanded his men, kill the high guards, but don't harm the prince, at least not yet. He slid off his horse as his men dismounted, and 3 men started for Pluck. Matt ordered, No, stand down. That frag is mine. Matt drew his bastard sword and lunged for Pluck as he said, Ya high guards are so archaic. She deflected his attack and then questioned him. Why do you say that? Pluck countered with a volley of cuts. I have fallen behind the times. Look at the weapons you're using, Matt stated after he leaped from the swipes. Sure, your rapiers might be the finest in the land, but they're useless against weapons like these. He swung his bastard sword over his head and brought it down, breaking her rapier in half. Shock seized her as the steel failed her, and she stared at the broken blade in the dirt. All those seasons she'd yearned to wield a weapon as fine as the accolade sword, And now she stood before 7 dregs defeated in her first duel. "See, I've proven my point," Matt said as he readied his sword for another attack. "Now I'll thrust it into your heart." Her instincts took over, and she leaped back, landing on a boulder she had seen several feet away. She threw the hilt of the rapier to the ground and stared at her main gauche. Matt yelled at her outraged, but then he grinned and said, "You're very agile, high guard, but you're still without a weapon." He lifted both hands and declared, and outnumbered, he charged the boulder. Pluck ran for a lofty pine, scurried to its lowest branch, crouched on all fours, and studied the situation. She wanted to scream at the dreg, but she had to control herself and keep the beast within her range. "Come down here and die like a man," Matt ordered as he cut into the tree with his sword. The blade wedged into the wood, and he couldn't disengage it. "As soon as I get this free, I'm coming after ya." She ignored Matt, looked at the 3 men watching them, then to the 2 fighting melee, and finally to the one attacking the prince. Pluck could remove her cloak, and her appearance might frighten the dregs into running, but it would kill her chances at ending her curse. Pluck reached up and grabbed her hood as she glanced at the prince. She couldn't let her selfish reasoning jeopardize Edward's life, but maybe there was still another way. Moments seemed like nows as Pluck pondered her next action. Edward and Melee fought courageously as she stood idle. Pluck decided she had to, and then as if the wind carried the sound from a distant land, she heard the woolly tigers roar. Pine needles rustled as relief swept over her, for there was hope. Pluck sheathed her dagger and moved her hand past the hood to the pommel of the hand and a half-sword. She'd almost forgotten about the lux. "What's wrong, Highguard?" Matt asked as he grunted to free his weapon. "It looked lost. Are you as fragile as your sword?" Pluck leapt over his head, flipped, and landed on her feet. She unsheathed her new weapon and thunder rumbled from a cloudless sky. Matt's toothless smile faded as he exclaimed, "Krell, you're not weaponless." Purveyor watched from a window and uttered, by fletching, "How did you remove it?" He remembered himself and covered his mouth, hiding again in the shadow of his store. The thug fighting Edward forced the sword from the prince's hand. And then he said, "Matt, I have him." He placed the tip of his blade to Edward's throat and blood trickled down the prince's neck. Pluck held her breath. They couldn't kill him. She had to save him. But how? "Easy there," Matt commanded his man. "We aren't paid to spill royal blood." He turned his attention back to Pluck and ordered her, "Drop your sword." If she did, there was no chance for them. Pluck had to taunt him into a fight, so she shouted, "Are you afraid to meet me now that I've a weapon that matches yours?" Matt's men looked at him. Even the ones fighting Melee glanced back to see how he would answer. "Fass, I fear no man," he declared. "Least of all your petty attempts to sway me from my job. Men, let's go. We have what we came for." "No," Melee shouted, trying to get past the 2 he dueled to reach his prince. But they prevented him. One broke through his defenses and cut him across the arm. Melee dropped his rapier as blood ran from his cut and spotted his white shirt, but the injury to his arm was slight. Pluck watched horrified, and her terror turned to rage as she felt a rumbling. At first, she thought the ground shook, and then she realized her sword quaked, shaking her with its intensity. She feared the lux's might and yet relished in it. Pluck lifted the sword, and lightning crackled from the blade and ionized the air around her. She felt the sword's energy surge through her arm and she roared. Enthralled by its vigor, she yelled, "It has so much power." Pluck placed her other hand to the hilt to control its rampage. "Ah, Matt, what the Krell is that sword doing?" one of his men asked. "Fass, don't know." Pluck rushed Matt and then engaged him, and each time her blade met his steel, lightning flashed and sparks flew. She furiously attacked, not giving Matt a chance to counter. Her fierce onslaught forced the leader to the ground, and his men came to his aid even though they were afraid of the mystical sword. Pluck turned on them, and when they lifted their swords and maces against her, she swiped across the weapons and cut them in half. The loyalty they had for their leader weakened for fear, and the bandits fled, leaving him behind. Matt scurried back to a boulder like a frightened burrow rat. She leveled her sword on him, controlling the rage screaming to cut him down. Through labored breath and gritted teeth, she questioned, "Who sent you?" I can't tell," Matt quivered out as he put his hands up, shielding himself from the electricity crackling around the sword. "They'll kill me." Her ghost panther growl made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end as she asked him, "What do you think I'll do to you?" "Dreg," Matt uttered. "What are you?" Pluck grew impatient and growled again as she demanded, "Answer my question." "I will," he whined. "Don't hurt me." He glanced around and then told her, "You're right. One of the kingdoms hired us." "Which one?" Edward demanded as he neared them. "Tell us." He put a handkerchief to the cut on his neck. Matt started. It was his brownish eyes widened as he grabbed his chest, gripping a dart that struck him. "No," he gasped. "I wasn't going to tell," Matt screamed. "Krell." He looked at them for help and realized they couldn't save him. So he shouted at them, "All of you can go to Krell." He balled up and muttered, "The pain. Dregs. A curse on Fletching." Blood ran from his nose, and then he twitched in agony and died. Melee and Pluck quickly surrounded the prince to protect him. The old beggar under the cobalt oak chuckled, then made the sign of evil by lifting his pinky and pointer finger, and aimed the warning at them. He said, "I can't allow you to gain the answer to that yet." He stood, holding a small blowgun in his other hand. Melee charged him as he yelled, "By Fletching, I'll wipe that smile from your grubby face." The beggar laughed again as his demeanor transformed from a pitiful poor man to a venomous warlock as he spoke. "Fools." His appearance changed along with his clothes as his gray hair grew and transformed into a wolf's headdress. His dull blue eyes turned dark as midnight, his rotten teeth to gleaming fangs. A wolf's fur robe replaced his rags, and a long, pointed, ink-eye black goatee sprouted from his chin. He told them, "You cannot harm me." He turned before Melee reached him and disappeared into the oak like a ghost. Witchcraft? Edward spat, and raged he wouldn't of his answer. Which of the kingdoms would use the forbidden arts? He scratched his chin and then questioned, "Was he a necrom?" "I don't know, my lord," Melee replied as he returned to his side. "But we better venture back to the breakneck. I am still concerned about your safety so far out here from the others." He and the prince headed for the horses as Pluck stared at the cobalt oak. She didn't think he was a necrom. He didn't have the appearance of the cat-like creatures. He looked human. The warlock didn't look like her at all, but he did use magic? Being a wielder of the dark arts, could he know what she was? This assumption frightened her. What if he told the others before she had a chance to? Her lips quivered in the shadow of her hood. What if the others cast her out? She bit her lip, watching the prince as she muttered, "What if Edward forsakes me?" Chapter 5. The Initiation. Han paced the deck of the breakneck as he shouted, "Fass, I should have sent more men with you." He glanced at the prince and then to Melee and Pluck as the ocean lapped at the docked ship and a few gray gulls cried in the distance. "You should have my command for this." "Nonsense," Edward replied. "Consider this. If we had taken more men, the bandits might have waited for another opportunity, and then we would not know one of the kingdoms is using a necrom." Fairy tales. Fracas declared, overhearing their conversation from the gangplank. "There's no such thing." "Yes, but..." Han started as he grabbed the railing of the ship and looked at the port of pass. They did see the beggar vanish. Perhaps there's sorcery at work, and since magic exists, then necroms could also. Fracas shook his head in disbelief and threw his jewel apple over the side before he said, "I still say they are merely stories. Ones told to frighten children into staying out of the woods." He considered that magic may exist, but the necroms couldn't? If they did, that would mean the old stories were true, and that would mean there could be another great war. His reasoning frightened him as he considered this time they might not escape with their lives if another war ensued. Edward put his hand to his chin as he spoke. "Whoever is using the dark arts does not want us to know. They killed the bandits' leader to prevent him from revealing their identity, and what I saw was no beast but a man. We all have heard that necroms are cat-like monsters. Still." Han started as he couldn't get past his failure. "I shouldn't have let you go with only 2 guards. Edward put his hand to the old high guard's shoulder as he told him, "Han, I was in capable hands with Melee and Pluck." "Actually," Melee spoke up, "Pluck's the one who saved us with that enchanted sword of his." "Enchanted," Han repeated as he approached her, and then he questioned, "What is he talking about?" A salty breeze swept across the ship and blew against Pluck's cloak as she shamefully thought more of the accolade sword. "My rapier broke during the battle," she told him as she showed him the severed blade. "I've been dishonored. To have the blade break during a fight is no dishonor," Han told her as he took the weapon. "Only if it's stripped." He turned to Arter and ordered, "We shall give you another." "He does not need it," Edward said, talking of Pluck. "The weapon he acquired from the traitor is far more superior. Therefore, a sword of honor. I saw it strike like lightning," Melee added. "It cut through the bandits' weapons like a sickle through grass." "What weapon?" Han asked. Pluck unstrapped the sword from her back and showed him. Han took the black scabbard, looked the weapon over, and tried to remove the sword as Arter watched. "Blasted," Han yelled as his face reddened with the effort. "It won't budge." "Allow me," Arter said, and then he tried and cursed, "Krell. I also can't draw the blade." Frustrated he couldn't do something so simple, he handed it to Pluck and ordered, "You do it." She hesitated, but then took the lux and drew it. The unsheathing sounded like thunder, and the blade glowed lightning white. "Witchcraft?" Arter spat as he stepped back from the crackling blade. He drew his rapier as he wondered if the sword was an evil instrument of the necroms and yelled, "We should toss him and the weapon overboard." Captain Brine and a few sailors murmured their agreement, and then Brine said, "Aye, evil shall befall this ship if we allow the sword to stay." Their accusation appalled Pluck, and she readied herself for a fight. Before Han could challenge Arter, the prince commanded, "No." His face reddened with rage as he said, "I would be in the hands of my enemy if it was not for Pluck's sword." He stepped to the taller man and questioned him, "Are you saying we should throw over everyone who possesses an item of magic?" "Yes," Arter answered without thinking. Han cringed, not knowing how the prince would react. "Then I should be first to walk the plank," Edward spoke as he pointed toward the cabins. "Do not forget I possess the mystic rose." Arter's enraged face softened to shock and embarrassment as he started. "My lord, I did not mean—" "Let us drop this matter then," the prince interrupted. Arter tightened his jaw as he sheathed his rapier, and then he said, "The matter is dropped." He glanced at Pluck with a look that said he would only drop it for the moment. Han walked to Pluck, leaned to her hood, and said, "Maybe it's best you leave and let Arter manage his temper." She nodded, placed her sword back in its scabbard, and headed below. Arter disliked her since she came on board. She didn't understand why he hated her or what she had done to bring about such disdain. Back on deck. "What should our next move be?" Han asked, moved to Arter and patted the second on the back, reassuring him. Arter remained silent as he managed his temper and his tongue. What a fool he was. Accusing the prince could cost Arter his command. Edward walked to the railing and answered the commander. "The only thing we can do for now is—" He spoke as he scanned the open sea and said, "Set sail for the Morgog kingdom, retrieve my wife, and head for the Isle of Kismet." Earlier that sun's cycle, Fracas stood, grabbed his longbow from the tavern's table, and said, "Sinew. Perry, it's time we left." He insisted, "We must return to the Breakneck." Perry grabbed a barmaid, whirled her around, sat her on his lap, and replied, "A few moments more, my friend." He twirled his finger in her long brown hair and whispered into her ear. She giggled, stroked his blonde goatee, and told him, "I can't till my shift's over." Sinew smoothed his hand over his shaven head and lifted his mug as he barked. "Another." "No, you're already drunk," Fracas told him as he swung his bow and knocked the mug from the smaller man's grasp. "Let's go while you can still walk." "I'm not drunk," Sinew insisted, swaying on the bench, and then he stared at his throbbing knuckles. "Frags, that hurt." Fracas threw up his hands and uttered, "Fine." He stomped to the exit, paused, and looked back to see if his two friends were watching. They weren't, so he stepped outside. He would show them. Fracas cleared his throat and shouted, "High guards, to arms." Perry stood, dumping the barmaid to the floor, and then he drew his sword, searched the tavern, and asked, "Where's my blade needed?" Sinew barely got to his feet and slurred, "I have your back." He twisted his thin black mustache, reached for his weapon, and fell drunk to the floor. "Get up," Perry shouted. "Our enemy is upon us." He nudged the smaller man with his foot as he yelled, "Get up." Sinew moaned, rolled over, and started snoring. Fracas walked back into the tavern, laughing, and said, "If you're the elite of the High Guards, it's a wonder the Fletching Kingdom hasn't fallen." Perry's eyes flashed with rage as he exclaimed, "What the crow?" He charged the bowman ready to strike and shouted, "Why, you dirty barrow rat. Now, old friend." Fracas started and then fled, running around the tavern with an ox of a man pursuing him. "I was trying to prove my point." Perry finally cornered him and then asked, "Do you think this was funny?" Fracas took a moment, considering his answer, and replied, "Yes." Perry raised his sword as a grin appeared on his face, and then he said, "You're right." He lowered the rapier and told him, "Come, my friend, let's get Sinew and return to the Breakneck. There shall be time for women another sun's cycle." At the docks, Perry dunked Sinew's head into a rain barrel several times. "Enough." Sinew yelled as he freed himself from the blond man's grip as water dripped from him. "I'm sober, perhaps. Stand on one foot and touch your nose." Sinew tried but couldn't, and then he questioned, "What does that prove?" "I couldn't do that even when I was sober." Perry laughed, and then he said, "I wanted to see if you would try." Sinew punched his arm as he grumbled, "Blonde ox, why don't you pick on someone your own size?" He laughed some more, and then he replied, "If I did that, I'd have no one to pick on." Fracas bought a jewel apple from a peddler, bit into the amber fruit, and stated, "Look, the prince has returned." He continued up the docks and boarded the ship. Perry and Sinew bought sun oranges from the peddler. "What do you think is going on?" Sinew asked as he motioned to the Breakneck with his orange. "The discussion seems heated." Perry shaded his eyes from the high sun and then answered, "Perhaps something has happened." He finished peeling his fruit, took a bite of the juicy yellow flesh, and then said, "Look, Arter and Pluck have drawn their weapons. Could Pluck have challenged his position?" Sinew squinted and twisted his mustache as he spoke. "Perhaps. But then the prince would not step in." He finished his orange and started peeling another. "Now Pluck is heading below." That was most odd. "Is Pluck on duty tonight?" Perry asked with a hint of mischief in his blue eyes. "No, Why? Sinew questioned, and then he recognized the look on his friend's face. What trouble are you planning? An expression of devilment appeared on the large man's face as he replied, We have yet to initiate this high guard from the north. Tonight we shall use the night prowler's raid. That evening, Perry, Sinew, and Fracas snuck below deck. Perry carried a large potato sack meant to throw over Pluck. This is Han's cabin, Perry whispered. Are you sure Han and Arter aren't within? Fracas asked as he scanned the corridor and stroked his pointed red beard. Yes, we don't want to be caught, Sinew spoke up. I am sure, Perry answered. Do you two know what you must do? I watched the hall, Fracas said, turned, and leaned against the wall. I grab Pluck's legs after you throw the sack over him. Sinew spoke as he put his hand to Perry's back ready to rush in. Bulwark walked by, and they froze until he went up on deck. The older high guard mumbled, up to no good again. They didn't answer, holding their breaths as if it would make them invisible. The door shut behind Bulwark, and they exhaled. Where were we? Fracas asked as he checked to make sure no one else approached. Ready to rush in. So go, Perry, Sinew said as he ribbed him. Hey, watch it, little man, Perry threatened with a whisper. Now once we have Pluck, we shall sneak him up on deck and tie him to a mast. And if he doesn't go quietly, Fracas asked. Perry made a fist and answered, a little knock to the head shouldn't hurt him. They rushed into Han's room. A few nights earlier, Pluck slept in the upper bunk until she heard 3 men talking in the hall. They whispered, but with her keen senses, she heard their conversation. They want to snatch me. Ha! Pluck muttered to herself as she grabbed her cloak, threw it on, and quietly climbed down to the floor. The cabin was pitch dark, but that didn't hinder her sight. Pluck found her boots and gloves and searched the locker at the foot of the bunk. What kind of game were they playing? She found rope underneath the bunks, maybe one she could turn on them. Pluck scurried into the rafters ready to pounce as her tail twitched with excitement underneath her cloak. Perry crept in along with Sinew, who held a lantern. He motioned for the smaller man to go to the end of the upper bunk. On his signal, both men grabbed for Pluck, but she wasn't there. Where is he? Sinew asked as he searched the cabin with his light. I am here, Pluck answered. Sinew lifted the lantern as she leapt upon them, and both men screamed. The next morning, Bulwark walked up on deck, starting his rounds when something caught his eye. Fracas, Sinew, and Perry were gagged and tied to a mast. He walked to them and stated, I see the initiation did not go to your liking. The 3 men yelled at him through their gags. I am sorry, but I don't understand you, he told them, and then he looked around. As much as I would like to stay and chat, I have rounds to walk. The 3 men yelled after him as Bulwark left, and he told them, you should be thankful Pluck didn't strip you naked and hang you upside down. He added, I would have. Chapter 6, Memories. Breakneck left the port of Pass, setting sail for the Morgog Kingdom. Everyone was uneasy with magic on the wind, and no one dared mention necroms or the dark arts. It was well into the 3rd sun cycle as the ships pushed along at a good speed. Pluck followed the prince to his cabin, noticed Bulwark posted outside, and wondered why the old high guard was guarding the prince's room. Edward went into his cabin, and Pluck stopped in the hall. A yellow glow caught her eye, and she noticed it wasn't from lamps, for none lit the room. In the middle of the cabin hung a glass-domed case, and within it, the mystic rose hovered as white sparkles swirled around it. It was the mystic rose. 2 feelings wrestled with her heart. One was of hope that her curse would be ended, and the other was of dread that she would remain in her enchanted form. The magic bloom called to her, so Pluck stepped into the prince's room and hesitated, remembering her place. Bulwark glanced at her, wondering what the Northern High Guard was doing. Edward noticed the High Guard's curiosity and told Pluck, It is fine. Come in and see. Close the door behind you, Edward ordered as he flopped on his bed, unbuckled his sword frog, and let the belt and scabbard drop to the floor. Weariness covered his face as he loosened his gold silk sash. Pluck, drawn by the mystic rose, walked to the glass dome. The container swayed with the motion of the ship, but the movement of the case didn't affect the mystic rose's levitation. The mystic rose stayed suspended in its housing as sparkles spiraled around its petals. Her heart pounded like an infantry drum the closer she drew. All the emotions concerning her curse and the redemption she desired overwhelmed Pluck and watered her eyes. The mystic rose's yellow petals transformed to blue, casting an azure glow, and the prince noticed the flower's hue change and said, I do not know why the mystic rose alters colors. Edward stared at the mystic rose as he continued, I had it brought here from the ship's hold. It was under guard there. I thought it might be safer hidden, but... He sighed again and added, I have grown so accustomed to its presence. I cannot sleep unless the mystic rose is in the room. I think it has bewitched me. The power tugging her toward the mystic rose grew stronger and enchanted her. She raised her gloved hand toward the case as if to clasp the flower. Her tattooed finger throbbed as the mystic rose pulsed with magical energy, and this rhythmic vim hit the glass-domed case, shaking it with charged electrical force. She turned her back to the prince and removed her glove, seeing her tattoo. The 4 black rings on her bare finger glowed silver as the mystic rose's blue petals transformed to platinum, increasing its throbbing tempo. A surge of energy shot from the mystic rose like a ball of lightning. The power cracked the glass and shattered it, releasing the energy into the room and filled the cabin with crackling electricity. Pluck covered her eyes as glass flew, and then she stepped back, frightened by the surge. The more she retreated, the less the mystic rose pulsed, and soon the electrical ball faded, returning the cabin to a dark room cast in an azure glow. Pluck looked at the silver rings and remembered the last thing Farah had told her. These marks on Ye's finger, they are more than tattoos. They are Ye's connection to the mystic rose. It chose Ye, remember that. Edward sat up as the container shattered and exclaimed, "By fletching?" He neared the mystic rose and turned to Pluck as his brow wrinkled with bewilderment as he questioned, "What did you do?" The glass, that had scattered about the room, glowed and lifted and gathered around the mystic rose. Each shard found its place and pieced together the dome until it reformed. A bright light shot from the container, and the glow faded. The glass-domed case magically became whole again as if it had never been broken. Edward couldn't believe his eyes as he looked back to Pluck. He saw the furry top of her hand and the glowing markings on her bare finger before they returned to black. He grabbed her hand and his touch startled her. So she pulled away. "That tattoo." He started as he pointed at her finger. "I remember those markings." Terrible memories flooded his mind as he grabbed his head and said, "I was a boy. I went into this building and found the mystic rose. I was not alone. A girl was with me and her name." His blue eyes widened with realization as he uttered, "Her name was Pluck." He stepped back as he accused, "You are a woman." She raised her hand, trying to quiet him as she spoke softly, "Please, my lord, lower your voice. But how can you be a high guard?" Edward yelled as he shook his head, "Women are not allowed." "My prince, is everything all right?" Bulwark asked from the corridor. "Yes, you are not needed." Edward yelled, and then he scolded Pluck, "Women cannot possess weapons. It is forbidden. You shall go in front of the inquiry." He paced the room and said, "I do not understand how Han could have allowed such a thing." A new memory interrupted his thoughts. So he glanced at her furry hand and spoke. Something else happened that sun cycle in the building. He noticed her fingers had no nails and grabbed her hand, examining her thumb. It and her other fingers had a slit down the middle like a cat, a memory I had forgotten. He pushed the flap of skin aside and found a claw, and he released her, appalled by his findings as he uttered, "Something horrible. A witch. She cast a spell intended for me," but he couldn't finish the sentence, so plagued by a past he had forgotten. The more he berated her, the more Pluck grew angry, and she finally yelled at him, "You're still an ungrateful, spoiled brat." She tapped her chest as she said, "I pushed you out of the way. I protected you." He fell silent. Never had anyone yelled at him in such a way, especially a woman. So in a calmer tone, he said, "Yes, I remember." The incident he had buried long ago surfaced, and he spoke, "You saved me by taking my place." His face softened as he added, "You were turned into a hideous monster." Pluck said nothing. She needed no reminder. His shame turned to anger as he shouted, "You are not deformed. You are cursed." It didn't matter to him that she took his place. He was the prince and she was a peasant. "That is why you cannot show your face." Pluck nodded. He knew her secret, and now her life depended on what he would do with it. He had to see, so Edward commanded, "Show me your face." She hesitated, fearing how he would react once he saw her again. "Shall I order Bulwark in here to do it for you?" He was nothing like she remembered. Edward was cruel. "There's no need, my lord," Pluck told him as her fear turned to terror, and then she pulled back her hood. Edward gasped, "By fletching, you are a beast, a necrom." Another fact frightened him. The prince had seen this creature with short beige fur before, so he pointed his finger and accused her. "Fass, you are the hideous monster from my dream. You are the one slaughtering the men." Terror paled his face as he shouted, "You are the reaper of my nightmares." He stumbled back to his bed and fell upon it as he exclaimed, "You have come to take me." Pluck just stood there. She didn't know what to say or do. The moment hadn't gone as she envisioned. Edward wasn't grateful for her sacrifice. Her fears had come true. He rejected her, and now there was no way she could ever ask him for the kiss. Pluck pulled her hood up to cover her shame and wondered where she could hide. She didn't know. She just had to get out of his presence. She said, "My lord, I will await my arrest at the bow." She left, trying not to run as she bit her lip to fight back tears. Edward didn't know how to react as he rushed into the hall and then watched her walk away in a hurry. What he had seen in the cabin wasn't a vicious monster bent on his destruction. Not at all. The creature, who had raced from his cabin near tears, had been deeply wounded by his words. The only monster in the cabin had been him. Is there a problem, my lord? Bulwark asked as Melee arrived. Edward didn't answer him, only stated, I need to speak with Han. I still do not understand why you trained her to become a high guard. Edward yelled as he paced Han's cabin. Fass, do you know the fine even for a man of your status? Yes, I do, Han replied as he picked up a small wooden chest, placed it on his bed, and opened the box. 50 pieces of gold. It took me 10 seasons to collect these wages. Edward looked at the payment and then to Han as he exclaimed, You knew all along she would be caught. Pluck, being a woman isn't what we were hiding, Han told him as he searched the prince's face. What should I have done? Abandon her at the building? Never. Do you realize the curse she has endured for protecting you? Han carefully considered his next words, and then he said, You see, I thought the others would accept her as a high guard even after finding out she is a beast. What other position could she have in this world as a Necrom? Edward's face flushed with anger as he questioned, Why did you never tell me? You had forgotten her and the witch, Han explained as he walked to a small cabinet and poured them a mug of wine. I thought it best not to bring them up until you were ready. Aggravated by the whole thing, Edward raked his hand through his shoulder-length raven black hair and then asked, Now what would you have me do? You are the prince and soon-to-be emperor. What can you not do? Edward took the mug and downed the wine. I do not mean for you to feel guilty, but she's the way she is because of you. Han spoke as he offered the prince more. You at least owe Pluck her life and the freedom to live it. Edward lifted his mug, and the high guard poured him more. And then Edward said, Perhaps, but I still feel she wants something from me. He shivered before he continued. There is something about the way she looks at me. Han nodded, took another drink, and stated, She does. There's a way to end her curse, but she hasn't told me. All I know is that it involves you. She wants to end her misery. He set down the mug and asked, What have you decided, my lord? Edward drank half of his bitter wine and replied, She may remain free, but I do not want her as my personal guard. Han knew that would resolve nothing, so he told him it might be best that she does remain. Her abilities are exceptional. She does possess the Lux, and with an unknown enemy after you, she should remain by your side. Frags, Edward uttered and reluctantly answered, Fine. What shall you tell the men, my lord? Edward answered, Nothing for now. Pluck may keep her secret until she feels she can reveal it. Chapter 7. The fourth sun cycle at sea. Nearly a zock away from Breakneck and Waterswift, a storm approached and darkened the sky. Lightning streaked across the horizon like the silent claws of a desert eagle. The bolts lit up the distant sea as Pluck stood at the bow, watching the flashes. She stared at her bare fingers for a while before slipping on her glove as she wondered what they would do to her. The wind pushed her hood off, sweeping through her fiery crimson mane as waves crashed against the bow, spraying mist. She shivered in the cool, salty air as she muttered, I could throw myself into the sea and save everyone the trouble. No, I'm not one to give up. If they want me. She grabbed the strap that held the Lux's scabbard to her back and declared, They'll have to take me. Her cat ears twitched back as she heard them come, and she prepared herself for a fight. The prince approached with melee, so she pulled her hood on as her heart sank. Pluck reached for her hilt and saw Han behind them and knew with him there they wouldn't kill her, so she lowered her hand. The worst they would do was throw her in the brig. Edward stopped just short of her, put his hands behind his back, looked down at her, and said, I have considered your situation. Her heart sped. What about her situation? She glanced at the prince's bodyguard. Melee looked puzzled, like he wasn't sure why they were there. Han remained silent, but his face reassured her everything would be fine. No, Han. Edward spoke awkwardly. Han has convinced me to keep you as my personal guard against my better judgment. He diverted his gaze, unsure if he was making the right decision as he continued. We shall see how things go. He started to head back and added, Thank you. Edward didn't face her, and his voice sounded strained, like he had to force himself to speak as he said, I thank you for your protection on Pass Island, and in the building long ago. A debt I hope to repay one sun's cycle. There was a moment of silence, and then he took a deep breath as if to continue. But he didn't. He walked off, setting for his cabin. Melee followed, even more confused. She looked at Han. Silence found her again, except for the waves hitting the ship and the wind whipping their garments. Relieved she still had her life and her freedom, Pluck sighed, feeling ashamed of what she was. Not what you hoped for, I imagine, but it's a beginning, Han told her as he walked to Pluck and put his hand on her shoulder. There's so much for Edward to accept. She muttered, As you said, it's a beginning. Come, Han told her as he scanned the sea. The storm shall be here soon. The storm gave way to a clear morning as seagulls once again filled the sky, indicating they neared land. A sailor in the crow's nest scanned the ocean and spotted a vessel in the distance. A ship, he yelled as he pointed off starboard. Captain Brine asked for his telescope. Fracas, sinew, and Perry walked up on deck, hearing the alarm and squinted in the daylight. Is it a merchantman or a warship? Fracas questioned as he stroked his pointed red beard. A warship by what I can tell, Brian answered the archer. She's flying one of the kingdom's flags. Which one? Sinew asked, feeling tension sweep over the crew as he wiped sweat from his shaven head. I can't make out. Wait, Brian said as he strained to see. I see a roaring black lion. The 3 high guards felt relieved as Han came on deck with a few of his men. I heard we spotted a ship. Yes, Sinew answered. She's flying Morgoth's flag. So they've sent a ship to escort us to port, Han stated as he scratched his gray beard. I wonder if there's been an attempt to abduct Princess Virago. If not, there's sure to be one, Fracas spoke as he adjusted the quiver on his shoulder. We should warn them. Yes, Arter said as he joined them on deck. We should meet with the princess advisor and commander of her guards as soon as possible. The ship named Dark Monarch turned and followed the Fletchings toward the port. The high guards on breakneck stood along the starboard, swapping glares with the sentinels who were Morgoth's royal army. This shall be an unstable alliance, Fracas stated as he leaned on his longbow. Even with the marriage, there shall be strife. There's too much blood between us. I, an old sailor, agreed. They sank the Sea Wind in the Battle of Coral Point, during the last rush to crown an emperor. My brother went down with her. He spat on the deck as he cursed, foul scalawags. I'll never trust them. Perry cracked his massive knuckles as he added, I'm up to giving the scamps a good thrashing. There shall be no trouble from our side, Han warned as he eyed each of them, especially the blonde ox. Am I understood? Yes, Commander, the high guards replied. As Han walked off, Perry whispered, We shall not start it, but we shall end it. Pluck carried a tray of cheese, bread, oranges, and wine to the prince's cabin. Melee and Vaughn stood without. She knocked and entered at Edward's command. Here's your meal, my lord, Pluck stated as she noticed the mystic rose still cast an azure glow. She thought it was best if she stayed far away from the flower. Pluck set the tray in front of the prince. I am not hungry. Take the food away, Edward ordered as he dipped a quill in an inkwell and wrote on parchment. The high sun shone in from an open window behind him. I'll leave it in case you get hungry, my lord, Pluck said as she stepped from his desk and folded her arms behind her back. He looked up from his work and said in a stern tone, I said take it away. Do not make me regret my decision to let you remain as my personal guard. She nodded, picked up the tray, and wondered how she could ask him. Edward continued writing, looked at her again, and questioned, Why are you still here? Pluck stared at the sun oranges as she started. I was wondering. He tightened his jaw, annoyed by the disruption to his writing. He had until they docked to finish his work, and he never would with her staring at him. Edward asked, What were you wondering? She hesitated and then answered, Do you remember the time when your cousins came to the castle for a visit? He stared at his work as he replied, Yes, why do you ask? Remember how they treated me, how they teased me and pinched my arm till I cried. Edward's thoughts drifted back to that time. The girl, what Pluck was known as beforehand named her, had just arrived at the castle. She was nearly 6 and he 8. He didn't think much of the peasant with brown hair and brown eyes and wasn't sure why his mother the queen sent for her. Why did you pick a girl to be my playmate and a toddler at that? He demanded, turned from his mother, and pouted. I am nearly a man. I should have meant to play with not. She shall be a loyal friend, Queen Jezebel informed him as she nudged the girl closer to him. And she shall keep you out of trouble. A prince should not get into trouble. It is not befitting your crown. She left the girl, walked to him, and turned Edward to face her as she told him, The girl is so desperate for love. She shall give you her heart, and you need do nothing for it. He looked into his mother's blue eyes as he said, But she is a peasant? Yes, and you must always remember that and remind her, Jezebel instructed her son. She is well versed in games, and she shall attend lessons with you. The queen lifted his chin and said to him, My son, give her some time. If you still do not wish to have her, then I shall send her back. He told his mother, I shall give her a chance. Sun cycles then weeks went by, and Edward grew to like having the girl around to play games and go on adventures. One of his favorites was saving the damsel from the dragon. Of course, the girl had to play both the maiden and the monster. As summer grew to an end, his cousins from his mother's side came to visit. The first sun cycle was exciting. They played high guards, and the girl was a Necrom, the feared monster of magic. All was fun and laughter until his cousins knocked the girl to the ground and started pinching her arms. We have the Necrom now, Philip the elder of the two declared. Yes, now the monster must pay for all its evil crimes, Andrew added. Stop it, she pleaded. Don't hurt me. She looked at the prince and called for him. Edward, help me. Silence your pleas, peasant. The prince shall not come to your aid, Philip told her as he continued to pinch her as red marks appeared on her arms. Royal blood does not flow through your veins. Yes, quiet, you're crying, Andrew added as he kicked dirt on her. You should learn your life is worthless. Tears ran down her face as she looked at the prince. Edward stood there, clenching his wooden sword, not understanding the feelings affecting his body. Why didn't he join in with them? Why did his face burn? The prince realized he felt outrage and clenched his teeth, remembering something he heard Hand tell his men. Edward lifted his sword and charged the cousins as he shouted, "Are we not honorable men?" He caught them off guard and pushed them to the ground. The cousins looked up at him stunned. Edward pointed his sword at them and told them, "High guards do all things to glorify the Creator. We pledge loyalty to the crown. We swear to protect the Fletching people and property, and above all, we forfeit our lives for the royal family." He glared at them as he declared, "You shall not hurt any of my people." The cousins whimpered. "We did not realize you liked her," they declared. "Please," they cowered. "Let us make our apologies." Edward nodded, and the cousins helped the girl to her feet and brushed dirt from her plain dress. That sun cycle. Pluck saw Edward anew. She fell in love with him. He had saved her. Pluck continued to hold the tray of food as she wondered if he would save her now from her curse. Edward thought of that time differently. It was a moment of weakness, a childish whim, and an action he didn't wish to remember. The prince laid his quill down and started. "Yes, I remember that sun cycle. What of it? That was the first sun cycle I realized She couldn't say it, not love, not to him. So she told him, I gained a new respect for you." Her ears twitched forward under her hood and her feline eyes narrowed. "I wanted you to know you'll always have my loyalty, as I should. You are a high guard, my vassal," he told her as he picked up the quill and dipped it in the well. "Now please take the food away." A shadow cast into the room as Edward set his quill to the parchment. He heard Pluck growl and saw her face wrinkle with rage in the darkness of her hood. She lifted the tray and threw the food across the room. "Insolent wench," Edward uttered as he stood and slammed his hands on the desk. "What do you think?" She rushed around the desk and pushed him aside as she yelled, "To arms." She forced him to a side wall as she covered the prince with her body. Melee and Vaughn rushed in, swords drawn. "What are you doing?" Edward demanded, feeling her warm body pressed against his. She smelled of the forest and of leather. "Remain, my lord," Pluck ordered. Melee rushed to the window as Vaughn ran up to the deck. "He's gone," Melee told them. Pluck moved from the prince as she told Melee, "We can't let him jump ship." She set the tray on the desk as she added, "But first, we must get the prince to a secure room." "Agreed," Melee said as he headed for the hall. Hand's cabin has no windows. Edward moved to the middle of the room as he questioned, "Who is gone? And why can we not let him escape?" He glanced at the table, saw the tray with an arrow embedded in it, and noticed a rope dangling outside the window. And then he questioned, "What happened?" "There was an attempt on your life, my lord," Pluck told him as she grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the door. "We must get you into a secure room till the assassin's caught." Her hand was also warm and held his firm, and for some reason, he felt safe with her. She and Melee took Edward to Hand's cabin and waited, and soon a knock came to the door. "Who is it?" Melee demanded. "Arter, it is safe. We caught the attacker." Melee looked at Pluck, she nodded, and he opened the door. Arter stepped in and said, "Come, my lord." "He's on deck." On deck, many high guards surrounded the bound man. Edward examined the man but didn't recognize him. Many soldiers served in his army. He asked, "Who is he?" "One of Fraka's archers," Arter answered. "One of our own," Edward uttered, surprised someone within their own ranks would try to kill him. "Perhaps a spy planted long ago," Hand said as he shook his head, disgusted, and addressed the prisoner. "Are there more among us?" The traitor didn't answer. "Who do you work for?" Edward demanded. The man replied, "The one you suspect the least, and that's all you'll get out of me." "Fletching mongrel." Arter raised his hand to strike the man. "No, take him below," Edward ordered. "We shall get nothing from him. We shall have the Morgogs deal with him once we land." Chapter 8. Princess Virago. "Princess, please come out." A fair-haired lady Flaxen beckoned. "Prince Edward shall be here soon. Please, we must dress you for the ceremony." "No!" Virago screamed as she remained in her locked room, stroking her long ebony hair. She wore a flame-colored dress. "I do not wish to marry the Cretan of Fletching. You do not know if he is a clod," Flaxen said as she bit her lip in desperation. Her hair was pulled back in long braids. "I heard he is handsome." The princess' room lay in shambles from an earlier tantrum. Dresses, jewelry, combs, brushes, and other small objects lay scattered about. Virago said, "I have had enough of people telling me what I am to do." She sat in the middle of the floor as she clung to her bedpost, face wet with tears as she yelled, "You are my lady in waiting." "So wait." The thin man, standing behind Flaxen, moved to the door and beckoned to her. "Dear princess, please." Lord Caliber leaned on his staff with an engraved wolf head as he said, "Your kingdom is depending on you." Think of all the wealth and power you shall gain when you have the authority to make laws and judge the 5 kingdoms. Virago didn't answer. Lord Caliber massaged his temple and tried again, telling her, Your father, King Ilan, arranged this marriage long ago. You shall dishonor him if you do not follow through. He glanced at Flaxen, straightened his red robe's gray-black fur trim, faced the door, and asked, What about your mother? Leave her out of this, Virago demanded. Why can you not leave the dead alone? Flaxen put a hand on the thin man's shoulder, shook her head, and told him that is not the way. For the princess advisor, you are wise in many things, but you do not know how to deal with matters of the heart. She smoothed her hand down her fiery yellow dress, bit her lip in thought, and said, There is only one thing that may lure her out, but I do not know if it shall work. Try it, Lord Caliber urged as he stroked his long Inkai black goatee. The navy is escorting the prince's ships into port. We do not have much time. Flaxen cleared her throat, prayed to the creator that this would work, and said, Edward shall have presents. Presents? Virago repeated as she perked up, moved to her door, leaned on its frame, and raked her ebony bangs from her blue eyes. Yes, many and costly. Lord Caliber jumped at the opportunity and added, Edward shall surely turn back if he hears you have called off the wedding. He shall take all his presents with him. No presents, Virago said, thought about it, then unlocked her door, and ordered, Do not just stand there. Dress me. She wiped her eyes and blew her nose on the handkerchief Flaxen offered as she said, We do not want to keep my husband waiting. Breakneck and Waterswift docked at stalwart port while the Dark Monarch anchored in the bay. The prince with hand, ardor, melee, pluck, fracas, sinew, and parry unloaded their horses and rode to the castle with a Morgog escort while the rest of the high guard stayed on the ships. I've never seen a sentinel before today, Fracas admitted. Look at the black leather armor they wear. It must be hot and heavy. They say their armor's hardened by the fires of Morgog, Sinew said. That the capital's centered around these fire geysers and since the foundation of the kingdom. The flames have yet to cease their blazing. Parry laughed and then spoke. They also say their armor is the strongest in the world. He tapped the top of his silver hilt as he said, I have yet to see armor my blade couldn't penetrate. They rode past a sentinel sharpening his sword. Interesting piece of weaponry, isn't it? Sinew asked as he pointed to the large sword with a wavy blade. It's a flamberge, and it was first created to cut down cavalry and also boasted to be hardened by the fires of Morgog. Parry glanced at the large sword as he spoke. Impressive? Yes, but heavy and slow in battle. What else do we know about them? Their royal army, the Sentinels, consist of 3 groups, bowmen, foot soldiers, and cavalry, Fracas replied. I would enjoy pitting my archers against their bowmen in a shooting contest. Parry flexed his massive biceps as he said, I wouldn't mind wrestling with a few of them. 4 sentinels glared at them. Move along, Hand commanded, and then he added, warning them, quietly. The princess stood along with her lady in the center of the capital. Virago wore her red flare-colored wedding dress as the fires of Morgog erupted around them, illuminating the sandstone canyon. A distance behind them, the Morgog castle stood, and in front of the castle, the great cathedral stood. Virago stared at the flaming geysers in front of her. The lady had been quiet a long time, allowing her princess to deal with whatever matters needed to be dealt with, and then Flaxen finally said, It is time. The princess closed her eyes, opened them, and spoke, I am ready. This was the last place I wanted to see before we left Morgog. I wanted to burn the images of my homeland into my mind. I do not ever want to forget them. Princess, you can return someday. Virago questioned, Why do I fear I shall not? Lord Caliber entered and walked across the cobblestone path as his wolf head staff clinked across the hard surface. He looked at the flaming geysers as he stated, I knew you would be here. Irritated her remembering was interrupted. She asked, Did my father send you? No, King Ilan did not. Actually, I wanted to talk to you before the ceremony. He replied as he shifted the staff to his other hand and placed his palm on the princess' shoulder. A great responsibility has been given to you. For so long, Morgog has fallen from grace. It has fallen from the power it should hold. We need to return it to its golden age. I understand my responsibilities. I also know what I am giving up, she said, and then walked away from the Lord. What I do not know is what I am placing myself into. Our people have always been an enemy of the Fletchings, and now we are forming an alliance. This was thrown together in such great haste. There shall be power struggles from both sides. For one, who shall be in charge of the army? We have our commander Avarice, and they have theirs. I understand how you feel about the Fletchings. They are not our equals, but your father has made up his mind, and as for the rest of your questions, do not fret over them, he said as he winked at her. They shall work themselves out. Lord Caliber turned and left where he came in as he spoke to her. Come, your wedding is about to begin. Flaxen walked up beside the princess and told her, I feel so uneasy around him. Do not get me wrong. He is a very good advisor. Virago watched the lord as he left, and she then said, I think you worry too much. Within an hour, Edward and his escort arrived at the capital and were led to the great cathedral. There Princess Virago, dressed in her red flare wedding gown, waited before a priest. Flutes played a flowing melody as the Fletchings entered. I have never seen a wedding so hurried, Arthur commented as fiery yellow robes were given to each of them. Do you think any of the other kingdoms are waiting for a courtship to bloom before their marriages? Han asked. Arthur shook his head. Pluck watched the prince as his face paled, and she heard with her keen ears his breathing and heartbeat increase. Edward looked ahead, saw the priest and the veiled woman, and questioned, Is that her? He swallowed hard, but it didn't faze his dry mouth. I could use some wine. The more he thought about his wedding, the sicker he got. Many things rampaged through his mind as he wondered what she looked like and why she was wearing a veil. He considered she was hideous, and then a more horrifying thought crossed his mind. What if she looked like Pluck? He repeated, I could use some wine. Not now, my lord, Han said as the group moved forward in a wedding march in sync with the flute music. There shall be plenty of time for wine later. Edward rubbed his hands as he whispered, I cannot see her. He asked, What does the princess look like? Quiet, Han commanded. Now is not the time. I feel ill, Edward said as he stopped and held his stomach. A few people seated in the pews murmured. Han nodded to Arthur, and then each of them grabbed the prince's arm as Han said, The ceremony shall be over soon, my lord. They moved forward, and Edward's knees weakened the closer they walked to the priest. Princess Virago glanced at Lady Flaxen, and then Virago whispered, He is handsome, but he is so pale looking. Are you sure he shall have many presents? Yes, my lady, Flaxen replied as she looked over the prince and giggled. I believe he is nervous, that or intoxicated, Virago commented. That would be my lot to marry a lush. Maybe he is intoxicated by your beauty. Virago glared at her, not that Lady Flaxen could see for the veil. Oh, Flaxen uttered as she bit her lip. Your wedding shroud. He cannot see you. She shrugged and said, I know I am not the brightest. Please forgive this dim-witted servant. Lord Caliber sat in the front pew next to King Elan and Princess Jasmine, Virago's younger sister. Lord Caliber glanced at the prince's men as he sensed a supernatural force, and then he leaned to the king and whispered, Last chance to change your mind. You could choose Camuri over Fletching and return Morgog to its golden age. No, my mind is made up, King Elan answered. Lord Caliber said, As you wish, my lord. I cannot breathe, Edward said as he gripped Han's robe. We must stop. Arthur gave Han a worried look. A little longer, my lord, Han spoke as he hurried their pace. Pluck thought Edward looked as if he'd spew his breakfast. She had her doubts he'd make it through the wedding. The group stopped in front of the priest, and those assembled, quieted. Han and Arthur walked the prince forward, released, stepped back, and prayed he would stand. The priest motioned for the princess to move beside the prince, and reluctantly, she did. The priest cleared his throat, the flute players ceased their playing, and the priest opened his book. We gather here to witness a joining. The priest started and continued, one that the Creator has ordained. He looked at the prince and asked him, Do you take Virago to be your wife? Edward swayed, putting his hand to his mouth, looking a little green. The priest took a step back. Han poked the prince's back with his finger, and Edward straightened. Answering, yes. The priest shook his head, looked at the princess, and asked her, Do you take Edward to be your husband? She glanced at the pale man, pouted, and then whined, Yes. Virago turned and cried on Flaxen's shoulder. Why? Why? Her father stood, but Lord Caliber convinced the king to retake his seat. There. Flaxen spoke as she stroked the princess' hair. It shall be over soon. The priest rubbed his temple, irritated by the high-pitched shrill, and then he said, Then in the sight of the Creator, you are now husband and wife. He slammed his book shut and said, You may now kiss her. Pluck gasped inwardly. The princess couldn't have her kiss. Pluck feared moving as she felt herself pale. She hadn't thought kissing would be involved in this ceremony, and after all this time, this blubbering woman was going to receive her redemption. Edward hesitated, stunned and still ill. Lift her shroud, Han instructed. Edward did and smiled, seeing Virago wasn't a hag like he envisioned. His green coloring faded as he looked over her milky skin, blue eyes, long ebony hair, and a face of an angel. The priest cleared his throat and motioned for the prince to proceed. Edward leaned to her and then, still afflicted by nerves, kissed her on the cheek. Pluck sighed. There was still a chance for her to receive her redemption. Virago and Edward stared at one another, neither sure what to say, and then as quickly as they were married, the couple along with their escort were ushered out of the cathedral. Virago to her carriage, and Edward to his horse. Both traveled to the port, and the princess boarded the Dark Monarch, and the prince the Breakneck, And soon with the Sea Sprite and Water Swift, the 4 vessels sailed toward the Isle of Kismet. Chapter 9. Coblet's Route. "My lord," Captain Brine uttered as he looked up from his desk and stood. "You and your men please enter." He motioned to chairs, noticing the prince looked piqued. Edward, Han, Arter, and Melee sat, and then Brine spoke. "As your spies have reported, Sweldom and Hort have a sun cycle on us. There's only one course we can take to beat them." Brine paused, not sure to even mention it, then pointed to the map on his desk, and stated, "Coblet's Route. The way no man has ever returned from," Arter exclaimed as he shuddered. "There must be another." "None," Brine replied as he looked at the prince. "My men are wary of going this route, but we shall sail it if it's your desire. As you said, Captain, there is no other way. We shall take Coblet's Route. Signal the Water Swift, Dark Monarch, and Sea Sprite to follow," Edward ordered and then stood, swaying with the ship and held his stomach still a little queasy. "I shall be in my cabin." "Aye," Brine said and then stared at the map as the others left. Drawings of sea monsters littered the area around Coblet's Route. He shook his head and mumbled, "Creator, help us." Clear skies abounded as they set on their journey, and the first 2 sun cycles were uneventful. Edward took the opportunity to rest and get over the horrible wedding experience. Everyone aboard seemed to enjoy the serenity, but all feared it wouldn't last. The 3rd sun cycle during the latter part of the high sun. Clouds scattered the blue sky. Below deck, Pluck slept in her bunk soundly for the first time. She started to dream of a land where she would be accepted, and it was a place that hadn't seen war for hundreds of seasons. Pluck was drawn to this new place, but the dream faded as her body tingled as if it was asleep. A sense of urgency woke her, and she sat up in a panic. Something wasn't right, so Pluck jumped to the floor, wrapped her tail around her waist, grabbed her cloak, threw it on, and clasped it. The tingling persisted, warning of danger, but didn't hinder her movement. Pluck pulled on her hood, put on her gloves and boots, grabbed the lux, strapped it to her back, and rushed on deck. It was like magic electrified the air. A seafoam green mist crept over the ships like a looming specter and thickened to fog. Pluck could barely see 5 steps past the bow as she pulled her cloak close in the cold air. Did the others feel this charge of energy? She walked up to the bridge and their captain Brine had the wheel as Han and Arter stood next to him. The captain was talking. "We've entered the barrier that surrounds Coblet's Route. From here, we sail uncharted seas," Brine said, then turned to his first mate and ordered, "Have them trim the sails. Have 2 sailors stand at the bow to watch for rocks and shoals. Also, if the lanterns will pierce this eerie mist, signal the other ships to do the same." "Aye, Captain." The ships traveled unpressed by the current as an eerie stillness abounded. Neither wind nor waves broke the silence, and without the sun or stars, no one knew how much time elapsed or what direction they sailed. All they knew was the fog. "I don't like this," Brine spoke as he gripped the wheel. "We've journeyed through this demon vapor far too long. I fear we're off course." "Arter, go wake the prince," Han commanded. "There's no telling how long we'll have to travel before we break through." "It could be endless," Brine said as he shivered in the nippy sea air. "If we can't tell what direction we're going, we'll venture the way all mariners have who dared trek this route. There must be some way through." Pluck spoke as she felt the captain's alarm. She heard sailors talk of those lost at sea and didn't wish to meet their fate. Nor did she desire to encounter the monsters told in their tales, and as she recounted those myths, the fur on the back of her neck rose. "By fletching," Pluck uttered after she heard an eerie sound in the distance, and she said, "Listen." She lifted her finger to her lips. All but her grim expression was shadowed by her hood. She warned them, "I hear something." Han and Brine strained to listen, and soon they also heard the roar of wind. "What is it?" Han asked. "I don't know," Brine replied. "It could be anything." He imagined the worst and then said, "It sounds like it's nearing us." "Wake the ship," he ordered. "There must be a way to pierce this fog so we can see what monstrosity approaches," Pluck stated, and then a gush of heat warmed her back in the chill. It wasn't a tingling premonition like before. No, this sensation was completely different. It was more physical than metaphysical. "Your sword glows," Han uttered as he pointed at her weapon as it pulsed. Each time the lux glowed, he saw the blade through the scabbard down to the ancient writings engraved in its steel. She reached up and unsheathed the sword, and it rumbled as the lightning white blade lit up the ship, casting shadows across their faces. "Witchcraft," Brine uttered. "Why does the weapon burn?" "I don't know," Pluck answered as she examined the blade, felt an urge to lift it, and did so. Azure lightning shot from the blade, igniting the seafoam green fog, and the vapor parted, forming a corridor as sunlight broke through. A gust hit Brian's back, and he ordered full sails. The sailors scurried to work, letting the canvases fall to harness the wind's power. The fog lessened to mist and revealed the other ships, and together they traveled the corridor and cleared the barrier. As the last of the 4 ships cleared, the whole fog barrier disappeared like it never existed. Clear seas surrounded them, and ahead they saw land. The first mate came on the bridge. "Take the wheel," Brian ordered, and then he removed his telescope. "Does anyone hear that monstrous sound we heard earlier?" Hand shook his head, as did Pluck. "Perhaps it vanished with the barrier," Hand suggested. "Have we arrived at the Isle of Kismet?" Edward asked as Arter and Melee walked up the steps. "Don't know. I wouldn't think we would be there yet," Brian replied as he handed the telescope to the commander. Hand took the instrument, peered into the eyepiece, and said, "I can't tell you any different, my lord. We should anchor in the bay and give the captain enough time to get our bearings with the sextant." He turned to Brian and questioned him. "What do you think? Is this agreeable?" Brian started. "I think a spout," a sailor in the crow's nest shouted. Brian held up his hand, shaded his eyes from the sun, and looked at the sailor. The man pointed off their port. "What does he mean, a spout?" Edward asked. "He means a waterspout," Brian told him as he searched the seas. "It's an ocean-bound tornado." He spotted the cyclone and exclaimed, "It's coming right for us." "Another one," a sailor at the bow shouted. "By Fletching," Arter uttered. "How can this be? There's no storm." "Krell," Brian yelled as he took the wheel. "More witchcraft." The sea churned as the spouts neared. Brian looked at the Northern High Guard and asked, "Anything in your magic sword to combat these?" Pluck stared at the lux, which had long since stopped glowing, and she replied, "I don't know. What good is the weapon if you can't harness its power?" Brian questioned as he turned the wheel sharply, trying desperately to avoid the spouts. "Sorcery." He turned to Han and demanded, "Order him to wield his sword. We can't avoid these things. It's like they're tracking us." Han didn't look at Pluck as he stated, "I have confidence she shall do what she can." Arter glanced over the Northern High Guard. Did Han speak of the sword? Arter turned his attention back to the whirling menaces. Pluck lifted the lux, but the blade remained dormant, so she shook the sword as if to wake it. The closest spout slammed into the water swift. They heard sailors and high guards shouting as they ran from the whirlwind. Even the horses, who were trapped below, screamed for the terror rocking the ship. Pieces of the vessel and men were sucked up into the vortex. The water swift tossed and turned as it wrestled with the funnel. The great wind beast prevailed and broke the ship into large pieces, and the spout continued unhindered by its fight with the water swift. The funnel headed for the sea sprite as the second spout hit breakneck. Their ship. The vortex stripped planks from the bow like they were paper and sent them flying. Men jumped into the sea to avoid the wind monster. The spout wrestled with the breakneck and forced it to ram into the dark monarch. The force cut a large gash down the side of the breakneck. In desperation, Pluck lifted her sword and shouted, "Stop!" The spout tore through the middle of the ship as it made its way toward them. Pluck's hood flew back, but no one saw her as they shielded their faces. She barely kept her eyes open in the torrent. "Stop!" she screamed, but the sword remained lifeless. Pluck felt herself being pulled toward the vortex and grabbed the railing of the bridge, as did the others. Her fiery crimson mane whipped about as she covered her eyes with her sword arm before the spout swallowed them. Chapter 10. Wellspring. Waves rolled in and washed over a white sandy beach as the sun descended, nearing the western horizon, and cast a tangerine glow over the blue-green waters. A jungle lay beyond the beach, bellowing with animals as a small creature emerged from the vegetation. He was a trife. The rat-faced creature stood 3 hands in height, and short brown hair covered his head and continued down his back like an arrow. Long cream fur covered his monkey body, and his long hairless rat tail twitched with excitement. He wore a blue vest and had a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. His large dark brown eyes scanned the beach and noticed wreckage scattered along the shore. The trife searched the jungle to see if he was followed, turned his attention back to the beach littered with possible treasure, sniffed the wind for any other danger, and slunk to a piece of wood. The trife turned the broken plank over and found nothing of value when a glint in the distance from a large mass caught his eye. He ran to it, ready to scurry into the jungle at the slightest hint of trouble. The trife found a large creature face down in the sand. It was large compared to his standards. Quip, what the others of his kind called him, circled the stranger. She was furry like him but beige and cat-like. He had seen creatures similar to her on his journeys to the great city Shangra. Quip stroked her fiery crimson mane. "Soft," he muttered, and proceeded to search for the glint he'd seen. "What this?" The stranger gripped a sword, and Quip rubbed his 4-clawed hands together as he mumbled to himself, "Weapon. Bring good price." He hurried to the sword and tried to pull it from her grasp, and then he said, "Won't budge." He noticed the ancient engravings on its blade and knew it was magic and very valuable. He had to have it. The stranger stirred and rolled over on her back, knocking Quip on his tail. She woke. He had to hide. Quip scurried for the jungle, forgetting his sack. Pluck blinked in the light of the setting sun, sat up, and coughed. The ocean stretched before her, and the smell of the salty beach filled her nostrils. Where? She started as she scanned the beach. No one's here. She stood, grabbed her head, and moaned. Oh, Pluck felt a bruise on her forehead. The last thing she remembered was the waterspout. Pluck searched the sea and spotted the tops of 5 masts sticking out of the water like bony fingers reaching for the sky. It was one of the ships, but which one? She wiped sand from the lucks and sheathed the sword. Pluck started down the beach when she kicked something soft and noticed it was a sack. She picked it up and noticed the small bag wasn't wet and wondered who it belonged to. She noticed tiny footprints that were smaller than a child's around her. Pluck took the sack, followed the tracks to the edge of the jungle, and searched the vegetation, but found no one. Many different scents filled the air. She decided she didn't have time to look and that she had to find Edward, Han, and the others. Pluck turned to leave when a creature pounced on the sack she carried. Mine. Quip screeched. Can't have. Mine. Startled by something leaping at her, Pluck threw the sack along with the rat monkey toward the beach, drew her sword, and approached it. Pluck wasn't sure what frightened her more, the creature's strange appearance or that it talked. She pointed her blade at it and demanded, Who? What are you? Don't hurt me, Quip, he said as he raised his hairy arms. Don't mean harm. Pluck didn't feel threatened by the small creature and lowered her sword. She didn't sheathe the lucks on the chance her instincts were wrong as she commented, I've never seen anything like you. Quip, trife. They're many trifes, he told her as he lowered his arms and pointed at her. Where from? I'm from the Fletching Kingdom, Pluck replied as she stared at the strange-looking rat monkey. She wondered if he was cursed like herself, and then she asked, I need to find the others. Have you seen them? Others? Quip questioned as he didn't understand. Yes, beings like me, she said as she pointed to herself. Pluck considered that maybe he wasn't cursed. Maybe he was what he was. Oh, like you? Me seen thousands, he told her as he pointed inland. Live in Shangra. She ran her hand through her damp sandy mane and remembered her face wasn't hidden, and not only that, but the tip of her tail dangled below the cloak. Quip had seen her and said there were others like her. Pluck restated, the ones I'm looking for are different than I. She pulled her hood on, ashamed of her appearance, and hid her tail. They have no fur on their faces or bodies. Oh, Quip said as he stroked his long chin hair. Me not seen. I have to find them. Maybe. She started as she looked over the trife, trying to read his character. Can you help me find them? Help. Quip exclaimed and then laughed at the notion. What me get? She checked her belt, found her wet money pouch, and opened it, finding 50 kroons. A kroon was a small silver coin with a turtle engraved on it. She knelt, held up a kroon, and told him, I'll give you this if you help me. 3. Quip said as he held up his claws, signifying the number. Me help sun cycle. 2 kroons. Pluck countered. And the sun cycle will be from sunset to sunset. There are many to find. Quip scratched his chin, then told her, Feed me, it deal. Food. She didn't even have a jewel apple, so Pluck answered, You can eat half of what I have. Agreed, the trife said as he spat on his paw and offered it to her. She made a face, then took his paw and shook it. Pay, he insisted. She told him, when the job is over or the sun cycle. Not till then. Kappa. Quip cursed. Fine. We need a plan of action. You're native. Pluck interrupted herself as she wondered where she was. What kind of land would have a talking creature? Was there magic there? She sheathed the lucks and asked, What's the name of this place? Maypa of West Region, Quip replied as he stared at the sword, sad he wouldn't have the wealth it would have brought him. West Region? West Region of what? Quip tilted his head curiously as he questioned. Not know. Wellspring. Wellspring. We're not on the Isle of Kismet, she uttered as she looked over the sea, which seemed vast now. Then we are lost. She paused and considered their situation, and then she told herself, There'll be time to worry about that later. I must find the others. She pointed along the white sandy beach lapped by blue-green water and ordered, Quip, you go south, and I'll go north. If you find someone or when the sun rises, come back to this point. Pluck piled planks from the wreckage in an X the size of a man up beyond the tide line. Quip nodded and scurried along the beach as Pluck hurried north, and along the way she noticed hoof prints. The horses. Some must have survived. Pluck started up the beach, fearful she would find neither man nor animal alive. She had better find the steeds, so she tracked them into the jungle, found 3 near a small stream, and checked them over, finding minor injuries. Pluck grabbed their reins and led them to the beach. It was standard procedure to leave halters and saddles on horses when traveling by ship. The sun set and darkened the area with twilight as more strange animal sounds blared from the jungle and made the horses nervous. She traveled for more than an hour and found no one but another horse. The steed was dead, drowned. The sky ever darkened as her feline eyes quickly adjusted to the night. The others weren't as fortunate to have her sight, but she glanced up, seeing both new moons rising in the black sky. Or the greater an array, the lesser would give them light. Pluck hoped they searched the beach and didn't venture into the jungle. She stopped as her keen senses picked up a familiar scent on the breeze. Fire. Someone could be near. She ran along the shore with the horses trotting behind. A roaring flame appeared ahead, and many men stood around it. Pluck stopped abruptly, shocked by what she saw. All the men had removed their outer clothing and were standing in their sureds, underwear cut above the knee. They wore their sword frogs over their sureds while their wet clothing laid on rocks around the fire. Embarrassed by the sight of their near nakedness, she turned and shaded her eyes. "Halt!" One of them shouted as most of the men went for their swords, and the archers knocked their arrows. "Identify yourself." It was too late to leave, so she declared, "I am Pluck, the Northern High Guard." Pluck, Hand shouted, glanced down at himself, went and stood behind the others, and then ordered, "Come." She entered the ring of light, and there she diverted her eyes from their near nakedness once again. Curiosity got the better of her, and she glanced around at their faces, seeing Han, Edward, Arter, Fracas, Melee, Captain Brine. A few sailors, and more than 6 high guards stared at her. Bulwark was there, also holding the glass container with the mystic rose whose petals were pink. The commander pulled on his pants and motioned for one of the soldiers to step forward. A high guard came, took the 3 horses from her, tied them to a tree near other horses they'd found, and removed their saddles and blankets. "You survived," Han uttered as he hugged her and stepped back. "Have you seen any of the others?" "That was most odd," Arter considered. The commander greeted Pluck like a son. Did the Northern High Guard find favor with Han? Arter sneered as he feared his right to succeed the commander might be challenged, and with Han's support, Pluck might succeed. "No one," she answered Han and turned her gaze to the fire. "Did all the ships sink?" "We know 3 did," Arter answered, stepping closer to them as the flickering fire cast a shadow beside the scar under his right eye. "We have found no signs of the Dark Monarch." Pluck glanced at Han's second and noticed Arter had a large scar across his chest and a small one on his calf. Pluck turned her gaze from him, realizing he noticed her stare. Arter sneered again. Did the Northern High Guard suspect his fears? Did Pluck plot as he did to ensure the commander position? The Northern High Guard hid something. What could it be? Arter had to know. It could be the one thing that secured his advance. He made a fist and swore to himself he would find out no matter the price. "The Dark Monarch is Princess Virago's ship," Edward said as he paced. "We must find her. If we do not, it shall be meaningless that we made it to Kismet." Pluck turned at hearing the prince's voice and blushed, seeing him in his surat. His gold medallion reflected the fire's light as she looked at the ground, ashamed she saw her prince like this. Pluck spoke. "I don't think we're on Kismet." "What do you mean?" Edward questioned. "I ran into one of the natives," Pluck replied as she stared at the fire, though her curiosity of the male physique tempted her. "He said this place is called Wellspring." "Where's this native now?" Arter asked. "I had him go south along the beach looking for any survivors. He's to return to a place I marked at sunrise, or if he finds anyone," Pluck answered. And then she heard movement and told everyone. "Many approach us." She reached up, drew the lux, and moved to the front of those gathered as she shouted, "Identify yourselves." "It is I, Vim, second in command of the Sentinels. I have with me 24 of my men," he answered as his voice sounded labored like he was carrying something. 3 are injured." Pluck saw that they were Morgog Royal Army but knew the others couldn't, so she told them, "Come into the light." Vim and his men did. "What ship are you from?" Han asked. "Sea Sprite," Vim answered. "We believe we are all who survived." "Then no one knows if Virago is well," Edward stated as he couldn't stand not knowing, for the Emperor's crown depended on both he and the princess arriving at Kismet. If Virago was dead, this whole trip was for nothing. It was a complete waste of his time. Vim replied, "I don't know. I cannot wait any longer. I must see if she is alive," Edward said as he grabbed his white cotton pants and blue silk shirt that were still a little wet and put them on. "We shall take torches and go look for her." Han put on his white shirt and red cape and then ordered, "Arter, you, Melee, Pluck, and Fracas come with us." "Yes, Commander," the men replied and started dressing. Han turned to the others and commanded them, "The rest of you stay here and wait for those who might find this fire." "I shall go with you," Vim insisted. "Of course," Han said, knowing he would demand the same if he was the Morgog second. Vim, who was tall as Fracas the archer, turned to his men and ordered them, "Stay here, tend to the wounded, and dry by the fire." He removed his waterlogged black leather armor and undershirt and set them on the rocks, but left on his wet pants and boots. Vim's long black hair was pulled back in a single braid as was customary for sentinels. He added, "Group here. I shall go with these men to look for our princess. Lord Caliber and Avarice, our commander. Yes, sir, they replied, setting down their wounded. After dressing, Ardor went and stood by the Northern High Guard and noticed a sweet musky scent surrounded Pluck. The Northern High Guard smelled like a wet cat. He cleared his throat and said, "Commander, perhaps Pluck should stay and dry himself. We do not want him to catch a cold." She told him, "I'm fine." Pluck looked at Han. Surely he knew she couldn't stay here, for she couldn't undress in front of the men. "Pluck shall come," Han commanded. "Then let us leave," Edward insisted. "Can we take a few of the horses?" "I would not, my lord," Han said as he went over and patted one on the neck. "What few survived need their rest after their ordeal." "Then let us set out on foot," Edward ordered as he grabbed a torch from a supply crate that washed ashore and held it over the fire until it dried enough to catch flame. Ardor, Han, Vim, and Melee also lit torches. The prince led the group into the night along the shore as he said, "Quickly now. Keep with me." They ran, matching his frantic pace as the moons gave plenty of light to the beach. The group heard the sea lap at the sand and felt it rush under their feet and splash their legs. Along the way, they found 4 dead sailors and 2 high guards. Ardor couldn't believe they dishonored their dead by abandoning their bodies. They should have done more than drag their bodies up the beach so the sea didn't reclaim them. He clasped the black elk insignia on his red cape. Did this symbol mean nothing to them? Should they not honor their brothers? Han sensed his concerns and told his second, "We'll be back for them. They'll receive a burial befitting a high guard." The commander stopped so he could face his second and told him, "First, we must make sure our future queen is safe." Ardor glanced at his prince, who was now a great distance ahead of them, and stated, "I understand." "Good, let us make haste and catch up to our lord," Han said. And then he jogged ahead. Ardor followed. The commander had great wisdom. If only he could lead with such when it was his turn. He glanced at Pluck, knowing there was something not right with the Northern High Guard. What was his secret? Within an hour, they arrived at Pluck's marker and found several men. A few were crouched, trying to start a fire with their flint from their high guard belt, and then 2 men approached them. Edward and Han lifted their torches and saw Sinew and Perry standing there shivering before them. "My lord, commander, are both of you well?" Perry stuttered. Melee walked over with his torch and ignited the light wood, and slowly the men added more wood until a fire roared. "Yes, we are searching for Princess Virago. Have you seen her?" Edward asked. "No, my lord," Sinew replied. "We have seen no one else except the odd little creature who told us to meet here. He said Pluck instructed him to do so." "I did," she said as she stepped forward. "Where's Quip now?" "Me here," the Trife replied as he scurried in from the darkness and warmed his paws by the fire. "By fletching," Ardor uttered. "What the frags?" Vim drew his sword and spat. "The fires of Morgog. We should kill this vile thing." "No," Pluck yelled as she stepped between them. "He's helping us. He's a friend." "Me, friend," Quip insisted as he hid behind her cloak like a frightened child. "There can be only sorcery involved," Vim exclaimed, and then he insisted, "It must be destroyed." "Stow your weapon, Morgog," Han demanded. "If Pluck says the creature is a friend, then it is." Krell. Vim cursed as he sneered and sheathed his sword. Morgogs are not quick to make such judgments of loyalty. A word is nothing, only action. "I shall keep my eye on this creature." Quip gulped and muttered, "Me afraid." "I would stay out of Vim's way if I were you." Pluck spoke as she knelt to the Trife. "Were you able to find anyone else?" "Ship," Quip answered as he pointed into the darkness. "Where?" Edward demanded. "Cove," Quip replied. "Far. Take us there," Edward commanded. "Yes," Vim agreed. "We must go now." "Me take," Quip said as he headed into the darkness. "Follow." The group headed off. Han turned to Sinew and Perry and commanded them, "Stay here. Warm yourselves. We shall return." The group followed the Trife along the shore. Several nows went by before they reached the cove, and there they saw a ship anchored. The first rays of the new sun's cycle peered over the jungle and revealed a rocky shore around the cove, and the jungle lay beyond the rocks. The water in the cove was indigo, unlike the blue-green water surrounding the island. The hilt of the Lux flashed twice. "What is this?" Vim demanded as he looked at the sword strapped to the Northern High Guard's back. "Does he carry a weapon of magic?" "There's nothing to fear, Sentinel," Han insisted. "Are you suspicious of everything?" "I am Morgog," he answered, tightening his jaw. "Have all of you gone mad?" Krell. "Only evil can come from dealing with such things." For once, Ardor agreed with a Morgog. No favorable end would come from Pluck's weapon. Han looked at the approaching rays as he said, "We can move faster in the light. Let's hurry." Pluck frowned as she considered too many feared magic. What would happen when they discovered she was cursed by it? "Let us move to the other side of the cove," Edward ordered as he started walking over the large rocks surrounding the area. "The shore this way is closest to the ship." Quip scurried after the prince. The Trife darted forward, stopped, scanned the area, and sniffed the wind. He did this several times, and within a quarter of an hour, They were nearly to the point closest to the Dark Monarch. Pluck scanned the indigo waters surrounding the ship and saw tiny sparkles shimmering in the light of the sun and dancing in its yellow radiance. She smiled, delighted by the beautiful sight, but her delight turned to bewilderment. Movement in the water splashed away the reflections, and she noticed many shadows swimming beneath the indigo surface. Hundreds of these dark shapes neared the princess ship. "There's something in the water," Pluck warned and hurried ahead. Quip looked at the cove and exclaimed, "Not good. Ship disturbed breed." He darted into the jungle as he yelled, "Hide." "What are they talking about?" Arter asked as he squinted but couldn't see anything at their distance. "Quickly," Han ordered. "If Pluck says there's something, then there is." How could Pluck see from this distance? Arter thought only animals had that ability. The group rushed for the Dark Monarch, and in the distance, they heard men cry out in alarm, and shouts of battle replaced the panic as the sentinels and sailors engaged an enemy. Many Morgog bowmen lined the sides of the ship, firing at objects in the air, and in the sea while those with swords and knives struck at things on deck. "Who do they fire upon?" Vim questioned as he squinted. "I see nothing." "I don't know," Han replied as he drew his sword. "But we shall give them a hand. They're fighting creatures that fly out of the water," Pluck answered. Maybe Quip is right. Maybe the Dark Monarch disturbed these creatures' brood. Hundreds of breed darted out of the dark blue murk like arrows. Their heavily armored bodies were scaled and colored like beryl, and their long eel forms whipped through the air as they spread their spiked fins. The armor fish sliced by the sailors and sentinels. Men cried out, cut by the knife like spikes, and after their attacks, the breed glided over the top of the ship, darted down for a second wave, and returned to the water. The Morgog bowmen fired, striking many of the water fiends, but their arrows couldn't penetrate the creature's scaled armor. The breed's relentless attacks continued like an angry swarm of swamp wasp. Princess Virago stayed safely below, listening to her people battle the horrendous creatures. "Why do these fiends attack us?" she questioned Lord Caliber. "I want them to stop." "Make them stop?" "I do not know, my lady," he answered, gripping his wolf head staff. "Perhaps a wielder of magic raised this unholy army to prevent us from completing the amalgamation." "How can we fight such sorcery?" Virago asked as she clenched Lady Flaxen's dress. "I do not know," Lord Caliber replied as he paced her cabin. "Can we not leave this cove?" Flaxen asked. "I heard the Dark Monarch's captain tell Avarice the ship takes on water. The continuous bailing is all that keeps her afloat," Lord Caliber answered as he glanced out the window as a breed slammed into the wall, sending the advisor scrambling for safety. The translucent aqua armor fish looked through the window with its large white oval eye. Lord Caliber ran over to the glass and muttered a few words at the creature. It flew off, and he closed the shutters. Something must be done about these fiends. "Where is the commander of my sentinels?" Virago questioned, now safely behind Flaxen. "Avarice is where he should be, my lady," Lord Caliber replied as he crept back to the door, listening to the commotion above. "He is on deck commanding his men. Only he can save us." Chapter 11. The Breed. On the Dark Monarch's deck. Bowman. Avarice shouted as he raised his two-handed flamberge sword, shouting over the turmoil. His long gray-black hair was tied back in a braid and his sideburns came to a point at his jaw. "Use flaming arrows. Surely the fires of Morgog shall vanquish these beasts." Sentinel foot soldiers retrieved small barrels of oil from the hold. Monks collected the fuel from the pools feeding the capital's most sacred place. The foot soldiers set them beside the bowmen, opened the containers, and then torches were lit and handed out. The bowmen dipped their special arrows in the oil, lit them, and fired upon the breed. The armor fish squealed in agony when hit by the flames as oil and fire spread over their scaled bodies. A few dove into the cove, and steam hissed as they hit, but many of the breed burst into ash, and the wind scattered their remains. "Knock arrows," Avarice ordered as his pale blue eyes searched the water. "Fire." The second wave caused the breed to retreat to their liquid home. Over 50 of them had been destroyed. Vim, Han, and the others arrived on the beach opposite the Dark Monarch. "The beasts have retreated," Vim said as he searched the indigo waters. "At least for now. Perhaps it would be better if the Dark Monarch anchored elsewhere," Han stated as he looked at the prince. "Agreed," Edward said as he scanned the ship, but he didn't see the princess. "I shall speak with Virago." Aboard the Dark Monarch. "Is it over?" Lord Caliber questioned as he crept on deck. "Are the creatures gone?" "Yes, my lord," Avarice replied as he looked over his scratched and tattered men. "For the most part, the beasts were no more than a painful nuisance. We lost no one. The cuts shall heal with time." "Cuts?" Lord Caliber questioned as he glanced around the ship. "Ah yes, the men. So then we are safe." Virago stepped on deck with Lady Flaxen. "My princess, you shouldn't be here. The fiends could attack again." Avarice spoke as his war-hardened face wrinkled with concern. "If something should happen to you, our hope for the amalgamation, "Thank you for your concern, Commander, but the ship is filling with water, and I wish to depart. Have your men follow us to shore. The captain and sailors can deal with the Dark Monarch. There are many supplies in my presence that need to be unloaded." At once, Avarice said and started preparations. Sailors lowered several longboats to the water and rowed them to shore, and after many trips, Dark Monarch sentinels were on the beach along with half the ship's sailors. "Princess," Avarice spoke as he bowed with vim and 4 foot soldiers. "All my men aboard the Dark Monarch are accounted for. The captain and a few sailors remain on the ship to salvage what they can before she sinks." He motioned to Vim and then said, "My second informs me that the Sea Sprite sank. He does not know how many survived, save the men he left with the High Guards." Edward approached with Han, Ardor, and Melee, and the prince told them, "We lost both of our ships to the spouts." Avarice glared at the High Guards and exclaimed, "Arrogant mongrels. Bow before your princess when you enter her presence." Han looked at the prince, and Edward nodded. The 3 High Guards bowed to her. "My apologies, princess. My men are not used to having such a beautiful woman in their presence," Han said. Virago smiled. "What do we do now?" Lord Caliber asked as he walked to the group, stomping his staff across the sand. "We should set up camp," Han suggested. Avarice sneered and hid his dislike for the Fletching commander as he said, "I concur." He looked around the cove and the jungle, and then he added, "We should find a place that is defendable." Pluck approached and stated, "Han, we found a cave, but it isn't very large." "A cave," Virago said as she made a face. "I do not think I would want to stay in a dark, dank place." Pluck continued, "We also came across a large clearing with 2 hills. I recommend this spot." "It sounds like an ideal place to defend," Avarice commented. "Then let us set up camp before night is upon us," the prince ordered. Morgog and Fletching worked together to set up camp. Most of the supplies used were salvaged from the Dark Monarch, but a few crates and items from the other ships were found along the shore. Virago and Lord Caliber's rectangular tents were set up, one on each hilltop. The princess made Lord Caliber give his tent to Edward, so the lord bunked with Avarice. The large rectangular tents had 3 sections. The first had a parlor with chairs, couches, and tables. The second housed clothing chests, and was used for changing, and the third held the bed. A flap divided each section. Avarice set up his round tent at the bottom of the hill on the east side as sentinels, and Morgog sailors made camp around him. Han, borrowing a Morgog round tent, set his up on the west side as High Guards, and Fletching sailors set up around him. Many shared housing to compensate for the supplies lost at sea. Out of the 200 High Guards and 38 Fletching sailors, 32 High Guards and 11 sailors were missing or found dead. The Morgogs fared better. Out of 200 sentinels and 40 sailors, 21 sentinels and 9 sailors were missing or found dead. Most of the horses were found alive, and only 3 had to be put down for their injuries. The group had little food, and most of their water was contaminated by the sea except what was on the Dark Monarch. Night came and torches were lit as sentries walked the perimeter of the hills. A new sun cycle came as Avarice, Vim, and Lord Caliber made their way to the prince's tent. Outside, Melee and Bulwark stood guard. The 3 Morgogs entered and found Han, Ardor, and Edward looking over a map. "The map does us no good," Ardor said. "It does not tell us where we are or how to reach Kismet. We have wasted enough time." "I agree," Avarice spoke up. "We sailed Coblet's route to catch up on the other kingdoms. We have only lost time." Lord Caliber walked to the table the map laid on and spoke. "That is apparent to all of us, Commander, but how do we leave Wellspring? The Dark Monarch is not seaworthy, nor do we have the supplies to repair her. Perhaps we should find a city or a port and get what supplies we need, or even buy a ship," Han suggested as he glanced around. "Has anyone seen the Trife? He could assist us." "The Trife?" Avarice questioned. Vim leaned to his commander and told him, "It's a creature that assisted us in finding you. It is a talking beast." "Is it a Necrom?" Lord Caliber asked. "No," Vim replied as he shook his head, and the black braid lying over his right shoulder moved. He leveled his hand near his leg as he explained, "It is smaller like a dog but walks upright." Pluck and Quip went to the beach to search for survivors, Ardor answered. "They said they would return this morning." Han's brow wrinkled with thought, and then he said, "Perhaps we should busy our men with finding water and food, and then when the Trife returns, we can have him make a map of this area. He may even know of a city. Can we trust this creature?" Avarice asked. "Necrom or not, a beast that talks can only mean magic." Han answered, "Vim told me a word is nothing to Morgog's only actions. The Trife has proven he can help and has done nothing to revoke my trust." "Your trust, perhaps," Avarice stated. "Fine, but I am leery of any beast that talks. As the Necroms proved to our forefathers," Lord Caliber added, "talking beasts cannot be trusted." Avarice looked at Vim and the Lord, and then he told them, "Come, there is much to do." Arter went to the entrance and waited for the Morgogs to enter their camp. And then he said, "Commander." He turned, walking to Han, and then he spoke. "I've never heard you talk so." "So?" Without command, Edward said. Han nodded as he stated, "There is a lesson here, my second. Our alliance is a delicate one, so there shall be many power struggles. It is best to walk lightly. You believe Avarice might challenge Edward, or you?" He answered, "The Morgog commander would never challenge Edward. But me." Han paused and then said, "Avarice might be thinking ahead. How many commanders can there be? What shall become of our armies? It is best for now not to let him think I'm threatening him." Chapter 12. Dreadgons. Pluck and Quip returned, having found several more men. Soldiers, Fletching and Morgog alike, set about their daily chores. Some stoked the fires while others gathered wood. Large cast iron pots were placed over flames to boil water for sable coffee, a very black liquid served straight, and chip tea. It was made from a brownish-red bitter root sweetened with forest bees' honey. Supplies were divided as Fletching archers and Morgog bowmen checked their equipment, made new arrows, and repaired old. Many high guards and sentinel cavalry sat, sharpening their swords. Trackers set out, scouting the area and led parties to hunt game. Sailors searched for springs and gathered fruits and nuts while the princess and Lady Flaxen slept through the morning. Before midday, the Fletching Circle and Quip met with the Morgog command. "I say we send a party to this great city, the Trife," Quip interrupted Vim, correcting him. The Morgog second growled, and the rat monkey said no more and returned to his drawing. "As I was saying, we should send a party to this great city the Trife speaks of," Vim said as he leaned on the table and looked at the map Quip drew of Maypaw. He didn't like dealing with the small creature. It reminded him too much of what Necroms supposedly looked like. "Surely they shall have ships we can hire to sail us to Kismet. We are too few." "We shouldn't send a group," Arter insisted. "Let us move as a whole and send scouts ahead of us, and that should save time." "There. Me done," Quip stated as he stood on the sketch and examined his creation. "Good map." He pointed with the quill, which was nearly half his size, and told them, "Shangri beyond Echo Marsh. Take riding animals 3 sun cycles, but travel through land of mud people. Me travel long way around. Mud people no like visitors. What other options are there than going to this city?" Edward questioned as he scanned the map. The gold medallion of a charging black elk dangled from his neck. Lord Caliber scanned the prince's hands, looking for markings, and then he turned to the Morgog commander and shook his head. Avarice frowned and turned his attention to Edward's question and stated, "Other options." The Morgog commander and Han glanced at each other and shrugged. "None that we can come up with, my lord." Han spoke as he studied the callow jungle. "Quip, what dangers might we face while trekking this land besides these mud people you spoke of?" "Dangers?" he questioned as he scratched his rat nose. "Yes, are there other creatures like the breed that we might face? Even though we are running out of time, I would prefer a safe route." "Many," the Trife replied as he shuddered. "Me avoid. Me not like conflict. Avoidance is best," Han said. "Can you draw us the best course to the great city Shangra?" Quip nodded and went to work. Sinew rushed and his sweat ran down the tracker's bald head, and then he uttered as his pale face shone of terror, "Commander, quickly outside." Everyone hurried out. "What is it?" Arter demanded. "There," Sinew shouted as he pointed. The camp was up in arms, looking down at the jungle where the tracker motioned. In the distance, trees swayed and cracked, toppling to the ground as a tidal wave of leaves and branches headed for the camp. The ground trembled as a great weight stomped across the land, and the wave of trees continued their way. Han turned to Sinew and uttered, "By Fletching, what manner of creature is approaching us?" The tracker told him, "I don't know. A man from my hunting party came, screaming to us about monsters. When the ground shook, I told the men to run." He pleaded with his hands as he said, "Please forgive me. I wasn't thinking. I led the creatures here." "Creatures?" Han spoke as he turned to Avarice. "Let us ready the archers and bowmen so they may attack whatever emerges from the jungle if these things are hostile." He faced his men and ordered them. "Melee and Pluck take Edward, go retrieve the princess, and take them to a more protective area." He looked down for the Trife and spoke. "Quip, me no place," he said as he turned to Pluck. "Hurry, me don't like what comes." Quip muttered, "Very big, very bad." "I shall join you," Lord Caliber spoke as he followed Edward. Pluck stared at the unknown menace as part of her wish to stay and face this enemy. Reluctantly, she obeyed Han and followed Edward and Melee, but she paused once more as the ground shook. She was apprehensive and felt like she needed to stay. Something was going to happen that would shape the future. Dread gripped her heart as she feared it wouldn't be for the good. Pluck watched as archers and bowmen readied themselves, and she felt their terror and those in the camp. Whatever came, even the trees couldn't stop them. Pluck obeyed Han through her mounting fears and followed the prince. Han and his men mounted their horses and unsheathed their silver-handled rapiers. The sentinel cavalry mounted their horses and drew their flamberges as their foot soldiers readied their spears. The last tree fell just short of the clearing and shot leaves up in a whirlwind. The undergrowth settled and there was silence. No one dared move as a few restless horses neighed and stomped the dirt. A deep voice roared from the jungle, "Violators." The trees shook from the voice's bellow, and the voice like a mountain bear shouted, "We are Dreadgons, and we are infuriated. You violated our swamp and stole our food." The ground shook as the Dreadgon yelled, "We demand retribution." Swamp. Han looked at the Morgog commander and asked him, "Did any of your men report coming upon a swamp?" "Yes," Avarice replied as he kept his gaze to the jungle. "Some of my men found several birds nesting in the area and took their eggs." He steadied his anxious horse. Han said, "We should give them back. It is too late." For the first time, Avarice looked at the Fletching commander like he was something he'd wiped from his boot. And then he said, "My men already boiled and ate them." Ardor murmured to the commander, "Eggs? They didn't mention this before." He spoke, "They were hoarding them. Now we are about to pay for food we had no taste of." "Quiet," Han ordered as he stifled his own rage. "Now is not the time." He yelled, "We didn't know the eggs were yours. We are strangers here and had no knowledge anyone claimed the swamp. We wouldn't have taken them if we had known." Han looked over their combined forces and knew they couldn't afford a battle. So he asked, "What can we give you to compensate for what we took?" Quip returned, climbed a nearby tree for a better view, tilted his head, and listened to the Dreadgons discuss the matter. Only his sensitive rat ears could hear the conversation. "Gar, these violators stole what would have fed us this sun cycle, and the next two. What do they possess that could compensate?" "I don't know, Tusk. They possess work animals, but we don't eat flesh, and they are too small for us to ride." Gar reasoned, "If they stole the eggs, they probably don't have enough food to replace what they ate." The Dreadgon paused, and then he spoke. "They did say they are strangers here, and I don't recognize their kind. I see one option that will settle this." "I agree," Tusk interrupted before Gar finished. The other Dreadgons murmured their agreement. Gar cleared his throat and shouted, "You are wise, Outlander, but you possess nothing we want. Only blood will satisfy our dispute." Han glared at the Morgog commander as he yelled, "They are going to kill us for the eggs your men stole." Avarice snarled and nudged his steed forward, and then he spoke, "We shall see about that." Vim and the Morgog cavalry followed. Quip climbed down the tree and jumped on Han's horse. He tugged on the High Guard's red cape and then told him, "Dreadgon's no fight. Ask blood pledge. Promise you'll remain off land. Customary among jungle dwellers. An oath." Han repeated, and then he shouted, "Commander, wait." He kicked his horse and rode toward the other commander as he yelled, "Hold your men. Fast. You Fletching are mongrels." Avarice yelled as he whirled his steed around to face the Fletching commander. "How can you cower at a time like this?" he asked as he made a fist. "One sun cycle you Fletching shall taste." He stopped himself from finishing his sentence. "Commander," Vim spoke up, "perhaps we should hear what—" "Nonsense," Avarice scolded his second. "These things call for blood." He reined his horse to face the jungle as he shouted, "Blood they shall have." Avarice pointed his sword at the jungle and yelled, "Bowmen, fire." "No," Han shouted. "They don't want to fight." The Morgog bowmen released their steel-pointed fury into the vegetation. The Dreadgons roared, and 5 of them rushed out, removing arrows like they were nothing more than thorns. The large beasts, who were the size of huts, swung huge spiked clubs above their heads and charged up the slope. They were stout and wide as they were tall. Thick gray skin covered them, and dense black hair blanketed their huge forearms, bare feet, and hunchbacks. Their large ridged heads were a third of their size, and they had no necks. 3 sallow eyes set in a triangle and glared at the men as 2 yellow tusks curved out from their large square lips. Their noses were pig-like, and brown pants, that were held up by a wide buckled belt, covered their stout legs. The bowmen scattered as the lead Dreadgon slammed his spiked club on the ground, and dirt burst into the air. The Dreadgon leveled his weapon and pointed it across the camp as he declared, "Small foolish ones, now blood won't settle this dispute, only your deaths." He lifted his spiked weapon and stated, "I, Gar, proclaim this." He swung his club and clipped 3 bowmen in his path, and the men screamed as they were hurled across the camp. Another Dreadgon grabbed 2 Fletchings by their capes, whipped them in the air, and slammed them on the ground. The gray beast did this several times and left the men to choke on their own blood. Avarice quickly called his cavalry to retreat as a Dreadgon swung his club and missed a few archers, but smashed a supply tent. His attack took out several crates and barrels, spilling their contents to the dirt. I, Tusk, will smash you, a dreadgon shouted, whose tusks were much larger than the others. He stomped after the Morgog cavalry, grunting angrily. Hand shouted to his men, distract the beasts so our archers may flee. He scanned the camp and spotted Gar as he added, but do not attack. Hand shouted to his archers, cease fire. He headed his horse for the leader as he yelled, Gar. Hand galloped to the dreadgon and told him, I am their leader. This matter should be between you and me. A few of the fletching archers, who hadn't heard the orders, fired on the dreadgons. Most of their arrows bounced off their armor like hides, and the few that penetrated barely nicked them. The mounted high guards ran their horses around the great beasts, allowing their archers to flee. Gar grabbed a fletching sailor and raised his club to smash the head of the helpless man. He caught the sailor's scent and paused, sniffing over him with his slimy hognose. He glanced around the camp and sniffed the wind as a righteous anger overcame him. Gar dropped the sailor, and the terrified man scurried away. Hand neared Gar when another dreadgon stomped in front of the commander and spooked his horse. His steed reared as Hand tried to steady it, but the horse lost its balance. The steed fell back on top of Hand. Stop, Gar ordered, and the dreadgons did. Why stop? Tusk asked. We blamed all these creatures because they look alike. Bigotry. Gar spoke as he tucked his club into his wide belt, and then he said, It is now clear to me there are two different groups. He hurried to the fallen commander as he spoke. This one claims responsibility, and yet he doesn't have the scent of our eggs on him, only the ones in black do, and yet they are the ones fleeing. He grabbed the horse with both his large hands, lifted it off the commander, gently put it down, and the steed walked away only winded. This matter demands justice, but not at the cost of the innocent. Then it's a matter of fairness, Tusk spoke, and then he nodded his approval and snorted for the others to join them. They watched Gar try to help the commander who had fallen. Blood ran from Hand's mouth as Arter dismounted and rushed to his side. Stay back, he warned the dreadgon. Commander. Arter dared not move him, for blood stained his side. Your ribs. I know, there's nothing you can do, Hand told him as he gritted his teeth for the pain. We must settle this. He reached out his arm and told Arter, help me sit up. I think it best if you. He interrupted Arter, I think it best you do as I command. Hand squeezed his second's hand as he sat up. Gar. He coughed up blood, and then he spoke. We must satisfy this. I now understand your people were not at fault here, Gar said as he glanced around the battered camp and noticed Avarice. Are both of you the true leaders? Han winced, and then he replied as he struggled to breathe. No, but we are the protectors. Send for your leaders, Gar demanded. Han looked at Perry and ordered him. Have Quip show you where the prince and the princess are. Tell Edward they have been summoned. The blonde ox choked back tears, seeing his commander near death, and said, at once. He and Quip shortly returned with the prince and the princess. Edward stepped forward and declared, I am Prince Edward. Those with Gar were awed by the princess and Lady Flaxen. Look, fair ones, one of the dreadgons uttered as he pointed his club. They would satisfy us. Them, Gar repeated as he looked the females over, and then he questioned the other dreadgon. What do you want them for? They are too small to be our mates. They could cook and clean for us, another dreadgon answered. That would make up for the eggs we lost, and they are pretty. No, Edward declared, putting himself between the women and the gray beasts. You shall not have them. Yes, they would satisfy the debt, Tusk agreed. Gar looked at Han and then to Edward and told them, the dreadgons have spoken. They are what we want, but we can be fair since they're your only females. He glanced at Pluck and added, at least, one's like yourself. He looked over Virago and Flaxen and said, we'll take her. He pointed to the princess as he spoke, and we'll put it to a match. One of you versus me. If I, Gar, win, we take her. You win, we leave in peace. What? Virago screamed as she looked at Lord Caliber and Avarice for protection. No. No, no, you cannot do that. That is an outrage, Lord Caliber declared. Gar glared at the tall man with the long and black goatee and told him, that or we take her now. He looked at the sky and said, I, Gar, give you 1 now to find your champion and 10 to your wounded. And then the match will begin. He motioned to the dreadgons. They headed into the jungle, and the ground shook as they left. Quickly, Arter shouted to Sinew and Fracas, help me with the commander. Chapter 13. The beast revealed. Sinew, Fracas, and Perry helped carry Han to his tent and laid him on his cot. Edward, Melee, and Pluck followed behind. Many high guards gathered to see their fallen commander. Virago stomped in with Flaxen in pursuit. Now may not be the best time, my lady, Flaxen warned. Virago ignored her and questioned, how can you allow them to take me? She grabbed the prince's arm and told him, you cannot permit this. Edward looked into her blue eyes, seeing her fear. At first, she had been an object, a possession for him to obtain to gain the emperor's crown. But now that she was his, Edward felt a sense of responsibility and a sense that he must protect her. Could this be love? I shall not let them, Edward told her as he squeezed her hand. I would die first. Virago saw compassion in the prince's face, and this surprised her, so she quieted her tantrum. I believe you, she said as she smiled and remembered what awaited her. But how can we stop the Dreadgons? They are so strong. Please. Arthur snapped as he couldn't handle her whining while Han lay near death. He motioned for the high guards to leave as he said, there are too many in here. All but Melee and Pluck left as Arthur looked at the princess, but said nothing. Maybe it best if we also. Virago started as she glanced at the Fletching commander. He needs to be near those he loves. She and Flaxen left. Pluck couldn't hold back, knelt by the commander's side, and started. Han. He looked into her face shadowed by the hood. A candle on a stand near his head gave enough light that he saw a tear stream down her furry face. Han told her, quiet child, I shall be fine. She looked over his battered body and spoke. I'm afraid. Arthur never heard the commander speak with such affection. What was the Northern High Guard doing? This wasn't how a soldier acted. Han interrupted Pluck and told her, there is nothing to fear. Child. He touched her wet cheek with the back of his hand, feeling her soft face. Before his eyes, she had grown into this amazing woman. She was like his daughter, and he feared for her. Han rested his arms at his sides, looked up at the tent, and closed his eyes, knowing his end was near. He couldn't leave things as they were, so he told her, I believe it is time. Avarice, Vim, and Lord Caliber entered, disrupting Han's explanation. Lord Caliber walked with his staff across the dirt floor as he questioned, who among us can face these monsters in triumph? He stopped in the middle of the tent as the Morgog commander and Vim joined him. We must save the princess. All shall be lost if she is taken. Arthur turned to them and his face was red with rage as he asked, what about you, Avarice? It was your men who stole the eggs, and it is your princess who is in peril. Vim tensed and stepped forward to verbally come to his commander's defense, but Avarice stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. The Morgog commander laughed at the Fletching's notion. Avarice's cowardice shocked Vim. Vim knew the Fletching spoke the truth. A Morgog should be the champion. Outraged by his laughter, Arthur leapt for the Morgog commander, but Melee held him back. Arthur yelled, Fass, let go of me. He calmed down and ordered, I am fine. Release me. Arthur straightened his red cape and his rapier's frog, and then he proclaimed, I shall face Gar. No, Han said as he moved and cringed as he forced himself to speak. Pluck shall be our champion. Commander? Arthur spat, stunned by Han's decision. But why me? Pluck asked, also surprised. It is time you showed the others, Han told her as he squeezed her glove. You are the only one among us with the strength, speed, and, he motioned to the luck strapped on her back and added, weapon to defeat the Dreadgons. We all saw what the brutes are capable of, Melee told her as he stepped forward. If Pluck is to face the Dreadgons, he must rid himself of all loose clothing. Her eyes widened at the thought. Han squeezed her glove again and told her, it is time. No more hiding. Hiding? Arthur stared at Pluck. He had been right, but what did the Northern High Guard hide? Avarice laughed, and then he said, if he's our champion, we best prepare to flee with the princess when your High Guard is defeated. Melee glared at the Morgog commander and told him, if Han says Pluck can defeat Gar, then he can. He snarled as he questioned, now who is the coward? Ready to flee. Avarice didn't respond, only scowled. Why didn't the commander take up the sword against the Dreadgon? Vim was willing, but he knew that, so there had to be something the commander wasn't telling him. Han looked at the Morgog commander and told him, Avarice, if you and Lord Caliber could give us some privacy, we need to prepare for the match. Avarice nodded and added with a smirk, I need to prepare for our escape. He, Vim, and Lord Caliber walked out. Lord Caliber leaned to the Morgog commander and whispered, a pity their most experienced soldier has fallen. I do not think he shall survive the night. Yes, Avarice replied as he added, a pity. He waited until they were outside, excused Vim to see to their men, and once his second was out of earshot, he asked, what of our plans? If Edward isn't the one, then who? And what of the Dreadgons? The Dreadgons may be a surprise, but they shall fit in very nicely. What do you mean? Avarice asked. I believe these large beasts shall uncover the one we seek, Lord Caliber stated. The one I have been telling you about since we left the Morgog kingdom. I remember. Someone with the scent of magic. Yes, and just you wait. Lord Caliber stroked his thin goatee as he said, it shall soon be revealed. Inside the tent. The prince witnessed her skills when they fought Matt and his thugs. She was savage yet talented. He doubted anyone else could stand up to the Dreadgons. He had to make her understand that without Virago there would be no amalgamation. He examined his heart and believed he had grown too. Edward stumbled over his thoughts since love wasn't a verb used in his family. He liked the princess, and she must be saved. He put his hands on Pluck's shoulders. She tensed as he touched her. Very few people had touched her since her birth, though Pluck yearned for affection. She relaxed under his firm grip. He caught a glimpse of her emerald feline eyes, and then he spoke to her. I know you are afraid, but I need you to fight. I understand, but do you know what you were asking? Pluck inquired as she pulled her hood closer to her face. Yes, I understand. No, she interrupted. I don't think you do. If I am to fight, I must remove my cloak. She whispered, everyone will know what I am. You know their reactions. Are you prepared to stand up for me? Edward thought about it. She was right. The Fletching people would be outraged and the Morgogs. He straightened and told her, I am prepared to stand up for you if you save my wife. Wife. The word cut at her heart. How could Pluck fight to save the princess when she feared Virago would receive the kiss? Pluck inhaled and exhaled slowly, and then she said, I'll do this if you will honor what you promised me in the Mystic Roses building. Do you remember your pledge? Edward's brow wrinkled with wonder. The kiss, Pluck told him as she scrutinized his face, looking for the slightest hint of deception. She would fall apart if he lied to her. She told him, that day you promised me the kiss. Han couldn't believe it. She'd never told him what it was that would end her curse, and all along it was the kiss. Would Edward give it to her? Had he already given it away? It wasn't a light request. No wonder Pluck never told him. The kiss? Edward uttered as his mouth gaped. The kiss? He couldn't see her face within the shadow of her hood, but he remembered the horror of it. Edward shuddered at the thought of touching his lips to hers as he said, But was the Northern High Guard mad? Arter couldn't understand what was going on. Pluck couldn't? Would you deny me this? She questioned as the prince's disgust and refusal outraged her. It's the only thing that will end my curse, she shouted, for all I have done for you. Pluck calmed herself, and then she told Edward, This is all I ask? Is it too high a price to save your wife, or is it something you have already given away? Outside. My lady, Flaxen whispered as she and Virago stood behind Han's tent, listening to the conversation within. We should leave before we are caught. Nonsense. I am the princess. Even if we are caught, what are they going to do? Virago questioned as they hid among stacked crates, and then she ordered in a whisper, Quiet, Edward is talking. He is urging one of his men to fight for me. Virago said with disappointment, Now I cannot hear them. Flaxen leaned in to hear better and told her, The Northern High Guard is requesting a reward for his bravery. What reward? Virago asked. Flaxen strained to hear, and then she replied, A kriss. A kriss, the princess repeated, and then she questioned as the unusual word rolled off her lips again. What is a kriss? No, that is not it. The prince is repeating it, Flaxen said, and then she covered her mouth and spoke. Surely not. What is it? Virago asked as she squeezed Flaxen's hand. What is it? She turned to the princess and told her, I believe the High Guard has requested a kiss. A kiss? Puzzled that a man would request such a thing from another man, Virago made a face and then questioned. Edward has denied him. Yes. Flaxen leaned closer to the tent and then replied, Not yet. They are still discussing this. Inside the tent. No, Edward told Pluck as he straightened. I would do anything to save my wife, so I shall bestow upon you the kiss, and to answer your other question. No, I have never given it away. She was relieved there was still a chance, but Pluck feared he would betray her. So she told him, swear it as Prince of Fletching and soon to be Emperor of the 5 Kingdoms. Edward paused, and then he said, I swear. Now please, be our champion. Pluck couldn't bring herself to trust him, so she asked him, Will you protect me when the others find out what I am? Yes, he insisted. Now please be our champion. Outside. I am afraid, my lady, that the prince has sworn to give the Northern High Guard the kiss if he wins, Flaxen stated, and then she bit her lip, knowing the princess wouldn't respond kindly. That is not right, Virago exclaimed in a quiet tone. I thought I had married. She rubbed her temples as she said, Wait until my father hears about this. Come, my lady, Flaxen told her as she peeked over the crates. Several high guards are moving this way. Virago sighed and then stated, My kingdom for a straight man. Inside the tent, Pluck hesitated, trusting Edward. Han squeezed her hand, and she looked down at him. Han strained to talk as he asked her, Who raised you and trained you like you were my son? You did, Han, Pluck answered as she knelt beside him. Jealousy rose in ardor. He was Han's second, so he should be the one at his side. Han continued, Then do this for me. He looked into her face and said, Swear to me you shall be our champion. He squeezed her arm as Pluck wavered out of fear, and he told her, Swear it, child. I swear it, Han. I swear, she said as tears streamed down her face. Pluck was unable to bear seeing him in pain and without a healer, There was nothing anyone could do, not even to ease his suffering. She pleaded, "Don't leave me. I'm sorry, but I cannot promise," Han told her and then heaved a great sigh. "Already my body is growing cold." "No," Pluck screamed as she couldn't hold back her emotions. And then she cried, "No, don't die. Don't leave me alone." She gently laid her head on his shoulder as she told him, "You are all I have left. Stand up, soldier," Arthur commanded as he couldn't watch this ridiculous scene play out any longer. "This is no way for you to act." Arthur forcefully grabbed Pluck, and she turned as her eyes flashed green with anger in the darkness of her hood. Filled with rage, Pluck hissed at him like a cat. Frightened by what he saw and heard, Arthur stepped back as he uttered, "Krell, what are you?" "Pluck." "Arthur," Han yelled as he chastised them. Then he shivered and continued, "This is no way for either of you to behave. Now, Pluck, it is time. Let me once more see you as you are." He smiled as he told her, "For soon, you shall be whole again." She stood and glanced at Arthur in melee, and then she requested, "Please, send the others away." "No, they shall soon know," Han told her and smiled again to reassure her. "Let them see." Pluck shrunk, nervous and apprehensive of how they would react. No one besides Han, Farah, and Edward had seen her beastly form. "Go on, child. You are among friends," Han said to coax her. For Han, she did, and Pluck lowered her hood, unclasped her cloak, and threw it on a nearby chair. She turned to Arthur and melee and waited for their reactions. Arthur stumbled back and shouted, "By Fletching?" His face tightened in terror, and he instinctively went for his rapier. "Stow that sword," Han commanded. Arthur reluctantly sheathed his blade, realizing this was Pluck's horrible secret. The Northern High Guard, his rival, was a beast and a frightful one at that, with emerald eyes that pierced his soul, long white canines, a flowing fiery crimson mane like a fire lion, and beige fur. He hated what he saw. This was no man, but a beast and an abomination that must be destroyed. Chapter 14. The match. Pluck dared not breathe as Arthur drew his sword on her, and he started to attack her until Han stopped him. The tent closed in on her, trapping Pluck, and she wanted to flee. But where could she go? Melee tilted his head. His reaction to Pluck was calmer than Han's second as he exclaimed, "He's a woman." "What do you mean, woman?" Arthur yelled. "Don't you see it's a beast?" He paced the tent as he gestured angrily with his hands as he questioned, "How could you have kept this from me? Your men. This," he pointed at Pluck and said, "This abomination should never have been allowed to walk among us, and yet it wears the High Guard insignia." He punched one of the large wooden poles holding up the tent, and his knuckles reddened from the impact as he cursed, "Fass, for all we know, Pluck's a necrom." She bowed her head ashamed. Arthur reacted as she imagined. He hated her with a passion. "He's a woman," Melee repeated, still stunned. "That's enough," Han shouted as his face paled. He grew weaker, but he mustered the strength to glare at his second and told him, "You know nothing." "He is right," Edward added in a gentler tone. "When we were children, I angered a witch. She would have vexed me if Pluck had not pushed me out of the way and taken the curse. Could you imagine me ruling as the thing you see?" Edward's words shocked Pluck. He also saw her as a monster. Edward must think her a horrible and ghastly thing to behold. No wonder he reacted as he did when she asked for the kiss. The prince continued, "You must understand, she saved the Fletching kingdom, and I owe her a great debt." "And so do I," Han added. "We, the High Guards, were not there to protect the prince, but Pluck, a 9 seasons old child, was." He shivered as he held his side and glanced at the dark blood on his palm. And then he commanded, "I don't want you to disrespect her again. Am I clear?" Arthur's rage faded. Perhaps he was wrong. He remembered the stories his grandfather told him of the time before the 5 kingdoms and how the Necroms nearly destroyed man. Arthur searched Pluck's face and its beastly guise, and he saw only what he had been taught to despise. It was a Necrom. How could he forget? Arthur exploded with loathing as he yelled, "I'm not wrong. It's an abomination. Nothing you say or it does shall ever change my mind." Desperate for Han to see what he already knew, Arthur knelt beside Han and told him, "You are my commander, and I would die for you, but you have done us all a great dishonor. It's a mistake to have it here." He stood and warned him, "Wait until the Morgogs find out, and then you shall know hatred." Arthur turned from Han and said, "I am ashamed. I am greatly ashamed you took this beast and taught it the High Guard way. I cannot be in here any longer." He stormed out, fearing he would spill blood if he stayed. Pluck turned to Edward, fighting back tears as she asked him, "Are you sure you can protect me? Your own men are against me." "Not all of us," Melee spoke up as he stepped forward. "It does not matter who or what you are. You are a High Guard, one trained by Han, and that makes you my brother." Sister." He grabbed his hilt and swore to her, "You shall have my steel if you need it." She told him, "Thank you, the others won't be as kind." The ground shook, and Melee went to the tent entrance and told them, "The Dreadgons are back." Pluck turned to the prince and said to him, "I'll be out soon. Could you give me a moment with Han?" Edward nodded and exited with Melee. She knelt at the commander's side and started, "There's so much I want to tell you, and yet I don't know where to begin." She wiped her runny panther nose and then continued, "You've been more than a mentor to me. You've been my father. I don't want to fail you, and I don't want to lose you. You're all I have. Pluck, you must be strong. My life is near its end. Watch over Edward. Much danger lies ahead of him, and please forgive Ardor. He feels betrayed, but once he sees who you really are, he shall come around." He gripped her arm as he warned her, "Watch out for the Morgogs. They can be treacherous." 2 high guards walked in and waited by the entrance. They were shocked to see a beast within, but they said nothing, seeing that Han spoke with it. "It is time," Han said. "Save our princess." Pluck kissed him on the cheek, stood, grabbed her cloak from the chair, unclasped her high guard pin from it, and attached the charging black elk to her shirt. Pluck smoothed her hand over it as she said out loud to give herself courage, "If nothing else, I am a high guard." She headed out, and the 2 soldiers gasped again but didn't say a word as she passed them. Her heart pounded as if it would burst through her chest. They knew a beast walked among them, and she could never take that back. Edward walked from the tent to where the high guards gathered. Perry, Sinew, Fracas, Bulwark, and Vaughn were among them. Ardor stood off by himself. His face was red with anger and shame. Quip climbed a grouping of rocks to get a better view as Gar, Tusk, and the Dreadgons waited at the edge of the camp. Edward approached them with Melee. "Do you have a champion?" Gar asked. "Yes," Edward answered. The whole ordeal troubled Edward since so much depended on Pluck. Could she save his wife? Could he manage to give her the kiss once she won? She was a horrible sight to behold, and he didn't know if. He couldn't worry about that now. First, Pluck had to win. What would they do if she didn't? Avarice said he would make plans for their escape if Pluck failed, but Edward saw no such plans as he glanced around the camp. For Virago's sake, he hoped the plans were well hidden. "I, Gar, have selected a spot for our duel," he stated, and then motioned for the prince to follow. And Edward did as the Dreadgon walked to a grassy area not far from the camp. "This is where the match will take place." Virago and Flaxen watched from a distance. They and their escort walked to Han's tent as the group moved off to the grass. The princess had to watch the fight that would determine her future. "Has it begun?" Virago asked as dread filled her heart. "I do not believe so," Flaxen answered. "I do not see the High Guard champion." Pluck walked out, glanced at them, bowed, and spoke a greeting, "Princess Virago." "Lady Flaxen." She continued past them and stopped, watching those gathered in the circle. She grabbed her free tail and stroked it apprehensively as she feared what would happen next. Pluck felt the stares of the princess and her escort, knew the stress would only get worse, and dreaded making her appearance more than she feared facing the Dreadgon. She took a deep breath and headed for Gar. Her quick appearance out of the tent startled Virago and Flaxen. The princess guards drew their swords and surrounded the princess. "Fires of Morgog." One of the sentinels shouted. "Did you see that?" Virago uttered as she grabbed Flaxen's arm. "A beast, and it spoke my name. What is it after?" Flaxen watched the creature with the mane of fiery crimson as it walked through those gathered to face the Dreadgons, and then she exclaimed, "Oh my, what is it?" Virago demanded. "I believe that creature. That hairy beast is our champion. See, it wears the High Guard uniform." Flaxen told her as she noticed it had breasts. "And I do believe it is a female." Flaxen paused and then said, "If this is true, it is the one who requested the kiss. How dare it?" Virago declared as she made a disgusted face. "I believe I prefer Edward kissed a man. I believe I prefer he kissed 100 men." In the grassy area, Gar glanced around those gathered and demanded, "Where is your warrior?" "I'm here," Pluck proclaimed. Morgogs and High Guards parted as they realized what was among them. The soldiers and sailors murmured, surprised and confused. "What is it?" a fletching sailor asked. "Krell." "It's a Necrom," a Morgog foot soldier proclaimed. "We must destroy it." "That thing has Pluck's sword," Parry said as he pointed out the weapon. "But where is he? Has it devoured him?" "I am here, Parry," she answered. "I have always been here." Pluck continued to the Dreadgons, and then she questioned Gar. "What are the rules of this match?" "Simple. The first one to yield loses." "What do you mean? It is not to the death?" Avarice spoke, and then he commented to his men, "It should be, and then at least one filthy beast would die." The soldiers murmured their agreement. Avarice looked at Lord Caliber and then back to Pluck and the Dreadgon. The Morgog commander whispered, "It seems you were right about the Dreadgons. They have revealed the magic one." Lord Caliber replied, "I knew I smelled sorcery. It is the enchantment of the Mystic Rose. Perhaps Pluck is the one the Mystic Rose bonded with, and if so, we are one step closer to achieving our goals." He looked worried as he glanced at the Dreadgons, and then Lord Caliber said, "That is if she wins this match. We cannot allow the Dreadgons to take the princess. Are your men in position if the beast woman should fail?" "Yes, everything is ready." Edward stepped toward the Dreadgons and asked them, "How do we know you shall keep your word and leave peacefully if we win?" "I, Gar, have given my word," he replied as he turned to his comrades. "If I should go against it, they will harshly deal with me." Gar faced Pluck and told her, "I have never faced a female of your kind in battle. This should make an interesting match." He smacked his spiked club on his palm and asked, "Are you ready?" "Of her kind." Pluck looked over his monstrous gray form. His 3 sallow eyes peered at her, expressing his determination as drool frothed around his square lips and yellow tusks. He was a presence to fear. "Yes," Pluck answered and then unstrapped her scabbard. She unsheathed the lux and thunder rumbled from the blade, warning those who would oppose it. She drew strength from its power, threw the scabbard aside, and then said, "Begin." Tusk and the other Dreadgons backed away as Gar twirled his club as he loosened up. His hognose twitched with his zest to fight as his wide bare chest bulged with muscles. He struck suddenly and with great force, slamming his spiked weapon upon her. Pluck lifted her sword and blocked his attack as his weight and strength bore down on her. Her arms shook under his pressure. Gar lifted his weapon and swung to bat her away, but Pluck ducked and rolled to the Dreadgon's feet. She struck at his unprotected ankles. He quickly lifted his leg and evaded her attack, and then Gar smacked her with his free hand, sending her across the grass. She landed hard and slid. Pluck coughed on sand and dust, sat up, wiped her bloody lip, and stood. Gar laughed as he spoke. "Thought we were slow because of our size. You should never underestimate your opponent." He charged and slammed into her like a desert bull, and the force hurled her into the crowd of men, knocking several of them to the ground. Pluck rose to one knee, dazed, and looked around at those gathered. Many of them glared at her like they wished they were the ones trying to kill her. She dragged herself to her feet. "Do you yield?" Gar asked. "Surely you know you're outmatched. Give up now before you're hurt any further." He pointed his club at the men and told her, "I see how they stare at you. Why do you fight for their kind? Do not give up," Edward pleaded. Pluck glanced at Princess Virago, who had moved to the circle. The princess and Flaxen cringed from her. What was she fighting for? Pluck had to remember or she would give up right there. She fought to end her curse and keep a promise to Han. She glanced around the circle and knew they would kill her if she lost, and Edward wouldn't be able to stop them. If she focused on that motive, then Pluck would be driven by fear. She focused on Han and the love she had for him, and with new resolve, Pluck stuck her sword in the ground, removed her gloves, and kicked off her boots. She no longer needed them, and she may need her claws. Pluck drew the lux from the sand and declared to the Dreadgon, "I will not yield." She rushed upon him, leapt into the air, and came down on him with her sword. Gar lifted his club to block as the lux flashed like lightning and then sliced through the wood. The spike-covered end of the weapon fell to the sand, and the Dreadgon stared at his club astonished. Pluck landed and slapped a palm down to absorb the force, and then she stood as her tail twitched with her eagerness to attack again. Gar threw what remained of his club at her. She quickly dodged it, rolled to her feet, and rushed upon him as he barreled his hand down on her. She evaded and sliced her sword across his ankle. Gar howled, then brought his other hand down and smashed her, and the force nearly knocked her out. She laid there motionless on the sand as Gar stumbled back from his injury. Tusk stepped up and supported his comrade. "Do you yield?" he asked through gritted teeth as green blood trickled down his ankle. She didn't reply. "Do you yield?" he asked again as he hobbled on one foot. Pluck moved her left hand from underneath her belly, swiped it across the sand, and felt how warm the granules were under the sun. She sucked in needed air, which made her side hurt, and with intense pain, Pluck pushed off the ground, used her sword as a crutch, and rose to one knee. Red blood ran from her eyes and mouth. Her vision blurred as she scanned the crowd. Most of their faces hadn't changed except for Virago and Lady Flaxen. They realized if she lost the duel, then the princess would be taken. "Do not give up," Flaxen pleaded for her princess. Pluck turned to Edward and saw his eyes were filled with concern. But it wasn't for her. It hurt Pluck to see that his regard was only for his wife, and it hurt her worse than the pain stabbing at her body. She was ready to give up and yield when she heard a voice. "Pluck." She turned and saw 2 high guards carry Han out on his cot. Her self-pity melted away as she saw the man she considered her father come out to her. The 2 high guards gently set him down as Han urged her. "Pluck. Fight. You cannot give up." Her self-pity turned to love intermixed with bitter sorrow. Tears streamed down her face as she cried for her pain and the pain that Han endured to come out to her. She knew he loved her, and that love gave her strength to stand. Pluck rose unsteadily to her feet as she yelled, "I will not yield. Never. Can you go on?" Tusk asked Gar as he looked at his injured foot. Yes, just remind me what I'm fighting for. Look, Tusk told him as he motioned to the princess. You're fighting for that fair one. She'll be our cook and clean for us. No more eating raw or boiled eggs, for surely she knows many recipes. Gar licked his lips as he said, let me see if I can stand on my own. I can. Tusk handed him a new club, but he refused it as Gar reminded him. No, only what we bring to the match. He hobbled toward the beast woman as he mopped sweat from his massive hairy forearms and hunched back with his hand. He flexed his muscles and made fists as he warned her, these are like hammers. I may not have a club, but I can still kill you. Pluck didn't reply as she wiped the blood from her mouth. She stared at the Dreadgon with her emerald feline eyes and bolted for him. Gar didn't expect such speed. He swung his fist in the other and missed her as Pluck climbed up his leg and around on his back. She grabbed his ear and placed her sword under his chin. The blade cut into his thick gray skin, and green blood trickled down. Do you yield? She asked, affirming her hold on him. Krell. Gar shouted, and then he answered, yes, you have won. We'll leave. She released him and slid to the ground and nearly collapsed to her feet. She took a few moments to rest, and Pluck felt a little stronger and wasn't as wobbly on her legs. Gar hobbled off with Tusk's assistance, and the other Dreadgons followed. Tusk told Gar, this means we'll have no cook. Yes, I know, Gar answered. This means we'll only have boiled eggs. Actually, Gar corrected him. We'll have nothing. You've forgotten these creatures ate our eggs. Virago rushed over to Edward and questioned him. Is it over? He embraced her as he told her. Yes, my love. You are safe. Once the Dreadgons vanished into the jungle, Avarice looked at Lord Caliber and then stormed into the circle as if on cue and began his performance. He inquired, what is the meaning of this? Has a beast walked among us this whole time? It is a Necrom, Lord Caliber declared as he accusingly pointed his staff at her. We all know the story of the Second Age of Magic and how the Necroms nearly destroyed man. Our forefathers told us if the Necroms ever found our new home, they must be destroyed or they would destroy us. Many from both sides murmured, agreeing with Avarice and Lord Caliber. Pluck said nothing in her defense as she looked at Edward and saw his face hardened with contemplation. She feared he would leave her to the wolves of mistrust and hatred, and Pluck feared he would betray her. A voice rose above the others when it seemed no one would come to her aid. Would you murder our hero? Han asked. Would you slay the one who just saved our princess from untold horrors? The men grew silent as they all considered the Fletching commander's words. Pluck is not a Necrom. She is like us, only cursed, Han informed them. And then he coughed up more blood in his hand. He wouldn't let that stop him, and he ordered, all of you back to your work. There is still much to do. The Fletching people moved off as Avarice nodded and the Morgogs departed. Edward and Virago left the circle, making their way to his tent. Flaxen followed them, and Melee paused from following his prince as Pluck walked to the Fletching commander. Han praised her as he said, well done. Come, let someone tend to your wounds. No one volunteered, so Melee stepped forward and said, I will tend to Pluck if someone will man my station. Han nodded and ordered a high guard to take Melee's place. Lord Caliber and Avarice moved toward their tent, and Lord Caliber drew close and whispered, I saw her fingers. Pluck bears the marks of the mystic rose. Avarice stated, then that part of our mission is completed. He stopped, studied the crowd, and headed into his tent along with Lord Caliber as he added, soon we shall begin the next phase, and after Han is dead, I see no one who shall hinder us. Back near the grassy area, Quib climbed down from the rocks as he muttered to himself, me not like people's stares, and since Pluck not wear cloak. People hate. He scampered over into an empty hole he'd made his nest and grabbed his sack. Me think time me left. Bad mood here. He scurried into the jungle as he muttered, no good come? Chapter 15. The Kiss. Han called Many into his tent for his final hour. Pluck stayed to the back as Melee cleaned and applied ointment to her cuts and scrapes. The Lux, which had proven itself as an invaluable weapon, leaned on a crate beside her. The high guard stayed clear of her and only Ardor and Fracas glanced at her. Ardor with a hate-filled stare, and Fracas with a bewildered look. The second turned from her, disgusted, and knelt by his commander. Han tried to clear his dry throat, and then one of his men gave him water. Han drank and then began. I have asked all of you here to bear witness. All color had gone from his face, and his voice was weak as he continued. My time is short, so I must appoint another to take my place. He struggled to breathe but pressed on, one worthy of your leadership. He searched the faces of those standing around him and then ordered, Pluck, come forward. Ardor angrily glanced at the beast woman. Han couldn't place it in charge. Pluck knelt by Han's side next to his second, sensing Ardor's glare. The sand was dry and cool beneath her, but not cold enough to quench the hate bearing down on her. Pluck scratched her cat ear. She couldn't see herself taking command. It would be too much. She pleaded within her heart for Han not to put such a burden on her. Pluck. Han started, placing his hand on her shoulder. I place you second in command to Arthur, who shall lead my men. This is my wish, and one I beg all of you to honor." No one dared grumble their disdain. Pluck sighed, relieved, for she couldn't endure any more pressure. She looked into Han's face as life slipped from his shaky grasp. Pluck turned her gaze to the floor. He couldn't leave her, not alone, and not at this time when so many hated her. It was too much for her to bear. Arthur noticed the beast's relief, but that didn't change his opinion of it. Han continued, "My second." He waited for Arthur to look at him, and in great pain, Han continued, "There is no one else I would have take charge of my high guards. I know you shall be a great leader." He gasped for air, struggling to finish. "Heed Pluck's advice as I heeded yours. This is my wish, that you put aside superstition and hatred and judge the actions and the heart of this woman before you." Han raised his voice and told them, "This is my wish for all the high guards." Arthur yelled at him, You cannot appoint this beast as my second." Han didn't answer for a long time. Why couldn't Arthur get past the bigotry of his fathers? Han told him, "I can and I have. There are witnesses, and the Creator has heard my voice." He closed his eyes and opened them, face full of anguish. "These are my wishes. Abide by them." Han stared at Arthur and Pluck. They were now the hope of Fletching. He let out a great sigh, and his chest rose no more. "No, change your wishes. Make another my second," Arthur shouted as he shook Han. But his commander didn't move as his eyes glazed over. "No," Arthur yelled. "Don't die. Don't leave things like this." Pluck lifted her head as tears streamed down her furry face. She couldn't believe he'd passed on. Han lived life to its fullest, and now he was an empty shell. "Goodbye, my friend." "My father?" she whispered as her lip quivered, and then she wiped her eyes. A great rift formed long ago between her and the world. It was one Han had bridged, but with him gone, who would keep her connected to humanity? She looked at Arthur as he wept on the commander's chest. Pluck knew it didn't matter what she said to him. Arthur would always hate her. Why did Han put her in second command? Why did he leave her alone to face the people's hatred? She kissed her mentor's hand, stood, and walked out of the tent as the high guards paid their respects. Everything around her felt unreal, like none of it was happening. The background blurred in her mind, as did the glares of the men. She looked at her fur-covered hands. Pluck was tired of her beast form, and it was time Edward honored his pledge and gave her the kiss. She glanced at Han's tent, as she couldn't stand knowing that animosity surrounded her, and that no place was safe. Pluck grabbed her tail and stroked it. The only one who loved her in her cursed form was dead, and she feared she would die too if she didn't return to normal. Pluck walked up to Edward's tent, and two men stood guard without. One was a high guard and the other a Morgog. She passed them and went into the tent and found no one within the first section. Many emotions swirled around in her as she made her way to where Edward would be. He would give her the kiss and release her from this accursed form, and once that happened, there would be no more stares and no more glares of hatred. She would be a woman, and everyone would accept her, and one day someone would love her. Pluck went into the next section, and as she stepped through the next tent flap, she started, "Edward, I." She gasped as a horribly unfathomable sight knocked her back as if a dozen arrows struck her chest. In the third section and on the prince's bed, Edward and Virago were passionately kissing. The jolt of Pluck's psyche knocked her back, and she couldn't utter a word. Edward had her redemption. It couldn't be. The one thing Edward promised to her twice now, and what would have freed her from her curse, he had given carelessly to his wife, as if Pluck meant nothing to him. It felt as though Edward thrust a sword through her heart and twisted it further in with each new embrace of his wife's lips. Virago had stolen her one and only hope, and Pluck would remain the beast forever. She felt sick to the point of dying, and Pluck wanted to shriek at them. Edward finally noticed her once he surfaced from his wife's warm and seductive embrace, and he uttered, "Pluck." He quickly sat up as he realized what he had done, and he stammered, I. Pluck stood there as if chains bound her to that hellacious place, and that horrid moment. Her life was over, and there was nothing that would save her from her accursed fate. Why did Edward do it? Why did he give her redemption to another? She had to act. She had to take her revenge. Pluck had to do something because of the injustice inflicted upon her. What should she do? What should she do to them? The end. Next. Beauty of the Beast #1, The Mystic Rose. Part B. A Vow of Love and the Challenge.